Chapter 1. Arrival. On the eve of a heavy rainstorm, dark clouds loom overhead, and the sky is dim. The front line is at a stalemate. The enemy's vanguard has broken through the city gates, and a large number of soldiers are streaming in. The city is on the verge of collapse. Lin Ji lies quietly on her wooden board, separated by a bamboo curtain, listening to the cries and sounds of fighting outside, which rumble like thunder with the lightning and rain. What echoes more clearly in her ears is the sound of her blood, which has been nearly drained after being stabbed multiple times by a bronze dagger. Lin Ji, you've lost. I finally won. The betrayal by a once close friend has left her abandoned by her lord in the rear. How interesting. Lin Ji feels that she's gone too far, merely wanting him to surrender obediently, not expecting him to take it so seriously, not to be trifled with. Knowing when to stop, Lin Ji slowly closes her eyes, and what disappears next is the painful regret of her friend later on. Got you good. But in the end, all that remains is her own breathing and heartbeat. Now she's called Keela, which means small clod in Chinese. The name signifies longevity, and Keela comforts herself with this. In the cyber world, a federal planet where humans, cyborgs, and artificial humans coexist, environmental pollution has forced people to hasten the development of new energy and research platforms for human life in midair. This has resulted in the natural resources of Blue Star becoming increasingly scarce, while also facing the invasion of newly emerged virus-parasitic organisms. The habitable range for humans continues to shrink, and urban ethnic diversity is highly pronounced. However, whether one is black, white, or yellow no longer matters. Everyone has artificial eyes and limbs, and perhaps even the people around them may not be truly human. Fortunately, her appearance still resembles her past life, with black hair and brown eyes. Her features are well-defined and beautiful. Unfortunately, she is quite dull, often lost in thoughts about her past life. Thus, when Maria, the strict and competitive caretaker of the orphanage, attempted to give her a dose of gene enhancement to stimulate her brain development, Keela pushed herself to get admitted to the Imperial General Studies Academy. She also discovered her superior mental strength, clinging to the thigh of the Imperial Preparatory Camp, and was accepted as a preparatory student with the midterm goal of entering the medical department of the Imperial Capital Academy to become a doctor who saves lives and ensures stable logistics. After reluctantly bidding farewell to the kind and lovely Maria at the orphanage gate, Keela took a public hover capsule along the fast track and arrived in District 13 in just a few moments. Tomorrow she is to report to the preparatory camp, so she was invited to stay overnight and visit Dr. Taushiga. The hover capsule glided silently into the city, gradually slowing down as it passed modern buildings and entered a milky white mist that led into the acid rain zone. Buildings with peeling walls, covered in climbing ivy, are about to collapse, forming a narrow, nameless area with some ancient streets. In the darkness, there is a crowded, strange silence, contrasting sharply with the laughter and cursing from the large illuminated party boats nearby, while the darkness also swallowed the distant sounds of scattered homeless people who had overdosed on low-quality stimulants, emitting a lulling noise. Strange, these buildings were man-made, yet they seemed as if they could be devoured at any moment. Electronic insect probes buzzed around the roadsides, old quartz halogen lamps that burned all night. Relying on the light, Keela walked into an old underground corridor at the street corner. At the front desk, she stored her package, and the blue light from the screen reflected a face that was about to strike it rich. Point Keela to Gold Hello. Darling, the materials you requested have been delivered. Remember to click confirm. Unlock code.jpg. The underground passage was empty except for the ticking of a clock in the corner and the strong smell of disinfectant masking the stench of Blood Point 33 building. Mig Street. Upper City. Following the address, Keela found the streets here much cleaner and tidier than those she had encountered before. In the darkness, a few windows were lit with different lights, as one end of the street sunk into the night. She pressed the doorbell. Tap, tap, tap. A small, sprightly, white-haired old lady rushed down from upstairs, full of spirit, shouting into the communicator, "Hey, it's Keela. Oh dear, Miss Helen, little Keela has arrived." The Russian lady is named Kalpova Naga, her accent strange, yet full of warmth and affection. She is Dr. Tao Zij's 24-hour personal assistant and bodyguard, who took the package and fruit from Keela's hands and led her upstairs. "Little Keela, you've arrived much later than we expected. We were wondering if we should have sent you a new light brain." First, the warmth of the old lattice palm transferred to Keela's cold hand. and the long-held secret fear seemed to fade a little. Although the exterior still reflects the common architectural style of concrete and metal shells, the interior of the house is very cozy. The owner has used a large area of violet for a unified tone. The open kitchen's wall features a red brick style with lake blue cabinets, and the central round table has a bouquet of rare pink carnations. Next to it are three old antique chairs dyed in red, yellow, and light khakied in the corridor, under a 16-pointed star lamp. A deep green corridor connects to a large floor-to-ceiling glass window, where one can see the neon lights of the sleepless city. Below the 68th floor, the owner loves to collect antiques and old items. Dr. Helen Taushiga, a re-employed professor in the medical department of the Imperial Military Academy, has frontline medical experience from years ago and has long been dedicated to the physical and mental health of children at the orphanage. Hearing the door open, she set down the heavy materials in her hands. Her naturally light golden curls were meticulously arranged even at home, and behind thick lenses were sharp, wise eyes. Around her neck was still an antique pearl necklace that had seen better days. Keela originally intended to fan the wind, but in the cyber world, where is there any sun? Okay, let's bridge the gap at the bigshot123.com. Come, good child, you must be starving. Aunt Kolpova had prepared steaming noodles. Keela wondered if it was customary here to eat noodles instead of dumplings. Dr. Taushiga was not as healthy as before, and after some admonitions to Keela, she went to bed early to the dining table. A small television showed a female reporter wearing a thin raincoat, her hair soaked and stuck to her face, gathering information from the scene of a recent shootout. I am Liana from the Imperial Daily. Here at the Zhongqiao dock. I learned that two groups of unidentified gangs had a shootout at the dock, attempting to seize newly arrived supplies. Just as the security guard arrived to stop them, there are still a few on the run. Currently, only 3 dock workers have been injured at a reward of 1,000 Imperial coins for informants. Liana reported, backed by heavily armed security guards who were escorting a criminal youth who had been caught swearing and was now beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile, Keela's light brain popped up several messages. Social you, Brother Knife has confirmed receipt and sent a 5-star review. Good, fast, it'll come again next time. Social you, Brother Knife boss, they'll find you for the next operation. Push this to my friend. Remember to give me a discount. Keela, prepared in advance. Didn't I see the dock in the delivery materials? Should I? Ding dong. Your wallet has been credited with 23,000. The sound of money made Keela feel that it shouldn't be related to the fugitive. Point Keela to gold. Okay. Big brother. Thanks for the tip. Look at how chaotic things are nowadays, little Keela. Once you get to the preparatory camp, be sure not to run around. Oh dear. It used to be that IT was better before. Aunt Kolpova shook her head as she supported the island table and turned to wash the fruit. It must be those infected with the virus coming to steal things. A bunch of bandits. Reporter Liana interviewed a dock worker beside her, his left eye bulging and darting back and forth in anger. It must be them. The type virus is said to have originated from the pollution and mutation of surrounding flora and fauna following an explosion at an unknown chemical factory. The symptoms include fragmented thinking, disobedience, irritability, and immense strength, with the primary mode of transmission being through blood. With a white screen above resembling a signalless television, it could be considered a good day. However, the air in District 13 is both acidic and fishy, and the short sleeves cling to the skin due to sweat, causing irritation. Fourth-year students at the Imperial General Academy have the opportunity to be selected as military reservists before graduation. Outstanding young soldiers have the duty to dedicate themselves fully to the Empire and society, to give back to the society that nurtures them, paying any price, including their lives. At the entrance of the Imperial Preparatory Camp, 2 male voices, calm yet excited, welcomed the new recruits. They pledged unwavering loyalty to the fluttering red and black striped Imperial flag. A long line filled the spacious square at the entrance of the camp, with a clamorous and impatient crowd. Cadets 1123, 1145. Please follow Guide 1 over here, announced a cylindrical tin robot with a rusty exterior featuring the crossed emblem of guns and roses, labeled Guide 1. New recruits heading to the dormitory follow the guides of this building, commanded several tall, handsome senior students with long legs and straight waists, waving small flags, and directing the new students towards the dormitory. Keela squinted her eyes. The preparatory camp appeared prosperous and thriving. She carried a black drawing board bag that was larger than her shoulders and held a tattered canvas bag with one hand. Her long hair, which previously reached her waist, had been cut to shoulder length yesterday at Dr. Tauzig's home, but the selection process at the camp had no strict requirements regarding hair. If I become a formal officer, it only takes 3 years, but I can choose to enter the Imperial Military Academy for further studies after the second year, Keela calculated. Carefully, she remembered vividly the comforting words of Dr. Tauzig, who had gently reassured her when she had just awakened and was bedridden. She admired and aspired to be like Dr. Helen Tauzig, who had devoted decades to volunteer support at the orphanage, wanting to become a selfless doctor with a noble cause. Many detailed documents have been destroyed amidst numerous riots, and only by entering the Imperial Military Academy could one access them. According to the records of Imperial history, after experts announced the failure of the plan to save nature, human habitable spaces continued to retreat. Plants and animals in the forest began to exhibit madness, invading human society and attacking, while those infected with the new type virus became irritable, rebelling against society, and even torturing weak stray cats, dogs, and even human infants. This led to a backlash from pet lovers, and as the authorities suppressed dissent, public dissatisfaction grew stronger. With internal and external troubles, despair loomed, but the large-scale multinational corporations and conglomerates quickly devised new responses, and the largest consortium. Alliance proclaimed a new name, the Empire. The preparatory camp serves as a talent reservoir for the Imperial military. Although the line was long, the efficiency of data entry was remarkably rapid. Keela followed a cylindrical tin robot named Lulu to the dormitory entrance. The suspended corridor, made of special steel, creaking underfoot. All right, Cadet 3386, you have arrived at dormitory 6123. Your communication number has been recorded. Since you arrived later, the dormitory is assigned to 2 people. If there are new members in the future, they will be assigned to available beds in this dormitory. Also, if you have any questions in the dormitory, remember to press the call button to seek help from Lulu. An old OLED screen updated with a yellow expression, staring wide-eyed and smiling silently, while the indifferent female electronic voice revealed a hint of warmth due to its playful tone. However, with that expression, Keela suddenly felt an impulse to resist anyone who dared to command her. Keela scanned her iris to open the door, revealing a slightly narrow room with 2 lofted beds and a desk underneath, plus a floating platform in the middle. The independent washroom had a balcony, and through the square skylight, white lights scattered across the gray-blue floor that a square display was embedded at the entrance. After a few taps, it showed options like roll call and maintenance requests. There was a student named Tang Ermii on the display, but the name was gray, indicating she was not present in the room. Keela speculated to herself. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall if it was from before. Just as she was about to try the call button again, the door was suddenly pulled open. A face that had become vague in her memory now felt strikingly clear. Keela, it's you. A light, unfamiliar voice was melodious and pleasant. Keela looked over to see a fluffy, golden, curly-haired girl who hadn't changed at all. Chapter 2, School Opening. Reuniting with an old friend was incredibly exciting, but by the time Keela had packed her belongings, Tang Ermii had not finished sharing her experiences from afar. She sat on Keela's round stool, her feet crossed. Why are you still so short? Keela stood straight, looking down at the little lion flipping through her sketchbook in amazement. I took a gene enhancement agent, and I've grown 5 centimeters. Tang Ermii replied somewhat sourly, as Keela, who was once shorter, had already reached 1.7 meters. They had promised to grow together, and now she had to rely on gene enhancements to grow taller. Hey, are you still practicing human skeletal diagrams? That information isn't easy to come by. Keela casually flipped through some of her previous sketches of human skeletons and mechanical parts, as those details were for internal reference only. Dr. Tauzig lent me a lot of materials. When Tang Ermii had just been sent to the orphanage, her eyes were watery whenever she looked at anyone, making many children at the orphanage think she was pretending to be pitiful, provoking Keela, who often reported her to the caretaker before bedtime. Fortunately, during a major inspection, Dr. Tauzig discovered that she had been contaminated, making her eyes unable to see clearly, so she had to squint. If the inspection had been delayed, her original self would have been lost. Oh, you want to study medicine? It's indeed a great future. Tang Ermiai's goal was the mechanical department of the military academy. The two chatted animatedly for a long time. Yes, everyone had a bright future. That afternoon, the assigned squad leader sent a message in the group. A big assembly at 6 o'clock in the cold, solemn auditorium. Each of the 3 flower beds on both sides was adorned with an imperial flag. Every new student lined up neatly in formation, listening to Principal Key's passionate and resonant speech from the podium. There is something more important than life, and that is dignity. We must salute the Empire. Each generation has its own mission. Unite. Challenge destiny with unwavering resolve. Long live. Freedom long live. The soldiers in the audience grew increasingly excited, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Following the principal's determined gestures, they wildly waved their right hands towards the stage, shouting long live. We fight for freedom. We fight for the Empire. We are the mechanists of the Empire of Iron and Blood. We fight for honor. Keela was swept forward by the crowd beside her, but Tang Ermiai quickly grabbed her, helping Keela navigate through the throng. This way, be careful. They stood behind a nearby pillar with some other calm students. The stern, resolute principal with white hair possessed such a stirring charisma in his speech, and the new student's extreme fervor pushed the entire scene to a climax. Keela and Tang Ermiai moved along the gap towards the pillar. Suddenly, Tang Ermiai was stepped on by someone and staggered. What are you doing? Tang Ermiai glared angrily at the person who had deliberately stepped back to step on her. Are you crazy? The person, with ill intentions, smiled lewdly. You're quite pretty, but what a pity. What did you say? Tang Ermiai was furious and embarrassed in this crowded place. It was difficult to speak. Keela remembered the person's appearance and pulled Tang Ermiai to her side. Keela subtly signaled with her eyes. What's going on? Tang Ermiai angrily said, every year, a large number of pre-selected seeds enter the preparatory academy. Their living conditions are not great, or they smuggled in from other districts. There are all kinds of people, but they all receive aid and baptism from the Empire. Some are quite crazy. How crazy could it be? The fanboys and fangirls would almost rush to grab the principal and demand an immediate train ride. Keela thought silently. Entering the preparatory camp meant stepping into the threshold of the Imperial Military Department. When people at the bottom lived in hardship and social morals were being reshuffled, the Empire provided ordinary children with opportunities to change their future destinies. However, high rewards also meant high risks that, if one could enter a military school and join the logistics, they would have a comfortable life. But the high death rate during training and emergency missions was never pointed out by anyone. The ceremony ended early due to the students' overwhelming enthusiasm, and the principal was very satisfied with the results. Therefore, the food in the cafeteria was abundant these days, and the students praised the camp while feasting. School had started for a few days, and Tang Ermiai had actively signed up for the patrol team. After physical training in the afternoon, she still had to practice with the honor guard and night patrol. With her sunny and cheerful personality, she had already blended in with others. Keela had been stuck in the small library of the preparatory camp for several days, devouring books related to biomedicine. She realized that knowledge gained from books was superficial. So she immediately took action and went to the camp's medical office, hoping to get an opportunity to be an intern assistant, but was chased out as a troublemaker. However, Keela didn't have time to be sad. The instructors in the camp felt that the new students had adapted well and began to increase the training intensity. After training every day, Tang Ermiai and Keela only had time to down a bottle of quick nutrition and then collapsed into deep sleep. Dear students, please download the individual teaching data information package I sent to everyone. Once you're ready, you can enter each other's information storage units for data collection. Students who qualify in data retrieval can leave class early, said the brain machine teacher, a young woman with a slight Sichuan accent, speaking softly with a trailing tone, affectionately referred to as mechanical ha. Keela felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing it. Brain machine training only required lying on a chair and connecting the brain to a signal. Some students needed to insert circuits into the back of their necks, while others had already installed advanced wireless signal receivers on their necks, allowing them to enter a virtual space for assignments. Tang Ermiai had already closed her eyes and connected to the information, and in front of her appeared a pile of silver data. Images, symbols, and fibers of different colors surrounded her, and within the vast network were all sorts of strange things. A burning crimson heart flame, a dark green circuit, board sparking, a quietly shimmering golden lightning bolt, a delicately designed silver diamond earring shaped like a Mars rover, and even a shiny, scaly seashell. This was the object representing each person's brain-machine information storage. Tang Ermiai's object was a virtual lion's head. She tried her best not to touch any unrelated information to avoid causing data turbulence, and cautiously approached a golden gate, directly entering through the bottom opening. Unlocking the password, she simply needed to touch and copy the pre-downloaded data package, and the entire process was remarkably efficient. When she exited, a stream of light blue data suddenly scattered Tang Ermiai, and the external data card automatically ejected, becoming useless. Tang Ermiai's mind was a mess, and after a moment, she realized it was the latecomer, King Kaishi's probe. "Kaishi, are you crazy?" "Ah, my dear Tang Tang, I'm so sorry. I was just trying out data collision." A stream of blue digital light spun in place, making Tang Ermiai's heart tremble. Data collision could easily result in data loss, and in severe cases, memory damage. Not to mention the malicious attacks from hacker cowboys, it was a dangerous move for inexperienced beginners. In class, the scenario was the simplest simulation of package delivery, but no one would directly pass through. After class, Kaishi pulled Tang Ermiai aside, apologizing profusely, and then went to a nearby mall to buy mechanical equipment and treat her to a meal as an apology. These mechanical parts are old components passed down for several generations, hard to come by, and are only for everyone to practice and familiarize themselves with. When you start using them, be careful not to apply too much force. The students had their final designs laid out on the table. Professor Tian, who taught practical mechanics, stepped down from the podium. With a whip at his waist, he suddenly cracked it in the air. With a loud bang, a primitive car, mech, shattered into pieces all over the floor. A piece of armor that jumped up slid onto the little author's face. Although he quickly dodged, a white line was still left on his face, and the scrap armor couldn't even cut the skin. With a flick of his wrist, Tian pinched the bridge of his nose. Looking somewhat forlorn, he sighed, raised his chin, and surveyed the little ones below, emphasizing in a sharp voice, "Freshmen don't make useless low-level crafts. Have some artistic pursuit for mechanics, like an arrogant swan," and then strutted away. The remaining students stared at a pile of scrap metal, bewildered. They had heard that some teachers were humorous and had a tradition of teasing freshmen, but the mocking of teenagers going through puberty seemed particularly cruel. The weather was sunny, and they finally made it home. The assistant instructor had a face full of anger, but dared not express it. Thinking about the salary in their account, they silently chanted not to be angry, forced a smile, and called out to the students to browse through the PPT and go through the basic procedures. 6 people sat around a round table, with a pile of half-new mechanical parts and chips on the floating platform. Some colorful silicon strips had already exposed their cores, and the dark, sticky substances were unidentifiable. The students complained about the preparatory camp being stingy while focusing on planning their final design on the virtual interface. Tang Ermiai flipped through the textbook, holding electronic components and waving them around in the air. Soon, she assembled a mini transformer mech, which spun around in place, wielding a sharp little knife, ready for practical training on the mini-mech combat platform. Keela's speed was a bit slower, but she quickly assembled a common gray fly-shaped surveillance drone. Tang Ermiai crouched down, analyzing the data through her protective glasses, her line of sight level with a mechanical fly that was about the size of a fist. If you add an alarm clock to this, it could be a two-in-one alarm clock and surveillance device, so you won't have to worry about getting up early, she suggested. Keela had a habit. She wouldn't admit Tosh often had a grumpy morning mood and often stayed up late reading medical materials, showing up the next day with dark circles under her eyes, looking miserable. Anyone who saw her would be scared. Yet Tang Ermiai bravely faced the challenge, daring to pull the grumpy queen out of bed and bring her class, while Keela had no complaints and let herself be fussed over. Tang Ermiai had a great interest in mechanical assembly. She waved her original mech warrior around, comparing it with others. After a few students were pointed out by Tang Ermiai for the uselessness and flaws in their assignments, they all looked flustered and bowed their heads to rethink their data. Your universal magnetic strip is just for stealing keys from home. Can the teacher really give you a passing grade? Kaishi, who initially just wanted to make it easier to open doors, suddenly looked tense upon hearing this. Maybe I still need to put you on file, the pale-faced Chirin laughed, testing the tattoo he made on the throat mic across the round table. His originally ordinary voice transformed into a seductive and alluring tone. blinking with a pair of cobalt blue prosthetic eyes, exuding an air of nobility that was not to be. Desecrated, yet he was a master of the finishing blow. Miss Sui Zhu put on her newly made ruby recording ear stud with one hand, casting a disdainful glance at him. The common market uses iris scanning. It's easy to lose a universal magnetic stripe card. How do you plan to sell it? The young lady, wearing limited edition, gossamer thin Donya operation gloves, picked up the magnetic stripe card and began to ponder the issue of monetization. Hey, you guys don't understand. In some places, only magnetic stripe cards can open doors. Have you heard of the Nine Dragons Cave? Kai Shi, 2 years older than everyone else present, suddenly became mysteriously sweet-faced and charming, with a youthful appearance typical of mixed-race people. Tang Ermei beside him realized the Nine Dragons Cave was a long-existing, unregulated large slum, formerly known as Nine Dragons Alley. It was said to have once been a gang stronghold formed by 9 homeless people, consisting of Indonesians, black people, and even androids. Later, as the influence grew during gang fights, it was bombarded to the ground, and after reconstruction, it was filled with caves and buildings extremely convenient for criminals and smugglers to escape and trade in illicit drugs and firearms. Kila put down the color card and joined the discussion. Isn't that the Black Reef Alley where they trade back and forth in the Nightless City? The old hacker, the cowboy, often designated Kila's selling location to be in the Black Reef Alley. The Black Reef Alley was the only passage connecting the Nightless City and the Nine Dragons Cave. While it was under the management of the Nightless City and had a simple and honest culture, the casualty rate remained high, often making headlines on the big networks. Kaishi nodded vigorously. There are people selling coffin rooms in that building, all using universal magnetic stripe cards. The market is still there. Hearing this, the others became excited and began a series of discussions about Kai Shi's business plan. So, you want to do this first, then that. Make it sound classy. Queen card. Sounds like a very serious collection of beautiful photos. The click rate is off the charts. Tang Ermei proposed seriously. But it's too serious. Who will buy it? Who buys this kind of thing? It can't be serious people. Chi-Ren laughed, glancing at Kai Shi, wondering what kind of serious goods could be sold in the Black Reef Alley. The metal purple Bauhinia button was tightly fastened to the collar of the dark uniform, revealing a sculpted, perfect white neck just right to show off the fiery throat mic. Wow. The golden tips of the hair swung onto Miss Sui's shoulder, who was comparing data with the black and gold strands intertwining. Kila blinked, wondering why she didn't dodge. Fortunately, her brain was quicker than her mouth. Pair it with a throat mic disguise, sell it as a package deal. Robbery saves time and effort, easy to obtain. Well, Chi-Ren suddenly felt there was great potential. 0.1 price for one item. Come on, it can't be any more expensive. Kaishi thought the price was too high for anyone to buy. Suizhu tapped the card with her index finger. Sell it at different prices later, fleece a bit more, and beautify the appearance, then raise the price. The group murmured a few more words. Hey, you guys over there, stop just talking. The teaching assistant was sweating profusely, busy answering other student questions while trying to keep up the classroom. Atmosphere. The mechanical teacher was always the one who made excuses to leave for other experiments, getting up and walking away. Yet when he taught elsewhere, he was clearly gentle, kind, and polite. Now they secretly referred to him as the hand-swinging face changer, until Kila posted a picture of a frog in the group, and everyone suddenly realized, finding the original form, and changed to calling him hand-swinging Tion. What's leaks? Tang Ermei asked, confused, secretly poking Kila, who always seemed to know everything. Kila realized that the little lion had been eating white people's food at Sheriff Gordon's house, and most just nutrient agents. The old-fashioned dishes were rare in the market. And it was only the Suizhu family's long-standing tradition that persisted in cooking their own meals. It's just vegetables. If you want, go check the cafeteria tonight, or Chinatown. Chinatown had everything, closely resembling Kila's previous civilization. Soon, they would each attend their other elective courses and could only arrange for dinner. Hearing this, Tang Ermei felt comforted, standing straight and tidying her clothes. After defeating several automotive mechas, the final result for primitive little Tang was being lured under the table into the trash can by a little fly that circled around him at. Top speed at AS class was about to end. Other students were gradually crowding at the door to go to the next class. Kila picked up the little fly lying on the ground after running out of power and discovered that at the end of a row of tables, Kaishi was squatting under the table stuffing something into her black knee-high boots before leaving. What are you looking at? Let's go. Tang Ermiai tilted her head, waving the primitive little Tang and little Fly that she had taken a long time to negotiate with assistant Fong in front of Keela. Let's go. Open the road. Leak package. Keela waved her hand and turned. Chapter 3: The Working Class is online ding. Society's knife brother recommended a friend to you who is requesting to add you as a friend. A temporary session has been initiated. A 18 capture 300 techniques pack sent. Material received. Point to turn into gold. Dear, where's the market? A 18 capture 300 techniques pack sent. Materials. JPG, point to turn into gold. Received. It will arrive within 27 working days. Remember to fill in the delivery address. A 18 capture 300 techniques pack sent. Add more money. Hurry up. Point to turn into gold. Okay, boss. Please receive the goods in 5 working days. Ding dong. The other party paid a deposit of 100,000 Empire coins. Kala took a deep breath. Indeed, the big shots in the gray area are wealthy and ruthless, earning a year's tuition with just one transaction. After class, Kala rushed straight to the capsule and outside the school, took out the brain machine from her backpack, found a position, and lay motionless on the bed. The dark web. A stream of white data flows through countless data chains and arrives in front of a black door. Kala looked at the information about the target sent by the big shot and was a bit confused. They were actually looking for the daily information of the mechanical teacher, Shuaisho Tian. The first rule of an intelligence dealer: learn to keep your mouth shut. Kala disguised herself as a flow of announcement information sent from the preparatory camp. Detection successful. It seems that the teacher's ice wall defense system isn't that advanced. The first rule of a hacker cowboy: sneak into the village quietly, don't shoot. Rising layer by layer along the light. Teacher Tian's brain machine is connected to the smart home system, easy to handle. While copying Shuaisho Tian's financial asset flow, she looked at his travel map trajectory. To her surprise, aside from going to the camp for classes, the most frequent place was the Night City. But the walking trajectory in Night City was set to a no-trace mode. Unless she went through all the captured surveillance footage, the workload would be too large. Kala turned to look at Shuaisho Tian's family situation. His parents are imperial soldiers, and the information is confidential, but there is grave information, leaving him all alone. His marital status is actually single. Unreasonable, but also reasonable. Although the population has increased compared to decades ago, all women of childbearing age are recorded. The gender ratio is imbalanced, and competition is fierce. The emergence of low-quality bionic humans has greatly alleviated this situation, so being unmarried is also normal. Moreover, those who can find happiness in Night City are defined. They will never forget the joy of Night City in their lifetime. Full of art, pursuing the high end. The time to copy Shuaisho Tian's financial flow was a bit long, during which there were some fragments that needed password unlocking. Kala, with a desire to just take a look, began to waver in her worldview as chaotic numbers composed of countless 1314 and 521 Empire coins flowed into the pockets of the trendiest underground band. The walls of the house were also adorned with posters and albums of various girls, and even a few fashionable support materials. The final copy space was a personal brain machine, but halfway through the information copying, the surrounding network space began to collapse, digital garbles and data randomly floated. Kala increased her power. The darkness fell like a hammer. In a damp, gray, 7-square-meter coffin room, Kala was awakened by the chaotic sound from next door. Her senses revived, her head buzzing. Where am I? Who am I? The brain machine interface at the back of her neck was burning hot. Shuaisho Tian's smart security seemed to have detected the information leak and immediately chased after her. The last information box would automatically transmit to the brain machine before exploding. That was close. Her wet black hair stuck to her neck. She couldn't stay here any longer. Kala went to the public restroom to wash her face at the sink, then headed down to the hotel front desk, where the table was piled high with notebooks, cigarettes, and bottled water. A Vietnamese kid with braided dirty hair was impatiently playing a game, but quickly grabbed the keys to check out. Primitive, but safe. Back in the dorm, Tang Ermiai was still chattering with Kai, she about her soon-to-be selling product. There was food delivered from a Chinese restaurant on the floor, smelling quite spicy. Kala ordered some nutritional supplements and energy drinks again on the screen and asked the robot Lulu to take out the trash. Kala, did you go for physical training? Come drink some water. Look, what a caring and honest child, also very bold. Kala struggled to take out a new information access card from her pocket and inserted it into the back of her neck, activating the directional automatic mode. Then, the world turned dark, and the figures in front of her became blurry, and she fell asleep again. By the time the fragile freshman adapted to the high-intensity training, more than half of the semester had passed, and some even started planning for the holidays. After LA's body automatically kept up with the training intensity, she decided to find a part-time job to maintain income. In the 6 to 123 dormitory, Kala, wearing a VR single-ear brain machine, logged into the virtual big web, entered the preparatory camp forum, and browsed around. Most posts were about exchanging supplies and finding practice partners, with many just spam posts. Labor, didn't he have any assistance hiring? An idea struck Kala, and the screen shifted to Black Reef Alley, but what popped up first was Night City, a golden castle under a sky full of stars, intricately carved and dazzling. To enter the alley, one must first pass through Night City. Night City opens at 11 p.m. and closes at 7 a.m. Kala quickly logged in and created a new avatar. Her new image was that of a clean, middle-aged woman in her 40s, not too tall, with short hair tied back with a hair tie, wearing frameless glasses. Ding! Login successful. Welcome to Black Reef Alley. The barrage flashed by, and the screen suddenly darkened, displaying an ancient black and white mechanical orca totem before brightening again. Before her eyes was a dimly lit street, drenched in rain, seemingly endless, with high buildings on both sides covered in countless neon signs that never extinguished, with shop names and contact information everywhere. Drizzling rain fell on the obscured and complex remains of a giant factory, rusted gears exposed, quietly lying at the furnace's bottom. The virtual architecture is a one-to-one replica of the offline space. Walking forward for dozens of meters, the underground bar's sound system and human voices were deafening. Passing by a deep alley, there were green liquor bottles and low-quality large-dose syringes scattered all over the ground. A homeless man's lower body flopped out like soft, rotten noodles, still twitching his feet. An intense wave of nausea hit Kala, and she couldn't help but want to vomit. She turned off her sense of smell and immediately slipped into a sparsely populated grocery store. The clerk was an intelligent virtual human. He merely glanced at Kala before looking down to fiddle with something. Kala wandered around the grocery store, which mainly sold Chinese medicinal spices, and sat down on a fragrant wooden chair to open the job section of the Black Reef Alley forum. There were many shops and clinics in Black Reef Alley, and surely there would be a place for Kala. Fortunately, she did find a somewhat well-known clinic hiring with an urgent red sign. She submitted her resume and logged off, excitedly rushing there that night, only to realize that the red sign was dated 5 days ago. The job she inquired about was indeed for a doctor's assistant, a small nurse with no experience, earning 80 a day, rotating morning and evening shifts, working 6 days and resting 1, with simple tasks like changing dressings and administering injections. Kala often observed and learned privately when Dr. Tao Shiga saw patients at the charity clinic. It was indeed a shabby clinic. After working hard for half a day, Kala ran away. The reason was that this small clinic specialized in enhancing the masculine aura of strong men, and post-operative patients required help with urination. Kala looked at the lewd, toothless old man with a yellowish complexion eagerly anticipating help, and she punched him before swimming away like a fish in the sea. The child really wants an internship. After all, they can't always be a hacker cowboy turning into a copy-paste thief. After a few days of regrouping and going through various background checks, they finally found a job. It was hard to find a door. The virtual busting nurse projected at the front desk seemed to glitch, flickering and swaying in a strange mannequin pose. When Keela walked in, she straightened up and bowed. "Hello, I'm receptionist Leah, Buzz. How may I assist you?" Her voice was sweet and youthful. "I'm here for an interview." Keela smiled, having practiced her professional smile beforehand. The small clinic seemed quite formal, with common medical notices hanging on white boards around. Behind Leah, there seemed to be a row of professional certificates from several doctors. The ceiling was fitted with everlasting halogen lights, and the floor was covered with the standard white non-slip tiles used in hospitals. "What? Lantern? What are you talking about?" Keela shouted internally, thinking, what parent would name their child Lantern? It shouldn't be some male urologist, right? having experienced various storms. Keela maintained her composure and found a comfortable angle to sit in a semi-surrounded silver chair. Just half a cup of tea later, the sound of footsteps accompanied by the rolling of a hospital bed wheeled in the lantern doctor. The newcomer was a woman with short chestnut hair tucked behind her ears. Impossible to guess her age, she looked around 28. She walked to the front desk to flip through some registration materials and turned her head to glance at the obedient girl sitting in the chair. She waved her hand, signaling to come inside for a discussion. Keela calculated her height in her head, measuring herself against the genetic enhancer she had taken with Tang Ermei, about 178 meters. Sit down, you're Shaolin. Here for the interview, right? You've seen our requirements. I'll start with our expectations. The assistant basically needs to be familiar with, clear about, and check the basic surgical instruments, conduct post-operative checks for patients, and explain precautions. It's mostly simple with automated equipment. Working weekends from 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. for 300 yuan, paid daily. Any questions? The doctor's sister spoke authoritatively. No, Keela felt there was nothing wrong. Good. Then come for an on-site interview next week, a trial day. Time was quite tight, Keela thought. As she left, she called out goodbye. The lantern doctor, the straightforward big sister, raised an eyebrow in surprise. What did she say? Leah, who had been lightly waving behind her, turned around and stifled a laugh covering her big teeth. Hey, look at my unwavering 7-day lock, little girl. Why aren't you leaving yet? Keela found a job and felt happy. Her tone light as she pulled the little lion close. Are you still working on the magnetic strip card? These don't look like parts that are needed, right? What about the magnetic strip card, Kai? She asked you to make. Do you have time? There's camp patrol, training, participating in mechanical competitions, and helping Kai Shi with assembly. Tang Ermei is truly a master of time management. I have time. Shibao has been busy with extra training, doing less. Tang Ermei's mechanical assembly has always been good. Kai Shi asked for a long time and agreed on a 60-40 split just the first month. Keela felt a pang of envy. Their relationship was really good, even calling each other baby. Ding! Muffled, Big Kai has sent you a video invitation. Tang Ermei raised her voice, her face full of confusion. When the screen opened, it showed Kai Shi looking anxious. Tang Ermei, we're in trouble. Oh no, Tang Ermei turned to Keela, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 4. The collapse today was a bright sunny day, no rain, humidity at 56. With a solemn and serious demeanor, I extended my right hand to salute my colleagues. A gesture of unwavering loyalty to the Empire. Today is a good day. After class, I can go to Cloud City to support Sun Sang. The clothes are even photos taken by Sun Sang herself. Tian Wuji straightened his tie, feeling pleased, and walked a bit faster. Listen up, students. Today is our last class. The instructor said. Below, the students were browsing their light brains, occasionally looking up to point at themselves. The originally good mood was disrupted by the unruly children, making it hard to maintain order. I couldn't even pay attention to the information that suddenly popped up on the light brain. Suddenly, 2 security guards from the security office appeared at the door. One tall guard displayed his badge to the students and waved his hand, while the other, a skinny monkey with half-open eyes, looked pale and impatiently spoke, routine questioning from the security office. Who is Tian Wuji? We need to take you in. 48 years old. Male mechanical instructor, 1. 7 meters tall, wearing glasses. Oh, it's you, little mouse. Tian Wuji felt a sudden chill as he was grabbed by one on each side. What are you arresting me for? He shouted. What are you complaining about? You can leave. Someone reported you for absenteeism, insulting, whipping school teachers, embezzling funds, and tarnishing the image of the Empire. You're off the stage. The tall guard, probably a bit annoyed from waking up early for work, roughly dragged the frail Tian teacher towards the door. You can't take me out. Entering the security office is like stepping into hell. Tian teacher secretly gathered his strength and said, Brothers, let's talk this through. I'm a teacher from the preparatory camp. You are only acting on a report. I'm a third-class citizen. Someone must be framing me. I've worked diligently for 5 years. The tall guard, upon hearing this, felt disdain, but was not prepared for Tian to suddenly slip away from his hold and dart out far, trying to escape through the back door. He was focused on running to the back door and didn't expect a filthy, greasy car mech to appear out of nowhere. One ugly thing. As a thought flashed by, Tianwuji stumbled, and all he could see was the midnight starry blue ceiling of the classroom. He gave the two security guards a bitter smile, but as he raised his hand, the skinny monkey swiftly swung a baton, striking half of Tian's face. Then, he gently patted Tian's chest, causing his body to convulse, emitting a sound that was like a mournful cry but somewhat resembled a joyful moan, making it hard to tell if it was due to electric shock or pleasure. The nearest student gasped in shock. The tall guard, with some blood splattered on him, disdainfully glanced at the dirty skinny monkey and explained to the camera on his shoulder. The suspect attempted to flee and resisted arrest, now captured by 0631. With a forceful yank, the pristine shirt that Tian wore today got caught on the mech, revealing a pink tank top with a lively girl avatar. Hiss! A support tank top? Keela remained expressionless, as if she had already guessed it. Is this underground, Ah Sun, the lead singer of the most active underground band? Chi Rinxiao looked shocked and twisted. The one speaking was usually obedient Kai Shi. A skin suit person? Suitsu. Young lady, how do you know about this? Chi Rinxiao felt suddenly out of sync with his friends. He didn't expect Tian teacher to be relatively young and quite diverse in interests. The previously silent classroom began to buzz with excitement. Tian teacher was truly passionate about his hobbies, saying that Keela, Tang Ermei, and a few others had already secretly captured a few commemorative photos with their light brains. The old house is on fire. The momentum is fierce. After a few left the door, all students rushed out to look downstairs. And some saw the crazy students who had reached the top of the forum starting to throw their water bottles at Tian teacher's shining head. The guards' clothes were also splashed with water. Soon a bunch of people from the opposite building rushed out to throw all kinds of junk down. Some shouting for the security office to get lost, while others cursed Tianwuji for his retribution. Trash armor pieces ruining my life. A senior with a pot-lid head rushed in with a bucket of paint he didn't know where he got it from, and directly splashed it all over the ragged, expressionless Tianwuji. Several teachers from the administration office hurried over, closely followed by two security guards. After a lot of back and forth, they finally waved goodbye to the security vehicle while wiping the sweat off their foreheads as another teacher was sent up. The management system of the preparatory camp was somewhat complicated. It was clearly a talent selection ground for the Imperial Army. But due to the significant benefits involved and the need for some basic theory instructors, the faculty team at the preparatory camp was roughly divided into two factions. One side consisted of military officials, while the other comprised teachers dispatched from schools. The temporary commander responsible for the theory classes who had just gone to rescue teacher Tian was Wei Lai. The world is decaying, but the real fire cannot be extinguished. The group chat information skyrocketed by 99 messages. Chi Tian.The, Sheng, goodness, who is so bold as to challenge Tian with a splash. Qui Tian.Da Sheng Sharing a forum news article. Urgent. A male teacher at the preparatory camp has embezzled school supplies for 10 years. Why is the school silent? AAA. Sway-style jewelry wholesale. Goodness. Principal. Why don't he take over as principal? Silent big earnings Kai. Goodness. How could it be someone from the security office? What kind of formation is this? Ku Shui Jia Tan, wearing a girl-s tank top, tries to cover her private parts with her hands in anger. JPG, Ji Ku Tangjiang. We can't be part of the teacher play, right? AAA. Sway-style jewelry wholesale, neurasthenia. Let the world be destroyed. JPG. Why did you come along? What does it have to do with you? Suizhu smiled as she saw Chi Rin laughing while squeezing in. I'm partners with Kai Shi. If she has something going on, I definitely have to get involved. Suizhu chuckled. Huh? I'm still the designated financial person for Kai Shi. Kai Shi quickly pulled away, then let us go together. Can we talk now? Quickly tell me. As soon as we entered, Tang Ermei and Kai Shi were pinned against the door by a few people. Oh, don't rush. I'll sit down and rest first. Then talk to you. Tang Ermei grinned, brushing aside the hands and sitting on her bed, for little heads tightly encircled around her. So, I said the mechas went missing and went to the monitoring room to look for surveillance information, only to find a file of school wholesale parts in the storage room. It turns out the teacher had been giving us parts that he had painstakingly obtained from a market, which were all eliminated parts with varying quality. The school's newly procured parts had all been sold off at high prices to the black market by him, and all the visible monitoring had been deleted. The only footage left was of him moving luggage in the electronic entry and exit records after entering and exiting the campus back door. Everyone suddenly understood, and Suizhu leaned back in shock. How could you just tell us like this? All right, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Chirin laughed, as if he was just starting to get to know Tang Ermiai today. It's fine. The camp has already started checking the browsing records for buying and selling. They will definitely pay close attention later. Everyone will guess it. So don't say anything for now. Kaishi believed it too. Her matter would definitely be covered up. Who would continue to investigate for 2 broken parts? It won't be, because it's not teacher Tian who is blackmailing Kaishi. It's the teaching assistant. Sure enough, there's a backup plan. This little lion has learned to hide things. Teacher Tian is the big shot in selling school supplies, while the teaching assistant is the recorder, who has long known what Kaishi was secretly doing, wanted to make some extra money. The evidence has already been deleted by me, with no evidence or records. Kaishi is safe. The little lion pursed her lips, unsure whether to say it or not. The teaching assistant had been asked by teacher Tian to smuggle supplies, and I sent the evidence of his selling to the security office. Kala wondered if it would be covered up by the principal. Tang Ermiai nodded. Having heard old Gordon say that there were some old disputes and personnel supply competition between the security office and the Imperial Preparatory Army in District 13. So it would be safer this way. But today the teaching assistant was not being monitored. How could the security office not investigate Tian Wuji? Soon they would know about Tian Wuji's big business. Kula lowered her head, thinking about the information she had received last time. She didn't know whether the new batch of supplies Tian Wuji had just received had been sold or not. Yes. I don't know why only Tian Wuji is here today, but Kaishi's matter is also safe. The missing supplies that cannot be found will have her superior anxious to handle it, so it will all be written off as loss, perfectly resolving the issue. Next, let us see how the preparatory camp and the security office handle it. The scandal of teacher corruption in the preparatory camp was blown up by the security office, so the matter spread widely, even though a large sum of money was spent to suppress it. The faces of everyone inside the preparatory camp were not looking good, but it was really hard to say how bad it was. We have been pulling with the security office for 5 days. Haven't you settled it yet? The head of the external publicity department of the preparatory camp, Chi Chuanjin, raged at the round table, his eyes bloodshot, and a neat tuft of white hair even fell onto his forehead. He had been called by the principal for talks over the past few days, and he was practically going crazy. Wei Lai, the temporary commander, was dressed in a black uniform, with blonde hair parted to the side, appearing gentle from a distance, but with a big belly and sporting a red lion nose, carrying a hint of a businessman's slickness. He quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, breaking the silence and saying, "It's almost disgust. The security office this time is all show and no action. Teacher Tian can be returned to us tomorrow. And some procedures still need to be completed." Procedures? It's just letting the preparatory camp lose a bit of face for a few more days, right, Commander Wei? You can't say that. Commander Wei has put a lot of effort into this matter, and everyone didn't want this to happen. It's all old Tian's fault. Speaking of which, having a theory teacher teach this practical class will definitely lead to some logistical management problems. It's really not as strict as military management. Director, I think these mechanical parts should be returned to the military regulations and distributed according to quantity. See the order for approval. The one speaking was Commander Tsin, who had always wanted to suppress the practical class. That one do, Director Chi. We all right. This matter will be settled tomorrow. Commander Tsin's point is valid. I'll tidy it up later. I still have to go to the center for a meeting. That's it. Yes, understood. I'll handle it immediately. We will never let anyone find out. The head of the theory department went out for field investigation, and Wei Lai temporarily held the position of commander. I didn't expect that this time he would actually lose the management of supplies, and that Tian Wuji was truly despicable. Once the protection of power is lost, even among the same sex, one is like a rat crossing the street, with nowhere to escape. Tick-tock tick, blood flowed from the fingertips to the ground, forming a small puddle. Tian Wuji, bound to an electric chair, had electrodes taped all over his head. Again and again, mental pollution, followed by the most terrifying endless wait in the dark. He thought he could hold on until rescue. But unexpectedly, the evidence of stealing and selling military supplies was solid. Several students and logistics teachers he had bullied for years took the lead in testifying. The preparatory camp stood righteous, and he was decisively abandoned. With forces converging, he was truly heading toward his end. Sun sang my light, Tian Wuji murmured. Originally, according to the security office's plan, he was supposed to be kept for a few days before being swapped out. After a round of questioning, Tian Wuji knew little about the supplies transactions. Just as he was about to give up, Tian Wuji obediently lowered his head to sign, repaying his debts in full, actively requesting to go to the border town to reinforce the city walls and deliver supplies for 10 years, even revealing the whereabouts of the batch of missing supplies. The personnel from the security office all set off. The night before, Kaishi rushed to dormitory 123, thinking if they really report me, wouldn't I be done for? The clean records required by the military academy have always been very important. Kaishi had been promoting her future development in engineering to everyone. Tang Ermiai's head suddenly grew larger. Although it was clear that these parts were well used, Kaishi appeared confident and hadn't asked any questions out of trust. Oh no, this time of pills. I'm going to be dragged down. No, it seems like I'm already in the water. And then, sure enough, after class, I saw her stuffing what was probably small parts. Kaishi's hands were still a bit shaky. After pulling a few times, I had brought too many and could only ask the teacher if I could reimburse him for the purchase. As a result, he asked for a ridiculous amount, wanted to know how much I bought and how much profit there was, insisting I give him all the money or else, report me. Write everything into my records, and if it's serious, expel me. Kaishi's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling cornered. Should I give all the money away? Would that really solve everything? How could Shuaisho Tian be so confident? Did you ever think about getting caught by the teacher? Kaishi's heart jolted at that time. I really didn't think about it. I thought just acting cute and giving some gifts to the TA would be enough. I didn't expect. Turns out it was the TA I was looking for. No wonder the parts were all moved in boxes later. Just as she finished speaking, she began to stammer again, dropping hints. Tang Ermiai didn't know what to say either, smacking her lips and awkwardly offered some words of comfort. Suddenly, Kaishi grabbed her arm, her eyes shining brightly. Tang, your data roaming is the best. Can you try to access the school surveillance to see if there's any evidence, and then destroy it? What? The little lion shook off Kai, standing up. How can we do that? Why don't we just gather the cost price and return it to the school? After washing up, Keela looked at the little lion's golden curly hair, tied up in a bun, her frown turning into a relaxed expression as she assembled storage cards. Have you thought of a solution? The little lion held tweezers, placing the last silicon strip, closing the cover, sitting up straight and serious. No, but it's just a matter of how much money I'll lose. I'm planning to check it out later. By the way, can you help me monitor the data fluctuations? After speaking, she bit her lip. Keela crossed her legs on the round stool, observing Tang Ermiai's determined little face without blinking, slowly saying, Okay, if there's a problem, your Keela will back you up. Go ahead, and don't worry. Just give me your wallet password. Forget it. Tang Ermiai put on the brain machine and reinserted a white-bottomed black chip that Keela had never seen before. An electrode was stuck behind her left ear, and her consciousness instantly sank into the mirror-like data ocean. Her mind flowed through the data for a moment, revealing a massive protective wall made of golden hexagons on the screen, imposing. Beep. Reached the boundary. Password verified. Beep. Access granted. Independent brain machine entities gathering data resources from various parts of the big network were countless. But hackers who entered private domains without permission were often referred to as big network cowboys or hacker cowboys. They possessed superb counter-surveillance techniques and unlocking abilities. On the floating platform, the interface displaying the data fluctuation trajectory grew denser as it approached the monitoring area of the camp. Keela crossed her arms, her thoughts swirling. Transforming into a delivery box, Tang Ermiai passed through the first layer of the protective wall, identified at the channel entrance as an update package delivered from other websites. Quickly entering the control center. Choosing a direction, she flipped into a cylindrical space filled with small TVs. After scanning, it was completely empty. Even the storage room filled with garbled data was just waste data. After 3 months, the surveillance would be overwritten by new monitoring. So what Shuaisho Tian had was either pre-recorded or just a decoy. Deceived, just as she was about to exit, Tang Ermei turned back to check Shuaisho Tian's browsing history, and her vision went dark. Why isn't he waking up? The moment she opened her eyes, two dark caves appeared before her, and there was no time to be scared. The faint smell of laundry detergent from Keela enveloped her tightly, like rising seawater. Tang Ermei, who initially wanted to shove him away, slightly turned her face, her ears flushed, gently pushing forward with her hand. "Hey, why are you so close?" Tang Ermei's face showed a bit of annoyance. Keela awkwardly admitted that she had gotten curious and wanted to see if there would be any sensations during the flow of consciousness. She hadn't expected him to wake up suddenly. "Oh, sorry, you've been out for so long. I was just checking your eyelids to see if you had any reaction. How's it going?" Keela shook off the sweat on her hands, saying, "Shuaisho Tian has no way out this time." Chapter 5. The wind is strong. The night city. Neon lights just coming on, traffic bustling. On the other side of the bustling street, in an unvisited, dark alley filled with the rancid stench from the sewers, a frail man was trying to control his breathing, his sobs slowing down to the point where he could feel his own heartbeat. He only had a short-barreled laser gun for self-defense and remained motionless in the darkness, enduring the wounds on his body. Unsure when the Grim Reaper's scythe would descend or whether he could escape the relentless killer's pursuit. Now he had only one goal: to hide in the Jiulong cave. Step. Step. A short figure in an emerald green silk jacket wearing a black hat approached leisurely from deep within the alley. Upon closer inspection, her right eyeball was a custom-made automatic analyzer with a light blue transparent screen collecting thermal fluctuation data in real time through a ring sensor on her forehead. In the dark, a red silhouette curled up like a rat in a filthy trash can wasted money on a limited edition heat-resistant outfit. What a pity. Little Jerry, big sister is here. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared upside down at the corner of the stairs above the trash can. The baseball cap pressed down by the owner's long and strong hands. Scattered silver strands falling freely into the void of the trash can along with the baseball bat. Boom. The person being struck began to flicker like an antique television with snowflakes due to the interference of the electric waves. "You lost, babe. The price is your head." A set of pristine white porcelain teeth sparkled alongside two electronic eyes, emitting an eerie green light. Accompanied by the scream was a series of lasers shooting upwards, penetrating several holes in the girlish body, yet her expression remained grotesquely joyful. Although her figure was still visible, how could this be? Thump, 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 thump. A tense and piercing drumbeat sounded. Why is she banging on the trash can from outside again? Fang Yuan felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. He jumped out of the trash can and started running forward recklessly. Run! Following was a burst of mad laughter. She was playing a game, cat and mouse, using emotional manipulation as her midnight snack. Jerry, while running wildly, wiped his tears with his elbow, feeling on the verge of collapse. No matter where he went, he encountered this lunatic. After running for a long time, he realized no one seemed to be chasing him. When he looked back, she was still following him, and the familiar face under the hat shocked him. Zero? It seemed like the acquaintance didn't recognize him at all and continued to stroll forward. The escape continued. She chased. He fled. He had nowhere to escape. Ding. Mission countdown. 3 minutes. Please complete it in time. The pursuer seemed to have forgotten the alarm she set, slowly walking towards the man who was about to reach the alley entrance with a spiked baseball bat. Ding. Mission countdown. 2 minutes. Please complete it in time. Ding. Mission countdown. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please complete it in time. The lights at the alley entrance were getting closer, within reach. As Fang Yuan thought about finding a place to hide after crossing this sky street, his legs grew heavier, and his eyelids felt as if they were covered in sweat. With a dull thud, he collapsed just 3 steps away from the alley entrance. After using a dropper to extract a few drops of liquid, a storage card popped out of his chipped head. It was an ordinary brain machine information access card, but very few people would wear it all the time. It seemed pointless, yet he still put the access card in his pocket. 0, 0, I'm demanding E. The girl thought of something expressionlessly, ending today's game. She put on a wireless headset connected to her brain machine. After 3 breaths, a photo of Fang Yuan's sudden death was produced. Doctor, the target merchant has been neutralized, and the blood sample has been sent to the laboratory via Fanyeoquady. Just as she exited the dark alley, A blinding white light shot towards 1,800 from all directions. Huh. So that's what it means to run quickly. Immediately, she dropped her weapon, surrendered, and handed over the hostage. The somewhat inexperienced intern in charge of security hadn't expected Tian Wuji to be so loose-lipped, saying everything. 1,800 immediately threw down a flashbang, which blossomed into 8 petals like a lotus, then rolled out 8 small chili bombs, colorful smoke rising all around, enveloping everyone as the air filled with a choking spiciness. In the smoke, she turned and climbed up the old pipeline at the alley's corner, then threw a grenade at a few land-bound flying cars below. The explosion shook the nearby pipes, and adjusting her position, she kicked a protruding broken pipe, launching herself up to grab the balcony of an 8-story building. On the opposite building, 3 bullets were fired silently from above, narrowly missing the arms of the agile girl who had just dodged the first 2 shots. Strangely, there was not a trace of blood. Instead, her skin seemed to explode like alloy metal, revealing a small black hole. While the other side blew fibers out of her fair arm, she turned out to be a cyborg. The girl smiled instead of getting angry, pulled out a baseball bat from behind her, and as 2 energy-powered human transport vehicles emitted flames beneath her, she took advantage of the enemy's moment of confusion. Like a small cannon, she shattered the glass of the corridor, and the front end of the baseball bat transformed into a killing steel blade, piercing through the throat of the security sniper. With the inertia, it slid effortlessly into the depths of the office floor, the blade finally embedding itself into a solid wall. The girl stepped on the soft but heavy body, exerting great effort but couldn't pull it out. In her rage, the flames directly incinerated the body. As footsteps approached in the corridor, she turned and drove the white capsule heavy Bulma vehicle she had summoned earlier towards the crowd. At night, Keela passed through the bustling nightlife city, up the 18th floor sky ladder, and turned into a dark, oppressive cave-like building at the edge of Jiulong Cave. Although the Black Clinic paid well, it was located in a remote area, and Keela always chose to wear the intimidating mercenary attire she had seen at the clinic, covering herself tightly and walking at a brisk pace. A greasy, barking black dog chased after a filthy, smiling child holding a moldy piece of bread down the stairs, passing by a piercing scream, unable to distinguish who was the real prey. The only time Keela's heart softened resulted in her being dragged into a crooked, dilapidated room that smelled sour by a homeless man who was about her height but much stronger, covering her mouth and nose. The gaunt, hollow-eyed homeless people on the roadside merely watched or stared vacantly. Why? Dizziness set in, and just as she was about to lose her sanity, Keela bit down hard on the inside of her mouth, blood oozing from the corner as the pain kept her awake. She pulled out a retractable butterfly knife and, trembling, stabbed herself in the thigh, regaining her composure to grab onto the homeless man's arm, leaving a series of lessons on his ragged, bony frame, with strips of flesh turning white, edged in black. With her left hand, she aimed a high-voltage stun gun at the man's neck, tightly gripping the butterfly knife, forcing herself to keep her eyes open as she watched his body tremble, lying without dignity in a pile of cigarette butts and plastic trash that was unrecognizable. With loss of bladder control, the pregnant woman at the entrance, pretending to have fallen, had long since disappeared. Keela was covered in blood as she stepped out of the room. The day before had seen acid rain, and the half-red, half-black sky against the pale backdrop looked particularly dazzling, as if it were greeting Keela. Hello, welcome to the real world, canary in the ivory tower. The crack under the door of the room leaks a trickling red flow with a fishy smell, and no one nearby dares to have any ideas about this one. Sister Leah at the front desk, who has been in the business for 17 years, loves to joke. The moment she saw Carla, she felt a fondness, obedient and clever like a little white rabbit, reminding her of the first meeting with Dr. Red. So she deliberately swapped Dr. Red's name in front of Carla to tease her. But when a bloodied person, trembling with chattering teeth and tears streaming down their face, stood at the door, she realized it was just a little white rabbit that had just grown small fangs. After Teacher Tion was caught, Carla entered a long holiday work life after experiencing the harsh realities, enduring several scoldings from the attending doctor, and nervously operated on several mercenaries with blood on their blades, recommending their own well-made, effective medicines to patients which were essential for families engaged in killing and smuggling outside. The common automatic surgical equipment and capsule recovery chamber operations had become somewhat familiar to her, and Carla sighed internally that this was indeed a profitable business. Although the mercenaries or drifters who frequented here often had common injuries, the prices couldn't be too high, as it was a black clinic with unknown sources. But high-end medicines could sustain for a whole quarter with a single opening. "Good evening, my little Lynn. Dr. Red had a date and left early today. You have to take the lead today." Sister Leah's holographic projection at the front desk, dressed in the latest sexy nurse outfit from Saya Holographics, seemed to imply that Dr. Red had splurged on his pet again. The thick clouds outside tightly covered the horizon. The air was heavy and cold, and it was about to rain heavily. Today was indeed beautifully freezing. Carla, used to this, nodded and walked straight into the medical room to start her daily checks. The lamp doctor had just finished their shift. Oh no, it was the attending Dr. Red, who posted a glamorous toast photo and a smiling face on a light brain. Although it was just a projection, it could deeply understand human nature and speak freely with people. Sometimes Carla unconsciously treated her as a person, but then held back her unnecessary words. The Black Clinic basically did not accept patients who could still walk. Carla leaned against the consultation desk outside the operating room, flipping through the surgical records given by Dr. Red. Time had passed for more than half. "Shaolin, it's time for work." Sister Leah's delicate voice came from the communication speaker. At the same time, Carla smelled a fresh gunpowder and blood scent from outside. Well, it was still a big job. Habitually putting on a professional smile, maintaining good and considerate service for the long term. "Hello," and then froze on the spot. Entering was a girl with a broken forearm, electric sparks still leaking, a glamorous coat stained with red and black paint from battle damage, with a fishy smell rising from her feet, clearly having encountered light acid rain. She pulled a stinky face and muttered about repairing her arm, adding another bottle of Pangili's lubricant, and said the best other styles would do, pausing to glance at the water cup and said the last sentence. Carla seriously suspected this suspected family maid absolutely thought her little clinic didn't have that high-end product, just as she wanted to maintain some banter. Upon reflection, it seemed she really didn't have it. It appeared this Pangili lubricant was an imported product, very rare around here. Thinking of this, Carla suddenly felt energetic. A big client had arrived. The commission this time would definitely be considerable. "Ladies, please take a seat. Please wait a moment. We will first scan your arm. Would you like to drink something first?" "No need." The girl and Leah, who had come along, looked at the awkward Carla with curiosity. As Carla input the automated surgical data with the scan results, her mind was filled with question marks. This arm's data closely resembled the construction model of a family maid, but the muscle trend settings were completely different, and to be precise, it fit the data distribution of a combat-type bodyguard better. The majority of patients at the Black Clinic were modified natural persons, also known as cyborgs. Many upper-middle-class families favored cyborg maids, characterized by this girl in front of her, who wore half a mask, but her delicate features couldn't be concealed. Her figure was full and shapely, and her exposed skin was delicate, constructed from various fiber alloy parts, also referred to as artificial humans. The prices were neither too high nor too low, just right to reflect the owner's family situation. Once damaged, they would basically return to the factory for repairs, but those who found the price too high would seek other repair options. It was quite rare for such a mixed-blood bionic maid to come looking for repairs. Perhaps she was a maid raised in the wild, allowing her to grow wildly. Carla's little brain guessed wildly. Today's headline: chatting with a bionic person for the first time. That exquisite clash of stacked violent aesthetics really dazzled the eyes. The little girl sat on the side, waiting for her turn. Although she sensed the person in front of her trying to discreetly peek, she didn't react, purely enjoying the tension and excitement in the curious gaze, without a hint of hostility, which was rare, allowing her to temporarily endure it, even feeling like teasing this little doctor who hadn't seen much of the world. "Doctor, is it ready?" Carla shivered, thinking she had been discovered, stood up, and calmly said, "Almost. It will be ready soon." Carla looked at the automated surgery in front of her, the open bionic skin and flesh tissue with no flowing blood, the human body composed of black and blue cables, an inexplicable feeling in her mouth, as if her esophagus was coated in oil. her stomach churning and wanting to surge out, but spinning in place. However, the little girl remained utterly unfazed, treating it like a daily occurrence. After all, she was a bionic person, surely experienced in repairs. Carla fell into silence. Would she not feel pain? Would she feel discomfort? The originally ruptured arm had blossomed into a blooming lotus. Logically, the entire shell should be replaced. Does the arm shell need to be replaced? No need. Just sew it up like this. How can that be? It will leave scars and uneven dents, Carla frowned. A good girl should be beautiful and neat. What does it mean to have a scar? Could it be? Then you think of a way, Dr. Shaolin, money is not a problem. The clear green pupils stared straight at Carla, piercing her soul. Oh no, her brain froze. She blurted out, then I can smooth out for you by hand? Only after saying it did Carla realize how ridiculous her idea was. All right, I have plenty of time today. Unexpectedly, the girl on the opposite side was even less polite. Well then, she pulled over the manual operation lever and awkwardly pieced together a lightning crack. The high-end materials were indeed as tough as their reputation. Seeing that the girl seemed unresponsive, Carla decisively took out the best green crystal material that Dr. Red had just brought in, preparing to roll up her sleeves and practice new suturing techniques. No, to have a big performance. It's too ugly. Let's paint a picture. The girl suddenly issued a command before Carla could start. Paint? Carla blinked. Can't you? I have some skills in this area. Someone puffed out her chest. If she had extraordinary painting skills in her past life, she certainly hadn't neglected them in this life. Dr. Tao Shiga valued her elegant and formal handwriting the most. So we all have some skills. Do you have any specific requirements? Or should we just go with the flow? Let's go with the flow. The girl had transformed into a generous heroine. All right, just watch. Carla's mental strength was very high, and with her artistic training, it was simply a piece of cake for her. The way this person spoke reminded the girl of someone. Ding. Dr. Q sent a voice invitation. 180. Whose blood sample are you actually holding? Who did you chase out of the apartment? Fan Yuan. What I want is Tian Wuji. Don't you know if there are seeds on Tian Wuji? Wasting my time. Hurry up and get him here while he's still alive. Ding. After the angry doctor Q finished speaking, he hung up. Oh, Fan Yuan? Isn't this our most caring assistant, Tian Xin? It seems like I heard something I shouldn't have. And Kala chose to remain silent. Chapter 6 Bitter Bamboo. The villain dies from talking too much. Kala pondered for a moment while looking at the girl's hand. An inspiration suddenly struck. She sketched a few lines on the transparent control panel, creating a plant drawing she had never seen before. The girl raised her eyes, waiting for Ku-La's explanation. Kala looked at the clear, yet slightly confused blue eyes and felt inspired. She began to talk about bamboo. For the first 4 years, it strives to root itself downwards, and in the 5th year, it grows wildly. Its energy is strong, its perseverance resolute, it grows straight up, its leaves slightly bowing, humble and open-minded. How can it be strong and straight? It has endured the taste of frost and snow. This ink-wash bamboo painting, replicated on the pure white and bright arm, had cracks that transformed into strong bamboo, standing proudly in the frost and snow, tall and unrestrained. Understood, bamboo, full of pride, neither humble nor arrogant. Well then, the customer is so straightforward. Kala was momentarily taken aback, then picked up the green crystal and began to work, treating it as if she were painting on a vase. 1800 lowered his eyes, chewing on Ku-La's words from earlier, growing upwards, standing proudly, tall and unrestrained, humble and open-minded, not yielding to others. A small error in a high-precision bionic brain seemed to have something transparent within it, as self-awareness began to grow robustly. On the jade-like smooth little arm, a lush and vibrant bamboo seemed to come to life, as if gathering strength for its awakening. Kala lay on a newly covered surgical table, listening to the simulated sound of waves from Leah. This was her new discovery to soothe emotions, ASMR. The air purifier buzzed, and during a month of medium-intensity acid rain, she could only see the holographic projection of birds flapping their wings, the leaves flickering randomly. Although there weren't many people on the road, it didn't hinder the underground black market fights. The barbaric fighters were engaging in hand-to-hand combat. So the Black Clinic's business was stable, with 1 or 2 people coming in daily for body repairs. Open the door, open the door. With a clang, the shop's sliding door was pulled outward several times by a big man at the entrance. When it didn't tee open, in anger, he left a giant fist imprint on the door, which already had numerous scars from knives and guns. Lila appeared at the door after the loud noise, opened it inward, and smiled to invite the embarrassed and annoyed Mohawk man inside. The newcomer was muscular and seemed to have been specially trained underground, not as if he had injected muscle enhancers or implanted muscles. He wore high-end heavy boxing gloves and had some backing. No wonder he dared to smash the door. Hurry up, give me a hemostatic agent, prepare the best nutrient solution, bring that K30, he said, beads of sweat appearing on his bald scalp, indicating that it was about time for the hemostatic agent to take effect. Finally, at the capsule storage, he needed temporary fixation nails to suture the muscle tissue layers that had been cut deep by weapons. A giant hand stopped Kala's sister. This tattoo of mine is a rare and valuable piece. You can't mess it up for me. The Mohawk man looked pale, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing a cunning tiger-like expression, feeling like he might get scammed. Kala was caught off guard by sister, picked up a disinfectant cotton pad, pressed it on the wound, and slowly applied pressure, which was stimulating. The big man immediately gritted his teeth. Restoring the tattoo would cost an additional 7,000 Imperial coins. Restoration to the original version, high-end bionic thread, subcutaneous stitching, K30 nutrient solution, seamless repair. But I need it right away, no external medication, he complained. A poor man wanted to spend a lot of money for quick recovery. He was probably a desperate mercenary who had just started. A little blood in the wild would lead to wild contaminants. Hand-stitched, laser repair, 3 hours, 10,000 Imperial coins. The Mohawk man glanced at the tiger tattoo on his chest, shocked at how cheap it was, but he thought the little girl wouldn't dare to deceive him. So he had to keep up appearances and gritted his teeth. Fine. The surgical needle sizzled as it jumped back and forth across the split muscle. The Mohawk man chose a bottle of low-grade local anesthetic. All he could hear were the sounds of Kulak tightening the muscle lines. With his head facing outward, he fumbled his pants pocket for a half-soft, not hard cigarette, just as it was lit and starting to smoke. It was extinguished by a small stream of water from R2. No smoking here. The little yellow light on R2's chest blinked, the electronic voice stern and clear. With no choice left, the Mohawk man popped a piece of beetle nut into his mouth, chewing vigorously, his eyes not once looking at the wound. Humph. A tough little tiger, clearly scared to death, yet silent. Kula carefully stitched the patterns on his tiger tattoo until she encountered the dense pine branches nearby. Damn, my eyes and arms are so tired and sore. No complex tattoos accepted, unless you pay extra. Since Kala could take on heavy responsibilities, she often worked alone. Until one time, after finishing a surgery, she encountered a reckless man who deliberately caused trouble. R2 directly opened fire with a flame gun, turning him to ashes. That's when Kala realized she was still too fragile. So before the new semester started, she crazily booked several close combat and weapon practice courses for herself. Listen up. This semester's physical combat class will be taught by me. Win, class ends. Lose, we restart. Standing in front of dozens of people as the close combat officer. She was only 6 meters tall, dressed neatly and stylishly, with cold white skin, green silk hair, tied up in double buns on her silver bangs. A serious face that appeared particularly cute. Her simple speech carried an undeniable disdain. Kala remembered a few years ago when a tech company launched a hot-selling household robot product that countless men yearned for. A obedient maid willing to light the house and cook noodles for them. Lost in thought, 1800 scanned the crowd below, smirking as he noticed something interesting. Tang Ermiai's gaze suddenly shrank as she realized it was directed at Kala, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Come on. 1800 gestured forward with one hand behind his back. Kula's head buzzed. She bent down to run, preparing to curl up on the ground. But 1800 executed a waist twist side kick, and Kala found herself lying on the ground, stars dancing in front of her. Kala, are you okay? Dang Mimi, Kai-shi, and Sui-ju rushed forward, their heads huddling together. Kala felt as if several big melons were swaying in front of her. So, continue or take a break. 1800's voice was pleasant, like a deep piano. Laughing to death. Why is she so weak? Hurry up and get down. A harsh duck-like laugh rang out from the side. Tang Ermei instantly recognized it as the crew-cut pervert who had deliberately stepped on her during the new semester. Named Kong Sinian. After the semester started, he hadn't been idle. He had flirted with 8 girls from 2 dorms, only to get severely beaten up one weekend, which made him behave for a few days, but he soon resumed his antics. Tang Ermei glared at him, thinking this matter wasn't over. Continue. I could do it. Kala supported herself up, catching her breath. This was the first time she felt so embarrassed in a public class. But the officer's way of speaking and behavior reminded her of a customer. 1800 stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged, lifting his eyelids, secretly praising her. Get up and fight. It was too sudden. Dozens of people took turns fighting against 1800, all getting injured, lying on soft mats groaning, while the commander remained calm, as if just warming up. A sharp, hot pain surged in my stomach, nearly breaking my rib. Once the instructor started moving, everyone could see that although he was short, he was strong, with broad shoulders, muscles that were hidden yet powerful, and a nimble figure, resembling a high-level hunter lurking in the shadows, always ready to strike. The contrast with his appearance was striking. Seeing you all makes it clear, don't let the opponent's looks lower your guard. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I live. Underestimating the enemy is underestimating your own life. Now, pair up, practice for half an hour, and then duel. 1800's voice was steady, but it felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. The students formed pairs, but there was always one left out who would partner with the instructor. Tala, the lone wolf from the next class, was the most visibly transformed cyborg with a mermaid theme in the whole camp. Her voice was equipped with a sonar system beyond normal hearing, her ears modified with sharp, arrow-headed gills. Below her eyes were 2 rows of carefully arranged, dot-like pearls, which curious onlookers speculated were made of some signal receiver material. Just moments ago, Tang Ermei, who had been punched face-to-face, noted that 1800's crimson eyebrows looked quite similar. Tadala, as a transfer student, belonged to the General Studies College, but was a latecomer, living a simple life between home and school. It seemed she had guessed she would be the one left out, so she forced a smile and approached 1800. Commander, it looks like we are partners. 1800 nodded silently and began demonstrating her signature move, the 18 grapples 300 techniques, which included various locking techniques, chokes, and throws. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing Tatala bravely sacrifice herself for everyone with such slamming sounds, the others gradually began to feel sorry, yet no one spoke up, fearing they would be the next to be violently wrestled. Clap. Tatala again failed under Kimura's lock, lightly tapping 1800's arm to signal her surrender, her neck turning red from being choked. Tatala's eyes were a clear light blue, framed by dark lashes and lightly blushing corners, slightly upturned, with arched pearls near the end of her pupils, and her small, reddened face could melt half a city's ice. In front of her, 1800 showed no guilt, even displaying a look of reprimand that someone so tall shouldn't be so weak, and began to make everyone practice. Tadala had to keep standing up to attack 1800. Get up, keep going. Commander, I'm too weak. I need to rest for a bit, Tatala said, looking at 1800 with a wronged expression. Get up. 1800 frowned, glancing around. Other mats were already filled with students pulling each other's hair, shouting, and using street slang that was common in the alleys. The scene was chaotic. Weakling, if you get up to fight again, you'll be silenced. 1800 suddenly realized that apart from a few who were somewhat organized, the rest of the students lacked systematic training in close combat. They were really out of shape. No worries. She had an afternoon to slowly work with them. Everyone was once again subjected to 1800's 300 grapples, crying out in despair. In the paired battles, Tang Ermei fought against Carla, while 1800 faced Tatala. The first to lose their fighting ability would have to start over. Tang Ermei charged forward to lock Tatala, while Carla blocked 1800. Just as a kick was about to send Carla flying, she changed her stance, rolling forward like an octopus and directly sticking to her thigh, feeling heavy with some unknown substance. 1800 glared at Carla, having never seen such a brazen little girl after so many fights. Tatala saw this and knew it was serious. If she lost, she'd have to fight again, so she turned to grapple Tang Ermei. Thus, 1800 and Carla stood by watching as Tang Ermiai's fingers were pulled backwards by the weak Tatala, who then smoothly locked her arm and charged towards them. Carla desperately wrapped her arms around 1800's thigh. 1800 wanted to see some good action from Tatala, so she directly yanked Carla's hair. Carla, with one hand, quickly grabbed at her head, pushed back, and proudly used a little trick taught by Maria. Tang Ermiai attempted to switch tactics with a leg sweep, but Tatala was a step slow, reaching out only to grab 1800's sleeve. The strength of the mermaid erupted under pressure, with a loud rip. The sturdy long sleeve of the little commander remained in Tatala's hand, the ink-washed bamboo design proudly standing out. Carla sat on 1800's shoe, looking at the familiar masterpiece in front of her. What are you waiting for? Keep fighting. Kong Xian had been closely watching the new commander for a long time, unable to discern the situation, only wanting the commander to teach these girls who wouldn't lower their heads before her a lesson. 1800 came back to her senses, looking at Carla's complex expression, and understood. Her body shook, a current surged through, causing all three to shudder and faint on the ground. Kaishi and Sui Zhu were scared and pulled them down, their eyelids fluttering. Thankfully, they woke up after a while. Come on, continue. 1800 shattered her sleeve, pointing at Kong Xian, who had been the loudest just now. Kong Xian felt singled out, thinking it was because the commander noticed his tall and handsome figure. Puffed up, he circled around 1800 and said, "Commander, I will give it my all and spare no delicate flower." Before he could finish, 1800 kicked him straight into the training room's whiteboard wall. After 3 or 4 seconds of impact, he crashed to the ground, too weak to support himself, a mouthful of blood spewing out. Remember, the villain dies from too much talk. Just as Tang Ermiai regained consciousness, she heard this sentence and thought fleetingly. The little commander also loves reading old-fashioned romance novels. Chapter 7. Do I look weak to you? In the Empire's 13th District Security Bureau, based on the information spat out by Tian Wuji, 45 boxes of materials have been seized, including semi-finished mechanical assembly parts and 5 machine tools. There are still 10 boxes of basic materials missing from the accounts. He insisted that he had only handled these, and everything else was taken care of by his assistant Fang Yuan. A tall man in the conference room was narrating the case. He was one of the security officers who had captured Tian Wuji that day, named Iguan. He glanced at the expressions of the leaders, swallowed hard, and continued. We also checked Fang Yuan's personal information and found that he frequently sold camp mechanical parts privately on the dark web, including all materials he could access in his position. So that day, we applied for Fang Yuan's capture, but the result? He was struck in the head and died in an alley opposite the Black Reef Alley in the Sleepless City. The director of the Security Bureau at the center of the conference table frowned. Communication on the dark web is instantaneous, and messages are deleted the same day, unless a contact address and time are left behind. Even the most skilled hacker cowboys find it very difficult to trace. So, did his brain machine leave any clues? The ruthless actions of the thin monkey that day were also noted. After a search, Fang Yuan's brain machine was suspected to have been taken by the killer that day. Monitoring the flying insect cameras revealed that it was either replaced or turned into snowflakes, indicating that the other party had strong counter-surveillance awareness, leaving no manipulable space. And the clues were cut off. We suspect the target is a high-end household bodyguard modified by a certain seller, essentially a synthetic human. Over a month has passed, and we still haven't figured out where the last batch of supplies was stored. Fang Yuan's home has long been searched to the point of being as transparent as a glass cup. Li Feng, what do you think about the preparation camp? The director of the Security Bureau kindly asked his subordinate team leader in a gentle tone. The thin monkey, Li Feng, felt a bit constipated, vaguely sensing the director's meaning, and vigorously exchanged glances with his captain, Wu Renki. Ahem, we really slapped the preparation camp in the face this time. Wei Lai and the others were still insisting on returning Tian Wuji, but now that time has passed, they can't sit still. They're trying to downplay the situation, which is why Tian Wuji spoke up. This shows that Tian Wuji has reached the end of the line. Wu Renki pondered over the heavy cyber horse given by Tian Wuji and cautiously spoke. Director Maijun, there have indeed been quite a few matters recently. I heard that the 13th District and the Nightless City are currently disrupting the market by pressuring prices due to neighborhood water sources. Should we send someone to check it out? Director Mahajan, a parachuted appointee, had just settled in the 13th district and had conflicts with the people from the preparation camp over water source disputes. After all, whoever controls the water source has more power. Hearing this, Director Mahajan's mind twisted and turned as he hurried out to recruit people. Boss, are we just going to let Tian Wuji go like this? He can definitely still provide a lot of goods. Wu Renki patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Let us leave it at that for now. Everyone is tired after working hard for more than a month. Tonight, I'll treat everyone at dinner next door. The acid rain season just passed, so let us warm up a bit. Heguang and several other junior officers applauded in delight, encouraging Captain Wu Renki to be generous and go to the newly opened high-end seafood restaurant. Wu Renki laughed and scolded, kicking at one of them, eating free food at my expense. By the time night fell, several junior officers had added a few zeros to their accounts, and Li Feng knew it was another messy account. No one could have imagined that this messy account would later lead to a huge problem. Li Feng took off her uniform and lounged on a fluid mechanics chair she had found in the second-hand market, crossing her legs and playing with her light brain wristband, contemplating Wu Renki's instruction to secretly check Feng Yuan's brain machine. Could the whereabouts be related to turning her brain machine into a consciousness box and sending it to the big web? In the private dormitory of the preparation camp commander, the old radio speaker, playing a tape, broadcasted the storytelling audio brought by the Eastern smuggler. Just looking at the person, with a red rabbit lipstick horse between his legs and holding a green dragon crescent blade, he took the enemy's head from among thousands like taking something from bag. The speaker was passionate, with a strong and powerful tone. A 18 capture, 300 moves packaged and sent was all copied onto a separate non-cloud storage card. Keela stared at the new light message popping up from the dark web on her light brain, thinking to herself, this is truly aggressive. This person does not look like anything good. While claiming to be an individual encrypted brain machine, in reality, it was just a memory card dug out from someone else's skull by an unknown thug, probably containing some family company secrets. Or else it was some mystery of fake and real wealth. A 18 capture, 300 moves packaged and sent. Transfer, the other party awaiting payment. 100,000. Point Keela to gold, good. Boss, the process is the same as before, and there is something else. Little dog shy face. JPG, 18 capture, 300 moves packaged and sent, said, point Keela to gold. Can you share this capture 300 moves with me? I'll deduct the balance later. A 18 capture, 300 moves packaged and sent. That's just a gimmick. There are only 18 moves, and the first 9 moves are enough. Unnamed. JPG, 18 capture, 300 moves packaged and sent. No need to be polite. Just remember to cancel the 50,000 balance. Thanks. Point Keela to gold. Smiled JPG. Point Keela to gold. Beep beep dinner time. Coughing Tang syrup. Just mentioned you. Let us create a group. Fish out of water will die. I join chat. Point Keela to gold. Keela thought this name was quite non-mainstream. Sadness must have turned into a river. Fish out of water will die. I am Tatalala. He. Fish out of water will die. Last time I angered the commander because of me, so everyone was shocked for a long time. This time I'll treat everyone to dinner. Coughing Tang syrup? No problem. You're treating. Fish out of water will die. I'm treating. See you at the door. Let us eat outside. Keela jumped up, throwing a pillow at Tang Ermiai's stomach. Tang Ermiai was startled and shouted, just like this, treating for dinner to apologize? Tang Ermiai hugged the soft pillow and rolled over, saying she had just encountered Tatalala in the virtual web, a very unpretentious child, who proposed to treat everyone to dinner while his peers were secretly going to the red light district in the virtual web. Keela suddenly felt a bit uneasy, although her interest in Tatalala's amazing transformation also carried a hint of ulterior motives. The 13th district, relying on the Sino-Korean dock, wasn't very far, and there were always fresh mutated seafood to taste. At that time, environmental pollution was severe, and global warming caused glaciers to melt, leading to rising sea levels. Many people began to make a living on the sea, desperate and starving, with no one caring if eating those mutated seafood would cause abnormal effects. They only knew they couldn't be starved to death, and after several cycles of life, they discovered quite a few delicacies. In a seafood restaurant, customers are scattered about, and the environment is elegant and clean, a place where only the middle class can afford to enjoy leisure. Keela and Tang Ermiai are unreserved, diving straight into the food, while Tatala savors her meal slowly, taking the time to introduce the two to the fresh, meaty giant barnacles and the unknown, sticky tentacles of the monstrous creature. Keela glances at Tang Ermiai, who is struggling with the tentacled creature with her mouth, and starts chatting with Tatala about the new combat course open at school. The warm atmosphere prompts Tatala to nod enthusiastically, even wanting to step out to greet someone. Turning back, she politely hands Tang Ermiai a napkin, but upon seeing someone enter, Tatala's gills instinctively flare up. Keela, thinking Tatala has a problem and is about to attack someone, steps forward to block Dr. Taushiga, just missing the rare look of astonishment and confusion on the usually composed doctor's face. It is the same old lady, Taushiga, who is somewhat of Russian descent. Tall and imposing, but her age has made her look much kinder. She is dressed in an elegant, deep blue women's suit and still wears that antique pearl necklace, carrying a classic little lambskin Boston handbag. Kelpova's secretary seems to have gone somewhere, and the only indication of the old lady's connection to the present world is a string of imitation jade bangles on her wrist. Amidst the tense atmosphere, she appears oblivious to the sharpness of the young people around her and speaks kindly. Tatala opens her gills, looking at the old lady with confusion. Tang Ermiai sees everyone seated, the situation easing up, and slowly puts down her steel fork, grabbing Tatala by the shoulder and urging her to order 2 more dishes quickly, reminding her not to be shy. This is Dr. Taushiga. If your eyes are bothering you, you should ask her. I see your eyes have some red veins, she says, her voice getting quieter. Tatala, this is Dr. Taushiga, my teacher, a medical professor at the Imperial Military Academy, Keela tentatively introduces. I'm Tatala. My head feels a bit dizzy, she stammers, raising her glass in apology, but struggling to articulate clearly. She ends up taking a gulp of fruit wine, feeling an inexplicable confusion inside her as to why her body suddenly feels uncontrollable. The old lady gently pats Keela's shoulder, saying, It's all right. I must have interrupted you. I just passed by and saw Keela's Crimson 12 outside, so I thought I'd come in and take a look. The Crimson 12 is a gift from the old lady to celebrate Keela's graduation from the Imperial General Studies College. A custom-built youth series mountain unicycle tailored for Keela by a German specializing in motorcycles. Its large hollow tire rim design can change size and traverse different terrains based on road conditions and the rider's awareness. But the internal engine and rider won't lose balance due to the outer tire's changes. It features an integrated AI that can be summoned remotely and assist with route planning. The entire bike is dark red, with Crimson 12 emblazoned on the edges, making it very eye-catching. Tang Ermiai often envies it, as they frequently ride the little red bike out to explore shops. Keela is also impressed by the old lady's keen observation. The old lady takes Tang Ermiai's hand and expresses concern for her beautiful round eyes, reminding her to rest and to remember to go to the hospital for maintenance and checkups. A warmth washes over Tatala as she is being gently touched by a warm, calloused hand. Perhaps for the first time, she encounters such a kind old lady, and the firm grip makes her feel a bit shy and inexplicably nervous. You remind me of a colleague from when we were working together, back when cyborg modifications were just starting to rise. One colleague directly got a pair of electronic eyes, and then it spiraled out of control. He ended up replacing everything, she reminisces. What happened later? Did he have any after effects as he got older? The curious Tang Ermiai inadvertently asks an awkward and suffocating question. Few who started cyborg alterations decades ago have enjoyed a good old age. Most of the brave pioneers died in gang-related violence. External tech companies brought down the cost of cyborg modifications, making them widespread. But poor quality prosthetics and various drugs disrupted the market, significantly shortening people's lifespans. The Empire's news reports likely attribute this to the spread of the V-type virus and the adverse effects of severe weather on the human body, suggesting that humans themselves are to blame for their shortened lives. It's an extremely irresponsible narrative, she explains. Has it really been over a decade? I haven't heard news about him in a long time. The last I heard, he went to the east. but everyone tends to update their equipment to ensure their bodily functions remain normal. Moreover, many choose to connect their minds to the internet, achieving immortality by uploading to cyberspace. Which seems like a secret only a certain level of talent knows, the old lady continues, opening up and sharing some strange stories from her youth about encounters outside the city. She recounts meeting sailors who fought pirates all day but argued daily over apples and oranges, helping a black pregnant woman give birth amidst the crossfire of two rival factions, and crossing the primitive Gobi Desert with an imperial military squad, encountering a long-lost eagle soaring in the sky. She also describes wading through milky smoke and the wreckage of giant steam whale ships, nearly losing her life in the swamps. Her storytelling is vivid and engaging. After reminiscing, the old lady adopts a caring gaze, gently admonishing the fragile Tatala, her voice low and mysterious as she stares into Tatala's doe-like, clear eyes, seemingly wanting to impart a source of strength. "Tatala, you're too thin. You need to eat more to gain strength," she advises. But she is still so delicate. Tang Ermei interjects, recalling how Tatala once charged straight towards the commander and Keela, and how strong she seemed. The distant sound of a bell rings from an ancient-style tower, and two long lines of people in red robes, each carrying a specially made backpack said to be imbued with divine power, walk solemnly, reciting low chants. The damp mist carries the scent of pine ash, as a religious procession spreads holy water to drive away viruses. Behind them is a massive holographic projection, depicting a squid-like creature entwined in thorns on a cross. The projection's limited span obscures its massive head, while a few streamlined tentacles are stabbed into a peachwood frame, adorned with rose and thorn patterns at their tips. The rest of the tentacles and skin are either cut or blasted, an eyesore, loudly proclaiming the boundless divine power to the congregation. Clearly, this is a Thonian creature captured outside the city, with a head the size of a burlap sack, resembling an aquatic species, but entirely different, even burning upon contact with water, releasing billows of steam, and having a long lifespan. She needs to wait for Aunt Kelpova to arrive. The religious procession often encounters a few reckless individuals who start fights. Tatala declines Keela's kind offer, pocketing the new disinfectant eye drops and maintenance list from Dr. Taushiga, disappearing into the white mist. Keela hands Tang Ermei the helmet button, gazing into the distance at the scattered figures behind the long red line, gathering her thoughts before turning and whistling away. The darkness descends upon the land. Yet the underground city of sleeplessness stands firm, bustling through the night. 7 or 8 dazzling spotlights shine into the arena below, where a slender, muscular boxing girl with gills trembles with excitement from a victorious counterattack. The cheers from the audience are like a crownless king, as the victorious fighter, with bloodshot eyes, provocatively bares her sharp teeth, mingled with sweat and blood, challenging the raucous audience, before collapsing amidst the waves of cheers and the clinking of coins. Chapter 8 Storm is coming. A convoy of military trucks filled with young soldiers followed a camouflaged off-road vehicle as it drove out of a desolate war-torn city center, where the ground was uneven and riddled with deep, unfathomable holes. The vehicles swayed as they sped into the desert, where yellow sand filled the air. Inside the truck, the young soldiers, not yet 20, either stared blankly or had trembling pupils. Their lightweight exoskeletons were caked with mud, stained with red blood and an unknown cobalt blue slime. Each one clutched their steel rifles and flamethrowers tightly, breathing heavily. Some, with strong psychological endurance, shouted hoarsely, while others, unable to voice their fears, only managed to speak after being patted on the back by seasoned older soldiers. The truck had a lot of empty space. Half of their original companions were already gone. "You're just a useless greenball. If it weren't for the group in front firing to clear the fog, you selfish bastards wouldn't even know where you'd end up as a mere accessory on some slimy tentacle," someone muttered, their eyes shifty and fearful, resembling underground cockroaches, with a foul stench that wafted 8,000 miles outside the city. Keela was awakened by the nonsensical chatter next her ear. She struggled to open her eyes and raised her hand to feel a piece of emergency bandage stuck to her forehead, but found herself too weak to move. She poked the backside of the loud-mouthed Tang Ermei, who was cursing angrily. Tang Ermei menacingly waved her hellish gun and grenade at the ungrateful, stuttering boys. "So, you're awake now?" Her voice was a mix of harshness and gentleness, with sweat trickling down her nose. After a heated exchange with the selfish kids, her throat was dry, and her eyes, glistening with moisture, reflected her fear of not waking up again. Tang Ermei helped Keela sit up and fasten her seatbelt. They began to whisper about their emergency mission, which was also their first task together. "What's wrong? Speak up. Don't think I want to take you on just because you're hurt. Something isn't right, can't you see?" Keela sighed, checking her supplies, then slumped against Tang Ermei to find a comfortable position. Outside the explosion-proof window, the smoke thickened, and she closed her eyes to rest, deciding to take it one step at a time. On the weekend before the incident, on William Gibson Avenue, the artificial sun emitted a gentle glow. Advanced system pipes burned in the simulated semi-transparent clouds, casting colorful and ever-changing translucent ribbons. Keela rode her Crimson 12 through the security checkpoint and disinfection chamber, leisurely wandering around the upscale research area of the upper city. When her light brain reported the time, she set off for Dr. Qingshan's Biological Research and Development Department. Spaceships connected several skyscrapers, and after completion, the Imperial President named it Research Institute No. 73. The main color was a cold metallic sheen, with a mercury-colored wave-pattern gangway extending from the bottom of the spaceship to the entrance of the tech building, where the cold air was biting. Life here was too comfortable. Keela, dressed in standard military gear for the camp, entered her information through the holographic receptionist. "Have a nice day. Please follow Einstein's guidance for a smooth journey." Einstein was an important internal AI of the imperial government, responsible for overseeing data, information judgment, processing, and transmission. A few young men and women in light blue uniforms, looking experienced despite their youth, passed by, chattering excitedly, their gazes not giving Keela a second glance, their chins held high in arrogance. After they walked away, Keela's sharp ears caught snippets about some new tasks being assigned. "Hello, Keela. Dr. Qingshan is in a meeting at the laboratory, and you'll need to wait another 20 minutes. You can take your time to enjoy the indoor scenery," Einstein's neutral electronic voice said monotonously. Large, vibrant green plants hung on the walls, and the longest vines cascaded into a flowing river. Clean water was no longer a renewable resource in the lower city, and such nourishing water could fetch a good price. The air was thick with the scent of money and power, a stark contrast to the chaos of the lower district. Dr. Qingshan, the main head of the Biological Research and Development Department and a senior authority in biomechanical studies, was known for his groundbreaking work. Even as a temporary intern, Keela knew she would gain valuable insights and connections. Sitting on a water droplet-shaped sofa, the soft and comfortable red memory foam cushion cradled her. The office door opened, revealing a figure in a purple robe trimmed with gold, a color reserved for the main bishops of the cult. The person, about 7 meters tall, was robust with pale skin and a sympathetic expression. They wore a string of wooden tassel beads on their left hand, smiling as they bid farewell. "Thank you for your help, Doctor. I hope our next collaboration will be pleasant." After the purple-robed bishop left, Keela approached confidently, yet shyly, to greet the next person. "You must be the little friend Professor Tao Sig sent to greet me. Come with me." Dr. Qingshan was already aware of Keela's purpose. It was merely a matter of transferring some work documents to the network and organizing research data for Professor Tao Sig in exchange for a favor. Before leaving, she found a guide, a typical 45-year-old office worker named Fitz, who had been on the job for less than a year. He wore heavy glasses and had a Mediterranean hairstyle, his formal lab coat revealing a classic plaid shirt underneath. He seemed to have a slight cold and needed to blow his nose. "Good afternoon, Fitz," a colleague said as they passed by. "Oh my, are you sick?" They expressed sympathy, perhaps understanding the struggles of a fellow employee on the same salary. They exchanged a few meaningless pleasantries and criticized the coffee machine for its quick refills and the harsh pricing of medications from the health department, suggesting that positions for those who had connections should be reduced. The afternoon conversation was brief, it was a work day, and everyone seemed to be in a hurry with tasks that never seemed to end. "Please follow me. In a moment, we will officially go to the front desk to register your contact information." Your activity range is from the 79th to the 90th floor. Here, fitness centers, entertainment venues, and restaurants will offer discounts. They arrived at the restaurant, and Fitz placed an order on the light brain. Keela casually selected the first combo on the menu, which was fresh and abundant, even featuring the marinated tentacles that Tang Ermiai praised so highly at the seafood restaurant last time. Fitz, are the medicines in the medical office at the Research Institute expensive? Don't they offer discounts to internal staff? Keela noticed that Fitz's nose was twitching a bit, lacking appetite, and only ordered a simple vegetarian meal. Yes, there are discounts. Anyway, you will definitely come here in the future, so I'll tell you that every record of purchasing medicine internally will be kept on file. Many people want to buy other pills, so they secretly purchase them on the dark web. Fitz's nose was starting to sweat, and his full lips were turning slightly pale. Keela lowered her eyes and rubbed the handle of her plastic spoon, boldly speaking up, "Is it Ritalin or amphetamine?" The two locked eyes, and Fitz transitioned from shock to realization. Right, you also came from the preparatory camp. You have some connections, don't you? Fitz lowered his voice. I still have some stock on my side. The two discussed how to avoid surveillance while quietly chatting for a long time. The newly arrived second-generation individuals blocked the career paths of this group of middle-aged people who had been struggling for a long time. Careers stagnated, and many began to slack off and just fish for a living. However, as resources shrank and wages decreased, the pressure from family and work made it hard for them to breathe. They needed to pick me up. Also, I heard someone say that the people from a preparatory camp are a bunch of scapegoats. Keela handed Fitz a few packs of the new nicotine patches to try, thinking that since she took such a large profit, he should pay a bit too. Fitz felt conflicted. After all, one doesn't bite the hand that feeds. He pulled Keela to a corner by the escalator. Don't spread this around. I heard it from someone else too. This matter has almost become an unofficial rule. Keela interrupted, urging him to get to the point. Many of the upward-moving second-generation individuals need some grassroots experience, so they just register at the preparatory camp. They're all imperial stragglers. As long as you throw down a rope, they'll climb up desperately. That is all I can say. Keela listened, her emotions becoming more and more calm. Dr. Tosi had also reminded her to stay out of trouble at the camp and learn more practical operations. She didn't expect there to be this kind of connection, probably because of her age, fearing that speaking up might lead to trouble. Remember to look out for the light signal I send you when the time comes. Before leaving, Fitz, who had added her contact information, repeated, in the future, we will all be colleagues, so we can talk about anything. Keela's combined age didn't even reach 50 to the older generation. She was just a young girl with rich survival experience. The two wandered through the artificially projected Monet's water lily garden, which was tranquil and beautiful, yet merely a flower in a mirror and a moon in the water. When they returned to the first floor of the building, they coincidentally spotted the two security officers who had been capturing Tian Wuji. However, the two were blocked at the front desk, unsure who leaked the information, stating that without a relevant search warrant, they couldn't let a third party check any information. Frustrated and helpless, the two could only notify the people at the security office through the light brain to report. Before returning to the preparatory camp, Keela passed by a dilapidated old garden corridor, an abandoned residential area, and a desolate black reef alley during the day. Entering the dark clinic, it was precisely 1:30 p.m., and they ordered a cheap tuna sub from Subway downstairs, unsure if it was real meat, finishing it off in just a few bites. At this time, the dark clinic was relatively quiet. R2 was cleaning, and the receptionist Leah was busy organizing medical records. Leah happily bounced over to Keela, chatting with her and R2 about the fun happenings of the past few days. Upon hearing that she could go to the 73rd Research Institute, her face lit up. Can I get a job there? That's great. Little Keela can get in touch with more biomechanics. Huh. The 73rd isn't a place where just anyone can stay for long. The red doctor, with a low brown ponytail, handed a small bag of bulging medicines to Keela, reminding her with mixed feelings, Red, little Keela, be careful. The red doctor was always tough on the outside, but soft-hearted. Leah sweetly held Keela's arm and said, You're bold. If you really go, keep your eyes wide open. There are all kinds of birds in that big forest. The red doctor recalled some unpleasant past experiences. Red, what did you want to say to Keela? R2 was a diligent and responsible robot. Oh, the reason I called you is that I heard your cohort is going to have a new task outside the city. Be careful, and I hope you 1 team need these things. Keela was full of questions, mimicking the Red Doctor's tipsy accent. Red, how do you know so much? You saying this makes me very scared. The Red Doctor rolled her eyes and patted Keela's relaxed hunchback, urging her to straighten up. The Red Doctor was somewhat moved by Keela's rare sincerity and dedication in this world. Occasionally chatting with friends, she would also eavesdrop on the happenings at the preparatory camp. Then, she watched as Keela drove her eye-catching Crimson 12, carrying a small cargo box of 50 centimeters, 37 centimeters, 37 centimeters, turning into a small black dot at the end of the road. This child is truly clever, reminding her of her younger self. Always unable to resist, saying a few more words. Leah and R2 exchanged glances, smiling at the sight of the Red Doctor's conflicted, concerned motherly figure. Around 2 p.m., Tang, Ermi and Kai, she were sneaking food in a snack alley not far from the camp. Kai, she was busy typing away on the light brain, satisfied with adjusting her work, when a thin, hunched man dressed in all black bumped shoulders with her while looking down. Hey, watch where you're walking. Kai, she fumbled to catch her light brain as it bounced in the air, angrily shouting, "Why are you in such a hurry? Rushing to a funeral?" The man's expression was slightly fierce. He turned in silence and continued forward. After finishing her transaction, Tang Ermi only had time to see his sharp shoulder blades and broad back. As she passed him, she was met by Tatala, who was dressed in regular clothes and carrying a large bouquet of fresh-cut sunflowers. "Tatala, over here." Tang Ermi raised the 2 cups of butterbeer in her hands, trying hard to get Tatala's attention. Startled, the man collided with Tatala in an unusual manner before fleeing around the corner. Tang Ermi and Kai, she were stunned. Where did this strong man come from? He dared to swagger in front of the preparatory camp. Tatala's waist collided perfectly with a roadblock, but the bouquet of sunflowers and champagne roses was held high, intact, with only the leaves and petals swaying gently in the wind due to the owner's movement. Nearby the preparatory camp, there were heat sources to disperse the sour mist. The air was relatively normal. However, Tatala still spent a lot of money on flower protection equipment, which maintained a stable humidity and temperature, fitting the flower basket design, while keeping a certain distance and creating a self-illuminating outer layer. Some people had just argued with the shop owner over a pair of unused chopsticks, while others were spending large sums to care for fresh flowers that would only survive for a week. Tang Ermi hurriedly handed the beer to Kai Shi and rushed to help Tatala up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Oh, my friend. Luckily, nothing broke. Each one took me a long time to pick out." Looking at her high-pitched voice, her little feet were twisted, and she was completely focused on her flowers. Tang Ermi was incredulous, feeling a surge of anger. "Flowers? That person has already run away, and you're only concerned about your precious flowers? But he has already run away. My flowers are more important. Look, these are the ones I specially picked for you and Kola." Tatala held the flowers with both hands, looking silly, her blue eyes sparkling like the dazzling sapphires in old Gordon's bookshelf. Meanwhile, the truck was full of classmates with puzzled expressions of different ages and races. A quarrelsome boy was knocked unconscious by several well-equipped, helmeted soldiers wielding gun stocks, then dragged onto the truck. The rest turned into little quails. Kala slowly retreated from the small path and bumped into a wall. A person scanned her face with a light brain on their wrist, then grabbed her by the collar, confiscated the light brain, and tossed it into the pile of people in the truck, stumbling as if throwing away garbage. With a bruise on her face, Kula followed the truck into an unseen future, pressing against the glass to call for help, but saw Tang May and Ta holding hands with flowers. Kaishi was beside them, carrying 2 bottles of yellow wine, and the scene was one of astonished eye contact. Chapter 9, Finding People. Tang May watched her good friend being sent 1,000 miles away, directly stuffing what she had in Kaishi's arms. Then opened her light brain to contact old Gordon. He didn't answer the video call, so she sent a few light messages, then pulled up a private page, frowned, and sent it anyway. Tatala rushed forward and grabbed Tang May. Her voice changed as she quickly asked where she was going. Obviously, she had to catch up quickly, but you don't even know what they are doing. You should check it out first. What else could it be? This clothing is from the city guards. They must be going outside the city for a cleanup. If I don't go, Kala will be left there as garbage. Tang Erme shook off her well-groomed hand, which had calluses and wounds, not wanting to think about why this vain fish had such rough and coarse hands. Tossed the light brain into a cargo box and stepped onto the last truck. Tatala remained silent for a long time, waiting until the vehicle was about to move. When she put away the pedal, she coldly glanced at the face of someone who had scanned her, then went to grab the soldiers with the others. With a leap, she also got on the truck, squeezing beside Tang Erme. "What are you doing here?" Tang Erme sat in the middle of the truck, her gaze cold, glancing sideways at this second generation who she didn't know where he came from. Making friends. It was obvious that the results of the scan had been seen by Tang Erme. Tatala didn't pretend, her natural tone fearful of no scrutiny. Tatala suddenly thought to ask, "You weren't scanned. How are you able to get on?" Tang Erme felt that Tatala could sometimes be quite slow on the uptake. "What did you exchange for it? So you'd greet them too?" Tatala's resentful gaze could eat a person, but was gently elbowed by Tang Erme. "Did you not see the wolf's eyes wanting to eat people?" Her voice was quiet, but someone could still figure out what they meant. Several seasoned veterans turned a blind eye, but the other 10 or so people glared angrily, ready to fight. Tang Erme sneered, seeing only the sharp mockery that couldn't be concealed in her phoenix eyes. Originally, it was confidence in her own strength and disdain for these people's arrogance, but it was mistaken for scorn of lowly origins. "Want to fight? Just say it, but don't act." Just then, a younger boy, unable to contain himself, wanted to punch Tang Erme, but a scarred face next to him pressed a gun barrel against his head and calmly said, "Sit tight, no trouble allowed on the truck." Everyone behave. The threat of the gun was the strongest, and it seemed that they would have to follow his orders soon, so the truck remained calm. In another vehicle, Kala sat in the corner, pondering whom she had offended. One by one, military trucks loaded with young soldiers passed over the tall city walls, then came down to regroup, putting on what looked like unreliable bulletproof vests and helmets. Each person took a gun and 2 grenades grouped in 5s, with a leader carrying a communicator, following a camouflaged off-road vehicle into the unseen desert. Kuela's temporary group was led by a 30-something youth named Wuya, who had stayed outside the city for a year, a child of mostly Indian descent named Onei, a big black boy named Fu Rue Ji, who looked about 16 or 17, and a tall, sturdy girl named Xind. What is the point of reporting names? Who knows if this person will stay here forever? Fu Rue Ji said dejectedly, clearly someone who was living relatively well and hoped to use the preparation camp as a springboard. "If we don't report names, we want to even know our teammates' names. How can we cooperate and call for each other later?" Xind was emotionally stable, trying to comfort Fu Rue Ji. She spoke with a bit of a tonal mismatch. Her mother tongue should be Korean. "Ugh, all our resources come from the Empire. We're just a brick, a screw of the Empire. Wherever we are needed, we should do our best to fulfill the Empire's needs with our power. We are brothers and sisters, stepping stones to realize a great vision." The mixed-race child, Onei, was clearly a fanatical supporter of the Empire. "Do you know how terrifying the monsters outside the city are? Have you seen them? They are unpredictable. Just digging a hole from underground and you could fall right into their mouths," he said, getting angrier as he spoke, as if cursing a bit more would give him the courage to face the unknown. Fu Rue Ji's black ancestry seemed very pure, a chocolate brown color. Kala held her gun silently, turning her eyes to observe slowly. She knew a lot about the things outside the city, and was quite brave, but worried about her future. "This mission is planting. Our path has been calculated in advance, and there shouldn't be any surprises. You don't need to be too disheartened. Close your eyes and conserve your energy." Wuya said little, but as the leader, he still spoke to calm the gun tongues. After all, if they encountered any underground bugs, they would have to escape madly. A few minutes later, the trucks jumped in the air, the shaking and jostling confirming that Wuya was right. If there were no surprises, it was indeed a smooth journey. But people 50 years ago surely never imagined the world would become this chaotic, so don't believe in ifs or maybes. The fog was thick, sand and stones flew, and a collapsed black hole suddenly appeared in the ground. A giant worm-like creature emerged from underground, half of its body covered in a viscous liquid, at least 100 meters long. Its head was a huge mouth with 4 or 5 rows of barbed fangs, dripping with a highly corrosive acid and emitting wisps of steam. It moved entirely on the suction cups of its base, flipping and twisting, damaging several trucks. LA's truck, which was at the back, was overturned and fell to the ground. A few people lay down and crawled behind a small sand dune, while gunfire opened up ahead, and the buzzing of communicators filled the air. Restructure the team, detour, and move forward. Repeated over and over, restructure the team, detour, and move forward. The giant worm, as a scavenger, fed on various hydrocarbons, whether fresh or decayed, including coal, oil, soil, corpses, and more. This species feared sunlight and would never appear on the surface. But coincidentally, the New World's sunlight was obscured by clouds and smoke all day, allowing underground creatures to begin to expand their living range. The people in the front trucks quickly reacted and led a few uninjured trucks outside to wrap iron chains and began to lure the worms to swim away from them. We have coordinated with them and several other groups to determine a new escape route. In the end, they decided to send a few people ahead to clear the smoke, focusing their attention on a few pioneers pushed out by the crowd. A mixed-race kid named O'Neill, a skinny guy named Carla, and two others who, unsurprisingly, looked like they could run fast. Go ahead. With the flamethrowers, the worms won't come near. We coldly exchanged their hell guns for flamethrowers. The expectations were met. Carla gripped the flamethrower tightly, walking behind O'Neill, who was shouting to clear the way. While adjusting his gear, Carla quietly pulled out the instruction booklet with the names of the drugs and their corresponding effects, then gathered the paper into a crumpled ball. The smoke in front ignited with vibrant colors, and the heat and smell of ashes from the flames made it hard to open his eyes. Carla thought his face must be covered in soot and regretted not switching to an electronic prosthetic eye in advance. Otherwise, he could have had a thermal sensor to remind him of the movements around him. The survival rules outside the city were: 1. Stay in bright sunny places. Firelight is also acceptable. 2. Use toilet paper from front to back. 3. Do not trust others, especially those who reach out to pull you instead of running. The desert path was difficult, with each step sinking into the sand, but with guns poking at their backs, Carla and O'Neill moved quickly. No matter how patient he was, Carla wanted to punch those bullies and brainwash puppets. He dared not let his mind wander. The rough combat suit quickly rubbed red lines around his neck and wrists. The milky fog was crossed and burned by Carla and O'Neill's flamethrowers as they passed an inconspicuous collapsed village area. The only sound was the hot wind coming from deep within a cave. Broken and abandoned buildings were scattered everywhere, the materials rotting to the point where they could not be recognized, and they did not expect this area to have more than one worm. O'Neill slowed his pace ahead, and Carla gradually realized that he had become the foremost person, beginning to walk close to the more intact buildings. The two were secretly competing. The personnel behind them appeared intermittently in the re-emerging white mist, and the distant rustling sound grew louder and closer. The two flamethrowers were sweating profusely, and under the tension, the flames roared, emitting white steam, looking around nervously for a chance to run, until a heavy object passed overhead. One of the flamethrowers, in a state of extreme anxiety, actually ran towards a certain direction with the flamethrower, disappearing from sight, while a chaotic shout erupted from behind. We, following them, really had bad luck. A tentacle extended from the mist like a divine hand, trying to skewer him. Having interned outside for a year, he skillfully rolled aside with his gun to avoid being disemboweled, but ended up getting stuck by the suction cup of the tentacle, covered in slime. Most of his body quickly turning into a mushy mess, blood and guts soaking the ground. Frecky and several other soldiers, having been a moment too slow, were devoured by a giant mouth rushing across the ground, accompanied by grenades, wall debris, and steel plates. The other groups scattered in all directions, lacking giant tanks or heavy artillery, and the infantry did not even have the strength of a single soldier. Soldiers who betrayed the Empire, traitors, all must die. O'Neill, with red eyes, caught up with Carla, aiming his scope at Carla's neck. Unexpectedly, debris rained down, and the agitation of the tentacle caused the crumbling building bricks above them to topple the already unstable wall. Carla's eyes fixed on O'Neill, and the two seemed to sit calmly on a sofa, chatting like friends, their warm breaths fogging the transparent helmets. Suddenly, irregular bricks fell from the sky, and Carla's vision went black. The earpiece sparked, and in the struggle, he found himself in an empty space surrounded only by fine nets and long, unseeable fibers. The communicator on O'Neill's body and the brain machine signal glimmered across from him. Remembering the dark gun muzzle pointed at his forehead in reality, Carla reached out. O'Neill stood eerily still, submerged in debris falling from above. Tang Ermei and Tatara, who had never given up looking for Carla, threw grenades and flashbangs to the side, shouting Carla's name during the gaps. Following the red capsule Carla had pressed against the glass window. A few reckless, fanatical Imperial soldiers, armed and shouting, jumped crazily close to the giant worm, flames bursting forth, while the worm opened its massive mouth, swaying in the air. The heavily clothed veterans had long since vanished. Tang Ermei and Tatara continued forward to search for Carla until they reached the front edge where the white mist had dissipated. Tang Ermei had already thrown away the Hell gun and no longer ignited fire. To her surprise, Tatara's physical condition was beyond her expectations. "No, at least until I see your corpse, you are still alive. Get lost. Do you think I want to install this broken thing? If I hadn't pulled you back just now, who would have been hanging on that suction cup as a mascot?" Tatara, usually gentle, paused, rolled her eyes, and spat to the side. Tang Ermei was a bit afraid that Tatara was going mad too. The two stepped over a ground covered in blood and steam, passing through a collapsed two-story building that had little left inside. On the ground lay several moldy wooden cabinets and cargo boxes, along with scattered empty beer bottles and syringes. Tang Ermei stepped back and accidentally stepped on a stiff corpse, startled, directing the light at a body that was barely breathing. On the stained floral carpet, there was a large puddle of congealed blood. Raising the gun to examine the face closely, after some scrutiny, she barely recognized the living Carla, spat to clean his familiar little face, and forcefully pinched his acupoint. After rebandaging his wounds, Carla had a large bump on his head. The two embraced tightly, Carla inwardly denouncing the violent, war-mad empire, while Tang Ermei only thought about finally saving one, my friend. The two were teary-eyed, reunited. Tatara stood guard around them, occasionally glancing at the two sitting on the cabinet, bandaging wounds, incessantly muttering about the bad guys they encountered. Why does that dirt mound feel like there's still someone down there? A few trucks had flipped over, but the signal quickly reached the base on the other side. The wounded moved first. Upon arriving at the base, they were only assigned a few tents. Tatara and Tang Ermei helped Carla as they looked at the outside situation, which seemed to have calmed down, and walked towards the base, where the ground was littered with gunpowder and severed limbs. Occasionally, a few predatory stray mutants were shot in the head. They temporarily encountered a few Imperial soldiers they had previously clashed with from Tang Ermei's truck, but with more people, they finally met reinforcements. The base consisted of several giant armored vehicles and temporary structures, with trucks and off-road vehicles ready to depart at any time. The entire base was surrounded by special steel rings, and they were temporarily not allowed to enter the interior, only staying in the outer safety zone. Sitting in front of a small fire, the flames danced strangely in the air before collapsing, leaving scattered sparks that illuminated the night, reflecting Tada's flushed face. She hugged a thermal blanket and sipped from a fruit can that had come from who knows where. "So how did you two meet back then?" As soon as this was mentioned, it seemed to touch on the proudest point of Tang Ermei, who wanted to ease the tense atmosphere. "Back in the day, when I first entered the orphanage, there were two short-sighted little girls who bullied me. Well, I decided to save the other kids from their misery. Keela noticed my fierce sense of justice and joined me. Together, we swept through the orphanage, known as the Wild Roses. I was the carnivorous plant, and she was the iron tree with silver flowers." Keela, who was slightly exhausted from the overstimulation of the excitement drug, burst into laughter, softening her voice. "What I noticed was your golden hair, shining like a beacon among a group of bald heads." Tada carefully examined Tang Ermei's handsome face, her flirtatious eyes drifting towards Keela. "If Keela is a beauty control freak, I might have a chance too," she thought. Tang Ermei sat on a stool, straightening her back and staring straight at Tada, playfully saying, "You're way off. It's all about the order of arrival. You'll have to wait for your next life." Chapter 10. Everything comes at a price, but now their vision had become reality. It was all about clearing land. Keela and her companions carried flamethrowers and flashbangs. A small oxygen tank, with several waste pouches strapped around their waists, inside which were juvenile forms of tamarisk grass and flower sticks. They followed the lead soldiers, with two young researchers in the middle acting as technical guides for scientific investigation and data collection. At the back of the group were several lower-level workers dressed in outfits resembling vacuum suits. The oxygen here was thin but still breathable, which is why the soil resources were so precious that a base could be established for scientific research and agricultural production. As they bent down to bury each tamarisk grass seedling into the holes they had dug, they were protected by other teammates as they cleared areas suitable for planting and maintenance. In front of the endless yellow, sandy land, grand and magnificent passions burned meaninglessly, with hot blood pouring onto the thirsty sand, nurturing the wildly growing tamarisk grass. In a small, damaged corner of the experimental sandy field, Keela and her companions stood in a line, spaced a meter apart, crossing their stances. Here, the air was surprisingly clear. A researcher in a white simulation vacuum suit held a detector, verbally recording data on the ground, while another mid-level researcher in a blue simulation vacuum suit named Swaylon was responsible for delivering tools, recording data, and backing up video records. Other lower-level workers were being watched by several soldiers in the distance as they repaired the damaged shelter walls. Taking advantage of a brief moment of rest, Tang Ermei sat next to Keela, munching on an oily compressed vegetable cake, while Tada exchanged positions with another soldier, whispering and passing something to Keela, excitedly saying, "I found out." The silver gills on the sides of the transparent helmet quivered slightly, her eyes sparkling with a look that said, "I'm so amazing. Praise me." Keela felt her heart melt like butter and reached out to pat her cute little helmet, handing her a big cheese bagel sandwich. Tang Ermei rolled her eyes and found it amusing, wondering how there could be a peer who acted like a 3-year-old, urging her to hurry up and share. The researcher in a white suit is Tang Lin. Do you know him? His family has been planting grass here for 2 generations. A guardian faction that sacrifices themselves and their descendants. Truly a modern-day Yugong. The Tang family? The pillar of the unyielding guardian faction in the research community? Keela recalled hearing Dr. Toxage mention it. You know, you want me to ask? Tada touched her neck with her right hand, opened her helmet, and bit into the bagel angrily. She could only let Tada press on, feeling a bit of safety from her exceptional cyborg modifications. Many soldiers secretly glanced at her, but didn't dare to treat her with the same cold indifference they showed to other Imperial camp soldiers. After all, she was too young, only 12 years old, and had completed half of her body's advanced modifications. Rumors circulated that Tang Ermei could hear while getting her meals about how much wealth her family had to sustain the ongoing maintenance and repairs. They wondered if she had no parents, or how someone so clean and adorable could be treated so cruelly. However, Tada's polite and upright demeanor completely dispelled these thoughts, leading to whispers about whether she was a synthetic human. Tada's first reaction was to comfort her, saying the voice was too loud, indicating that the person was feeling guilty. What if I ask someone else, and they say I'm a hostile element harming researchers? Tada insisted that she needed to keep a low profile since she had sneaked away to provide assistance. Keela looked at her, who seemed to have acquired important intelligence, taking on a boss-like attitude, and a strange thought crossed her mind. Tada might have run away specifically to find trouble. Tang Ermei chimed in, "How could that be? Your family is well-established and rooted. Anyone who sees you would respect you." "Now tell me about this guardian faction," Tang Ermei said, having only a vague understanding of the news in the research community, nudging Tada with her elbow. Keela opened her mouth, but then closed it again, thinking a ruler. "You respect me a foot, and I respect you yard." "Foot? Yard? Well, you could say it that way too," Tada said, feeling a bit confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Each grabbed the other's arm, playfully acting cute. "Hey, let me talk first. Let me talk first." As the two swayed their bodies, nodding helplessly, she happily sat up, carefully checking if the intercom channel was off before patiently explaining in a low voice, "As Earth's resources dwindle, we have to look towards the universe. Just as the government discovered new energy sources, everyone has turned to the underground. and there have been many ways developed for long-term survival in space. So, some people advocate giving up Earth and turning it into an energy base, which is known as the interstellar faction. The Guardian faction is naturally the one that protects Earth, also called the Earth faction. Then, brushing off crumbs from her clothes, she exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. Isn't his brother named Tang Kai, the researcher who was reported for selling counterfeit medicine?" Tang Ermei slapped her forehead, a piece of gossip popping out from a corner. In the vast desert, only gossip could lift one's spirits. So the group began a lively discussion about the researchers in the distance. Tang Lin stretched his arms and back, finally finishing a round of inspections. Seeing 3 shiny heads huddled together not far away, occasionally shaking joyfully, he frowned, wanting to scold them, but then thought better of it and turned away to look at Sui Lan's data records. The soil's pH data here is fluctuating abnormally, possibly due to the damage to the greenhouse, Sui Lan said to the approaching Tang Lin. However, she noticed Tang Lin leaning against the vehicle, looking distracted. Turning her head to see where she had walked from, she spotted the 3 shiny figures. Seeing they were recruits in simulation suits, she pursed her lips, missing home. "Actually, Tang Kai mentioned to me his thoughts. He feels he wants to find another path. Perhaps you just need some discussion. Things on the Imperial side are too complex. He can't manage it. His achievements at most are just cultivating some variant flower sticks. You should trust him more. He will grow," Sui Lan said somewhat helplessly. Tang Lin didn't think the young Tang Kai could withstand the sweet-coated bullets or the dark hands of the interstellar faction. Who was orchestrating this time? Would there be personnel adjustments in the preparatory camp? Tang Lin didn't want to talk about that willful younger brother anymore. Several young heirs of small financial groups graduated from military academies and wanted to enter Research Institute number 73. Dr. Qingshan directly announced new conditions at the lecture: either have frontline experience or pass the revised exam questions. However, even if they passed the written test, there was still an interview, and they really could not fool their way through, even if Sui Lan didn't want to inquire. These internal messages would reach her ears without any effort. It was as chaotic as ever. Did they think anyone could enter number 73? Dr. Qingshan was not a simple character. Tang Lin traced circles in the sand with her toes, knowing that those whose names were at the top would be transferred and casually shoved into the city defense base outside, then devoured by some tentacle or black hole extending from the mist, ruining their futures, while those in the know were tightly silenced by money and rules. The weather gradually darkened, and the tremors increasingly hinted at the growing activity period of the devouring worms. An expert at the base claimed they might have entered a mating phase, with many personnel buried in bottomless black holes and venom. But the traces of scavengers and wilderness wanderers were everywhere. The tremors caused the dried-up swamps and riverbeds to surge again, and biological remains, various shells, and buried fossils could easily become deadly poison with a few simple, undisclosed methods, serving as basic materials and energy for cyborg modifications. Several haggard, ragged lower-class workers, desperate to gain entry into the city, eagerly worked 16-hour days, hoping to find precious resources like shells, gold, and bones along the way. They took stimulants for every meal and treated tranquilizers and sleeping pills as desserts. These people were already trapped in a predicament, waking up every morning, waiting for their golden opportunities during their outings. So swapping news with local soldiers was the best option. Inside the guardroom, Keela sat on a small stool chatting with locals who were exchanging shells to expand their business, asking for directions. "Sister, the tooth bud I transplanted is from the sharp teeth of large animals, but last time I got wrapped up in spider silk by an octopus spider. I managed to tear through the darkness and return to the light. Since then, I've had occasional numbness. It's too exhausting to protect the researchers. Look, I've revealed quite a bit to you, so shouldn't you give me something for free?" The soldier, though young, spoke bluntly, with 2 packs in his vest pocket, ready to chop some more. "Definitely, big brother, what you probably have is the paralyzing fluid left from the spider silk in your body. I also have some stimulants here. Let's fight poison with poison. The spider's liquid has already turned into waste on the earth. If you're bold enough to bite the spider web, you might be the first person in history to do so." Keela saw that the deal was almost done and pulled out 2 amphetamine pills. Who knew this guy was so bold? He nodded and swallowed them whole. The effect hit him like a high-speed train. A surge of intense pleasure coursing from his spine to his prostate, causing tremors that sparked sexual excitement, each tooth singing like a thumb piano. The tones transmitted by the steel-sharp teeth were light and precise, exploding like ethanol within the soft inner walls of a human mouth. Keela rolled her eyes, calculating the information she gained, and found Tang Ermei and Tatala, casually saying, "I need to go online, keep an eye on things for me." Then she closed her eyes and collapsed, a brain machine signal card inserted into the back of her head, sinking into the vast sea of network data. The two exchanged glances. Tatala chatted with people outside the tent, while Tang Ermei fiddled with communication parts inside. The network area at the base was different from the monotonous reality. Every data link shimmered with colorful lights, slenderly intertwining atop the base's tower, disguised as packages. Keela connected to the latest line and entered the ice wall. The password decryption was quite complicated and took some time. Keela looked at the big man and thought, indeed, the mountains are higher than the mountains. The most important thing about the city defense system is to preserve Earth's land, water sources, and other resource data. Firepower, logistics, and soldier welfare might be the only two top-tier existences, even if the risk to life and safety is extremely high, yet countless people still rush to it. Thinking of Tatala and Tang Ermei, she felt that their natural demeanor here and their fearlessness in confronting local soldiers likely stemmed from the confidence of being able to rely on their families to pull them out, leaving her feeling a bit sour as she could only rely on the rope at her hand. Keela first found her communicator and received a reminder from Dr. Toxich. If consciousness had a body, she estimated she would have been so emotional she could grow lemons. After several calls went unanswered, half an hour later, several messages appeared. There's been a change in the camp. Evacuate quickly. After searching around, Keela found no information on Tatala, so she sent a ghost message to Dr. Toxich, asking if he could inquire about any news from Tatala. Keela realized it was still early and jumped to the file information database, but found that Owen's data was listed separately and encrypted. Owen had been attacked mentally by his own collapse before his death, hitting his helmet. Keela felt a bit anxious, but still carefully examined Owen's information. Owen, 13 years old, from the lower-class 11th District Lonkin Street, sponsored by the 11th District Orphanage, entered the Imperial Preparatory Camp and encountered an attack by a devouring worm outside the city, resulting in an accidental death. A plain page of data, but the second page shocked Keela greatly, having participated in psychological treatment centers and some biological volunteer work. This part of the information was garbled, seemingly susceptible to destruction. The rest of Owen's information ended there. Keela recalled Owen's frenzied, bloodshot eyes and suddenly felt that there might be some chilling, dark secrets behind the Empire's fervent fans. Whether it was due to her own need to clarify her position in the preparatory camp or her anger at the potential destruction of her beloved homeland by humanity in the future, Keela wanted to investigate quietly. Chapter 11. Honesty. After Keela woke up, the first thing she did was to pull Tang Ermei and Tatala for a chat. "So, you both have it all planned out and just didn't tell me? Just watching me gather information everywhere?" Tang Ermei felt a bit embarrassed, while Tatala, indifferent, stood on tiptoes with a squinting smile, looking at Tang Ermei. "It's because I noticed that your mind seemed a bit confused before. I thought since you love to run around and are quite lively, I wouldn't tell you. Old Gordon has everything arranged. The three of us will just follow behind Researcher Tang and ensure we make it out safely." "Huh, so what's your relationship with Tang Lin? Are you family?" "Hey, don't jump to conclusions. I actually wanted to, but he wasn't willing. My intention was to give you a surprise when we got called. It's not surprising that there are many Chinese in the 13th District sharing the same surname." Keela felt relieved after hearing that, then faced the amused Tatala, thinking how she always acted like a spoiled rogue in front of her and Tang Ermei, not knowing why she liked to stir up trouble. Keela gave her thigh a hard slap. "You spill it, confess. What's going on? Why are you looking at me?" Tatala looked at Keela's deep, perceptive eyes, feeling uneasy. "I couldn't find your information. It's all sealed. You're checking on me?" Tatala couldn't believe it, that this person had the guts to check on her and confront her directly. "You better confess, or I'll expose you. You're a traitor who lures bugs." They could say anything harsh now. Tang Ermei, and Keela both clung to Tatala. One above, hooking her neck, the other below, locking her legs and hands. The three of them twisted together like a twisted knot. You don't let me. I won't let you. The tent swayed visibly in the base. When they were at the camp, Tang, Ermiai, and Keela had been somewhat polite and guarded towards Tatala, even though Tatala had also courteously invited them to a feast and presented gifts one by one. Their relationship was merely that of classmates playfully messing around. However, things started to change when Tatara mindlessly followed Tang, Ermiai. Perhaps it was because Tatara let herself go, or maybe it was because the three of them were living too closely together, but Keela and Tang Ermiai began to have a consistent strange impression of Tatara. 2 interrogations. And Tatara could still laugh at this moment. Will your family come to rescue you? Aren't you worried about what will happen to you? Yes, my family knows my whereabouts. And besides, Tatara still has an unconfiscated light brain on her wrist, which has already been checked by the captain and returned to her. Tang Ermiai and Keela nodded, feeling there was nothing more to say about it. You love to act spoiled, but you show the kind of preciousness and aloofness that only people from the upper city have toward strangers. You were like that with both of us at first. Later, when I tease you in a sarcastic tone, you started speaking in your original voice, and the clipped tone only comes out when you deliberately act spoiled. I'm just going along with you. Tatara leaned forward eagerly to explain. And you said your combat power is strong. When I was looking for Keela ahead, you were able to fend off all the little creature's attacks. But when you lost a verbal spar with someone else, you didn't dare to hit them. Why don't you dare to hit them? Tang Ermiai found this point really frustrating. Sometimes Tatara can be quite annoying, bickering with the people in the camp. Even though she had some injuries, she stubbornly fought with someone and in a fit of rage broke one of their ribs. It was only when the city defense soldiers arrived slowly that the situation was settled. Tatara later mumbled, knowing she was in the wrong, and behaved a bit better. Yes, and after you found me, Tang Ermiai helped me walk ahead, and I saw you behind destroying a small mound with a bug-attracting incense ball. So thoughtful. This is what Keela vaguely saw while being dragged by Tang Ermiai in a small cart. In fact, Keela wasn't sure about Owen's condition at that time, whether he had breathed his last, or if it was Tatara who dealt the final blow. Being too careful isn't good. There are people over there. I said I would cover the rear. Fighting is against the rules. We're all peers. Fighting is against the regulations. Tatara maintained a straight face and argued confidently. Why didn't you mention the rules when you were arguing? I saw you tripping someone up during the fight. Tang Ermiai was amused. How did you know there were people over there? I never said, Keela asked again. My secret. All right. Tatara glared and remained silent. Okay, I have no problem with that. Keela raised her thermos and took a step. Actually, there's one more thing. Tang Ermiai noticed Keela hadn't brought it up and thought it couldn't be left unsaid. Also, you have no common sense when it comes to eating. Eating compressed vegetable cakes is understandable. Your family is well off. But this kid has only ever drunk nutritional potions and eaten vegetable bread, basically talking to Keela. And seafood, I've only eaten that, it's a family habit. Tatara interjected with dissatisfaction. That's really strange. Tang Ermiai and Keela put their hands on their hips and leaned their shoulders together, speaking in unison. So what? Not much. I just feel comfortable asking the questions, Keela said. Actually, I have a few more questions. Keela vaguely felt that Tang Ermiai wanted to ask Tatara about her modifications. She said this is the last one. Tatara took her hand out of her pocket and openly invited them to ask. In fact, Tatara felt a strange sense of satisfaction and happiness when asked this way. I hope I'm not a freak. Can I touch your gills? Tang Ermiai is the real freak. Tatara watched Tang Ermiai, unable to contain her excitement, revealing her big white teeth, and grinned back. That's amazing. I've never seen Tatara use her mermaid skills. It doesn't hurt, but I just want to give her a punch. Coming to her senses, Tang Ermiai's eyes were bloodshot as she fell silent alongside Keela, and they both rushed to step on Tatara. Although the base was rudimentary, it had everything it should have. The artificially simulated semi-transparent scenery of a Bermuda sunset. The lower level was surrounded by orange-red clouds and mist from morning till night. Keela and the other two rushed to Tang Lin's office, opened the door, and Keela politely knocked on it. Tang Ermiai had already half of her body inside the door. Tang Lin, wearing a lab coat with a comfortable fitted short sleeve underneath. leaned unnaturally against the cloud platform, his lean and powerful body immersed in the excitement of the cigar. A feeling of being watched surged up his back. He slowly turned to the side, and three little heads appeared at the door, with Latin golden brown curls, platinum short straight hair, and black high ponytails. "It's still you. Researcher Tang." He waved his hand, inviting them in. "Just you few, Keela, Tang Ermii, Tatara." After saying this, he continued smoking his cigar, ignoring them. The three carrot heads stood at attention and replied in unison. Tang Lin was just over 30 tall, and he secretly evaluated these well-developed carrot heads. They looked quite clever. "I heard one of you got injured on the head. How are you now?" "Report. It's already healed." Keela, with a 2-centimeter wound on her forehead covered by a transparent bandage, spoke while looking ahead. Tang Lin blinked. The ugly wound was like a flash of lightning, but left an exposed scar. "Just bear with it. It doesn't look too painful." He nodded reluctantly. Normally, it would seem like much, but when chatting, Tang Lin couldn't help but compare the bright and cheerful little sister still studying at the academy with these children who bore injuries on their faces. "Not bad. Keep close tomorrow. Come over at 6 in the morning and wait." After saying this, he glanced at Tang Ermii and Tatara, and before they left, he added, "Don't cause trouble." The city defense didn't have any objections to these kids. Instead, they appreciated them a bit. After all, some kids who came out of other camps were too afraid to shoot at teammates and worms, causing wave after wave of casualties, forcing the city defense to allocate troops for searching and cleaning up. If it were up to them, they would let the kids rest for a while. But with frequent earthquakes, even the younger ones have to step up. "Tatara, do you know where the land of the gods is?" "What?" Tatara obviously didn't expect Keela to ask this question, and after being surprised, her pretty smile began to twist. "Can't say." "Then forget it. It's not that. It's just that the existence of this place is highly classified and marked with red headers." "How would you know?" Tatara herself had secretly looked for information to find out, and luckily ran fast. Keela fell silent as well, not expecting that several layers of touring firewalls and anti-reconnaissance light signals were so formidable. "Ha! 2 peeping freaks in a trio. I've encountered the wrong people," Tang Ermii sarcastically commented, which instead eased the atmosphere. "Go to hell. Tell me, don't let her hear." Keela hooked her arm around Tatara's neck and whispered to Tang Ermii, "I want to hear too, I want to hear too." You can think of it as a zoo, an artificially cloned animal zoo, probably for biodiversity. "Why does the zoo need to keep it a secret?" "You're not being honest." Tatara's little face was distorted by Tang Ermii's pulling. "Our uncle dotes on you too much." Tang Ermii instinctively felt that Uncle Ta just hadn't exposed Tatara. Outside the neighboring camel tent, several young soldiers in combat uniforms were messing around, and the kid who had broken a rib was dirty, with a yellowish face and wearing a strap around his waist, provocatively raising his foot, spinning his hat with his right index finger, paying attention to Keela and the other two. In this mixed group, the ones Tang Ermii found most annoying were these reckless and unidentified people. Sometimes they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed as soon as one was dealt with. Another would always appear. I didn't expect anyone to be so petty. Turns out it's just a sycophant. Tang Ermii has no good feelings for this group and immediately opens fire. "I heard that a softie who got in through the back door has come to the base again. If you can't do it, then don't do it. Living is just a waste of air. Just go through a wormhole." The bone-breaking kid has a very annoying mouth, and next to him, a dirty-faced accomplice is still chewing on a half-eaten bagel and cheese sandwich that he got tired of. Keela tugged at Tang Ermii's sleeve, then turned around to gather up the usable items from the tent, which were just toiletries for rinsing and washing up. The base was set to a constant temperature. Sleeping in a simulated vacuum suit wouldn't cause hypothermia, but it was uncomfortable. Overall, the only usable thing was the tent they just packed up. Keela stood in place, fingers beckoning, and the words of Researcher Tang when he left were still ringing in her ears. "Really? Are you that impressive?" Keela crossed over Tang Ermii's confrontation and directly barged into the safety circle formed by several young soldiers, her face nearly touching the bone-breaking kid's nose, her dark eyes staring at him. What do you want?" The bone-breaking kid, momentarily stunned by a girl getting so close, suddenly forgot to act tough. His face flushed red. The boy next to him was lost in thought, yet to stir up trouble. In the next moment, Keela grabbed his neck with her right hand and forcefully slammed him down to the ground, her left hand snatching a small bag from his waist, her left knee pressing against his waist. At the same time, Tatara raised her gun and jabbed it into the stunned boy's mouth, full of crumbs from the bread, deliberately pulling back the safety to scare him, the crisp sound signaling that the bullet was chambered. Tang Ermei, a step behind, tripped the person stepping forward next to her and kicked his thigh, causing him to fall to the ground. It wasn't as intense as last time. Several burly men from the city defense patrol rushed over and separated the two groups before the young soldiers could act. The others were retching on the spot, while the bone-breaking kid was forcefully pinned to the ground, knocking a tooth loose. Once the people left, he straightened up, blood mixed with saliva spitting out towards the backs of the three. And just as he took a step forward, there was a crack, as if another rib had broken. The sneaky dark-skinned boy struggled to lie there and swallow the bread. Keela and the other two were directly dragged in front of Tang Lin, who was preparing to rest early by packing up documents, exchanging glances. Chapter 12. The broken window effect. Tang Lin tightened his gray robe, remaining silent, a hint of annoyance showing in his hair as it stood up in a tuft. He nodded to signal the guards to leave. At a height of 175 meters, he could only see the tops of 3 heads. The 3 little ones obediently lower their heads. Tatara nudged Tang Ermei with her foot, and Tang Ermei elbowed Keela behind her. In the end, Keela steeled herself and cautiously eased the atmosphere. Researcher Tang, I didn't know what was disturbing you so late. Tang Lin looked at her with a half-smile. We mainly wanted to talk some sense into them. You can't just finish dinner and then pack up the tents early. That's disrupting the harmonious relationship among comrades. Listening to Keela's argument, Tang Ermei and Tatara quietly gave a thumbs up behind her. This girl really knows how to talk. Oomph. You two go down first. Einstein, arrange a room for these 3. Tang Lin issued an order to his wrist, and Keela then realized that the city defense side also had Einstein as an administrative artificial intelligence handling affairs. Tang Ermei and Tatara followed the flickering turquoise indicator lights in the corridor to a 4-person dormitory with 2 sets of bunk beds, a high-end bathing system specifically for city defense, and Yamamoto's top medical equipment for massage and recovery. The two were like children who had never seen the world, opening, touching, and trying everything. Tatara was finally able to clean herself up properly, lying on the massage bed afterward and not getting up. Tang Ermei, on the other hand, was fiddling with the medical kit, unsure of what she was doing. Those were just some immature ideas at the time. Looking back now, some are quite fanciful. The refined data analysis and cost experiments can't pass muster. Keela didn't expect Tang Lin, as a senior agricultural researcher, to also consider such things. The atmosphere gradually relaxed as they discussed professional topics. Tang Lin felt somewhat pleased and joyful. Keela's ideas were unexpectedly valuable for continuing to expand her biomechanical company and research institute. Teacher Tang, we're leaving tomorrow. Keela had to interrupt Tang Lin, who was passionately and sharply explaining how desert management had gone through complex successes and failures to select the Sogdian grass and flowerhead. All right, how did you end up here with those people? Logically, teacher Tao Shiga shouldn't have let you come out. I don't know, my name was on the list, and coincidentally, since I was there, I was sent onto the vehicle. Tang Lin looked puzzled. This reassignment action was too fast. Do you know why the city defense wanted to find people from the prep camp? I heard it's because the city defense base has been experiencing frequent seismic activity and high personnel turnover, so they temporarily sent us here, and the subsequent troops will be quickly dispatched. Tang Lin nodded, signaling her to continue. Keela tried to clarify the relationship between them, but there wasn't much information, and it was hard to discern what was true and what was false. The role of the city defense is to observe seismic activity. The base is for desert management, to protect and expand the soil needed for agriculture, and the prep camp is the main base for true personnel replenishment. If necessary, personnel vacancies and urgent requirements must be filled. Fulfilling obligations and rights, obeying orders, is the primary responsibility of every prep camp officer. Teacher Tang. In Tang Lin's eyes were words Keela couldn't understand, and her intuition told her that they were tricks she needed to grasp quickly. Do you know the broken window effect? No. What's the saying about broken windows? Keela had already learned quite a bit about effects, Murphy's Law, the Tyndall effect, the uncanny valley effect. But there were too many effects, and she shook her head. A thug picked up a stone and smashed the window of a bakery. The owner angrily came out only to find the thug had already fled. The crowd slowly gathered to watch the commotion. Their attention focused on the broken window and the scattered bread and cake with glass shards. Soon, people began to philosophize. One should think positively about everything. This unfortunate incident has its pros and cons because some glass shop will have business. The more they thought, the deeper they went. How much would it cost to replace a new glass window? 250 imperial coins. That's quite a bit, after all. If glass never broke, what would the glass industry do? The endless reasoning continued. The glass shop would have 250 imperial coins to buy things at other stores, and so on ad infinitum, meaning a small broken window could bring in a continuous supply of funds and job opportunities. So people would say that the thug who broke the window is a benefactor to society, not a source of social disorder. People's conclusions are correct. The glass shop will have new income, and their expressions wouldn't be more concerned than a funeral director considering the afterlife of the deceased. But the bakery owner, who originally wanted to buy a new suit with 250 imperial coins, ended up using it all to replace the glass, and now his status changed to new glass. No suit. Thus, the new business for the glass shop came from the loss of the tailor, but people only saw the new glass. No one cared about the tailor because that suit would never be made. Keela, people only see the things that are right in front of them. Tang Lin stopped in the dimly lit corridor, with only a new-style ceiling light at the intersection. The young Keela seemed too young in Tang Lin's eyes, but fortunately, she had someone to protect her. There was plenty of time ahead. Tang Lin's expression was too obscure, and Keela felt she was looking through herself at someone else's shadow. I will, Teacher Tang. Tang Ermei is experimenting with a new drug, feeling an excited sensation flying from the tips of her hair to her toes, her expression somewhat intoxicated. When she hears Keela come in, she can still react, indicating that the drug isn't too strong. Keela collapses on the soft bed, her eyes vacant, immersed in her own world, her body gently swaying with the upper bunk. Keela, did researcher Tang scold you? Hearing movement under the bed, Haller struggles to get up from the massage bed, peeking out from the upper bunk and handing Keela a gummy bear vitamin. No, she just notified us to follow her closely tomorrow and not to run around. The gummy is sweet and sour. Is that it? The corners of Tang Ermei's eyes turn red as she rubs her tears. Honestly, I think this operation might have some problems. Keela looks puzzled. Then why don't you check the network again? Understanding Keela's inner thoughts, Tang Ermei immediately hits the nail on the head. But last time I found the Turing code of the big network too advanced, and the ice wall is thick. I remember last time you had that brain-computer interface. At this moment, Tang Ermei still hasn't realized the severity of the problem, but she will soon find out. The black sand, fine as smoke, dry and cold, closes around her fingers like water, leaving a trail of ash, very similar to the soot after a fire. The route from Keela's area to the base has become a high-frequency seismic zone, forcing her to take a detour home. Can this sand still be used, Teacher Tang? Teacher Tang, how long have you been studying soil and the Saxol tree? What would happen if there were no deserts? Tang Ermei, like a curious child, squats beside Tang Lin and suddenly asks incessantly. If there were really no deserts, it would lead to a disaster, as other places would turn into deserts. Tang Lin is meticulous in his work, but usually gentle, holding a handful of fine sand, fingers spread apart, allowing the sand to slip through, leaving only a few grains. It is the dryness of the desert that creates moist air, and the dry inland areas form an atmospheric circulation that brings moisture into the continental interior. Without deserts, the atmospheric circulation would weaken, evaporation and precipitation would drop below 400 millimeters, and all plants would become gigantic pumps, unable to sustain the regional ecosystem, leading to its collapse. Every soldier learning about city defenses outside must understand the importance of resources. However, Tang Ermei has not yet touched on the relevant knowledge. Fortunately, her analytical ability is decent. Desertification is man-made. Humanity must pay for its mistakes. But with desertification so severe, what's the point of continuing to plant grass and being further decertified? Tang Ermei looks at Tang Lin's back, her eyes flickering. Then what is my significance? Researcher Tang has a high rank, and this time they're using the top expedition series off-road vehicle Conqueror-T, which is large and robust. Apart from Teacher Tang and Sui Lan, there are Keela, Tataler, and 5 fully equipped guards, followed by 3 large off-road vehicles and 2 squads, along with a few young soldiers from the reserve camp. The Ulu people never abandon their families. Then we will inevitably pay the price for his cowardice. A black-skinned boy covered in religious tattoos guards a frightened, buzz-cut child clutching a gun behind him, while the opposite side, holding an assault rifle, looks harsh and impatient, saying, if Keela were here, she would definitely recognize this broken bone brat. The black-skinned boy is that thieving youth. Don't be naive. The adults of Ulu have already abandoned us in the Nine-Dragon Cave. You should already understand the law of the jungle. Jilin, step aside. I want to teach this fool a lesson. The broken bone brat still dares not quarrel with Jilin, constantly hurling harsh words at the buzz-cut child. If he hadn't timely sent the signal, the 3 of them would have been rescued long ago at the Black Sand. Alaman, the signal from the Black Sand is intermittent. We can still try. Jilin tries to persuade Alaman to put down his weapon, not daring to raise his voice to let others hear their conspiracy. A small spider begins to weave an octagonal web under the vehicle, hiding under the tires of the Conqueror-T. The boys, even without the vehicle's high chassis, where other soldiers are not allowed to approach. So the 3 of them sneak in with a shield. Outside the vehicle's bathroom, Keela, what are you doing? Tattler's orange combat uniform is once again clean and tidy, her spirit lifted due to the clean bathing facilities. Her elegant and calm face shows surprise. Keela, wearing an in-ear antenna headset, squats in the corner of the bathroom, lightly fiddling with a mini remote control. Keela doesn't speak but puts her finger to her lips, shushing and shaking her head, her movements lewd and lacking grace. Tataler calmly closes the door and quietly waits outside. Tataler? Teacher Sui, it's nice to see you again. Yes, last time at the banquet. I left early because of friend. How did my sister leave later? Teacher Sui, we need to line up here. If you're in a hurry, why not switch to another vehicle? Oh, okay, I'll go to the front. Goodbye, Teacher Sui. After saying this, Tataler watches Teacher Sui rush outside. Clearly, her sister didn't mean that, and clearly, Sui Lan found it somewhat difficult to mention her sister. Yet he has to explain to me, I'm not her sister. What are you talking about, hypocritical man? Immersed in her thoughts, Tataler hasn't noticed the bathroom door quietly opening. Keela throws an arm over Tataler's shoulder. What are you thinking? What's wrong with Teacher Sui? It's nothing, just a strange person. Oh, guess what I just discovered? Keela guesses that Tataler doesn't like to mention what just happened and wants to pretend not to know Sui Lan. Because when she first came to the base to stand guard, the messy Tataler deliberately wore a helmet to hide. She has even imagined a scandal involving Sui Lan and researcher Sui, unexpectedly related to Tataler's sister. How would I guess? Did you eavesdrop on someone? Tataler stares ahead, adopting a restrained and untainted demeanor. It's the group that stole your bagels last time, trying to escape. Keela leans in close to her, resembling a foolish emperor being misled by a treacherous minister. The lightly fluttering gill suddenly opens, startling Keela. Before Tataler's eyes light up, angrily saying we should hurry and catch them. Tang Lin has silently approached, suspiciously watching the 2 kids huddled together. Stand at attention. Count off. 1. Tataler is quickly covered by Keela's hand over her mouth. Teacher Tang, it's fine. We're just playing around. Have you seen Tang, Ermiai? We can't find her anywhere. Oomph. I believe you. You might as well take a look outside the window. At the temporarily stationed camp, explosive hounds dart between orange and black combat uniforms, while Tang Ermiai searches for Keela and Tataler with Sui Lan. Tataler looks at Keela. Teacher Tang, we're leaving first. Tang Lin frowns at the 2 orange figures, thinking they are both troublesome. In his hand are 3 reports just submitted by Einstein. Keela used teacher Tao Shiga's code for entering and exiting the base. Tang Ermiai took all the phenethylamine and other drugs from the dormitory. Tataler took all the food. Einstein, erase all records. All records of the 3 except for registration have been erased. Einstein is at your service. Chapter 13. The Rising Storm, William Gibson Avenue. The spindle-shaped structure in the sky refracts dazzling, star-like lights. The latest mid-sized holographic domestic service doll from Dream Island spins, shakes, and displays in front of the corridor. Elizabeth I for you countless times. An ethereal voice flows through the cold broadcast, as if all the surrounding noise instantly fades into the dark night. Loyalty, sincerity, and trust are the unwavering declarations of Dream Island, which specializes in producing dolls. A flash of white lightning disregards the security checkpoint, rampaging like a headless typhoon, crashing into a beautiful, well-dressed, slightly plump blonde woman in a structured uniform dress and low-heeled pointed shoes. Her right hand swings a feather duster that doesn't belong to this era, while the other pushes an anti-gravity stroller. The holographic blonde woman is shattered by the frenzied lightning, and once the storm passes, she simply resumes her mechanical smile, repeating, "For you," countless times. "For you," countless times, countless times. Meanwhile, the number of immediate purchases surges, reaching 7 figures, 8 figures. A vibrant fluorescent green lens obscures half of her face, while a rainbow network rolls across the display screen. A form-fitting black bodysuit cinches the waist, topped with a windbreaker, and a custom baseball bat is blocked at the front desk, leaning against a white Bulma capsule vehicle. The engine emits a puff of blue-gray smoke, producing an impatient noise. This car is so distinctive that when others see it, they think it's exclusive to 1800, a unique vehicle paired with a distinctive owner. Only insiders sigh, realizing it's just a highly lethal marionette. Research Institute 73 is located at the top of the tech building, their flag fluttering in a row around the building, high and unattainable like the peak of a mountain. Dr. Qingshan arrives at the door, and a reminder from Einstein chimes at the desk. Dr. Qingshan remains focused on inputting data at the cloud platform, while 1800 stands outside the office, waiting. Her exquisite face draws attention even in the average-looking 73 Research Institute, receiving pointed stares but showing no reaction, which bores others. 1800 is extremely aloof, even when Dr. Qingshan's assistant passes by and suggests she take a break. She doesn't budge, merely gives a slight gesture. What are you bothering her for? This artificial person is different from us. Don't engage with her. Be careful of the guns hidden in the shadows. A passing researcher pulls the assistant aside, whispering, "This is Dr. Qingshan's assistant. How could she casually attack a member of the institute?" The assistant retorts, "Dr. Qingshan has made some achievements in biomechanical research. Questioning her assistant is questioning her expertise. And artificial beings can communicate." Huh, you wouldn't be fantasizing, would you? But artificial beings do have a sort of. An unnamed researcher shares experiences about artificial beings. "You're too rude. I'm just curious about her level of personification." The two drift further apart in their conversation. According to the uncanny valley effect, the more a being resembles a human, the more it incites fear. Because the new domestic dolls no longer come with reproductive organs. They were ultimately humiliated and activated self-destruct mode, drawing criticism from parts of society. Dream Island had to swiftly re-enter the public discourse, struggling to fight legal battles. Since men cannot reproduce, they have no right to tell women when and where to have children. I don't know when a real man will appear. I know you're already tired, but please lift your head, ladies. 1800, wearing fluorescent green sunglasses with built-in headphones, plays rare Old West Coast gang music. The melody light and inviting for a gentle sway. It is said to be a gift from an old wanderer before departing from the sea. Reportedly scavenged from a concealed submarine, many civilizations have been buried beneath the ocean, and the items retrieved always bring joy to the survivors. In addition to the top biological team, Research Institute 73 has numerous sponsors, who not only designed the interior and exterior of the institute, but also provided many soft furnishings with local sponsor company styles, such as beige screens and bamboo curtains, printed with the streamlining logo of Yamamoto Corporation. A display cabinet made of moon concrete showcases historical carbon shell sets sent by arms dealers, spacesuits, various weapon trinkets, and an American marble sculpture of the Statue of Liberty holding the flame of truth, complete with a fountain and wishing pool reflecting a rainbow. "Come in, Doctor." Qingshan's voice abruptly interrupts the lively and meaningful song, ringing in 1800's mind. This was a line of code he added to the program running in her brain for issuing commands easily when he modified 1800. By inputting commands into the earpiece on her wrist or selecting quick commands, 1800 can respond swiftly. For Dr. Qingshan, 1800 is a very useful secondhand tool. As a highly anthropomorphized artificial person, she can handle both domestic tasks and official duties, even expressing her own needs. It's a stunning fusion of human and machine. Doctor, did you find Fong Yuan's brain machine card last time? I pressed it down at the security office. Why haven't you heard back? Qing Shan is quite dissatisfied with 1800's recent pace. There has been no trace of Fong Yuan's brain machine card. His family hasn't made any moves either. Then you should draw him out. Set you in guard mode. It doesn't mean you should just be a watchdog. Do you understand? What nonsense? I want you to teach the students, not actually teach them. And now you've learned to protect your own kind? Dr. Qing Shan spat as he squinted. His previously pursed lips no longer looked cold in the eyes of infatuated fans, but instead exuded a cruel air. 7 or 8 screens on the cloud platform play videos of 1800 hunting Fong Yuan. And the surveillance just happens to be at a dead angle when 1800 picks up the brain machine card, leaving no witnesses. 1800 thinks that the group of admirers outside surely doesn't know their gentle, rigorous teacher, Dr. Qing Shan, has a different side privately. Go lie down over there, Einstein. Pull up the control panel. Do you need to take off your clothes, doctor? No need. Qing Shan undoes the buttons of his white coat, tugging at the tie on his sky blue silk shirt, picking up the colorful electrodes he needs by the lounge chair. 1800 obediently removes her jacket and lies on the lab's reclining chair, staring at the shiny ceiling like a cow awaiting slaughter. She knows the misfortune that is about to befall her, but sheds no tears, simply waiting silently for the arrival of countless electrode wires. Buzz. 1800's consciousness becomes a flat line. Her emerald green eyes widen behind the sunglasses, covered by a layer of light mist. But she can still feel the command codes in her body updating. The electrodes feel a bit cool, buzzing and trembling. What mode is this time? Assassin? Attacker? Simulated doll? Although her consciousness has been blocked, 1800's thoughts do not cease. This is a new discovery she made after being sent to Dr. Qing Shan, and she decides that no one must know this secret. In an instant, consciousness shattered into a pool of mercury, surrounded by an endless darkness. Einstein let it awaken. A surge of intense electromagnetic energy activated the dormant 1800. The characteristics of the cute girl had long been wrapped in battle armor, yet still appeared enticing. Doctor. Aoyama's gaze was sinister, completely unmoved. Don't be clever. You're just a machine. You can be anthropomorphized infinitely, but you will never be human. Just an ant trying to be human. Yes, doctor, I am just a master's ant. Silver strands slipped from the obedient head, revealing a pale neck that could be pinched with one hand, cold, like a steel beast stripped of its fur. This strong and docile plaything is at your mercy. As long as I wish, I can do anything to it, Aoyama thought. Maman was responsible for the delivery this time, and also for testing the new machine. You go and be his bodyguard. Yes, doctor. Aoyama watched as the doctor carelessly tossed a sanitary cloth aside. 1800 turned to leave, her slim waist and narrow shoulders swaying in front of Aoyama. He called out to 1800, casually withdrawing an electrode cable as thick as a thumb and striking it against her bottom. The reflex to retaliate was subdued by the electric shock, and 1800's nerve fibers were paralyzed, causing her to collapse. Aoyama ruthlessly whipped her back while stepping on her soft bottom. Remember this feeling. Since you want to be human, I'll teach you what obedience is. His voice was menacing. The squeaking sound of fluorescent green sunglasses on the floor echoed. This is not obedience. It's humiliation. It's bullying. The sound was muffled in her throat, feelings of grievance welling up in her eyes. Am I being wronged? Aoyama's whipping reached the limits of her physical endurance. Countless curses and restless emotions pouring down. Ignoring 1800's physiological tears, Einstein coldly reported the calories the doctor had burned during this exercise, suggesting that precious whale oil should be included in dinner. The laboratory door was tightly closed, and there was that one golden-robed cult leader again, with a handsome face and a brilliant smile exposing pearly white teeth mixed with soft golden canines, while the bodyguard behind him was scruffy and out of place, swaggering with a silver safe, looking around. Ah, it's Lady 1800. Long time no see. I'm here to see Dr. Aoyama. The doctor's sensitive nerves told him that it was best not to care about what had just happened inside. 1800 also pretended nothing had happened, nodding lightly at him. The uniform expression of a doll from the factory, a standard smile, sent a chill down one's spine, like a calm sea hiding a massive iceberg ready to erupt. One more thing, Lady 1800, thank you for your trouble this time. I hope we can collaborate smoothly. We'll meet on the rooftop of the technology building tomorrow. 1800 paused and nodded. In novels, those who only see money and are profit-driven usually meet a bad end, but are often very useful. Their essay saying that money can make the devil work. That girl doesn't care about you, Mummin. What a foul face. Is she really with us? The scruffy bodyguard had a sharp tongue, but only picked on important matters, unlike the few passers-by who gossiped with their eyes. The topic revolving around the jacket and battle armor that had been torn apart by ropes. Well, with her here, this trip counts as a job well done. The kindly cult leader maintained a smile in front of and behind others, greeting passing researchers. 1800, I've switched to assassination mode. You could deploy her anytime. Doctor. Aoyama glanced at the glittering object, kindly taking out a microchip. Mamin, as the bishop, communicated with God and the masses, having already installed a brain-machine interface. And by plugging this in, he could deploy 1800 like Aoyama. How can I accept this? 1800 is your capable assistant. I still rely on her care. It's all for the future of the masses. I don't know about the personnel configuration for this task. Mummin flattered, though with a hint of grace, making the scruffy bodyguard want to laugh. Bishop Mummin, the Empire will ensure your safety, don't worry. You just need to stand behind the bulletproof glass and be a mascot. Everything else will be done by the people below. Do you understand? This is an attitude, a win-win cooperation. To hell with that attitude. Your words are really nice. Why don't you go be the mascot? You risk your life in front while they enjoy the glory. The scruffy bodyguard felt indignant on behalf of his employer and friend. Shut up, Duma. We haven't even gone out yet. The meticulously groomed black hair, originally neatly tied back, fell out in a bunch as he leaned heavily against the comfortable sheepskin seat. I'm just upset. I'm sorry, Mummin. If it weren't for my previous stubbornness. That's in the past. Don't bring it up again. The cult's influence was gradually shifting to the shadows. They would not simply let us go. Now we were just the dogs running errands. Mamin's complicated gaze glanced at the security flag of the technology building, fluttering incessantly, as if silently calculating the countdown of life. At the top of the technology building, a military green helicopter hovered in place, the fierce wind whipping around Mamin, while Duma held onto his body tightly to stand firm. 1800 and Duma sat on either side of Mamin, facing 3 Imperial soldiers. The roaring noise resembled crashing waves, the engine's resonance vibrating along the steel plates. Why are there so few people this time, Leader Reese? Mamin shouted while wearing windproof goggles, the simple purple robe set layered with a bulletproof vest and parachute. This mission has temporarily drawn personnel from nearby bases and mobile teams. Some of the reserve camp members have already set out. The big guy opposite spoke bluntly, and Mamin's mind raced, plunging into despair, realizing that the initiative for this mission lay with the Empire. He didn't know whether it was the laboratory or the Empire's headquarters making the decisions, and feared the worst. At the border of the Black Sand District, the Conqueror T sped through the white mist. In a lower compartment, Tang Ermei had mingled well with several soldiers from base. After a few doses of phenethylamine, the hot blood surged like a runaway horse, galloping amidst the scattered firearm components on the floating platform, competing in the speed of assembling hellguns. Tang Ermei, after being beaten down for days, was complacent, having fully grasped the skill of assembling firearms, even figuring out how to quickly unleash flash bombs and fragmentation grenades while shooting bugs. Talatara was mingling with a few cyborgs, discussing which body modifications were the cheapest and sharing experiences on how to prevent parts from aging. The guards genuinely liked these kids. They lacked the deep grievances of other reserve camp youths and the arrogance and self-importance of upper-class noble children. Training alongside regular troops without complaining, they remained quiet and agile while on patrol, moving boxes when needed and not hesitating to take action. Their playful brawls made them seem like children from a peaceful era, embodying the meaning of the future and protection. Keela adjusted her clothes in front of the mirror, 2 guns strapped beneath her arms with black nylon shoulder straps, wearing a gray sleeveless hoodie with steel zippers on both ends, which was a bulletproof vest. Yellow light filtered through the window into the bathroom, reflecting off the gunstock. And she added a few golden shades. Tomorrow, she would leave the Black Sand District, but her heart was always pounding. Chapter 14, Ruins Code. Tata Super loved the work between the branch base and the headquarters has always been clearly defined. Is it too subjective for you to suddenly change your mind and want us to go to the ruins? However, Tang Lin felt a chill on her scalp. Since the explosion at the ruins, people have only entered and never exited. It is widely believed that the ruins are unfathomable, with severe signal loss. And rumors call it a land of no return. In fact, the underground of the ruins has become an empty shell. After secret inspections by the Imperial headquarters, it was found that the top of the ruins has solidified into a hard ceiling, which can completely serve as an underground factory and even conduct training and secret underground operations. Is a trial mission for a secret base really going to fall to this group of marginal figures? Damn the chief engineer, not revealing any information. Einstein, notify the team to slow down and check the equipment. Also, connect with the contact person for this mission. Tang Lin pondered for a moment. The shimmering blue light of the mini gimbal display mixed with the steam from the special thermal cup provided by the base splashing on her face. Calm and gentle, yet containing determination. Her gaze sharp as a knife, shattering all illusions. Rather than setting an illusory future and living in anxiety, it is better to strike head-on. The holographic projection gradually depicted a young man with windproof goggles and disheveled hair. Hello, Mama, and I am Tang Lin. May the Lord bless everything. Researcher Tang, I've heard a lot about you. We will be able to join you in 2 hours. The noise cancellation of the holographic communication could not avoid the swaying sensation of the simple helicopter. Mumin, as the head of this temporarily assembled environmental research team and escort team, I need to know all the information about this operation. Tang Lin came straight to the point. Of course, but this mission involves the longest planning and preparation by the Empire, and there is very important confidential information. It would be better to discuss this in person to communicate about the upcoming task process, Mumin shouted, trying to hear his own voice. Then you should share the mission documents first, and we will let Einstein replan the route based on the team situation as soon as possible. That is a must, Mumin said, rambling on about the troubles of calling the helicopter, how complicated the approval process for this mission is, and how perilous the storms on the way are. There was simply no other way but to let Tang Lin's team come over for now, hoping for some bread and mocha. If there are slices of pineapple soaked in sour and spicy water and some recorderlig raspberry wine, that would be even better. The nutritional potions are really hard to swallow. Not suitable for this clerical job. Of course, things will be prepared. Remember to unlock the documents. Before Mamin could even send his blessings, Tang Lin had already hung up the communication early. Most people wouldn't dare to hang up on the head of the cult casually. They would first bow 3 times and inquire about recent conditions. But Tang Lin was indeed efficient, and she was the first client who connected Mamin with her while he was secretly doing small business. But they didn't share a single profit, not letting go of any money that should be earned, which made people feel at ease. Tang Lin eased her tense state. If Mamin, who is after pleasure, were the head, it would be hard to muster any fighting spirit. This person would do anything for a profit exchange. Belonging to the type that insiders most like to deal with, whatever you pay, that's what you get. Since the last tripartite meeting, after the cult's people leaked information, they were suppressed by several other parties, making life a bit difficult. Otherwise, how could the once glorious locusts come to the miserable ruins to do such thankless, risky jobs? In the distance, a wave-like undulating black ruin could be seen, the city buildings faded, filled with half-ash remnants. In the far view, the hills stretch endlessly, rusted and aging steel bars forming fences that claw around the ruins, casting eerie shadows that deter people. Caleris sat cross-legged on the lower bunk, cleaning her gun barrel, and the windproof goggles reflected Tada's equipment as she idly kicked her legs on the bed. Why are you so unenthusiastic, Tada? Tada swallowed a gummy bear, turned around, and sighed. I thought coming out this time would lead to some movie-like story, like a city defense-based crisis or the Ruins Code, or a girl agent team. But after experiencing the camaraderie of the Sea of Righteousness, I just started to not believe in tears in Area 13. Wow, you've watched quite a few movies, Mississippi. You really live a good life. Are you bored of the quiet? Calera, way down on the ground, breathed roughly. Tang Lin suggested she shouldn't neglect physical strength training too much. Many surgical operations require a lot of physical strength. Beads of sweat mischievously slid from her forehead to her delicate nose, and even being tired didn't stop her from taking a moment to jab at the young lady. How can you interrupt me? By the way, Tada, can you pass me that new bottle of high-grade lubricant? I want to see if it's useful for maintaining my treasures. Clearly, the request sounded like an order. Without hesitation, she propped her gun against Tada's packed backpack and began rummaging through it. Hey, can you be a bit more refined? So rude. Rude Calera. I don't like you anymore. Tada might have really been too idle, rolling around on the bed and starting that delicate, noble tone again. Her too thin frame made the smallest size of combat uniform look loose, the bulletproof vest tightly cinching her waist, and the buttons on her flat chest deliberately left unbuttoned. I see I'm giving you face. Tang Lin snorted coldly and casually tossed a part into Tada's collar. The cold nuts slipped into Tada's clothing. But Tada didn't notice at all. Tang Lin paused, deciding to observe a bit more. She couldn't just go up and say she was playing a prank. After so long, she had also discovered that Tada was the type who thrived on being looked down upon. The more you disdain her, the happier she is inside. But you can't overstep her bottom line. This girl is too fierce. Calera, you three come here. Tang Lin directly connected the room's broadcast, urgency in her tone. In the corridor, a team leader just walked out of the control room, hurrying along, eyes fixed ahead, the dusty military boots clattering around the barracks. Report. Calera Tang, I, Tada, reporting. It was just like last time. After Tang Lin finished deploying, she felt much more relaxed. Blue smoke flickered, leaving a few sparks, covering her face. Next to her was a burly man assigned as a bodyguard for researcher Tang, temporarily appointed as the escort team leader. Tang I was relatively familiar with him, as the escort team leader had also served as a referee in assembly competitions. Tada also saluted him. This escort team leader indeed had guts. He lost his left arm in a battle and replaced it on the spot with a small particle gun, one of the first cyborg transformers in the army. Researcher Sui Lan had a poor constitution and had been resting in the vehicle's lounge, completely out of sight. Tada felt that when Tang Lin was fierce, she had an imposing pressure that reminded her of the Duchess at home. But clearly, Tang Lin was a young duchess who needed to fight against various challenges, full of vitality. Challenges and suffering are the sharpening stones that forge her brilliance and lead her to success. I have good news and bad news. Tang Lin put down the cigar in her hand and reclined back in the ergonomic chair. Good news, the two said in unison. But Tada was so excited she wanted to cause trouble, while Tang I had a downcast face, contrasting too obviously. Calera smiled. Then I'll hear the bad news first. The good news is that you can go into actual combat. You've been temporarily dispatched to join us on a mission. The Ruins Code. What is that? There's nothing much. Bad news, Teacher Tang. The bad news is that the task location is a ruin. Tang Lin smiled without speaking, exhaling smoke as the air in the control room suddenly froze with a cold silence. Forever praising you, my dear Tang I grabbed Tada, LA's small hand, hoping that you would go and never return. Thank you, but Teacher Tang, you still have to go with me. And Dr. Ku, Tada, stubbornly pulled at her face, putting on a performance of a meat smile without a smile. No, I'm just a weak science student. Leave the fighting with guns to you strong ones. Didn't you say happily today about the ruin's password? You are the seeds of the preparatory camp, the future soldiers guarding the earth. And you have to bear the criticism of the duty guardian. Realizing the chill behind Tang Lin's glance, they silently closed the door and left. Young people, life is about daring to take risks. Otherwise, you can't call it life. You're just a random arrangement of molecules drifting along with the earth and the universe, despairing and dying in a mundane life, while still indulging in endless pleasure is the most dangerous. Fight, resist, get to it. Tang Lin was also influenced by these kids who made jokes every day and began to expand his own business style. As a small boss, he liked to oppress quietly and subtly. No, he was dedicated to adding bricks and mortar for the children's future and providing them with encouragement. Moreover, if this task goes well, you guys will also benefit from being included in the files later. Kula and the others were fired up by what he said. They definitely wanted to participate, not for any enhancement of their records, but just to act a little wronged in front of a reliable teacher. Teacher Tang, what can we do? You all just honestly follow behind me and don't fall behind. Watch me take down the enemies. Tang Lin held his cigar, gazing out through the glass at the undulating mountains. The howling wind rolled in fragmented clouds, and the sound of a helicopter's rotor came from 100 meters away, greeting them enthusiastically. An elegant white helicopter soared through the clouds, adorned with the exclusive mountain patterns of Yamamoto Company, bypassing hidden signal bases as it flew over the rugged hills. The last time he saw the Yamamoto Nimbus series helicopter was at some internal exhibition. Damn thieves. A few members of the guard team muttered beside him. Tang Ermei rolled her eyes. What? Kala was a bit confused. What was stolen? You don't know? Yamamoto originally started as a pirate selling CDs, later discovering new energy, directly swallowing the original leader of Chao-Du and forming the current cross-industry tycoon group. Tada La whispered in Ku-La's ear that Chao-Du had lost its coast due to his irresponsible actions, causing native people to flee everywhere, losing their homes. What happened after that? Nothing. But why are only a few of them old Chao-Du people? Their surnames are quite unique, although they are now divided by region. The natives of Chao-Du will never forget, and they are very united. After Tada La introduced this, Kala suddenly understood. No wonder he felt a possibility that his former home was in the coastal plains, perhaps one of the first areas to be submerged. The helicopter landed on a stretch of black sandy ground, led by Mamin, who, as the bishop of the sect, looked like a character straight out of a propaganda poster. His carefully arranged robe was paired with cyber prayer beads, solemn and dignified, yet with a sense of technology. His hair was meticulously combed back, and his smile was both compassionate and holy. The shiny black combat boots left gray dust on the black sand. May the Lord bless the world, yet also be tainted by the world's dust. May the Lord bless everything. Good afternoon, Instructor Tang. When Tang Lin was still teaching at the Imperial Academy, he met Mamin, who was busy soliciting sponsorships and selling medical equipment. At that time, he was just an ordinary sect follower, working hard to generate income for the sect and earn pocket money for himself. Mamin, this is the captain of the guard team, Hughes Lin. Mamin closed his eyes, bowed his head with his left hand on his chest, indicating his belief that the Lord is in my heart. He then drew a cross on his forehead, mouth, and chest with his right hand, respectfully praying for help to focus our minds and overcome the temptations of the devil and various dangers. May the Lord bless us with everything going smoothly. May the Lord grant us infinite strength. Different cultures attempt to infiltrate each other, but some remain loyal to their own faith. Kula and the others changed from their orange preparatory uniforms to black combat uniforms and mixed into the guard team, but their slightly shorter height still made them quite conspicuous. Bonebreaker and the black-skinned boy with braids found someone at the back of the line and exchanged glances. In the luxurious restaurant of the preparatory camp, the girl with an acceptable appearance. Oh, what about the girl named Kula? My brother has already added her to the files, throwing her into the base to train with those radical Imperial soldiers. That will be enough for her. Kong Sinian-'s little sycophant was originally already with a squashed face, and the treacherous look with explosive eye corners added a bit of malice. Is this it? Kong Sinian thought this was too lenient. If it weren't for his father temporarily letting him calm down, he would have directly, along with a few idiots supported by the Empire. I've already prepared them beforehand. This girl can't escape. She's just a weakling. How strong can a girl who has been training for half a month without the strength to tie a chicken be? Those idiots also took some money and were eager to bow down to him. Who in this preparatory camp doesn't know about your prowess, Prince Kong? It's just these few ignorant ducklings. Kong Sinian stood taller, his back straighter, the corners of his mouth lifting into a greasy smile he had practiced countless times in front of the mirror, revealing sharp canine teeth. He tilted his chin and affectionately said to the little sycophant, "You really are obedient." The little sycophant tightened, secretly cursing this little brat. Is he a double? I don't sell my backside. If it weren't for seeing you as Kong's prince, the future helmsman, who would act like a dog. A good dog that listens. Chapter 15 Homesick, Crying, Revised. The luxurious Conqueror T entered autonomous driving mode and smoothly drove towards the ruins base. Tang Lin and Mamin sat face to face, with the captain of the guard behind Tang Lin. Mamin, as always, paid attention to her image, Her hair, resembling the tail feathers of a black raven, appeared free, yet was deliberately arranged to fall over her brows, adding a touch of youthful vigor. Closest to Maman were the cult's attendant Duma and the lightly equipped 1800. Additionally, the Imperial headquarters had sent several tall and robust bodyguards, holding exaggerated weapons with three-row sights and sound suppressors that nearly concealed the gun bodies. It's been a while since we've met. Maman, you don't need to go to such lengths to be cautious about your safety, do you? Is it that you don't trust the combat capabilities of our city defense? Tang Lin whispered. That's not what I'm saying. Hee, these individuals are our protective experimental results sent by the headquarters and the laboratory. This mission is extremely important, and I hope that researcher Tang will cooperate more, was the reply. Oh, old friends getting together to catch up. Do these few also need to listen in? Tang Lin's smile was more frightening than genuine. After all, having been in a position of power at the Research Institute for many years, his aura and background were not to be underestimated. The soldiers from the Imperial headquarters exchanged glances, staring at one who seemed to be making decisions, thinking it was a tough job for him. The leader had been sternly warned by his superior, so he pretended not to hear or see anything, while the red light from his goggles emitted a silent resistance. 1800 remained expressionless, pretending not to see the conversation between the two, her gaze jumping between the steaming blue thermos provided by the base and the sharp creases of Tang Lin's clothes. This task is led by the Imperial headquarters, but the most crucial part is our frontline researchers. Without your hard work, how would we achieve our great results later? After a hint, the individuals remained unmoved. Maman tightened her grip on her prayer beads and plucked one, directly standing up to signal 1800. The two exited, and upon raising their eyes, they saw three individuals in black standing against the wall. What are you doing? You don't need to stand guard here. Move along. Maman glanced at the three rookies, feeling angry at the Imperial folks, and was even more speechless now. She thought they were just Tang Lin's followers, so she directly pushed Tang Ermi's arm, urging her to move, using considerable strength. Tang Ermi and the others stretched their heads, wanting to call out to 1800. Wait, they're my students, implying that they should be polite. 1800 lifted the half of her face obscured by fluorescent green, raised her chin, and let Keela and the others go aside. Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? I was just fierce with them. Maman turned her head and smiled, calling out an apology to the three rookies who were around the corner. She then slowly took out a brain machine card from her bulletproof vest and placed it in 1800's palm, wrapping her hands tightly around it. Looking earnestly at the artificial person 1800, who appeared at least 10 years younger than herself, she spoke sincerely. Ms. 1800, my friend, I'm here today to introduce you to a friend. I definitely won't be like the doctor, ordering you around. We're just here to relax at the ruins. The Imperial headquarters is quite dissatisfied with your last mission, and so is Dr. Qingshan. What do you want to say? Hey, I have information on Tian Wujia. Although Fan Yuan is Tian Wujia's first assistant, he can't completely hand over the material secrets to Fan Yuan. It said that Dado is still with his old buddy. Do you want me to help you? Maman's eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance, nodding vigorously. Aren't you afraid the doctor will find out? We're just having a legitimate exchange. On the surface, Maman spoke with righteous indignation, but in reality, she couldn't grasp the behavioral patterns of this artificial person. Was her approach wrong? Make friends first, then ask about matters. The artificial person would automatically classify it as ordinary social behavior and wouldn't report it to Qingshan. It shouldn't be a problem for high-level artificial beings. All right, give me the person. Huh, I only have contact information. The few Imperial bodyguards did not follow them out, indicating that Maman and Tang Lin's conversation drew more attention from the Imperial side. Maman followed 1800 back inside. You've been waiting for a long time, right? Ms. 1800 has some small handover with us, and we need to report information to Dr. Qingshan in a timely manner. Get out, and I'll spare you. 1800 approached her original position. You two, quickly point your guns at the team leader. The scruffy bodyguard Duma had been engaged in a silent standoff with several individuals. But as soon as 1800 took action, he swung his gun to protect Maman. 1800 immediately pulled out a rare dagger, penetrating the carbonized shell of the Imperial Guard leader, pressing the ice-cold blade against his neck, drawing blood as a necessity. The scent of Darjeeling tea which the hunter was covered in, would usually provoke sarcastic remarks from the Imperial leader, but now blood flowed from a gap in the combat suit like a stream towards the floor. Guess what? Is my knife faster, or is your gun faster? 1800 wore a twisted smile, showing no regard for anyone's feelings, wetting her bloodied hand with her tongue. The kind of aura you could feel, indifferent and playful, like a gladiator sent into the Emperor's arena, regardless of whether you were a lion or a tiger. All must lie beneath my boots, because every competition is the last game of life. Oh dear, this conflict isn't good. I have some old ties with Researcher Tang. Why don't you all go wait by the door? The cult's head priest spoke much more assertively at this moment. The captain of the Imperial Guard cast a venomous glance at this hypocritical, greedy little man he deemed unworthy of the stage. Cult priest. When sprinkling holy water in the urban area, he displayed the size and compassion that only appear in the eyes of God. At the Imperial headquarters meeting, he was just a messenger to soothe the masses, a dog raised by the Empire. But this dog, obviously with some ability, attempted to pull off the rope, now grasped a strand in the swamp. Dear guard, listen to advice and eat your fill. The young man approached, turning his pride into a fist the size of half a face, but upon opening his eyes, he could only see the Imperial Guard leader's wrist torn apart by a beast, blood gushing from the ground that two hands couldn't stop. The Imperial Guard leader was unfortunately devoured by the giant parasitic worm while trying to protect the mission's leader. As for his few bodyguards, 1800 kicked them, and two subordinates dragged the team leader while shouting for Einstein to find Doctor. Are you really leaving? Of course. Do you think I would fight for a measly amount of money? Also, with a bright future, why would I go to the ruins? 1800 didn't even look back as she followed out, casually closing the door behind her. What a show. Tang Lin sat in a soft chair, sipping warm water. You really watched a good show. It's time to discuss cooperation. The cult head priest finally regained his gentlemanly demeanor, the halo of his clerical position making his somewhat weak traits recognized as a medium specially designated by God, transcendent and extraordinary. Of course, we still have some connections. Boss Mummin, outside the door, temporarily not seeing Keela and the others, 1800's expression showed no change. Mummin was not just a fool who only saw interests regarding artificial beings. She could directly give orders with a brain machine card. Yet, she was trying to be friends? All concepts for artificial beings were implanted. Cooperation, friendship, grievances, happiness. But upon hearing making friends, something suddenly ignited in her mind. She wiped the bloody dagger against her pants. Irritated, ever since the doctor switched to some assassination mode, she had become increasingly impulsive. Or rather, angry would be a more fitting description. Keela felt a bit down and mournful. Various types of technological knowledge were monopolized by the elites. Using the advanced code given by Dr. Tao Shiga, he called up the specific historical and geographical changes of Earth's map and discovered that his hometown had been submerged by seawater and no longer existed. Yet the Earth remained the Earth, and home existed only in his memory. Did his past still exist? What about his memories? Tang Ermei nudged with her knee. Feeling the pressure was a bit low. What happened? Just now. Keela was excitedly tugging at the sleeves of the two people in the front row when he saw the 1800 commander, urging the patrolling team to change shifts to specifically wait for 1800 at the entrance. Is it low blood sugar? Have some gummy bears. Tatara squatted beside Keela, holding up a small open jar of gummy bears. Were you scared by that person just now? Yes, a good person. Only the blood of bad people is black. Have some candy. Tang Ermei softly inquired, but it felt more like fanning the flames. Keela had buried his death and loneliness deep in his heart. And when reality was laid bare, he finally broke down. From deceiving himself that independence could lead him back home to now having to face the vanishing past. The future world contained only himself. 1800 squatted outside the operation room, looking up, lost in thought. A sobbing sound came from around the corner, growing louder to the point it couldn't be ignored. The data scan from the sunglasses showed that the mental states of the three were poor. What's wrong? Every time they encountered these three, it was extremely chaotic. Keela's body was warm and soft. 1800 thought, besides a corpse, he had never held a living person before. Is this what it feels like to be human? Tang Ermei carefully reminded 1800 to be gentle but not to slack off. Perhaps because of the crying? The blood in his body sped up, going from breathless to crying until tears ran dry, a splitting headache, red and swollen eyes, forgetting what to think about, and starting to cry again, snot and tears mixed together, leaning on 1800's cold shoulder. Warm droplets falling on the artificial hand of someone who had skillfully used various firearms and daggers, trying to pat away unease and sadness like a real person. Keela gradually calmed down as he smelled a familiar scent. The shadows, distorted by the light, overlapped the figures of the two. Perhaps it was also the first time away from home, or perhaps Tang Ermiai's empathy was too strong. She couldn't help but start sobbing softly. Like the only surviving puppy in the ruins of a collapsed building, whimpering, I want to cry too, I'm so sad. Why didn't I run faster back then? From feeling helpless to tightly pursing her lips, Tatara awkwardly hugged Tang Ermiai, unable to understand these half-hearted complaints. Could only dim the indoor lights, and even started saying some nonsensical things. Don't be sad. We can go north. Who bullied you? Say it out loud, and we'll beat them up. You two aren't the strongest usually? With her silver-haired magical hands here. Who could bully you two? The quick-tongued Tatara didn't even notice 1800's gaze. Is it that group of bone-breaking bastards? I'll get someone to wipe them out in a bit. Keela had somewhat recovered, listening to Tatara's nonsensical talk with a foolish smile. Tang Ermiai was crying continuously, her body shaking at varying frequencies. It's not like long noodles dripping down and soaking Tatara's clothes. So hard to comfort. What should I do? The more Tatara thought, the more miserable it became. Looking to 1800 for advice, but the artificial person 1800 just quietly listened, emotionally stable. Tatara steadied her mind, trying to handle the situation like her Aunt the Duchess usually did when her sisters were noisy, first affirming their emotions, then listening and comforting. Before the two could stabilize their emotions, 1800 felt they might cry to the point of suffocation, so he directly sprayed them in the face with a sleep spray, roughly throwing a hot towel for Tatara to wipe their faces. This simple operation indeed calmed all four of them down significantly. Tatara and 1800 randomly found a balcony, where Einstein's surveillance was located, with patrols only passing once every half hour. Want a gummy bear? 1800 scanned with his sunglasses. The red text showed a mental drug mixed with scopolamine, suitable for alleviating symptoms of empty space syndrome, but the artificial person didn't need it. Out of politeness, he still kept two for Mom Min as a cooperative exchange. How long have you been modifying these? What? Tatara felt like being asked about salary by an American when starting a job. It was absurd. Your gills still have sonar. These materials and models are at least the top tier from 10 years ago, but they are military-restricted items. Oh, I've had them since I was little. How little? 1800's persistent questioning made Tatara feel a bit frustrated, her gills trembling, unable to beat the opponent. Before I was 11. I don't have a clear memory. Just asking this? It seemed Tatara had more questions, but was stammering and hesitating for a long time. With a loud rumble, a thunderclap echoed across the sky, lighting it up momentarily. Then darkness fell, dust and stones flying, and Einstein's emergency alarm went off. Chapter 16. Heart to Knowledge. The sky flashed by, a fluorescent electric net rising from the ground, opening its doors to welcome Tang Lin and Mom Min's research convoy. They had only crossed the boundary of the ruins. Let us go, grab your guns. 1800 prepared to find Mom Min, looking down to fiddle with the light brain. After knowing Mom Min's specific location, he stopped, his back bumping into a small head. Why are you still following me? If I don't follow you, who do I follow? Tatara blinked her big eyes, holding a piece of orange gummy bear left behind. Keela. The person they mentioned is Keela. No. It must be that Tatara, Alaman, you remembered wrong. Who cares? Which Keela? Dad already took care of her. The bone-breaking brat lay on a dirty bed, squinting, stubbornly excited and dazed. Which Keela is it? Kong Si Nyen's sycophant didn't he say there was just one? 3 people stuck together all day. Who could tell them apart? The dark-skinned one flicked his small braid. Jilinu, didn't we agree to meet with the outsiders? Why haven't they come yet? The small one, looking fierce with a round face, clearly not very smart. If not for the tribal patterns on his face, he might have been bullied badly by now. Little one, do you remember we took the task? We must follow through. Once we get the remaining payment, we'll leave quickly, Jilinu patiently repeated for the 3rd time. After being scared speechless by the giant amoeba, the little one's mind got a bit muddled. So why do we have to take out this girl? Because it's the task. She offended the money master. The money master wants to deal with her, then we'll have business. With business, there's money. With money, we can leave. We've done it ourselves before, understand? Jillanu was right. Where there was a money master, there was business. With business, there was big money. But big money also came with risks. Tang Ermei was stabbed several times in the stomach with a bayonet while asleep, rolling off the bed with a chill running down her back. Damn, Keela, can you wake up? Tatala has been killed. Just awakened, her head still groggy from the drugs. A short man in a corset waved a blood-soaked fish head, his terrifying laughter like a dull knife, so unpleasant it could hurt one's nerves. Tang Ermei struggled to kick the steel wall. The muffled sound of the brown epoxy resin glue couldn't wake Keela, but her weak body made her feel unreal and confused. If it was just a simple knockout spray, there shouldn't still be a headache. Her name is Keela. Damn it, wrong person. But it doesn't matter, buy one get one free, gold medal service. Allaman is high. His mind is not clear, drooling at the corner of his mouth, dripping onto Tatala's fish gills. With a thud, Tatala was thrown against the wall like a dirty rag from the kitchen, his blue-purple gills stained with blood, sizzling with orange-red sparks. It's still better to lean against a big tree for shade. Look at the living conditions here, damn. I'm so envious. An advanced bathing system and little service robots in the corridor. Villains die from talking too much. Hurry up and get to work. The dark-skinned little braid, Jillanu, had a look of unnoticeable disgust, clearly having learned something in the 1800 officers class. A gray shadow fell over Keela, who was still immersed in sleep. Allaman held a gun in one hand, with a silenced pistol first poking a dent in his chest, then moving up to his thick lips, delicate nose, and finally gently tapping his right eyeball, just the right size. The classmate who had attended classes with him nodded in satisfaction, seemingly having a sudden inspiration. Say, should we also get a first blood? Do you have a lot of time? A hoarse female voice rang in his ear. Not much, but at least there is time to get a first blood, right? Allaman lowered his head. Hey, you're awake. A scream pierced the air as Keela raised her hand and skillfully twisted Allaman's vital spot clockwise. Allaman shrank back in pain, just as Keela pushed back hard with her foot against his thigh. Jillanu, caught off guard by this sudden force, aimed to shoot Keela, while Keela remained calm. She pulled out a syringe from her waterproof waist bag and injected it into her thigh. Last time, she overheard these guys planning to escape from the Black Sand District, but there had been no movement, and she had put it out of her mind. Unexpectedly, it was still a ticking time bomb. In the distance, Tatala's fingers could still curl, though it was unclear if it was a simple nerve reflex or a conscious desire to stand up. A definite disadvantage. Shouldn't you have run away by now? Keela pressed against her waist bag. Who sent you? Kong Xian, that bastard. Keela thought about her own kindness. And the only entanglement was with this guy. How did you know again? Jillanu was agitated at being exposed, aiming through the scope as Keela slowly stood up, her figure swaying. You must die today. Before Jillanu could finish speaking, a cold hand grabbed his shoulder from behind. This is a ruin. Don't cause trouble here, young man. Jillanu glanced at the tightly wrapped 1800 package, the ordinary Blackguard's combat uniform, his mouth twisted in disdain. Who do you think you are? What are you in the preparatory camp? Get lost. Jillanu shrugged off his arm, perhaps because the little guy was holding Tang Ermei back. He lost his caution. 1800 grew colder, his right hand like a steel claw gripping Jillanu's arm. How is this still not over? Bang! Jillanu, tense and sweating, suddenly turned and punched 1800 in the stomach. Aren't you a guard? Can't you see the situation? The little girl's soldier remained unscathed, and another slap landed on his helmet. What the hell? 1800 yanked Jillanu's arm back with his right hand and kicked his thigh with his left, sending him crashing to the ground. The force was like thunder, and Jillanu lay on the ground, moving towards the bed, his arm likely fractured, while the silent punches and kicks continued. The first to be injured was the boy's abdomen, private parts, and neck. In 1800's peripheral vision was a fish head half covered in blood, specialized military boots repeatedly crashing down on Jillanu's head, seemingly with some added weight. The little braid could no longer make out the color, and unexpectedly pulled out a steel bar from his left hand, wanting to stab it into Jelinu's ear. Do you like grilled meat? I'll string you up. The little guy appeared from nowhere, waving the knife tip in front of Tang Ermiai's eyes. What obsession do you have with eyes? Let's go. The little guy's eyes were bloodshot, completely ignoring Tang Ermiai's screams. The knife tip poked in her eyelid. Let go. Do you believe I'll skewer you with a fork? Bang, bang. 2 shots fired in quick succession. 1800's palm revealed a dark, deep hole, smoke rising from the gun muzzle. The bullet went straight into the little guy's left arm, incapacitating him. The little guy froze in place, pressing down on Tang Ermiai's neck, and picked up the knife again, firmly stabbing through her eyelid into her eyeball. Bang, bang, bang. Huh, my eye? Keela. Keela stumbled toward Tang Ermiai, her steps unsteady, startled by Tang Ermiai's one-eyed, bloodied appearance, stepping on the chipped dagger. Hey, you stepped on my eye? I'm sorry. It's fine. Just take a look at Tatala first. 1800 watched these two idiots, utterly speechless, picked up Tatala and put her on the bed, her shirt soaked in blood. Keela checked her head. The back of her skull had been dented, looking like a cyborg's modified alloy head, quite sturdy. The blood was from the knife wounds, temporarily held back because she was wearing a bulletproof vest, not a serious injury. Keela breathed a sigh of relief, changed her clothes, and thought these 3 bastards were likely Kong Sion's doing. Kong Sion's antics with Tang Ermiai had all been messed up by her, and it seemed the focus had shifted to her this time. Just playing around, Keela's expression suddenly turned terrifying. 2 of them had already been subdued by 1800, and Alaman was tied up, contacting the guards on the vehicle and Maman to handle it. Tang Ermiai obediently wrapped in a blanket, feeling warm and soaking in a chair like a hot spring. Aside from her optic nerve being severed, her fake eye shattered, and feeling weak, she had no significant injuries. She still had the energy to instruct 1800 to prepare some hot water and gummy bears for Tatala. You must give me the latest eye replacement this time. I need to think about what color to change it to. How about a yellow pentagram, preferably a gradient layer, with pink as the base? Alright, let us just customize the most expensive one. Are you okay? Keela was pestered to the point of a headache, not daring to yell at her. Something's wrong. I have no strength left. Me too. Could it be from crying and lacking oxygen? Keela should be in sync. It must be that these 3 with ill intentions use some drugs. 1800 felt a surge of guilt and quickly pushed the blame onto the unlucky one. If 1800 had a detox system, there would definitely be sweat on his forehead. This girl is really not easy to fool. Just like in the report, premeditated murder, sexual assault, deserving of immediate execution. This ISNT like you, leaving one alive. You're not planning to let those kids practice on them, are you? Maman had a half smile, her words carrying hidden meanings, making 1800 feel a bit awkward. You're a bit different now. What's different? Shan said you're a machine, but I think you have feelings. Maman's intriguing discovery was abruptly cut off. Do you still have gummy bears? What are those? Stimulants, sweet ones. Tatar lay in bed, her head wrapped in a circle of white bandages, her gills functioning better than her skull, not a bit broken. Wow. I kicked them several times while they were hitting me with the baton, just a side kick. The side kick from 1800 really worked. That little dwarf made me kick him against the wall. Don't mention how funny it was. A transparent little pill arced through the air. Thanks, Commander. Tatar's smile was truly charming, and she kept looking at 1800, who was too shy to say he needed to leave. Only Keela and Tang Ermiai exchanged silent glances. Just now, Tatar's acquaintances brought her 2 bottles of central nervous system agents. You don't understand. When the commander treats you well, you should remember it. Our future is uncertain. We need to communicate more and learn some skills. Tatar was pleased, but wouldn't he tell them about her underground relationship with 1800 and the gummies she brought to relieve his symptoms. Don't forget, the commander is an artificial human, Keela reminded. Tatar seemed like a brainless fan, but she understood human interactions. She was no different from ordinary people. Didn't you cry and hug her as a friend? Didn't she come to help us? Without her, the 3 of us might not even be here. Tatar frowned, looking for a topic. Keela had never thought about the difference between emotional artificial humans and ordinary people, and was stumped by the question. Did Teacher Tang call you? Keela. Tang Ermiai looked at the flashing light on Keela's holographic brain. Are you okay? Alaman found someone to hold you down. I'll take charge of this matter. You can think about how to solve it. Keela listened to Tang Lin's words, her mind still blank. With only the phrase, she is no different from an ordinary person playing in 3D on repeat. Teacher Tang, what do you think about artificial humans? Keela asked carefully. Keela, the primary purpose of artificial humans is to interact with users for convenience in life. Later, they replaced basic labor and companionship, reducing some potential social dangers. Some have already perfectly integrated into human society. Keela, this is the trend. Artificial humans will never surpass humans, but they have their own value of existence. Teacher, are you sure Keela can do it? She doesn't even have a concept of artificial humans. Tang Lin looked worriedly at the holographic projection of Professor Tao Shiga flashing on his wristband. It's fine. Let them train with Maman. Don't underestimate the potential of children. Dr. Tao Shiga gave Tang Lin a deep look before hanging up. Chapter 17. The Key to Happiness. These days, acid rain has been continuous, and mist spreads across Mining Avenue. The Kong family sits on a giant ship high above the clouds. Under a light screen that blocks out the sun, luxurious, expensive European-style buildings from centuries ago are visible. White Roman columns stand before the square entrance. As a few exquisite, expensive, but only 20-covered, beautiful, genderless artificial human servants push the door open. The brass-decorated, uniquely shaped headboard looks retro and noble. With a steady and comfortable goose-down cushion bench, exquisite and practical. The quilt slid from the male owner's slim waist down to his mermaid line. And under the porcelain-like, cold white skin, the blue veins showed tension and temptation in every movement, making one want to immerse him in formalin and carefully examine his weak yet aesthetically pleasing muscle lines. His face was as exquisite as a marble sculpture from the European era, making one envy the craftsmanship of God. A hint of mixed Eastern blood made his phoenix eyes slightly upturned, and his eyebrows hinted at a temper that was capricious. The beautiful artificial human servant had already prepared the water. The male owner immersed himself in it, savoring today's Cantonese breakfast. Ding! Your brother is initiating a holographic call. The male owner frowned, accidentally connecting to his brother's holographic projection with a wet finger. Wow! I didn't expect my brother to be so informal with me. Kong Stay, the male owner's elder brother, nearly 39, unlike the male owner with a different mother, has a genuine Eastern appearance, now wearing a playful expression. What is up? Although Kong Xin is mixed race, his biological mother has long since disappeared, only known to have abandoned her husband and child for the East when Kong Xin was 5. Looking at his beautiful younger brother with compliant brows and eyes, Kong Stay was in a good mood. Of course, I'm just asking if my good brother has found any good human skins for me at school recently. None. The recent batch of temporaries has been recruited into the ruins. Kong Xinyan's stomach churned. The taste of red date my still in his mouth. Kong Stay's expression grew more lewd and sinister until his voice faded into the air. Kong Xinyan's gloomy face flashed with a hint of doubt. Sorry, master. It was my mistake. A stunning artificial human with a standardized poker face kneels on the ground, apologizing with no expression. The hem of her cheongsam just covers her thighs. And with white stockings, it creates an absolute area of sensuality. It was impossible for her to climb onto the bed of those old, rotten goods. The pimping had already made her numb. Kong Xinyan dismissed everyone, plunging his head deep into the water, the back of his neck covered with pinhole-like spots. Conqueror T was racing towards the ruins headquarters at breakneck speed. Keela received permission from Tang Lin to conduct her blood tests and drug production in the temporary drug preparation room. The Red Doctor's medicine was nearly used up, mostly exchanged for essentials and stored for Tang Ermei, with only a small bag of central nervous system stimulants left. The dirty waste bag covered up the original scent. The blood drug concentration detector's data soared rapidly. Keela was wiping her roaming brain machine card in her hand, thinking about what Kong Xinyan was doing all day, and then considering according to Alaman's words. When did she become Kong Xinyan's prey? Was it when helping Tang Ermei with her schemes? Or is she just too outstanding? A tall tree catches the wind? Is there a conspiracy behind helping them solve their troubles in 1800? Is Tadala really just a fool who laughs all day for fun? How did she and Tang Ermei suddenly faint? And the medicine that Tang Lin has been carrying around doesn't seem as simple as just letting me do research. There are too many questions and troubles tangled together like a fiber line, making it impossible to see clearly. Next to them, the capsule recovery chamber was covered in green liquid. Kalat touched the touchscreen a few times, and the liquid faded away, revealing the transparent chamber shell moving down from the middle. Tadala impatiently sat up. What? I've only soaked for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough, otherwise. I suspect you're avoiding training. In the compartment where Tadala and the others were, there were upper and lower double layers. The upper layer was the control room, meeting room, and temporary drug room, while the lower layer was the capsule sleeping cabin and training room, equipped with a weapon storage, bathing area, and meal prep area, which could serve as a temporary air defense shelter in wartime. While Kala was equipping research liquids over the past 2 days, Tadala was recovering here, but was still not getting better. I'm not in good spirits either. Fine. Tadala was told she was weak. Never mind. My skull repair is almost done. I'm leaving. Passing by the operating table, she took a researcher's ID badge. Her energetic body bounced twice on the ground, and Kala behind her looked much better. Compared to the blood-stained rag on the ground, it's better to argue than to be stubborn. Be gentle, don't kill him. The body at the door froze and quickly disappeared. Tada LA's dented skull was temporarily replaced by the attending physician with poorly conductive off-white enamel. Her platinum-colored straight hair was braided into short, thick clusters sticking out at the back of her head, and she wore a windproof headband. Tadala swayed down the corridor, turned her head to scan her surroundings, and slipped into a small black room in the corner. Alaman was tied up in what used to be a storage room. Tadala, private first class. You have no access rights. Access granted. Please enter. Alaman curled up in the center of the small black room. Even though light from outside the door seeped in, his eyelids didn't move at all, as if he'd been treated with a mental electric shock. His legs were limp like a soft shrimp, and a pair of heavy electric shackles resembling dumbbells cruelly elevated his feet. What happened to you, broken bone brat? Tadala poked Alaman's belly with a riot stick. Tell me, truly a disaster that has lasted 1,000 years. Geely Nu looks fine on normal days. How'd he die so quickly? Alaman, originally pretending to be dead, couldn't hold back and opened his eyes upon hearing the last of his tribesmen friends passing away. Wow, full of yellow spots and red blood vessels. You have macular degeneration. Let me treat you. Tadala raised the pure black metal stick closer. Hey, what's that smell? You. Alaman's face turned slightly red when pointed out, but even a slight movement of his body led to an electric current that made him emit a mournful moan, resulting in physiological reactions like incontinence. TSK, the shackles are a bit of a hassle. Tadala squatted by his feet, propping the stick while avoiding a fresh yellow urine stain, thinking about how to quietly open it without attracting attention. Who sent you to cause trouble? Doesn't anyone know what's going on here? Do you dare come here to die? The URU people mean what they say. They never betray. You wretched woman. Alaman squirmed on the ground like a cockroach, not attracting the shackles' torment. What are you saying? Really? How can there still be people who look down on women in this day and age? It can't be those scoundrels from the Kong family, right? Tada LA's upper face was shrouded in shadow, her anger igniting within. Then Alaman's words were like gasoline from a century ago. You almost got killed by your father. If it weren't for that curly-haired fool messing things up, I would have killed Kala long ago. Why are you women causing such a ruckus? If you obediently listen, the prince might leave you with a whole corpse. Prince? Haven't you heard of Kong, Xinyan? Ahem. Alaman spat on the ground near Tada LA's feet. Why is Kong Xinyan targeting Kala? Tadala switched the riot stick to wolf tooth mode, the faint light shining on the sharp tips. A beam of light swept over Tadala, who wore a smiling mask, but her eyes were cold. Well said. I'll leave you some face. Damn, you can only act tough now. Phew. Alaman's belly was struck by the wolf tooth stick, and Tadala forcefully pulled it out, leaving a trail of blood, with a piece of flesh still hooked between the wolf's teeth. Hurry up and talk. You quickly. Say it still. After Tadala came to her senses, she found Alaman still passed out on the ground. TSK. Really doesn't hold up to a hit. The smell of blood filled the air. Tadala pulled out a waking agent from her pocket, removed the needle. and directly stabbed it into Alaman's neck. The drug surged, waking up his unconscious body. Thud! Alaman's head hit the wall behind him, and he coughed violently. You should speak now. Ahem. I'm scared of you, damn it. Let me listen. Zhili Nu said that Tang Ermei was targeted by Kong Xin Yen, and Kula has been secretly causing trouble. So annoying. Really, Tang Ermei was dragged by Kai Shi to find funding, and every time she drinks, she gets completely drunk. Whenever Kong Xin Yen wants to move someone, Kala appears. Does Kala have such great power? When Tadala's consciousness was hazy, she remembered Kala tightly grabbing Alaman's private parts, which did show some cleverness. Every time she had a syringe in her hand, any slight injury would knock him out. Kaishi didn't dare say anything, and Tang Ermei was kept in the dark. This time Kala was ambushed. What? Tadala seemed to have heard some joke. Why didn't Kala tell Tang Ermei? Damn, I don't know. A continuously oozing intestine was pulled in front of Alaman. Dung, dung, dung. I heard. Listen, Tang Ermei and Kai Shi have a good business relationship. You should know that. You should. Alaman really didn't have any strength left, his left hand trying to pull the intestine away. So, Tang Ermei and Ku La's relationship is just SOSO. But Kala treats Tang Ermei quite well. I really have a discerning eye. Alaman, relying on the lingering effects of the drug, struggled to tighten his clothes. Wait a moment, huh? 180? Tatara didn't know why she felt calm inside. Instead, there was a sense of this is me. You've discovered me. Do as you see fit. Either beat me hard or leave me with my laid-back attitude. She wanted to ask him more. Are you done asking? 1800, wearing sunglasses. Still couldn't see the upper half of his face clearly. Tatara blinked and asked, Are you done? Can I join? 1800 tacitly allowed it. The Einstein monitoring you blocked, right? Yes, the Conqueror T has Einstein as monitoring and management throughout the vehicle. How could these three little thieves have such advanced infiltration skills? Cough, help me seal my belly, and I'll tell you, Alaman can no longer hold his head up, slowly feeling the fading of life. You people, must preserve the whole body before death. Tears slid from the corners of his eyes, mixing with blood. Tatara frowned at his broken lower body, thinking to herself that she was quite ruthless. Let me do it. Even though he's missing some flesh, the first aid bandages I carry will still be enough. I also want a cigarette. Alaman took a step closer, calculating his chances of survival, which earned him a loud slap. If you don't speak, I'll throw you into the ruins. Since you have signal jamming, you must have heard what the ruins are for. 1800 stood beside Tatara. If you don't speak, we have plenty of ways. Like directly pulling your brain out right now. Or, Ronin, we say we can go to the ruins to get Einstein's brain slices. A Ronin is very interested in this, and said he could pick us up, but we still lack some money, so we agreed to Kong Sion's henchman. Alaman closed his eyes, babbling the plan, but I'm the only one left. Why run? The preparatory camp will eventually be able to enter the city defense. Tatara couldn't help but say, Haha, if we could enter the city defense, we wouldn't be sent to the ruins like playthings in a store. We're just looking for a way out. Tatara felt clouded. Is there a problem with the ruins? Alaman, looking at him, fell silent. Out of breath. She looked up at 1800, still alive, but not for long. Too much blood is flowing. 1800 looked at Tatara, signaling her to put on shackles. Let's go. The little nurse, robot, will come over to settle in a bit. But he still owes me an eye and a piece of skull. Half a piece of scalp scattered on the ground. You'll know what he has later. I got some good food from him and let us go. Oomph. Aren't you afraid of me? Tatara leaned against 1800's left shoulder, stretching her little head and asking. 1800 looked at her, as if she were a fool, and quickened his pace. Tatara followed suit, quickening her small steps. Aren't you curious where I got the Wolf Tooth Club? Aren't you curious about me? Chapter 18. Like gold and silver, 1800 took Tatara to the meal preparation area, which was currently empty except for a single-layer service robot. 1800 let Tatara order first. The menu was unlocked by 1800's premium membership, displaying rare dishes that Tatara hadn't eaten in a while. Tatara rubbed her hands, feeling 1800's full sincerity. Then I won't be polite, I'll just order a pearl chicken with porcini mushrooms. While slowly enjoying the food, Tatara continued to ask 1800, I don't think Gila and Tang Ermei will let Alaman go. What will you do then? According to Tang Ermei's behavioral algorithm, She will only blame the final boss for the incident. Then what about Keela? Her methods aren't normal. If it were her behavior algorithm is temporarily not within my program's operation. Haha, I don't believe it, Tatara leaned back. Keela is kind-hearted, but not gullible, has a strong sense of suspicion, and is very controlling, yet quite tolerant towards Tang Ermei. If you ask me, she would probably spare Alaman's life and secretly find a chance to kill them. Beautiful. The signal hasn't been jammed yet. I called Duke to take good care of you. Have you seen him? Duke is the captain of the city defense guard. When he first entered the camp, he took care of Keela and a few others, like greeting a few troublemakers to avoid them. He didn't come this time. Looks like the city defense's food isn't as good as that at home. Have you learned to show off now? Old Gordon, just like before, spoke in accented Mandarin while chatting with Tang Ermei. Years have passed, his bald head shining as new. It seems he just had a treatment with sheep placenta. His wrinkles smoothed out. Oh, little kid has grown up. The new wave is going to overtake the old wave. Sure, I still have things to do, bye-bye. Tang Ermei moved aside her sunglasses that blocked her hollow eye sockets, leaning closer to Keela's blood test results and the surveillance videos of Alaman and others during the incident. I knew Kong Xian must have some issues. Too perfect. Gold and jade on the outside, but rotten inside. Tang Ermei took off her listening ear and said angrily, "Just this?" Keela's internal pupils dilated. How do you think we should handle this? Of course we deal with him, but we need to think carefully about what Kong Xian said. What about Alaman? He deserves it. Didn't we say we would exile him? Just follow the rules. He was also acting under orders. I know you're very angry, but he has already received the punishment he deserves. Tang Ermei picked up a can of candy and was about to open the door when it opened automatically to reveal Tatara and 1800. Good afternoon, everyone. Tatara flashed a big smile, which, if one ignored the crimson blood stain on her right cheek, looked quite sunny. Maman has entrusted me to handle this matter. Alaman will later be exiled to the ruins to do hard labor, but there are still some other matters regarding him that I need to handle. So I can't hand him over to you. 1800 stood in front of the floating platform explaining. Of course, everything is subordinate to superior orders, Tang Ermei smiled. But be careful, or you might get knocked out again. Keela secretly mocked. It seems everyone knows now. What do you mean by saying that, Commander? Just talk it out. Tatara tried to mediate. Actually, it was because you two were too sad at that time, and the commander was anxious. So he let you sleep through it. Unexpectedly, it really allowed people to take advantage of the situation. Yeah, if it weren't for the commander coming later, we might have been wiped out. Here, this is a new candy I got. Commander, take it. The red checkered bow bounced on the mermaid can, and Tatara felt that this thing was more suitable for her. But seeing 1800 accept it, it seemed there was nothing wrong. Actually, I went to visit the broken bone kid today and heard something. Tatara cleared her throat, scanning the three faces. Keela vaguely sensed what Tatara wanted to say. The broken bone kid said that actually Kong Xian's target was. Researcher Tang Lin said there are still 3 hours to headquarters. So let's hurry back to familiarize ourselves with the research process. This matter ends here. Keela's interruption was very unlike her usual habit. Let her finish, Tang Ermei said, puzzled. What good is it to say? I still have things to report to 1800, so let's leave it at that. With that, Keela supported the pensive 1800's arm and left. The remaining Tang Ermei and the hesitant Tatala exchanged glances. You just mentioned Kong Xian, Tatala said, shaking her head in denial. Watching Keela defend Tang Ermei made her feel a bit sour. You're really lucky. Aren't you afraid Tatala will reveal what Kong Xian did? She looked at her, knowing she wasn't a fool despite her loose lips. Aren't you curious how I know about this? Since when did you start asking so many questions like Tatala? You must have gone to find Alaman, so you naturally know. Keela took out a small aluminum tube from her pocket containing a few thin cigarettes, lit one, and the air became distorted as smoke spread before the round window, rising straight up. So, you know everything? Why don't you advise your good friend? 1800 looked at Keela, obscured by smoke, her dense, dark ponytail falling gently on her narrow back. Aren't you the best of friends? You've helped Tang Ermei fend off so many attacks. What use is that? You can't wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Who knows what she's thinking? As long as she can breathe when I need her, that's enough. Circles of gray-blue smoke swirled upwards. Do you still have that sleeping pill? Can you give us two? I haven't been sleeping well lately. The last time I used yours, I felt much better. If it works well, I might recommend it to researcher Tang. Don't use too much. It could cause sudden death. Kala was quite pleased to have the sleeping pills in her hands. She considered assigning this matter to 1800 as just a small scuffle in the camp. But if Kala were to reveal it, it would be hard to settle. At most embarrassing, Dr. Chingshan. So Kala decided to seek compensation herself. A small spider drone slowly crept in through the gap at the door. Alaman's lower body was already half destroyed, his feet shackled. The spider drone climbed up through Alaman's black fabric and found no information entry in the back of his head. It opened its mouth parts and bit down on a large chunk of flesh, with the longest two tentacles repeatedly performing a piston-like motion to expel air, quickly shrinking to a thin layer sticking to the back of his neck. When a creaking sound came from outside the door, the red light on its face extinguished, and a fully white, small nurse robot with a red cross smoothly entered. City Defense Nurse Work Record Day 1120. Oh, what is this mess thrown into the storeroom? Is this chunk of rotten meat the target? Target abdominal injury 76. High fever 40 degrees, blood loss. Repairing. After a while, a green message flashed across 1800's digital sunglasses. Target repaired. Please pay 32,000 Imperial coins. Credit and loan services not accepted. Then, without blinking, she paid in full. Woo! Tatala wore a fully covering helmet. Gray dust coated the transparent visor like a thin veil. Half of her body stretched out of the off-road vehicle's canopy. Arms spread wide against the wind. As a secondary vehicle paving the way, the speed of the car gradually increased as it smoothed out on the bumpy road. Pop! Tang Ermei, fiddling with the vehicle's music system, accidentally hit the wrong signal, frantically poking its 7 or 8 buttons repeatedly. A catchy tune from Beiping floated down from the top of the cabin. Tang Ermei felt the air freeze. The once serious and combative Vanguard team had their atmosphere ruined by her. What is this song about? She sweetly asked. It's an old tune from our capital, Beiping. Back then, a merciless shipwreck destroyed my homeland. Her elder brother spoke of his hometown with sadness. Kala found the song interesting and couldn't help but crack a code on her light brain, searching for the channel signal source. A red dot blinked diagonally opposite her, greeting her, and her cheeks flushed with a smile. AAA. Kala, sir, what do you think of this song? 1800's sunglasses screen danced with music-synchronized green flames, and a light flashed within the team. Very good. Next time I'll remember to lock my channel. What's wrong? After discussing the technical issues of the off-road vehicle with her brother, Tang Ermei turned to see Cuckoo stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Ku-La's absent-mindedness made her hesitant to meet her gaze. Fool! Repeat. Get off the vehicle and follow researcher Tang directly. Do we have to go into? Yes. We must follow wherever. Also, don't take off your helmet and ear protection inside. And clean your helmet. 1800 handed over a cleaning cloth. Received. This doesn't need to be received. The ruins headquarters was a massive black cube building. Entering from the parking lot, the smooth, reflective floor stunned everyone with the depth of the ruins development. Stepping out at the parking lot entrance, Kalan noticed that all the light came from buried spotlights underground. The ceiling was low and steep, resembling a naturally formed cave, but the designer had obviously solved the lighting issue with simple reflectors, focusing more on reinforcing and developing the internal space. The 3 battalions of blue-clad troops lined up neatly, waiting in the eerie parking lot, providing a sense of security. A deeply uniformed colonel, with only black hair remaining at the temples and a loud voice, greeted Tang Lin and Maman. Researcher Suilon, looking much better in spirit now, was also present. After boarding the hover elevator with the team, Kala finally saw the world. The spacious underground space was everywhere, with walls made of jagged rocks forming the strongest defenses. The countless maze-like passages between the crevices were the real main venue, interspersed with numerous floating zero-gravity escalators and ventilation stations. The ruins were barren, with all food sources relying on external input, so the temperature in the underground passage, continuously transporting capsule pipelines, was superconductive day and night. Even if it was silent, the background roar could not be ignored, perhaps due to the locals' loud voices. Maman and researcher Tang Lin, along with a group of fully armed locals in blue combat uniforms, inspected the first layer of holographic image storage, exploring the history of exploration and development and the monster compendium. From volcanic eruptions to urban collapses, the formation of ruins where no grass grows and no insects come. The most eye-catching was a simulated giant phagocytic worm's miniature holographic projection. Under the display, a light brain terminal was set up, complete with a keyboard and a complex, colorful interface panel, giving off a strong sense of antiquity. In the familiar conference room, 3 sides were transparent. From the outside, the large, flat, single-sided glass door wrapped in silver metal bordered the painstakingly flattened, circular military platform. The only exit, besides the black arched door, was a floating escalator that allowed only one person to enter. The familiar combat uniform team had arrived 10 days early, neatly waiting on the circular platform for orders from above. Kula was filled with doubts and odd feelings. The soldiers were like diligent worker ants, gathered together under the compulsion of fate and rules. She too was an ant, a slightly special one in rank and identity. Was this really just a simple training mission? Chapter 19. Where there are many people, there is a Jianghu. Kala couldn't hear the voices inside the conference room. The communication had been encrypted. According to the training content from earlier by Tang Lin, it was just about selecting research locations, directions, significance explanation, sampling, and conducting various reagent experiments and measurements. Keela quietly put away the small zipper pocket in her sleeve. Through the glass mirror reflecting the silhouettes of people, everyone in the conference room appeared serious. Listening to the report from the last standing researcher, Sui Lan. Just after getting off the car, Sui looked unwell, his long flaxen hair contrasting with his pale lips, resembling a steel bar at the top of a ruin, struggling not to be crushed. As he spoke, his expression grew agitated, and he slammed his hands heavily on the table, eventually collapsing to the ground along with a piece of white paper that floated in the air. Unable to turn her head, Keela still couldn't help but find a way to express her concern for him. She leaned against the mirror's reflection, judging from the blurry figure that it was Duke and another local dressed in a spotless blue uniform with razor-sharp creases who took Sui Lan away. On the other side of the conference room, the locals were also armed like Keela and her group, but they held the latest cutting-edge technology from a tech magazine, Kingsley optical carbine laser guns and state-owned Yamamoto scopes, boasting the longest range and fastest reload speed. Tadala and Tang Air Mei felt a bit restless, one wanting to test the firepower of the latest weapon, and the other wanting to take it apart to see how it worked. After Sui Lan was carried away, Colonel Tu, the head of the ruins headquarters, led several researchers and officials to the front podium of the circular platform. Above them, a light refracted from a spindle-shaped structure, and on the other side, the other rest and training areas of the ruins troops could be seen. The distorted floating lights mimicked the grand and atmospheric Stalinist architecture from the Soviet era, while the unified steel torrent signified the Empire's impressive real strength. After Colonel Tu finished speaking, Tang Lin pointed at Keela, instructing her to follow 1800 for the time being. Weren't we supposed to stick closely to you? Is it safe here? No problem. I'll check on Sui Lan first. Just wait for my notification. Also, don't stray from your team and stay with the prep camp. You can only wear blue. Tang Lin's eyes were stern as she quickly laid down the rules, not waiting for Keela to ask about Sui Lan's condition before she disappeared into the busy scene. Colonel Tu delivered an impassioned speech to the pairs of starry-eyed admirers below, proclaiming that their arduous underground training would be the devilish training before their rise to fame, euphemistically called hellish training. Then, a massive holographic image similar to that of Father Mammon was projected onto the circular platform. Unable to endure the endless cold, God created fire. Because of humanity's sins, God brought down divine punishment. You are the future of humanity, seeking the ultimate sun. Follow the right path towards life, towards sunlight, and disperse the dark clouds with love and strength. Disperse the dark clouds. The audience below gripped their carbines tightly, wondering if the digital sunglasses, a product of the Empire, were as loyal as these used to their faith. Keela thought mischievously that these cold-hearted subjects must have undergone such inspiring mobilizations as well. And after the speech ended, they lined up neatly like sliced salmon in the hall, waiting for orders, groupings, combat. The first would be individual battles, followed by group combat, with the top 10 selected according to the points leaderboard for further selection. The atmosphere was intense, with sweat pouring in the enclosure, bloodied teeth, and the roars and cheers from the crowd accompanying the ringing of the clock shaped like a moon, creating a thunderous sound. The guards above could not help but shout as well, with some walking along the edge of the roped-off crowd, hands touching, shoulders brushing, the numbers on their wristbands continuously jumping higher. It seemed that things were quite deep here. Keela and Ta-Da exchanged raised eyebrows. Are we going to earn a bit too? No way. Teacher Tang said not to get too involved. After finishing his cyber prayer, Maman curiously pulled over a human ergonomics chair and sat down, addressing Keela and her friends who were gathered in front of the glass to watch the excitement. Do you kid want to go down and play? Keela's tongue touched her lower teeth. Maman had truly ruined her first impression of him. Perhaps that kind and hopeful appearance only appeared during his prayers and when facing the crowd. I wonder what that kid Alaman is doing now. Is he still thinking about escaping? Keela began to feel anxious, greeting Maman and the others, then quickly went to a simple restroom. However, even with the most sensitive guide device, Keela still took a wrong step and was checked for identification by several locals. After being let go, one of the locals asked, "What are you doing here?" "I need to check on that kid, Alaman. I can't relax otherwise. I have to see him go into prison." Ta-Da looked at Keela seriously. "For the first time, someone has offended me and escaped unharmed. Please, I really want to live. I'll give you. Just help me hide it." In another corner, the originally arrogant voice was now filled with pleading and fear of danger. Alaman, hunched over, was pulling a white coat. It shouldn't be researcher Tang Lin, right? Keela felt a sharp pain in her head, and her slowly moving footsteps froze when she heard the voice of the figure across from her. "I tried my best with this matter. Take care of yourself." "Good." "It's not Teacher Tang. It's researcher Sui Lan, that handsome and talented mid-level researcher who was always concerned for those around him and exuded a relaxed yet precise aura. Aren't we human too? Why be so cruel? Just hide well and don't worry about it." Researcher Sui Lan's shoulder, which was being held, gradually lost strength, and his voice grew quieter. Keela and Ta-Da, with their heads leaning together, listened in a fog. Beep beep, Keela's detection device showed a patrol team approaching. Just as she was about to pull Ta-Da to find Sui Lan, she realized that Tang Lin was also there and could only be led away by Ta-Da. The passage between the rest area and the circular platform square seemed to be very strict for entry and exit. After passing through several locked bronze technology doors, they finally entered the rest area, which was also the headquarters of the ruins troops. Turning down a wide street in the narrow passage for two, the local across was bulging with injected muscles, stretching his blue combat suit tightly, even threatening to burst its buttons. He was holding a weak but bulging-bellied explosive hunting dog, which perked up instantly at the sight of Keela and the others, baring its teeth, with a crimson skull burned by corrosive liquid, looking quite terrifying. Ta-Da followed closely beside Keela, highly interested. "Oh, little puppy, stupid dog." The passing hunting dog only glanced at her as it was pulled along on its leash. Keela was speechless, seeing Ta-Da still wanting to tease the dog, poking her stomach with the butt of her gun. Ta-Da acted as if nothing happened and turned back to shout, "Bad kid. Woof, 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 woof." Ta-Da was chased to the end of the passage by the dog, while the dog owner showed no concern, casually turning on the positioning indicator light and keeping his gaze locked on the leading 1800. He spoke to the remaining few. "This way is narrow but close. Right ahead is great. After the last mission, I wanted your contact information. You really have a knack for explosive aesthetics." A female fan let out a long whistle into the darkness, and an explosive hunting dog came running from afar, barking, "Woof, woof." Tatura excitedly tiptoed over from behind, the hellish gun already slung over her back. After running a lap, her whole body felt invigorated, but Keela caught a whiff of the familiar gummy bear scent from her approach and glanced at her with a bit of a headache. "Hey there, beauty sister. It looks like this warrior has gone through quite a challenge." Tatara seemed completely unrepentant about teasing the dog earlier. "Huh, huh, huh. She went with me to the wilds to hunt pollutants and accidentally got stuck in a snake monster slime. Her fur was immediately stripped away. What a resilient little girl." Tatara exclaimed, surprised to find that this hunting dog was a brave comrade willing to risk her life for her companions. In the powerful and distinctive architectural scenery of Su, smoke shrouded the oddly shaped spire of the Holy Church. Keela held onto the railing of the suspension bridge with one hand to resist the dizziness that appeared when looking directly at the spindle, while the bizarrely colored mosaic eagle soared high above, letting out a long cry. Below, its claws tightly gripped the wild animals mutated by radiation from pollutants. Despite the ruins being empty of life, there were still plenty of wild pollutants around. The presence of the city defense army was not only to protect the land and other irreplaceable resources, but also to end these frenzied wild animals. Are there still ordinary people around here? Tang Ermei asked, listening to the simple introduction from the 1800 female fan. Yes, they're collectors specifically sent by people, processing furs online for 16 hours a day. If you want to buy, don't be deceived, the 1800 female fan whispered, moving closer to Tang Ermei's face. You can pay attention to their hands. They're just for making ends meet. TSK, it's really not worth it. This young woman with powers clearly couldn't understand why these poor souls were so desperate to collect furs. Do they really have to burn their lives for money? ISNT there already. Keela walked onto the street and finally understood what she meant. The street was relatively clean, but every hollow gaze was wearing patched gloves, dressed in tattered, dirty anti-corrosion combat suits. A few who were too exhausted just lay on the ground, clutching a stinking basket. And the uneven terrain made collectors returning home too lazy to open the door, opting instead to sleep right at the entrance. However, from the sight of someone nearby, trembling and shoving medicine into their mouth, it was clear they had fallen into dire straits. Doesn't your army take care of this? How can you manage? So many people. Do you have to take care of each one? Who's going to pay? The tycoons or the government that's even being extorted for taxes? Tang Ermei licked her lips. Aren't there already robots replacing labor jobs? The female fan seemed to be waiting for this question from Tang Ermei and laughed. Well, it seems you still don't quite understand. People need to eat. Robots can replace ordinary people's jobs even more efficiently and at lower costs. What use do factories have for these laborers? They're still doing just fine. You should take a look at those. Oh, seems I thought of something, but I don't want to say more. Puff. Tang Ermei looked down to find her leg being hugged by a 7-year-old girl. Sister, I'm hungry. Want to buy some furs? They're warm and pretty. Chapter 20. Endorphins. Dopamine, confused and foolish on the streets of the ruins rest area. The bewildered, somewhat vacant eyes spoke in flattering tones like 3D projections wrapping around Tang Ermei's helmet. Buy some. Sister. How do you know I'm a sister? Tang Ermei was a bit surprised by the girl's sharp eyes. We're all wearing blue shell combat suits. How did you recognize the gender? Even if there were some differences in physique, the height and nutrition of the recruits will be changed by gene agents in 2 days, facilitating the uniform production of combat suits and exoskeleton light armor, etc. Walking style? Tang Ermei took a step forward, bending her knee as she asked. The little girl shook her head and raised the dyed fur in her hand. Tang Ermei noticed some red frostbite and scars with white flesh on the back of her hand. How long have we all been training together? How could there be a difference in walking? Tatara spoke up from behind. There is still a bit of difference in walking. For example, Tatara walks with her shoulders dropped, while 1,800 walks like a factory assembly line model. And you? I Haven T observed closely, but my left and right feet have different pressure. The inside of my shoes is worn out badly, Keela said, standing with her arms crossed. Let us go. Don't waste time. I'm hungry. 1,800 and the few leading guards had already walked far ahead. Come on, little girl. Speak up. Tatara couldn't think of anything else, just wanting to know the truth. The little girl still didn't say anything, staring intently at Tang Ermei. Buy one, a fashionable and trendy fur headband. Sorry, I can't use it for now. Tang Ermei's digital sunglasses revealed her beautiful red lips and chin as she stood up, wanting to pat the little girl's head. The girl's sparse yellow hair made Tang Ermei's hand, half-gloved, fall empty as the girl took a step back and ran to the entrance of a gray tent set up by the street. Tang Ermei felt a void in her heart and followed Tatara and the others toward the guest accommodation. Wow, this little girl is quite clever. Tang Ermei stood up and turned around, only to see Tatara's dark gun muzzle right next to her ear, giving Tatara a hard elbow jab. Heartless. Tatara clutched her stomach and walked in step with Tang Ermei, while the little girl by the roadside had already hidden behind a collector man lying on the ground, her eyes wide with resentment and malice after being rejected. Privet, Russian, hello. Over here. The enthusiastic 1800 muscular female fan greeted Tang Ermei and the others at the door, sitting obediently at her feet, her long tail swaying in the shadow. Woof, woof, woof. Tatara tried to crouch down to feed her some gummy bears, while Keela pulled out a piece of chocolate. Didn't you buy anything for that kid? She asked pretty clever. What's wrong with that fur? Tang Ermei hesitated. Nothing much, just some radiation, but it needs to be processed. It's just too labor-intensive. If not handled well, it could easily corrode the injured flesh. The female fan was used to this. Kids, they need to earn some medicine money. Medicine? Keela looked up as Tatara took the chocolate. Here, if you go out with the troops once, you have to stay alert. Otherwise, you could be eaten without a second thought. You can only survive on stimulants and gene agents that enhance motor nerves. Poor kid. Don't the orphanage people send the kids away? Tang Ermei was not giving up. Send them away? Ha ha. It costs money to send them away. Where can the parents go with the kids? The orphanage doesn't take these kinds. Can you still adopt a child that has been irradiated? Just like that, forming a perfect closed loop, locking your life and this abyss in place? Tang Ermei was even more shocked than when she saw the bottom-level workers at the city defense side. After all, it was rare to see children scavenging outside over there. So there are no people who go out? Yes, basically, they have to exhaust 2 generation savings. The identities of the people here are complicated, so you can't let a guard down. Oh, sister, the female fan grinned, greeting them before grabbing the handle of a small jeep passing by in the wind from the returning convoy and leaving. In the guest accommodation, there was a 4-person room, and the air felt a bit cold. 1800 pressed a button on the soft sofa in the center, and the heater, resembling flickering flames, began to hum to life. Keela handed 1,802 packets of glutinous rice cake and opened a can of pork sauce soup. The pull tab was yanked too hard and broke off, causing the knife tip to dig into the groove, tearing half of the iron lid off at a 45-degree angle. A somewhat neatly shaped block of soup was squeezed onto the rice and placed into the microwave. The yellow light turned on, and it started spinning in place. You know, this is quite interesting, you said. The repair robot is pretty fast. Tatara raised her head to look at the architectural structures outside the window with great interest, while Tang Ermei sat in the corner, hugging her helmet with a sad expression. What are you doing? Even if you take one away, can you save everyone? Tatara felt a bit disgusted by Tang Ermei's overflowing sympathy. In this world, the most worthless thing is sympathy. Should we just be indifferent once we know? Facing Tang Ermei's probing, Keela, after a moment of silence, waved a steaming bowl of rice, wiping her mouth with a cloth. Today, sister has a saying for you. When poor, focus on yourself. When prosperous, help the world. What does that mean? Tatara leaned closer. What does self mean? What does the world mean? In simple terms, if you have money, use it to help those you want to help. Play the savior's game. If you don't have money, then work on improving yourself. When you have money, then talk about it. Keela poked Tatara's face with her index finger, looking at Tang Ermei, whose eyes were also shining brightly. She paused and continued. Use your own money. Don't use others' money. Why is that? Tatara leaned over again. Using someone else's money to help others is a bit of a self-serving, saintly act. Keela locked her arm around Tatara's neck with one hand, feeling the little pearls on her face. What are these? Receivers? What program's widget? So annoying, stop poking. You'll know later. It's just an amplifier of foreign language pack. And similar decorations. So you can speak Halasha? Get out of here. At night, without the soundproofing devices turned on, only the sounds of construction and energy development from the abyss could be heard. People living underground couldn't tell the difference between morning and night. The artificial spindle would automatically simulate dawn and dusk to ensure the internal schedule of the underground city. The rest area of the guest accommodation was not far from the local training camp, and Keela and the others were arranged for free activities. Tatara, who chose a hammock, swayed gently to the rock music in the bedroom. Keela caught 1800 and asked about Alaman's whereabouts. only to find out he was being guarded by several guards right next door. As night fell, like the transparent wings of a moth casting a shadow, Keela flipped over and lightly stepped on the creaking hanging ladder. "I'm going to see Alaman." The guard, familiar with her, handed her a cigarette and let her in. Alaman's hands were shackled with electronic cuffs, hanging heavily at his sides, looking much better, and he bitterly said, "What are you here for? You still have the strength to talk. Here, have some candy." "Hi, you're so kind." Alaman's triangular eyes were full of ferocity. "You made me lose an egg. Listen to me. That thing is useless to you. Don't harm others, just eat." Keela pinched Alaman's chin and forced a piece of volcanic candy into his mouth, mischievously pouring in a small cup of water. With a pop, the carbon dioxide met water like pouring a bucket of water onto a pile of lime, and Alaman's mouth began to foam uncontrollably. The feeling of his oral cavity bursting filled the edges of his lips, hot and intense, casting a shadow over Keela's body. The next day, in the morning, squat down. Shake hands. Stand up. Applaud. Hello. Tatara knelt on one knee, extending one hand, then the other. This one too, hello. Tatara exclaimed excitedly, while Haha, who looked like a disfigured but fierce female hunting dog, stared at Tatara as if watching a fool, lowered her head as if sniffing a familiar scent, wagging her tail and running towards 1800, swirling around her fervent female fans. The intelligence of Haha had been modified, comparable to the thoughts of an 18-year-old boy, perhaps suggesting that you just got played by her. Keep breathing. Keela followed the already struggling Sui Lan, slowly leading him forward. Heart racing, sweat soaked through their clothes. The accelerated secretion of endogenous peptides relieved some of Sui Lan's pressure and displeasure. After 10 laps, Sui Lan gradually slowed down, walking to catch his breath. Keela, who had run 4 laps, also slowly kept pace with him. "Teacher Sui, you're feeling much better now. What happened before?" Lack of oxygen plus low blood sugar. Sui Lan's voice was a bit hoarse yet steady, like the solid feel of a full granary. Keela flashed a strange metaphor in her mind. "Then you need to eat more candy." Keela's newly changed clothes had clean pockets, and she hadn't had time to save up some candy. Looking a bit regretful on her face, I forgot to bring it. When Tatara passes by later, let's ask her for some. Tatara and Haha, the disfigured but incredibly brave female hunting dog, had already run to Keela's diagonal line. "Haha, I wouldn't dare take her candy. Who knows what side effects it might have?" Sui Lan teased. Tatara often pulls out different candies from her pockets. Keela had only seen one normal candy, which was gummy bears, a central nervous system stimulant, with the greatest medical effect being the treatment of depression. Can she still mess with you? Hard to say. Guess her nickname. Smiling Tiger? Two-faced Turtle? I'll tell you secretly, Little Hammer King. Keela looked puzzled, but Teacher Sui smiled beautifully, and Keela couldn't think of any other words to describe it. All the beautiful words lost their color. "Why do you say that? Don't you know about her past?" Sui Lan thought they were quite familiar, but unexpectedly, Keela had no clue at all. "Were you very familiar before?" "I was in the same class as her sister, so I knew a bit." "Oh, what was she like before?" Keela didn't know that Teacher Sui was quite gossipy. Perhaps she had some bitter coffee to promote exercise beforehand? Wait, sea salt pearl clam? Just 2 big-headed meteors with electromagnetic flowers like hammers. Later, her sister became famous in one battle, known as the Hammer King of District 13. But that wasn't her. Later, when someone bullied her, her sister had graduated, and when we got there, we only saw her covered in blood, holding a pair of lightweight trendy hammers and knocking people out. 6 years old? About that, Sui Lan said with a hint of amusement. That person was an old habitual offender, just bullying Tatara, who couldn't speak. "You don't seem to have any reaction." Sui Lan thought that, as a friend, she would feel sorry for Tatara, showing pity. "Well done. You should hit him a couple more times." At this moment, the usually energetic Tatara, swinging her sleek and refreshing short hair, suddenly let out a thunderous roar from behind Sui Lan. Woof woof. Both of them were startled. Cough cough. This time's training camp battle. You all behaved quite well. "Teacher, what do you mean?" "Our duty is to guard. We won't participate in the competition casually." Researcher Tang Lin wouldn't allow it either. It's a pity, so many muscular people shaking their big boobs, ugh. Keela was completely unaware of her current foolish appearance. While Sui Lan only saw a 13-year-old girl chatting with her first love, impulsive and naive. He chose to ignore it. I heard from Alaman that you want to find him. Sui Lan casually brought it up. I want to check on him, afraid he wouldn't behave. Quite bold of you. I see you have no psychological shadow over him, Sui Lan remarked, having seen the surveillance footage at that time. Alaman was despicable and hateful, truly losing face as a man, and she was also surprised by Keela's adaptability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suggested putting the electric shackles on him. I'm not afraid of anything, especially not a piece of trash, Keela said with a hint of disdain for Alaman, who even knelt down to beg Sui Lan for mercy, like a spineless piece of trash. It seemed Alaman hadn't mentioned anything to her. As she looked ahead, she noticed that Tatara and Haha were surrounded by several boys, and Keela and Tang Ermiai sensed that something was off. Little Hammer King really is getting better at causing trouble. Sui Lan maintained a graceful smile, but his eyes were cold. Chapter 21. Watch the Master while beating the dog. Haha was running very fast ahead, but was surrounded by several boys who slipped out of the prep camp. Isn't her name Bald Sausage? A guy with slanted eyes mocked. The dog tag, says Ha. Look at her dark eyebrows, 2 little dots, like a Japanese beaten housewife. Another burst into laughter, their innocent cruelty spilling out in jokes about genitals. Haha sat on the ground, tilting her head, her long tongue sticking out as she panted. Noticing Tatara approaching, she raised her, but only to be pressed down by a greasy hand at her tail. Tatara could only see Haha, startled, springing up from between people's legs, her front legs crawling, swaying left and right, ears perked up, back legs bent, lowering her posture to be alert against another hand, and the hair on her neck gradually standing up. What are you guys doing? This dog isn't bad, right? Tatara wore a fake smile. Mind your own business. Who asked your brother? A chubby guy replied indifferently. You're her owner, right? Your clothes look like they're from outside. Haha, we are all from the prep camp. Of course we're brothers, Tatara said, stepping past 2 people, puffing out her chest to confront the chubby guy, addressing the one with the greasy hand. Brother, give us some face, pull your hand back. She is a local guard dog. You think just saying a pull back would work? Do you know that we'll also be locals in the future? Who do we owe face to? The greasy hand chuckled as if he had heard a joke. Whether you can be locals is still up for debate, so pull your hand back quickly, Tatara said coldly, growing increasingly impatient with her fearless attitude. What? You still haven tea, gathered your people, and you dare to show off? The stinking fish, the chubby guy, said while trying to pat Tatara's little face. Smack. Talking is one thing, but hitting is another. Tang Ermiai accelerated and appeared, knocking the chubby hand away, stepping in front of Tatara while ignoring Tatara's secretly pleased, slightly upturned mouth. While the chubby guy and Tang Ermiai were grappling, the others had already surrounded them separately. Even Haha was held by 3 people. Yo, are you a Cyclops or a Golden Retriever? What is up? Today, Fat Brother is going to eat sausage dog. What can you do about it? The chubby guy arrogantly lifted his chin, his finger almost poking through Tang Ermiai's eye patch. Little brat, don't be ungrateful. Fat Brother is giving you face. Don't lose your dignity. This dog is raised by locals. Even if it's retired, you can't just eat it as you please. Well, today, I not only want to eat the dog, I also want to eat the Cyclops. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind from a punch met Tang Ermiai's single-eyed handsome face. Leaning back, she still took a punch. Quickly sidestepping, she jabbed at the chubby guy's waist and stomach, but after jabbing for a long time, he didn't budge, grinning with his yellowed teeth, which was truly disgusting. At the same time, Tatara, who was trying to throw a towel forward, was already surrounded by 3 people. One held each of her arms, and one knee slammed her to the ground. Then, one knee pressed directly against the back of Tatara's neck, rendering her unable to move. Her gills were cruelly rubbed against the plastic ground, her arm dislocated after a few cracking sounds. That powerful arm lifted Tang Ermiai by the waist over its head, running towards the trash can in trance, playing with the fainted Tang Ermiai, spinning her around, head down like a broken rag, preparing to toss her into the trash can like a takeout lid. At that critical moment, a sharp ultrasonic wave erupted from Tatara's desperately flaring light purple gills, sending ripples out in waves, the sound rolling deep into people's ears, as if the street trembled along with it. Several nearby boys instantly bled from their mouths, noses, and ears, their eyes bulging out in a state of unclear life and death. Haha also fainted on the ground, silent smoke rising. Get back. The chubby guy stopped, crashing to the ground, while Tang Ermiai rolled 3 times on the ground, her fingers twitching, the onlooking locals buzzing in their heads. Suilon could hardly withstand the noise, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Keela had run halfway when she was tripped by the sudden sound wave, stumbling. 1800 grabbed her collar from behind and ran towards Tatara. As the sound wave hit the ground, Tatara's gills still trembled slightly, the dense capillaries instantly filled with bright red blood cells. Keela's hands trembled like she had Parkinson's, silently reciting a calming mantra in her heart. No, it's still 1T do. With a quick left hand, she slapped herself, pain serving as a good medicine to awaken her. Feeling Tatara's trembling pulse, she thought, next time I'll run faster. Still alive, she should be exhausted. Taking her to the capsule warehouse to recover would be fine. 1800 silently and swiftly carried Tatara towards the infirmary, kicking Keela in the rear. All right. Keela wiped the blood from her face with her sleeve, brushing back her golden brown curls. Tang Ermiai's eyes were half open, her consciousness somewhat clear, managing to force a smile. Damn it, next time I'll go all out. Damn it, it hurts. Blood surged back in her mouth as she cursed. You call me a Cyclops, boo-hoo, Keela. He still wants to eat, haha. Keela didn't bring a simple medical kit, so she could only use her other sleeve to wipe Tang Ermiai off. Hearing Tang Ermiai's grievances, her dazed mind cleared up and her anger surged. Looking around, she picked up a piece of industrial scrap steel pipe from beside the dead trash can. Approaching the groaning chubby guy on the ground, she pressed the steel bar against his belly, cold sweat forming on Keela's forehead. If Tatara had been a bit slower, Tang Ermiai would have been thrown into the trash can and turned into mincemeat. Just you wait. You're pretending to be tough, huh? Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive hits, using all her strength to smash down on the chubby guy's belly. The somewhat conscious chubby guy tried to roll over, but was kicked in a pressure point at his waist, and the next heavy blow aimed for his private parts. Eat sausage dog. Another blow went straight for his eyes. Eat Cyclops. How about that? Let us see who is tough. The fat guy's head was very hard, but it didn't look like a man-made alloy head even after exposing the skull. The other awakened young soldiers were frightened by the madman Keela and wanted to slowly crawl away. The heavy steel bar above Zila was still covered in green and gray rust, and there was a splash of red on the ground, while an invisible cleaning robot by the wall flashed a red light and was leisurely approaching. Don't run. Let's show our skills. Who else wants a sausage dog? Keela's gums were grinning, and his hands were unsteady as he held the steel bar. Attacking from behind, winning with more against less was quite impressive. Huh. The few crawling closest to Tatalala were the most injured and couldn't hear what Keela was saying. They only felt vaguely that something had been pulled out from their hands and feet. Adults have a lot of power? Obviously, this child's cultural quality was above the average quality of reserve soldiers. Get lost. Keela was determined to target a few foolish one's tendons, not even glancing at the seemingly overly young and delicate boy in front of him. Really, when we first arrived, we were bullied by the locals for a long time. It was truly a bloody and tearful experience. We're all contemporaries. Please be lenient. The boy was also quite anxious, watching his companion on the verge of death, still needing to contact the medical room. You know adults have a lot of power. Don't you know that not avenging a grudge is not a gentleman's way? Keela didn't shake off the delicate boy's hand, but casually rested his hand on the boy's shoulder and leaned closer to say, "Let them go if you want. But come with me." Keela had just noticed that the locals had been watching the show, and the city defense soldiers accompanying her were secretly signaling her. Realizing there was some inside story, she decided to detain this child. But unexpectedly, the child's face suddenly twisted like the complex roots of a large tree, and finally made up his mind. With a pained yet resigned expression, "I'll go with you. Just let the medic come quickly." It seemed that 2 drops of blood tears and Keela's doubts fell from the sky. Could this also be a fool? Keela and the boy carried Tang Ermiai on one shoulder and soon realized there were no hand straps. A pair of wet eyes seemed to speak, with several footprints from military boots on his body, but also stained with the enemy's blood. Come, I'll help you carry him." A kind-hearted local passing by skillfully lifted Tang Ermiai's rear. "Oh, Tang Ermei licked his nose with his tongue, his hair a mess. These few people had been tyrannical for too long, mainly because they were the elite of this operation, vying for a spot in the top 10 best teams. The warm-hearted one, carrying Tang Ermei, stumbled, not walking very steadily. Oh, why are they so domineering? The warm-hearted one glanced at the silent, dejected boy beside him. Mainly because they haven't been here long, and they have business dealings with us. They carry some fresh goods. Previously, it was said that they fought for several days over a failed deal. It was too expensive, damn it. The boy seemed to recall something and retorted. It's not like that. We just sold a bit expensive. Everyone does that. Your cold-resistant clothes and heaters are the real black market, due to the fluctuation of emotions. He stumbled on the stairs, and Tang Ermei almost fell too. The warm-hearted one quickly handed Tang Ermei to the delicate boy and gentlemanly supported Tang Ermei. So young, Keela thought to herself as she lifted the weak Tang Ermei, pondering that this child had almost been able to hang a soy sauce bottle with his mouth. He was likely speaking the truth. The warm-hearted one noticed Keela's silence and felt a bit awkward, comforting Tang Ermei by his ear. Once we go to the capsule warehouse and sleep, you'll be fine right away. When the group arrived at the medical room, they found that Tatalala's hands and feet had already recovered significantly, and 1800 was helping to massage his feet nearby. Holy Mother Tang, your last name is Tang, but you're not really Glass. What the hell are you talking about? Still talking to him nicely, Tatalala shouted, looking at Tang Ermei, unable to contain his anger. His body stiffened, and he started to speak sarcastically again. And the local rules, did you see them explaining the rules to you? Are you a fool? You usually sleep with one eye open. How come you didn't react then? Huh? Tatalala was in a bad mood, and Keela and the others pretended not to hear. The delicate boy was at the door, holding onto the edge of his clothes, and the warm-hearted one still didn't leave, twisting his but to serve Tang Ermei tea, not forgetting to bring a cup to Tatalala, who was spitting everywhere. Keela, did you make a move later? Tatalala shot a flirty glance. Actually wanted to ask what to do if someone got killed. Handled it. The group leader cleaned up. 1800 made a gesture. Otherwise, Keela couldn't have been so ruthless. Hammering someone's skull. Then why didn't you act directly earlier? What nonsense, you hadn't come yet. How could I take on 7 by myself? Tatalala's gills flared significantly as he irritably rubbed Tang Ermei's belly, then muttered softly, you ran too slowly. You acted too fast. Oomph. Keela's brain flashed. Looking at 1800, I'm leaving. Teacher Tang is calling me. It's fine. Go ahead. 1800 nodded calmly, as if killing a very strong little soldier was not a big deal. And Keela left with doubts. In such a short time, you found a partner? Tatalala, after venting his anger, looked at the warm-hearted one, whose gentle brows and eyes resembled a well-educated child from a middle-class family about to enter a government department. Tang Ermei, holding hot water, looked up in surprise. No, he was just being kind and helping me in. Explanation was useless. 2 blushes rose on the warm-hearted one's face as he said he should leave, but kept glancing at Tang Ermei, wanting her to keep him or leave contact information. Unexpectedly, Tang Ermei straightforwardly widened his round eyes and nodded to say goodbye. Fallen flowers have intentions, but flowing water is heartless. Tatalala supported 1800's arm, his eyes squinting into a downward V shape. What a scene. Arriving at the medical room, I beat my own mandarin ducks. Stinky fish, open your eyes and talk to me. Cyclops, you say it again. Chapter 22. Not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves remembering. Keela walked through the transparent floating stairs and entered the floating elevator. The delicate boy closely followed her. Please select a room to reach. Please go to room 1423. Please hold the handrail to prevent falling. The elevator's prompt voice was a cold, hard male voice. Why are you still following me? Keela naturally tightened her grip on the sturdy nylon belt. Didn't you ask me to follow you? The delicate boy could only see Keela's beautiful black ponytail, clearly well-maintained by a wealthy child. Secretly grateful that no one could see his socks with holes in them. Was it just a price fight between you and the locals? Keela watched the changing green numbers in the elevator, feeling dizzy from the weightlessness from her heart to her, but from her cervical spine to the back of her head. Those guys with their eyes to the sky said we were short-lived ghosts. The honest, delicate boy said everything. Short-lived ghosts? The momentary dizziness made Keela think she hadn't heard wrong. How did you know those people? Do I have to explain this to? If you don't explain, I'll find someone to kick you out. I'm a medic, randomly assigned to their group. The delicate boy's voice was youthful and tender. No one had come to capture Keela for so long. She must have some backing. He began to fantasize that if he could connect with someone, life might be easier. But it was quickly shattered. The ruins headquarters, as the dawn of the underground city, never sees rain. The cold and chill seep from the dark walls year-round. Hey, Bailang, where are you off to this time? Under some woman's legs looking for food. An orange-yellow human temperature capsule bag is half open, revealing a buzz-cut head smoking a joint. The black and yellow big-toothed mouth can't spit out anything nice. Bailang lets the words go in one ear and out the other as he brushes past a soldier holding toilet paper in the overly tight corridor. A salty hand from the darkness firmly squeezes his butt. After tensing up, Bailang clenches again. Stop looking for girls. Can't a few of us satisfy you? A man with a northwest Russian accent shouts. They're busy escaping the ruins. What do you know? By the time they climb up high and fly far away, you'll still be waiting to die in the ruins. If you want to nibble on a white, but you better have a good face. A wave of humiliation makes the dull life underground a bit interesting, causing a roar of laughter. The people in a few capsules remain indifferent but perk up their ears for entertainment. Bailang hurriedly dodges the teasing of a few people, stuffing the stolen unknown lace fabric under his pillow. The door of the floating lift slowly opens, and two local men, like mountains, stand outside the gilded iron gate adorned with tribal beast patterns, with Kingsley automatic shotguns at their hips, eyes like torches. A mini-scanner casts a green arrest net, scanning Keela and the handsome youth from head to toe. Keela, come with us. No need. He has to come too. Another local waves his hand, and both of them board a mini flying car together. It's so novel. Keela feels no fear, even a bit excited and thrilled, seeing Tian Wuji being taken away with electronic shackles for the first time. He is quite curious about this thing, but as a commonly used instrument, there has never been a specific book to deconstruct it. It feels a bit heavy, and any inappropriate strange movements will be responded to by the waves. Keela's spirit, instead of extinguishing, becomes invigorated. His hair is already starting to smell burnt, showing no concern for the nearby guards and youth who look like monsters. The journey is somewhat twisted, and in a small room, all devices are unloaded for security checks and disinfection. It seems casually led to a corridor filled with various holographic images. The bizarre light from the lamps is extremely uncomfortable. Everywhere are ruins. And at the center is a collapsed angel statue square. Below are intertwined bodies. Youths and wanderers, soldiers and worms, motionless, reminding Keela of dark sesame paste. Looking closer, Keela and the handsome youth tighten their backs, hearts pounding, and Keela suddenly starts to vomit. From the young flesh, peculiar and disgusting worms emerge. White, bloated bodies with red sores, like prey strangled in an animal documentary. The helpless kicking of the deceased, soldiers with faces full of ulcers being pierced. Worms opening their 4 rows of fangs towards food, thick lips facing the sky. The two guards exchange silent glances. This is just a lesson for the little brat, but the orders shouldn't be too excessive. The earlier commotion only caused ripples in a small area, but the surveillance immediately reported the situation to Tang Lin. You're getting along well with Keela. Tang Lin sketches on the data board while chatting with Sui Lan. She is friends with Tatar, helping her sister out. Sui Lan sits down on the floating platform, and Tang Lin must have noticed her little movements. Their friendship is indeed rare. They are young, having not experienced much of life as storms. Sui Lan smiles. Trying to recruit them under your wing? Not really. I just want to keep them. They look down on us anyway. You're getting kinder and kinder now. Could it be that you've reached an age where you like kids? As Tang Lin speaks, she starts to get to the point. Who wouldn't like the innocence of children? Aren't you planning to take a family visit this year? Aren't the old men anxious about your marriage? Sui Lan changes the subject, knowing Tang Lin probably knows about her helping Alaman smuggle. Compared to this, they care more about how many research papers I've completed this year and whether there are any technical breakthroughs. Tang Lin pouts. Still want to meddle in my marriage? The marriage certificate has already been issued. Okay, A good man must be secured first. My research ability surpasses you by a long shot, and my choice of teammates is ahead of you by 10 years. True, your family spoils you. You're really lucky, Suelon, a young master, goes with the flow, everything going smoothly. If you really can't find a partner, you could consider someone else coming. Suelan's brows furrowed at the interruption. In terms of family background or industry influence, research, and social skills, Tang Lin stands out alone in the high age gap. The usually proud Suelon is convinced by her, always taking her as a goal, but just lacking a bit of timing. Tang Lin stands up, extremely happy. Keela really arrived just in time. With this central air conditioning, she still wants to stand beside me, without realizing that the warmth of her own position would make the whole world feel her warmth. Report. The perpetrator has been brought in. The colonel orders that the matter is fully under Tang's control. The guards pull Keela in, finish their report, raise their hands to turn off the surveillance and communication devices. Then smile and say, Tang, this matter should have been ours to handle, but since you represent the capital this time, we will step back a bit. Please reconsider the share we discussed earlier. The two guards exchange nods and retreat. In the conference room at the top of the cliff, there's an arched high window overlooking the locally crafted ladders and houses above the abyss. There is a silence on the originally steel floor, and the air carries the scent of blue lemon oil and small cigars. Keela, devoid of the desire to survive, feels a sense of peace upon smelling the smoke for the first time. Although the earlier scene was strangely bizarre, his head nearly breaking through the sky, pondering how senior sister Tang would pull him out, but he doesn't know how much blood will be drawn. Others are dismissed, and Suelon remains unperturbed, believing she has the right to stay for the same review, even though Tang Lin says these kids are too rambunctious to manage. Her intuition tells her that perhaps Tang Lin is being insincere. After all, she really likes these three innocent little brats, not just because of their special identities, but also because of Tang Lin's own childlike heart during her youth, a heart that I have seen. A symphony of fate rings in Suelan's mind as she gazes affectionately at Tang Lin. Teacher Tang. Tang Lin leans back in her floating chair, exhaling smoke, listening to greetings that feel like a delicate flower battered by heavy rain. She muses on how this child seems to have been trampled by others, instantly realizing what the ruins imply. Suelon silently observes her. Keela, still with some energy, perks up to analyze the situation, thinking today is a scolding session. The capital S share cannot be less. That is the bottom line. Suelon closely watches Tang Lin, shrouded in psychedelic smoke. If she were to step back for these kids, she could step up. The recording mic is hidden beneath Suelan's collar, the signal light glowing with faint starlight. Finally, the bottom line is revealed. Suelon, I consider you a friend, but I didn't expect we would still have to compete for the position of the overall person in charge. Tang Lin sighs softly. Of course, it can't be less. Temporarily, we'll adjust the supply from the base to compensate. They just want to pressure the Empire. It's not something we can influence. Let us get through tomorrow first and then discuss the share. We can't control future adjustments. After speaking, she gestures with her chin for Suelon to leave, indicating she has something to privately discuss with Keela. The door opened and closed, leaving only Kula and Tang Lin in the room. Suelon casually took the handsome young man outside, saying, "Wait until I call you to go back in," in a gentle tone that lacked the authority he had just displayed. The handsome young man nodded nervously, his pair of slender peach blossom eyes greedily watching Suelan's broad, upright back as he left, wondering when he could walk so confidently on the street too. You know how much we lost this time, right? The shiny leather whip sliced through the air with a crisp sound, causing Kula to pause, letting the shackles slip from his hands. Tang Lin shot a glance, and it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. "It's all my fault. Teacher Tang, punish me," he said. "What good will that do?" "Just honestly work for me for 10 years, Tang Lin replied with a smile, temporarily placing his cigar into a ceramic hand of an eyeball monkey god. The ashes fell onto the long tail that was dyed in distinct purple and green hues, and he kicked Kala, who wore a troubled expression. "Senior sister. My good senior sister, it's not the thief that scares me. It's the thief that remembers me. Hey, can you understand?" Tang Lin grabbed the back of Kula's collar, glancing at the high-end custom thermal carbon pants that had started to wrinkle. Kula nodded, unexpectedly thinking of Senior Sway, his teacher Sway. Looking so outstanding. Who would have thought he was actually a malicious person? Some things shouldn't be said by oneself, but it's somewhat satisfying to hear others say them. If I send a batch of supplies, I should at least hear a response. All right, go on, he said. Is that it? Won't you care about them? Compensate for some things? Kula looked at Tang Lin, smiling without speaking, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Why? Call them short-lived ghosts. Kula felt that the situation behind this might shatter his worldview. Forget it. I'll tell you. Don't be afraid. Can't you guess? Come on. Just tell me. Please. They are clones, used for experiments. The light-hearted word struck Kula's mind like a hammer. So because they're clones, losing their lives is just losing a sample, and they don't even need to be respected. Even if they lived a life of poverty, no one cares. No wonder they are all so irritable. Wait, is it just to exist for battle? So they must be irritable? Kula had seen artificial humans before, most commonly holographic avatars and household service robots, while many low-level laborers lacked human forms and used human-like communication. Clones are artificially created humans made through cloning technology from human cells. Initially, they faced significant ethical controversies and were opposed by the public, leading the empire to block all information about cloning, only claiming it was invested in agriculture and other resources. However, some continued to experiment privately, with reports of successful cases, though they wouldn't be as widespread as artificial humans, only used for specific groups. As for artificial humans, cyborgs, robots, and prosthetics, they have already penetrated everyday life, replacing factory workers and even being used as grassroots law enforcers in some countries. So, will the consciousness of clones be exactly the same as their original? If the environment is a variable, there will definitely be differences. Perhaps they could be seen as twins. Tang Lin explained a little, patting Kula's small head. Think slowly. But how to distinguish them? They are just like us, just like artificial humans with hands and feet, able to feel pain and laughter, but there are distinctions. At the door, Kula looked at the handsome young man who was half a head shorter than him. Is he also going to become part of the violent machinery? Kula was too tired. In the warm room and the temporarily familiar environment, he fell into a deep sleep in just a few seconds. Chapter 23. Infatuation in ruins. Kula opened his eyes, emptying his mind while counting the crossed steel nails on the ceiling. He is my life. Because of a bowl of plain porridge, for the first time, mother. For the first time, he made me feel like I had a home. A small tablet emitted a heart-wrenching confession that made his left kneecap crack open, wiping away the hexagonal screw cap silence. Recently, a friend who was salvaging something at sea sent him a small drama series, hammering his chest and saying it was a good pastime while oiling his body. But after watching half of it, he found it comparable to the acid rain caused by nuclear pollution, simply electronic pollution. If she could choose who she wanted to become, she would want to kick away the wild wolf trying to take her beloved pet. Want some glutinous rice cake? The automatic connection beeped. If you have questions, why not find the answers yourself? After lying in bed, pretending to be dead for several days, Kula, after 2 seconds of silence, quickly got up, put on his shoes, and went out to get the glutinous rice cake. In the wild, with stones like knives and lying stones like tigers. The wilderness was overgrown with weeds. 10 meters away was the ruins. Brother G has upgraded the AI again. The little words sound really comfortable. Feeling like he had become a noble user, Renwu's back head was slapped hard, almost hitting the steering wheel. Stop being vague, get to work. A big bearded man in a warm red vacuum suit pulled out a wireless remote signal receiver to start a connection at the cloud platform in the trunk. Anti-detection circuit breakers and deflectors hung from the car roof. In a roll of silver insulating tape bundled together a fiber optic cable and a black box, neatly stacked against the wall of the car. His side profile was filled with the flavor of the American Midwest, his skin dark from years of sun exposure at sea. But upon closer inspection, both their faces were marked with tribal tattoos. Go ahead, I'll keep watch, humming a Hawaiian tune. Renwu pulled out an exquisite silver women's mirror and a comb from his pocket, the back painted with a poster of a pink Barbie princess. The edges of the same windshield were also covered with pink and purple holographic Barbie princess postcards, soaked in the smell of engine oil. Renwu used the silver women's comb to smooth back the messy hair blown by the car wind. and the sofa, bleached by seawater, was tied into two large braids with sturdy rubber bands. Rinlu, are we going to directly grab the child? Or wait for him to come out? Can you stop combing your messy hair every time? Just listen to the task properly. Rinlu's muscles naturally bulged. Rectangular black marks, growing larger, and a giant TNT bomb was halfway completed. They had already contacted an internal spy, and once the power was cut off, they would input their signal and then contact the target. Let's dig a tunnel first. Rinwu's face instantly changed color. What? We have to dig a tunnel too? A small shovel about 1 meter long was thrown into his arms. Hurry up. Start digging at the round cover under the car. Remember to bring once a night. I didn't expect the young soldiers coming from the city to be so capable now. The warm-hearted Bai Lang extended his muscular right arm to Tang Ermei, who had been thrown on the soft mat, gentlemanly helping the lady to stand. Watching Bai Lang wipe sweat off his neck with a white cloth. His sweet smile revealed a standard set of 8 teeth, and his sunny demeanor warmed Tang Ermei's heart. You all are better in practical combat. The girl's submissive demeanor rekindled Bai Lang's cold heart. The heat of recent days had caused their feelings to soar, and although those around them were restless, he blocked them all one by one. The poor little golden retriever even thought it was someone else's hostility toward him. All the office areas near the upper end of the building and several training rooms nearby lost power, causing a flurry of panic as everyone shouted to quickly activate the backup power. In the dark training corridor, the tall and strong Bai Lang took the dreamlike, delicate hand and hid into a storage compartment. Wait, the slender little hands, though soft, bore the hardness of a day spent honing equipment, like a ferocious beast wearing human skin. Yet after intertwining fingers with his lover, he gradually released his strength, surrendering himself to desire and hormones. Their fingers intertwined like a sinuous snake, breaths growing heavier. The man's tongue was nimble and agile. This wasn't his first time kissing. The accumulated secrets and shared experiences had captivated the once pure girl, making her unable to resist. It was too lewd. The fragrance of the girl's body evaporated with a light sweat, leaving the man weak in the legs and numb in the waist. The soft body and rough combat uniform rubbed against each other, emotions reaching a boiling point, about to explode under the bright light. The saliva connecting them made Tang Ermei, with her flushed face, calm for a second. Kala had previously joked about her own drool while grinding gun parts late at night, calling it dirty and disgusting. This man's body wasn't very healthy, and as he slowly embraced her, Tang Ermei stared at a replacement rod of a cleaning robot, absent-mindedly thinking it would be better to buy a mutated scorpion shell collection bag. Tang Ermei really went hand in hand with Bai Lang to buy a mutated scorpion shell collection bag from the little girl. The bag, handmade with bright black and yellow spotted natural design, had a sense of antiquity and freedom. Tang Ermei looked down at the little girl, whose sparse yellow hair and thick leather boots barely wrapped around her thin legs, no longer showing the original skin color. Bai Lang observed Tang Ermei's expression from the side. Do you want her? The paperwork is a bit troublesome, but I think it should be easy for you. He lowered his voice to Tang Ermei. If you want her, I know a comrade's sister who is quite good. A bottle of stimulant. The young soldier offered a prize for the woman he loved. That was all he could do. He loved her so much. 5 bottles? You can't bargain like that. The girl's father was nagging about the difficulties of raising children. So annoying, Tang Ermei thought, pulling out 2 bottles of disinfectant from her pocket and giving them to the girl with an apologetic expression before turning to leave. The young soldier caught up, boasting about the woman he had chosen, suggesting that the 2 bottles should be given to him, and he could help take care of the little girl. That night, in the guest dormitory, Kala and others had washed up and lay on their beds, each lost in their thoughts. Tata La was dripping the precious eye drops given by Dr. Tosigo. Only the sound of a low-budget drama at 1800 hours could be heard. Do you guys think I look like a fool? The male lead of the little TV series has an intimate moment with the female lead at his uncle's house, completely ignoring his sister. 1800 frowns in silence. Sometimes, when your emotions surge, no one can stop you. Keela thinks for a moment and then speaks up. Do you think my emotional intelligence is very low? Sometimes, when you're caught up in the moment, who cares about so much? Tang Ermei closes her eyes, decides to embrace the day, preparing to welcome a wonderful day ahead. Today I ran into a cellar of little girls. Was it the same one who sold gloves last time? Keela felt something was off. And then what? Can you still bargain? Tang Ermei, as a bit of social phobic, actually dared to haggle with people in the ruins. It's Bai Lang, and he even pushed me to go after someone's girl. No need to say more, just stay away from these locals. The waters are too deep for us to navigate. Tatalala warned that when it comes to children, haggling is inappropriate. It's a straightforward business of buying children. Can you really be close to someone after buying them? Kula frowned, wondering who the hell can control this, and how can there still be haggling? And then what? I stuffed 2 bottles of disinfectant and ran away. Bai Lang said he could help take care of it. What does he think he is? Do you two have something going on? Tatar has figured out something else. You'd better not give me any game about a beautiful girl in the field running with a ball. Did you two kiss? The light and agile voice of 1800 also joined in, reminding her today that she cannot ignore the basic social education of these 3 minors. What is it? Where did you go to bed? Tatara raised her voice, bang, a big pillow hit Tatara's head. Get lost. Kula listened to the sounds and felt her stomach twitch with laughter. Stop it. We still have to go to Teacher Tang's lab tomorrow. In the ruins headquarters scripture hall, Tatara could hear several apprentices chanting in unison from the stairs, as if bathed in a spring breeze, turning the wind into a fine web that tightly blocked people's hearts and minds, making them just want to doze off. Tatara passed through the scripture hall, descended the suspended staircase, and slipped into a nearby ventilation duct. After crawling for about 10 meters, a wave of intense heat hit her face. She arched her body with thick, heat-resistant gloves, kicked off the mesh at the duct's opening, and wondered why the path was so narrow. Shrinking and stretching her body, she jumped into a trash bin that someone had deliberately thrown there below. The immense cloud platform ahead emitted thermal energy, operating in fierce winds. While data programs were undergoing high-level calculations, touching even a bit could cause information overload. This was the information storage room. After passing through this room, she continued down the spiral staircase made of cement bricks to the second-to-last floor. Upon entering through the door, she found the local bank where people exchanged imperial gold coins. Last time, Tatara casually scratched a small lottery ticket and won dozens of bucks, indicating a streak of good luck in recent days. So, she decided to take a look around. Though it was a small bank, first there was a co-branded RD bar, with a holographic logo flashing above the gun barrel. Tatara internally scoffed at the awkward name that was hard to say out loud, consisting only of initials. On the projection screen, a pool cue shot forward as a competitor's finger pointed, sending a colorful digital billiard ball into a wild battle. Facing a professional holographic bartender in a long suit, she ordered a Highland Night, which had a rich flavor, a natural velvety feel, mixed with smoky aromas and fruity scents. Looking around the bar, she had expected it to be a shabby country place, but there were several holographic adult modules, with beautiful men and women as well as androgynous performers joyfully flaunting their charms on the central stage. Leopard print thongs and shimmering skirts fluttered as large bills fell like snowflakes. Their white, clean smiles and tight, delicate young bodies reminiscent of distinct personalities, vibrant and charming. 2 locals approached her with their drinks, sitting on either side of Tatara. After a few rounds, the atmosphere warmed up, and Tatara subtly inquired about the enthusiastic guy who was bored and looking for entertainment. He eagerly shared some gossip. He had been kicked out of the city, supposedly entangled with the husband of a good family, caught in bed by the wife, and after some maneuvering, was sent here to do hard labor. Surprised, Tatara thought to herself, what a character. Tang Ermei, this is dangerous. It's true. If you're going to mess with him, you have to be careful not to have your underwear stolen. What does this mean? Just then, 2 drunkards burst into laughter. Pounding the table, Tatarala suppressed the turmoil in his heart, placing his hand on the can of mermaid inside his pocket. Of course, it's because he can't control himself and likes to steal from others. Oh no, is that stealing? Genuine matters of love don't count as stealing. A woman who only enjoys herself with one man must not love enjoyment. It seems to mimic the past of the protagonist, getting more and more excited as she speaks. Even the trembling bodies next door are pulling up their pants to listen to the gossip on the 18th floor. Tadala cheers and finishes her drink before dashing off. All right, brother, I'll wait for you in the room, Bai Lang said, blushing innocently. She swayed her hips into the shadows under the gaze of the big man's lustful eyes. A lamb transferred to the black prison, had his black hair radiated by sewage, one shoulder frozen to the point of losing mobility. Even with some flesh infected and rotting, he felt numb and indifferent. His sharp teeth and bright brown eyes gathered strength in the darkness. Chapter 24. The pretty boy has no good intentions. Lang walked into the black prison, not knowing how many turns he had taken. His military boots clattered on the creaky iron mesh. The endless darkness made it impossible to see his fingers, and both distance and height lost their meaning. Small droplets of water hung damply on the steel plate of the corridor, and the U-shaped nails above tightened the bulging cables and fibers, each one potentially a nightmare for some unfortunate public utility worker. As the messy and uneven fluorescent green indicator lights flickered out, the doorplate of room 5688 glowed red amidst a cloud of dust. Lang took a deep breath, the fear of delving deeper into the underground thick fog lingering. Creak. The gray-black door opened after verifying the information. Layer upon layer of protective locks retreated. At the moment the prison door slowly opened, Lang finally understood the origin of the name of the underground 56-level black prison. It was merely a 1 square meter irregular ceiling space with a small ventilation hole, and everything from eating, drinking, to excretion happened in there. Fortunately, he was wearing a simulated vacuum oxygen suit. In the corner of the small dark room, a prisoner shackled by handcuffs was on the verge of collapse due to the exhaustion of bodily energy. Lang found a piece of flesh on the prisoner that was relatively tolerable and injected it with a drug. The hot medicinal power circulated from the abdomen to the limbs. Alaman's mind cleared up, and he found the strength to gaze at the real person he hadn't seen for more than half a month, Gully Duras. Unable to see his face clearly, the disheveled criminal muttered. Lang was about to express his intention to negotiate when the thought vanished instantly. What could he say to a fool? Get the goods within a week, and I'll find you a way out. This package has what you want. Lang pulled out a mini starter pack from his pocket and threw it to a lamb on the ground. Seeing his bound hands and feet, unable to open it, Lang crouched down. Brother, give me a word. With a rustle, a lamb gently raised his hand. One piece, he said. Lang was instantly overjoyed, feeling that this deal was indeed not a mistake. He quickly began to untie a lamb, exclaiming, Brother, don't think we're making things difficult for you. It's just too harsh here in the ruins. I'm just making a little pocket money. You should know that getting into the dungeon took effort and money. We can't end up with nothing from this transaction. Do you know how much that thing is worth? A lamb opened his eyes wide, secretly observing the movements of the informant in front of him. I don't know, Lang said blankly. It must be worth quite a bit if it can attract the riffraff outside. After all, the money for this errand isn't small. After a long time, Lang's sharply defined thin lips finally parted. You're so kind? Look at me. My actions are restricted, and I need someone familiar with the area to help me. A lamb slightly turned his head towards Lang. You're quite suitable. Think about it. A huge sum of money. Are you willing to give all the money to me? For me, this is an entry ticket. You take the money, I take the goods. Aren't you afraid I'll take your things? Lang's helmet reflected light, flashing into Alaman's long-seeing eyes. I won't. The entry ticket leads to hell, while money can take you to heaven. What will you choose? After Lang stepped out of the darkness, the fluffy filling and exquisite soft Nepali carpet created a harmonious atmosphere in the hard industrial building cast in concrete at the bottom of the ruins. He untied his old combat boots, feeling for the first time that he had spent a lot of money to come to a high-end hotel inside the ruins. The commercial environment inside the ruins had already formed its own unique style. On a comfortable, warm human massage sofa, he gazed at the high-end champagne in an ice bucket with a champagne-colored bow on the glass round table. He needed a silk shirt and chuckled under the yellowish light emitted by the old green glass lampshade, wanting a long black men's silk morning robe to please himself with his own money. A lamb donned the combat suit and helmet Lang provided, disguising himself as a local. Carrying his mini starter pack, he skillfully manipulated the surveillance in the basement of the previous guest apartment. He handed his credit chip to Lang in exchange for the local merchant's access code. He placed 2 electrode pads on his temples, closed his eyes, and delved into the surveillance wall. The handsome young man's eyebrows furrowed with unmasked regret upon hearing the answer. How many times had he not seen anyone? The higher-ups in the lab needed a senior access code that he couldn't enter at all. He tightly gripped the sesame cake wrapped in characteristic oiled paper, folded in the ancient, mysterious way of the old dynasty, even without glue or a box to keep it secure. Once opened, it might restore to its original form along the paper creases. The handsome young man was startled by the distant sound of a soldier's whistle. "I'll come back later." He smiled foolishly at Tang Ermei, indicating for her to take care of herself, and jogged away. "We cannot talk, even if you don't like it. You have to make it clear to people." Tang Ermei sat cross-legged on a floating chair, drawing with a touchscreen pen in her hand. "That kid looks fine. It's good for young people to communicate with each other. We learn a lot from this trip outside. Isn't it all about socializing with peers?" "Oh, really? Then why don't you stick with Bai Lang every day?" Tang Ermei paused, her pink hand momentarily halting. "How can we stand together every day?" Her appearance of being critical, yet enjoying it, was hard to ignore. The handsome young man felt somewhat disheartened, nibbling on the sesame cake while sitting at the corner of the floating staircase behind the shell apartment. This was a dead corner where even surveillance only came to scan every few hours. "Is this the plan you mentioned?" Bai Lang whispered, his freshly styled hair disheveled by the sudden incident, veins bulging on his forehead. "You killed him. Local who is registered." Alaman's face had transformed into that of the previously handsome young man, and the young man's corpse was now wrapped in a frozen body bag. "What are you panicking about? He's just a small fry. Later, you can just throw him in that garbage pit," Alaman said with a pure, clean face, swiping through the original owner's light brain chat messages. "If it weren't for his connection to Carla, I wouldn't even glance at him. Then you should just knock him out. Why kill him?" Bai Lang was almost going crazy. His worst behavior was just stealing people and things, and this time, he had really gotten into big trouble. "Don't rush. The more anxious you are, the worse it gets. Just throw him in the cage later, and when the big test comes tomorrow, you can go steal things, and then we can wander the world together." Alaman slowly said his plan. In the grand and magnificent circular plaza, 16 giant imitation Roman columns stand around, capable of gathering an electromagnetic protective shield as weapons. The ground, resembling a worn-out marble chessboard, is filled with young volunteer soldiers sent from the preparatory camp, each full of vigor and fully armed. God said, "Let there be light," and so there was light. With this light, God created life on earth, allowing humanity to govern all things on the ground and granting them magical powers. Now, let us begin a new interpretation of power. The solemn declaration prompts the young soldiers to load their hell guns together. The black-patterned archway opens wide, and a medium-sized, tailless giant phagocytic worm makes its grand entrance, driven by flames, while the young soldiers below calmly adjust their formations. Tang Lin, suspended in the air, watches the broadcast screen and frowns, urging 1800 to hurry up and get Keela and the others to gather in the meeting room. At the edge of the platform, a little girl wearing a fur hat sneaks under the bustling staircase, peering out from between the legs of the stairs. The audience of the human-beast battle never cares who wins or loses. As long as the human fights well and dodges quickly, they will receive cheers from the crowd. Bai Lang hands his milk tea to Tang Ermei, claiming he needs to use the restroom, but heads towards the exit. "I'll find you in a bit." "What? What are you doing?" Tang Ermei is furious as her good deed is interrupted, sitting in her seat in anger. "Report the location." 1800 suddenly wakes up, staring at the black screen of Keela's light brain communication interface. "What are you doing there?" "I've been feeling anxious and just wanted to come see." Every time Keela thinks of Alaman being dragged away from the apartment, she feels uneasy, as if someone has been keeping her on edge. The chandelier in the corridor sways slightly with the battle below, casting light to guide passers-by in line with her mood. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." "I'm already here." Quick-witted Keela opens the gate, and a charred, curled black body lies on the ground. The reflective iron ring of the murder weapon glimmers, and a foul stench of excrement and sewage wafts towards her. "Wow!" Keela turns her head and presses it against the wall, her physiological disgust causing her to empty her stomach completely. Years of combat stress immediately sense the air disturbance behind her. Keela instinctively grabs the other person's arm and forcefully presses them against the wall. "Hiss!" Before the other can speak, "Coco?" Keela releases her grip, seeing the delicate face of the least likely person to be there marred by her strength, leaving a rough scar. What are you doing here? I came with you. Alaman touches her little face, mimicking Coco's demeanor with ease. How could Coco be there? Isn't he supposed to be killing bugs? 1800's voice comes from the light brain, sounding like yes, almost there. Keela squats down, shining her flashlight on the black corpse. It's fine, I called the prison guards. Hurry up, Keela says, holding the flashlight tightly as she looks at Talaman's body. Are you just worried about him? It's so dangerous here. In the quiet atmosphere, Alaman decides to take the initiative. Where's the danger? What's some bugs tunneling here? Oh, I could take out 10 with one punch. This woman truly doesn't understand what love is. Coco frowns, and a small electric shock head gradually emerges from the half-covered hand of her combat suit. So powerful. If any bugs show up, you have to protect me. Then come a bit closer. Coco's heartbeat quickens. The anticipated gunshot to the head turns into a hat removal and head pat. Her slightly cold hand runs through the simulated hair. But the temperature and strength are no small matter. Why do you still need to act pitiful with your sister? It's fine. I'll cover you. Keela wonders why the last time they met, she was pretending to be pitiful and warm, and suddenly feels a surge of performance energy. Chapter 25. In different Shin, there is no ash smell from the mouth and nose. It seems the victim was killed first and then burned. Keela squats beside the corpse, putting on a simple isolation mask while her thoughts race. A large prison guard consults with his superior nearby, and 1800 soon arrives. So strange. 1800 turns to the bending prison guard, nodding at the light brain. How's the monitoring? The monitoring was blocked due to the tremors. The commotion from the giant phagocytic worm's appearance is so loud, but it's reasonable. It's just too coincidental. 1,800 nods. The higher-ups mean that if there's nothing else going on, this criminal's death was accidental. So just do an autopsy and log it, then store it away. Better to have less trouble than more. Keela agrees to do the autopsy first, following the prison guards and Coco, who are transporting the body. Ahead, voices, footsteps, and lights awaken one by one. How's your investigation going? I suspect he was murdered first and then executed, but it could also be suicide, which attracted the flame worms. Keela thinks about who might bear a grudge against Alaman. Logically, apart from their few conflicts, there's no one else. The enclosed environment can easily drive someone to madness. Looking at the various struggle marks left on the already hard walls makes it clear. Mental collapse, isn't impossible. There must be a trap. If Alaman wanted to escape, she would just give up. 1800 slows his pace, chatting with Keela slowly. This matter is too bizarre. How are you so sure? It's what the text says. I didn't know you were also a master of deduction from the text. Keela feels slightly speechless at the serious 1800. What a pity. I wanted to show it off to Kong Sin Yen. TSK. Tatala is making a fortune in the underground bar, pocketing a big handful of the ruined specialty fog agents. Just a tiny bit can make someone instantly faint. But why is that man there too? Didn't you interrogate him? Keela and the others walk toward the floating conference room in the plaza. He insisted on following me. Keela is somewhat annoyed by this infatuated man. Didn't he take part in the big exam? Maybe he thinks Keela is much more important than the big exam. Has the fool awakened? Then he is definitely doomed in this big exam. Tatala's face is filled with disdain. Keela, we're not playing with him. TSK, you sabotage your best friend's love life, and you meddle when others are trying to survive. Tang Ermei elbows Tatala in the ribs. Get lost among us. You have the biggest problem. You're the most love-struck. Tatala's spittle has already sprayed onto the milk tea straw. Tang Ermei raises an eyebrow. Who are you talking about? Talking about you. Just you. I see you're feeling itchy. Ahem. Coco's team is on stage now. And Kula reminds the two not to cause trouble. In the entire conference room, only Tang Lin and Mamon's team are present. For some reason, Kula feels that the air in the conference room is extremely cold. The four of them obediently line up against the wall. But soon they are stunned by the scene before them. They had imagined a brutal battle, but never expected such a horrifying sight. On the screen, only about 2/3 of the Imperial warriors remain after a round of fighting. The massive, milky white, giant phagocytic worm's body is already charred, with hundreds of pits oozing pinkish-purple mucus from the holes punched into it. A stench reminiscent of boiled pig ears that have rotted in the fridge for over a month fills the air. The nearby warriors are either fainting from the foul smell or attacking the severely injured vulnerable spots while wearing helmets, keeping their distance. God Jehovah! It wasn't like this just now. It was clearly a glorious and joyful unilateral victory for humanity. I really can't figure out what the point of this is. Otherwise, Tang Ermei wouldn't have said that Coco suddenly became clear-headed. How could the exam monster be a giant phagocytic worm, with their heads full of questions? The battle descends into a tense stalemate. The warrior's task is to bombard and slay the giant phagocytic worm, while the worm, when given the chance, sweeps its barbed tongue through the densely packed group of combatants, skewering them like kebabs and quickly sucking them into its belly amid the smoke. Help me! Help me! Suddenly, dozens of teenagers, awakened amid blood and severed limbs, rush to the entrance arch, brandishing guns and firing helplessly. But the sparks fail to open a way out and only provoke the giant phagocytic worm's ire. Teacher Tang. Kula recalls the large number of syringes and experiments she has prepared in the medical room, leading to some vague speculations that seem utterly ridiculous. Tang Ermei gazes grimly at all the holographic projections in the conference room, while Tadala, after a moment of surprise, calmly sits down on a chair nearby. The nearly frantic companions are bombarding the worm's abdomen, occasionally catching glimpses of undigested remains. Eventually, this turns into a one-sided feeding frenzy for the beast, with fewer and fewer people left on the field. The wind howling from the abyss beneath the circular plaza sends chills through the outside crowd, raising goosebumps on their skin. The red-eyed, burly warriors on the tiled chessboard are crushed by the giant phagocytic worm's reckless charges, and thousands of souls tread upon the blood-mud corpse mountain, wailing in agony at the spindly structure glowing with a holy light. It's so hot. Something's not right. Why is my body? An overwhelming anger and impulse to smash something surge within. The bright light, the scorching floor, the combat suit's belt constraining their body. I want to explode. Muscles swell, feeling like they're growing 5 centimeters. A mysterious force rushes to the brain, crashing against the cerebral cortex like waves. I want to destroy everything, not just that one. There's another, something good that incited the riot. They scribbled it on a thin note, feeling so uncomfortable. Found it. It seems like I stuffed it up my own rear end. I want to burn that worm. A 5-milliliter tube, sealed with a cork, glowing with a strange starry light, contains a mysterious blue perfume. Just a little bit could excite the giant phagocytic worm and cause indelible consequences. This is a good thing extracted from a large, dead humpback whale, which has taken years for the legendary whale hunters to pursue. On the top floor of the building, closest to the height of the spindly structure above the plaza, Bai Lang climbs into the secure area through the pipes. Resembling a Greek architectural conference hall, adorned with large areas of white that make the room feel spacious and bright. In this ruin, where any supplies must be transported from outside, it's truly a display of wealth. The 1-meter-high white barriers on both sides and the indoor greenery with a Hawaiian flair make Bai Lang feel like it's his first time in such an unconventional room. He even sees paradisiacal birds and Japanese hydrangeas in a catalog placed next to an oversized white bathtub in a high-end hotel. The mint green floor lamp beneath the low table reflects flowing light onto the surface of the rectangular swimming pool, which stretches endlessly. Suddenly, a high-speed stone strikes the back of his head, penetrating his left knee. He fires in anger, unleashing a long flame. With a splash, the pool creates waves as he quietly steps forward, ready to take down this unaware little thief, preferably alive, to hand over to the commander for venting frustration. However, after 2 gunshots, a local guard in black collapses, blood blooming from his chest, shocked eyes staring at the ground. Who would have thought someone would come to steal the rumored existence of a clever person's brain slice on such an important day? In a haze, a fragrant mist wafts into the air as the clock tolls the arrival of the new night. The death of the day and the peril of the night intermingle, with smoke and blood spreading across the plaza. The smoke from the giant phagocytic worm and the fragrant mist dissolve in the thin air, creating a wonderful chemical reaction, like dry ice meeting water, producing puffs of fog that boil around the giant worm and the panting warriors. The strange atmosphere on the field is mistaken by the audience as this year's new gimmick. In an instant, the corridors of the venue tremble, and countless spectators below roar. Even the upper-class individuals in masks and high-end custom suits and gowns raise their glasses behind the blast-proof glass, cheering as the fierce confrontation between the upcoming warriors and prey unfolds. This is purgatory. Tang Ermei whispers her thoughts aloud. I have to go down. Something's wrong down there. Kula spots the desperate Coco from the holographic projection, looking firmly at the half-covered face of 1800. I have to go. If it's not me, he might not be down there. 1800's attitude is equally resolute, blocking the door with his gun. Goodness, so Kula is the love-struck one? Tadala whispers to Tang Ermei, only to get jabbed in the stomach again. In the high-resolution holographic projection, the battered giant worm is agitated, its body flailing like a moth trying to escape from water. 3 Roman columns, unable to withstand the heavy artillery and impacts, collapse with a loud crash. Zila sparks fly as the debris is smashed by the Einstein Intelligent Defense System. The merciless long tail suddenly opens a black hole, sucking in a group of young soldiers in front of the arch, and those who can't escape are pressed down as a meat carpet beneath the giant worm. The absolute crushing and slaughter cause most of the audience outside to experience excitement, confusion, and fear in a short time. Many ordinary people with lower psychological endurance scream loudly, pure and utterly panicked. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Einstein Artificial Intelligence, always here to serve you. The panicked crowd begins to flee from various exits, with a few unlucky ones trampled underfoot. Despite the soldiers' best efforts to control the evacuation, some are firmly squeezed into an unknown corner. A little girl in fur, awakened by the commotion above, curls up and crawls through a mess of beer bottles and dirty tissues to the exit corner, waiting for the noise to die down before venturing out. Maman watches the debate among the group with interest, pondering whether to risk their lives to save him even if it meant danger. The gentle yet pointed words caught Carla off guard. Clearly not expecting this time that Bishop Maman would interfere from outside while planning to play the quail to the end. Carla, have you thought about what will happen if those soldiers run out and harm others after you go in? Huh? How could they hurt anyone? Tang Ermei truly couldn't understand this kind of mute language. Aren't you the Grand Bishop of the cult? How can you say such heartless things? Tatara leaned back, resting her hand on the floating platform. Hee. Carla, do you know who you're trying to save? Maman, in his formal robes, turned to Tang Ermei and Tatara. What do you think the significance of the big test is? Is it just to grandly watch the battle between humans and insects, to show various forces our ability to resist strong enemies? With just a few kids? It sounds increasingly unreasonable. If we let them out, it's very dangerous and not worth it. 1800 was confused. Just because they're friends and you've had a few interactions, you can risk more than the benefits to save them? Carla had always been neutral about risks. You broke the rules. Just let me. Is it just because they're clones that you won't save them? Carla's clear eyes looked through the digitally tinted sunglasses, showing the storm. Clones should also have their own rights. Seeing that 1800 was really not stopping her, Tang Ermei hugged Carla's waist from behind. You can't go. What are you going for? Let go. I want to let go. Your life is mine. If I don't let you go, you can't go. He just sent you some food a few times. And you were so eager to risk your life to save someone? Tang Ermei was truly anxious, trying to sink her but down like a jack. Carla, I hold the hand in front of my belly, still a bit warm from the autumn milk tea. We know each other because if he hadn't followed me, he wouldn't be able to take the exam. He will have to go in sooner or later. Just don't know why he always follows you. Tatara, who was nearby, recklessly added a comment, successfully earning a kick from Carla and also taking away a few syringes from her body. I won't go in. I'll just watch her from outside. With a thud, Tang Ermei followed Carla's butt and ran. I will too. You stay with me. A gun with a flame suppressor blocked the emotions. Looking at the restless Tatara. Chapter 26 Rescue 123 The archway was already locked tight. How do you plan to get in? Tang Ermei turned around 2 escalators that were out of service. The cold wind on the cliff made her shiver. She quickly put on gloves and grabbed the rope on the wall to catch up with Carla. ISNT, there an exit next to where the bugs come in? Just turn a corner and crawl in. Do you know how to get over there? That area is forbidden. Carla checked the barrel of the hell gun, raised her hand, and fired a shot at the temporarily locked iron gate. The sudden sparks from the shell hitting the wall made Tang Ermei involuntarily step back and hide behind Carla. Wow, are you planning to force it? Carla tightened the retractable rope, palm up, gesturing to Tang Ermei. Give it to me. What? The key. The key you sold with Kai Shi. Tang Ermei's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this twist. I just scanned around. The small door over here is far from the center and small, easy to break open. If we both go in, we have a chance. Carla's tone rose, almost like when she was a child in the orphanage, pulling herself to find the entrance to the tower. I'm really scared of you now. Give it. Tang Ermei rummaged through her waist bag for a long time, pulling out a soft pink shell packaging card, light enough to break with a little force. Carla took it and stuffed it into the archway's card slot. The ancient card slot had 6 small lights above it, shining but unresponsive. Why does this look so poor? Stop talking nonsense. Cheap stuff naturally takes time. 2 big white eyes were given to Carla, and the two squatted on the ground, shoulders touching. I've noticed since you came here, you become more and more constrained. You don't really like that white-eyed wolf, do you? His name is Bai Lang. Stop giving him nicknames, okay? Tang Ermei pouted. He's really nice, thoughtful, much better than you. Not only does he make me worry less, but he can also get things done. Didn't Tatara say anything to you? Carla's face showed a constipation-like expression, making Tang Ermei grit her teeth in anger, thinking she had a whole lot of feelings for Bai Lang. You guys just need to get to know each other better. He said he will work hard to transfer to District 13. I'm not talking about that, Sister Tang, Carla said, looking at the rope slowly being pulled closer, with only 2 of the 6 lights not lit. She turned her head to continue chatting. Tatara said his private life, boom. Boom! A few loud noises came from the circular square. The entire square's basic structure shook instantly. Let's go down. Wait a bit longer. Go after 10 minutes. 1800, holding a firearm, the thermal imaging mode of the digital sunglasses told him that there were still people breathing below. Will you save them, Carla? Looking at the 2 small heads that occasionally popped up below, if they must save the handsome young man, could it only be because of Alaman's strange cause of death? Why not directly interrogate, but choose to secretly help? Carla, what are you really thinking? The meeting room was also shaken by the giant insect's impact. The light flickered, and under the power outage, it seemed that the stone pillar fragments that had been thrown away hit the steel frame at the bottom, almost turning the glass box-like meeting room into a free flying car. Wait a minute. Maman remained calm, instructing a meeting room guard to activate the automatic floating mode, while moving to the glass edge to look at the already half-damaged protective cover. A few spectators were fleeing in groups, some causing trampling incidents, but those who could run had already escaped from various exits under the orderly guidance of locals and Einstein. It seems this time there really is a problem. Dumas, wearing an orange-red insulated suit, followed closely behind Maman. If there were no problems, we wouldn't be sent out here to reap benefits. Maman was reaping quite well here, feeling as joyful as when he first sat as the bishop's deputy. The sword of Damocles that had been hanging in midair finally fell, but someone causing trouble indicated that the cake here had already been touched by someone. We need to prepare for evacuation as soon as possible. Be quick, now. Haven't we divided yet? Maman was frustrated. Once it's divided, we will retreat in batches to avoid ambushes. You go contact your family. What about researcher Tang? Who pays you? Listen to whom? Maman's right eye twitched, surprised by the saying, quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Just prepare a car for her. Alaman's brain was almost boiling. The smell from the pile of people beside him was almost drowning him. He seriously doubted the handsome young man's relentless pursuit of Carla was wrong, completely failing to spark Carla's interest in him. Indeed, one cannot rely too much on feelings. If I had known, I would have kidnapped Carla in jail and threatened Tang Lin. I don't know if that little white face succeeded or not. Come this way. A few minutes earlier, the giant phagocytic worm broke through the protective cover, causing chaos among the audience outside. Several teams of locals quickly took action to kill it. The walls on both sides of the archway, where Carla and Tang Ermei were collapsed entirely. Carla removed the retractable rope, crouched down, and began to look for people with Tang Ermei. Searching for people in the ruins, the same beginning, different locations. There's someone breathing ahead. What? It's not easy to survive in purgatory. The 2 of them huffed and puffed, as they navigated around two mounds of earth. A boy soldier, his clothes half torn off and covered in red and mud, lay prone in the gap of a collapsed pillar, prompting admiration for his good fortune. He was merely knocked unconscious, with no significant injuries. Keela approached to check his breathing, and the medical emergency scanner's scanning line covered his entire body. He had some tissue contusions on his back and needed to be moved out quickly. Tang Ermei and Keela exchanged glances, their eyes sharp behind their goggles. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, the patient's condition required them to make a decision. Go! The urgent notification on the public channel quickened their heartbeats. Everyone in the square, evacuate immediately. Everyone, evacuate quickly. You wait here for the medics, Keela said, then dashed toward Alaman. Earlier, the thermal imager had detected a small fire person on the brink of death. Sure enough, behind a pile of bones and flesh, there were 2 layers of steps, each 1 meter high and 0.5 meters wide, which ultimately became the best escape route. Alaman lay quietly on his side, with the retractable rope tied to a massive black pillar. Keela gave it a hard tug to test it, and after confirming it was secure, jumped down directly. The medical emergency device scanned twice, but found nothing unusual. His previously youthful, innocent face was now strangely flushed. His clothes were quite clean. Could he have been hiding here from the start? Stepping into the curved leg seam of Coco, Keela bent down to lock the retractable rope to Alaman's belt and feet, slowly pulling the rope upwards. Good grief, there's a fixed rope too? Clever thinking, Keela thought as the retractable rope encountered resistance. Following the prominent wristband of the airborne person, Keela discovered a solitary blood-red arm stuck in a gap. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Outside, the ground had collapsed by more than half. Alaman's body was lifted under the armpit by a strong arm, as if picking up a child. We have to go, Tatarla said, leaning sideways and straightening his legs to pull up. Keela shoved the bloodied arm into his lower back, leapt onto the wall, and landed next to Tang Ermei. Coco's body seems a bit strange. I need a blood test. Stop chatting. I said hurry up. Don't let it collapse over there. Tatarla untied the rope and turned to see the stairs above the arch swaying, while the 2 people next to him were still talking. He was so angry he wanted to scold Keela for trying to lift Alaman. A large rock fell straight down, blocking the archway. The others were petrified. What did you just say? I said we could run soon. Say that again. Over there, there's another entrance at the stairs. Tang Ermei tugged at Alaman, wanting to run, but that led to the audience area. Wasn't that walking into a tiger's den? Keela was stunned. Your education level has improved. Go to hell. Tatarla snapped. Hurry and feed the bugs. On one side, a giant bug rushed toward Keela through the gap in the protective shield, while on the other side, a girl in a fur hat was banging on the door at the exit, but the door was tightly held shut, pretending not to hear. The 3 of them dragged an injured person desperately toward the dimly lit small door. Keela's ears seemed to be covered by something. The heavy panting drowned out the gunfire and smoke. Hud, hud, hud. Below the square, several slender stone pillars had a few opportunists climbing up upon hearing the noise. If Haha were here, he would surely be howling madly, but unfortunately, Haha was far away in a training area, whimpering in a doghouse, welcoming the second half of his dog life as an injured explosive hound that would end up as food for the abyssal giant worm, luckily being supported by previous partners for the rest of his life. Tang Ermei, carrying a gun, was panting as she cleared the way ahead, trying to burn everything clean with the hell gun as much as possible. Almost there. Hurry. Tang Ermei jumped down from a pillar, leaning against the archway, holding the button that kept the passage open to shield the other 3 as they first ducked into the passage behind the door. Thud, thud. A giant wolf spider that had been waiting for a long time arrived late, but what came rushing in was a torrent of flames. What the hell? A 1-meter-long wolf spider burst through the smoke, covered in a flammable oily substance that ignited into fierce fire, uncontrollably falling from the steps into the abyss, leaving only a few scattered remnants in a minute. The number 2 wolf spider, which immediately followed, spewed out a large web, its intelligence comparable to Zhuge Liang. Moving to another dark corner after finishing its web, Tang Ermei barely dodged the first 2 shots with her fierce hell gun, but the last one had her left hand throwing a fragmentation grenade, which was blown away by the bomb wrapped in spider silk. Keela and Tatarla reached the corner inside, and, upon hearing the explosion, quickly threw all their grenades toward the archway, leaping to find Tang Ermei above the audience area. "Wake up! Tang Ermei! Tang Ermei! Wake up!" A few slaps turned Tang Ermei's face purple. Her clean and tidy Latin curls were now soaked with sweat and red liquid. Keela cursed inwardly, unsure of who to blame, placing a disposable first aid kit on Tang Ermei, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's syndrome. "Cough, cough!" Tang Ermei suddenly coughed violently, and Keela felt relieved, touching her small face. "I will never dislike you for being a central air conditioning, love-brained, and annoying chatterbox." However, in the distance, a giant parasitic worm dragging half its body was moving toward them, with a few remaining wounded soldiers behind. Am I going to die? Death might be a release from a rotten first half of life. The little girl curled up beneath the large door touched her accidentally scratched leg, which had a bit of disinfectant from the kind older sister. She really was a kind-hearted sister, but kindness was the most worthless thing in the ruins. Who knows? Maybe she would bring that scheming brother out. The little girl had once heard her drunk father mumble something, then began to slowly count 1, 2, 3, counting down her life. Chapter 27. Jehovah descends from heaven. What are you waiting for? With a final exertion, Keela was flipped over by the surging tentacles, rolling down 3 or 4 levels from the top stairs. His left hand was clearly pierced by a sharp chair back, and with a crisp sound, Keela realized he had fractured a bone. The swirling tentacles released a black hole. Under the immense suction, Keela, along with some small stones beside him, trembled violently, leaving the ground. The spinning moonlight of the spindle body was gradually covered by several wolf spiders, yet a glowing green blade sliced through the darkness, splitting a wolf spider in half as it fell into the black vortex. 2 streams of viscous liquid slowly oozed from the skull. A powerful, sexy woman in uniform descended from the sky, carrying a person with one hand, radiating light from behind. Keela felt inexplicably at ease. Then everything went black. 15 minutes earlier, a small wolf spider ambushed from an upper gap. Tatarla twisted to dodge the long serrated edge, but the solid impact made Tatarla realize something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the anticipated wound didn't occur. He only heard a rip from his waist bag, scattering gummies everywhere. His left hand, which balanced his body, was cut open. Turning back to deploy a heat-shielding sensing device, Tatarla used all 4 limbs, crawling and rolling to avoid the frontal attack, firing his gun upwards to suppress firepower. Deciding to lure the wolf spider away. Wolf spider growth phase. They can only hear a very narrow frequency range. They can hear low-frequency sounds, but cannot hear high frequencies. Most of these sounds are transmitted through the air. They have filtered out the sounds of Tang Ermei coming from the headphones, just like insects. Tadala becomes increasingly calm, using one hand to cling to the ladder and leaps up to the stairs. There's a door here. Come take a look. Tang Ermei hears this, clutching her stomach in pain as she leaves Alaman's side to follow the wolf spider, chasing Tadala. Unfortunately, the healing effect of the first aid kit is far less than the pain of the wound. Tang Ermei's legs tremble as she casually grabs a broken double-barreled shotgun from Alaman, wondering what kind of weapon her father had. Thinking she could fight insects with a broken shotgun, as if this were a peaceful world. The muffled sobs coming from around the corner, no matter how small, cannot escape the senses of soldiers on edge from battle. Tang Ermei crouches by the partition wall, takes off her goggles, rubs her sore nose, and tries to see the internal structure through the mirror. All she sees is a fuzzy little head crying and waving something in its hands. Sister? Tears have dried. Her throat begins to hurt, and her hoarse tone rises with a sense of joy at escaping from despair. It turns out to be my good sister. The little girl in the fur hat is holding a discarded hellgun, but it's jammed, so she can't use it. With the tightly closed door, she understands. I'll do it. Tang Ermei skillfully disassembles the shotgun parts and starts reassembling the hellgun on site. The suspended conference room has been captured by several large spiders, and the electric insect repellent net can at most zap a small spider. The spider webs layer upon layer, resembling a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Mummin calmly retreats to 1800's side. 1800, it's your turn now. Don't waste my golden message. Although she appears calm on the surface, her palms are sweaty. Duma has been sent to prepare the boat, but she didn't expect things to turn out like this. The beads in her hands spin faster and faster. 1800 watches the glass box being covered with layers of webs with great interest. Do you know how to make a grand entrance in this situation? Maman calculates several things in her mind. Although 1800 has a notorious reputation in the bodyguard world, her success rate has always been 100. So she gathers her courage and speaks up. Hee, perhaps when the webs appear, we could just run out with fire? Maybe the guards sent by the Empire are rookies, encountering such a large spider for the first time. The terrifying pincers spread open, revealing a mouthpart covered in white hair. The dense, fleshy tendrils resembling seaweed make one feel nauseous. Hot urine soaks the newly changed cotton boxer shorts. Even the diamond-hard glass door can't withstand the acidic slime seeping through the webs. 1800 leans steadily against the protruding wall between the two glass doors, shakes her head gently, and smiles at Maman. Guess again, if the sweat on Maman's forehead could be quantified, it might exceed the human limit. But after years in the position of the main priest of the cult, she has trained herself to remain impassive. She calmly describes the advantages of the glass box and the spider, but inwardly curses the author and factory that made 1800, wondering if it was a shoddy project. What kind of SSS-level hazardous material dares to be used as a bodyguard? Dr. Qingshan's mind must have been hit by a toilet. What kind of puppet dares to come home? In the end, it's really hard to fathom what the artificial person is thinking, only able to sketch a rough idea. Perhaps a dazzling entrance is not as significant as actually saving these people's lives. Maman's hint is also received by 1800, but the micro-expressions analyzed by the data reveal her master. She chuckles softly, realizing that the archbishop is merely a fraud seeking fame. What makes you say that? The last glimmer of light is covered by webs, and one corner of the glass box cannot bear the weight, a long tentacle penetrating, severed by a fierce guard. 1, 2. The tentacles thrown to the ground hesitate and crawl in strange wave-like motions. Say it. How much do you want? I want to see the Great Barrier Reef. Give me a long-range submarine that can travel around the world, the latest model from Kingsley S. family, and that home puppet from Dream Island. It can warm beds and barbecue. 1800 suddenly has a flash of inspiration and speaks excitedly. But unfortunately, Maman doesn't see the pair of starry eyes. Both of them speak at the same time. What the hell are you saying? Daydreaming. After being a frontline priest for so long, Maman has heard countless heartfelt prayers from those at the end of their ropes. No one has ever made such an outrageous request to her. An artificial person monitored 24/7. A puppet whose behavior mode still needs to be switched by someone. Actually wants a home puppet, and let us not even mention the built-in sexual functions, and now wants a submarine? To see the Great Barrier Reef? Did your battery break? Or did something go wrong with your programming? Just as she was about to scold her for being brainless, Maman was shocked and angry to realize she was an artificial person. Impossible. Buy you these? Let me die. What time is it? Are you kidding me? Finally, unable to hold back, I was still wondering whether it was you or that person who spoke sincerely to me about interests, or the one who appeared compassionate in front of people but was selfish behind their backs. 1800, tired of pretending, directly mocks. Turns out you're the stingy little priest who only sees money. Maman, feeling stifled, watches several guards bravely fight the wolf spiders, only to become prey beneath the mouthparts one by one. She picks up a fallen guard's carbine, hiding behind the elegant and comfortable 1800, murmuring in a spirit of comradeship that the poor monk should die before his friends. It's over, it's over. 1800 sits in the ergonomic chair in the conference room, weighing a fragmentary grenade, her feet resting on the intelligent floating platform. The connection with Einstein was already severed the moment the wolf spider jumped up and bit the signaler. Maintaining the energy battery inside the glass box is still vigorous. And at this moment, the glass box is still brightly lit. Aren't you going to agree? 1800 looks at the three spiders that have dealt with all the guards and are now beginning to weave webs and suck people in. I don't. No way. Not at all. Well then, you might as well die first. I've given you money. You have to protect me. Don't you understand the rules? Maman's pristine robe is now stained with ash. I'll do it. I'll be your servant. Don't spend my money. 1800 is taken aback. Glancing at the relatively handsome-looking Maman, her thoughts on the cult selection method are hard to express. Do you have a boat? Maman closing her eyes against the surging spider webs, squeezes out a sentence between her teeth. Yes. Here you go. Just make do with it. In an instant, shards of glass and spider webs spraying from above scatter like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Mamon's heart races, her forehead dripping with sweat, and without hesitation, she squeezes her legs together, psychologically comforting herself that absolutely no one saw. Absolutely. With a jet propulsion device underfoot, 1800 descended from the sky, cradling Mamon in a princess carry. Kula was flipped over by a wolf spider and fell down the stairs, landing upside down in a trash bin, just as 1800 approached with a knife. The jet foot pedal burned the two antennae of the wolf spider, and a single stab hit its brain nerve, instantly paralyzing the entire spider with the current that flowed from the handle. The shiny military boots stepped on the spider's antennae as they slowly moved toward the trash bin. Trash! After following me for so long, all you can do is slip away from spiders? Hearing 1800's taunts, Kala let out a laugh. The master is still here. What do I have to work hard for? Let me down now. Mamin, only 30 years old, usually interacted only with the upper class at cocktail parties or with the thugs and poor people from remote areas. 1800 tossed two gummy bears to Kala and turned to attack the half-worm that was only a short distance away. The local people behind them, armed with electromagnetic cannons, fired at the worm, but nothing could stop it from rushing this way, as if something was calling to it. It even sped up madly along the way. If it stopped for even a moment, something terrifying would happen. Kula instantly revived, squatting in the trash bin and rummaging out several bottles of whiskey, tearing apart a doll to refill the quilt with cotton fabric and mist agent. This would be enough for the bugs to have a good feast. The formed bottle bombs were held by Kula and Mamin as they rushed to the highest point and fired at the wolf spider, chasing Tatar. Tatar was clever, running ahead while firing a firework launcher filled with mist agent backward. The wolf spider fell dizzily down the stairs amidst the mist and the sparks from the collisions. Alaman's voice was muffled in his throat, coarse and heavy, resonating with his chest like a beast roaring. In a boundless dream, a dark, formless shadow attempted to pry open his knees. He tried to fight back, but found his strength extremely weak, even feeling that he was merely issuing a small warning. Yet the unbearable pain on his face felt like long hair wrapping around him, drowning him and pulling him away from the nightmare. A pair of cold hands, unhurried, made Alaman guess there must be a steady surgeon at work. He had only seen such a doctor in a black clinic abandoned by his family. Alaman woke up to find half of his face corroded by contaminated liquid with the acidic fluid sac of a wolf spider, which had only half of its body left, burst open above him. He was just an unlucky guy. Wait a moment. It'll be fine soon, Kala comforted Coco, who had just woken up and screamed loudly. It was indeed hard to see a once fine face ruined like this. It was uncomfortable for everyone. Maman held the prayer beads and prayed for Alaman, but her mind drifted to the beautiful figure killing in the distance. It was really hard to ignore countless times. She had provoked misfortune, but at this moment, she was grateful that her face was still presentable. Ku'ele's expression was serious as she looked at Alaman's exposed red muscles and vibrant nerves without showing any impatience or disgust, making Alaman, who suspected Ku'ele's impure thoughts, feel both annoyed and happy. His right hand index finger slowly reached toward Ku'ele's combat suit, and his mouth twitched slightly. What did you say? Kala raised an eyebrow. This person looked fragile, but unexpectedly had good spirit. It was just that his hair was so messy. Alaman was incredibly grateful that he had patiently cut his hair to a style similar to Coco's. Kala slowly pressed his head down, but Mamin, seeing Alaman's lips pouting like they could hang an oil bottle, quickly intervened, supporting Ku'ele's shoulder. He might need water and rest. We have to hurry. Tatar, rushing back, had most of her combat suit corroded by slime, but fortunately, she had already taken it off. Thank goodness for 1800. If she hadn't made me change into local clothes before, I guess I would have turned to water by now. Life is really precious. Tatar shook off the last spider and turned back just in time to meet Kala and the others. She quickly made a simple mobile support with Mamin and started contacting Tang Ermiai. Are you ready? The door isn't open yet. It's locked from the inside. We can't get out. Green squares of all sizes overlapped, enlarged, integrated, and shrank at high speed. Kala typed out the last command to the signal device connected to the archway, tricking the security system. Click, the escape door finally opened. Chapter 28. God loves the world. The mechanism locks of the dark iron door retreated one after another. As the door opened halfway, a cold wind circled in the air, and the deserted street was left with two mismatched broken boots and waste bags on the ground, along with piles of garbage. Distant lights swayed. Why is there no one? Kala scratched her head, taking small steps back to lean against the wall across from her, signaling with her sword to indicate they could move forward. They were in a passageway between high-level stairs, and closest to the archway was a little girl in a fur hat who had initially been by the door, but later ran to Totter's side. Closely following her reassuring benefactor while glancing at Totter's tattered combat suit that exposed some strange metallic lines. Of course, the blue-purple fish gills, panting, emitted a dusty glow. She gently rested the back of her head against the wall, holding her hot gun barrel in silence. If she could get a little closer, she could hear the prayers behind her rebelling so much that even Jehovah would hear them and lift the coffin lid in anger. I sincerely repent before the golden treasures. If I can return home safely, I will definitely smash that damn Imperial laboratory. Damn it, Jehovah. It was a priest with hair as pure black as ink. Not the noble and wholly blonde middle-aged man, nor the old man with a few black strands in his white hair. Although his handsome face was stained with some dirt and he was very young, the compassion reflected in his brows and eyes made one yearn for him. If there really is a God, perhaps he would be like this. The little girl in the fur hat smelled the sweat on him and felt a bit embarrassed yet curious. She had only seen those priests sitting high in off-road vehicles passing by the door, solemn and dignified, making them hard to approach. Are you talking to God? Of course. I'm praying. Will God come to save us? God loves the world. Maman lowered her eyes and performed a holy word ritual. But when I was most desperate just now, why didn't God appear? The little girl in the fur hat's tone grew more agitated, a wave of sadness crashing over her. Maman fell silent. The innocent child had encountered a priest who valued money over life. It wasn't a great start, but whose life is smooth sailing. For a child who had just survived a desperate situation, Maman felt she should give her some hope. Not take away that hope that made one want to climb in the faint light. God can take any form to protect us. Then what about the God who abandoned people? Only sinners are abandoned by God. This time, it was the little girl who fell silent. Liar, she said loudly in her heart. I'm not a sinner. If God really would come, then why didn't he pull me out from the ruins? Why couldn't I have my own shoes since I was little? A pair of shoes that don't need patches, picked from the garbage dump. Casually tossed against the wall, Coco, in a daze, still had some shallow external perception, her heart wildly thinking about this chaotic team. If there really is a God, Jehovah, I wish the people who bullied me would die first. Tang Ermei held the freshly assembled Hell gun at the back of the line. After a few people understood Ku-La's gestures, Tang Ermei gave a thumbs up to signal that she received the message. You go ahead. The girl in the fur hat looked at Tang Ermei in a panic, trying to grab her benefactor's sleeve, but found that she immediately stepped back, leaving her hand empty. Her clean palms were covered with wounds and frostbite corroded by dirty water, too filthy to be touched. Together, Tang Ermei felt a bit embarrassed. It was a bit rudimentary, but I made it myself. The girl adjusted her hat, with the door to survival right behind her. Her benefactor had her own tasks to do, and everyone needed to be independent. So, the girl in the fur hat tucked the key chip in her pocket and stumbled after Kala, who had already moved ahead. Kala nodded to the approaching girl in the fur hat. Perhaps because she exuded the smell of gunpowder and blood, the girl shrank back and trembled slightly. I can't be that scary, Kala thought. The girl was young and a bit scared, so she forced herself to nod. She swung the gun barrel forward, and in the back, a few small spiders were shot down by Tang Ermei's rapid fire. Kala hurried a few steps to help Talata lift Alaman, and following them was Maman, who had a short-barreled shotgun tucked under her arm. Don't move. As soon as the girl in the fur hat stepped out the door, several red dots swept across her head. Although she was alert and looked around, a sniper at a high point gave her a warning shot at her feet. 1800 was fiercely engaged in battle with the giant phagocytic worm in the back. Despite the severe damage all around, the official troops were indifferent. 1800 used a rope to leap to a high point, with only his left leg stained with corrosive liquid and a tentacle of the giant phagocytic worm violently pulling him, smashing him against a chair about 10 meters away. The analyzer in front of 1800 showed that the battle plan of these locals didn't seem to aim at directly killing the giant phagocytic worm, which was already fleeing after losing its tail, flailing its tentacles like a cat that had overeaten and was jumping around. The orders received likely prohibited anyone from entering or exiting, Kalas speculated. Ultimately, what these locals were up to didn't matter anymore. Tang Ermei was suppressing fire from outside, and as Mamin stood up, she shot at the bugs coming from the corners and upper walls. What are you resting for? What if the spiders here never end? Talata and Kula retreated to the center of the passage. Give me 2 minutes. 1800's calm voice could comfort his comrades, but couldn't stop the girl in the fur hat, who was already being swarmed by little spiders. She screamed as she rushed out of the passage. It turned out a giant female wolf spider had been waiting outside and ensnared the girl in a web within 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the giant phagocytic worm, dispatched by 1800, arrived from a distance and, upon seeing several young people as food, became ravenous and pounced on the wolf spider. The collapsing columns buried Kula and the others. Tang Ermei, who had rushed out early, climbed a few stairs and threw out a large floating cushion in an attempt to catch the girl, disappearing into the cloud of giant worms. If you ask why Tang Ermei cared so much about this girl, aside from her initial overwhelming sympathy, it could only be said that the girl's buzz cut reminded her of Kula, who had helped her when they first met. Tang Ermei would never forget the pain of being pulled by a tall girl until she bled, feeling like her face was about to tear apart. At that moment, the cool-looking, quiet girl with a buzz cut bravely charged into the crowd, trembling as she held a bowl of rice soup and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. It felt like her hero from her dreams was coming to save her. Although not the Batman her grandfather spoke of riding on a rainbow cloud, the girl holding the rice soup was quite captivating as well. Since Tang Ermei and Kula started getting along, they often went to the bathroom together, sneaking through the streets. Their favorite places to wander were the reading room, Maria's office, and the kitchen. Tang Ermei was tall, and Kala kept watch. Maria, the caretaker, was lenient, turning a blind eye to the 2 little kids, even giving Kala an extra coin for pocket money, unaware that the 2 children were bold enough to climb out of the abandoned tower on the north side of the orphanage to play on occasion. Thus, the orphanage tried to take in all orphans to ensure that the children of the wealthy wouldn't be conscripted to defend the city or clean up pollutants. Kula and Tang Ermei sat by the skylight of the tower on the north side of the orphanage, discussing the information Tang Ermei had overheard while staying in a reporter's home as the rosy evening glow covered the entire sky. The good news was that Maria was upright and rigorous, never skimping on the children's meals, and even fought with the government to secure regular health checkups and basic literacy courses for the children. The orphanage itself had no problems. But Kala had no parents to follow, and her favorite was Dr. Helen Tosig, who often came to check on the children. Unfortunately, Dr. Helen was already engaged, and the possibility of adopting a child was slim, especially since Maria treated her so well. Tang Ermei, where are you? Kula, come out. The 2 girls were always sticking together, with endless chatter and snacks. The voices of Maria and the other assistants echoed through the long corridor. Kula and Tang Ermei exchanged glances and shouted, "Oh no." In a flurry, they hurried downstairs. Tang Ermei, Hudi. Maria was nearly 45, strong and robust, with thick black hair meticulously styled. Her face showed urgency as she didn't care where the 2 little girls had gone, grabbing Tang Ermei and marching away. Kala turned and jumped down 2 or 3 steps from the ladder, but despite her long legs, she couldn't keep up, calling out, "Annie, wait for me." Sheriff Gordon, bald, turned around, still holding a now-rare fluffy lion puppet that grinned widely. He looked at Tang Ermei with a gentle expression. Kala scratched her hair that just reached her ears, suddenly realizing why Tang Ermei's curls were so intact. As the rarely seen evening glow faded, Tang Ermei cried and wiped her nose on Kula's shoulder before being taken away by Sheriff Gordon. It was the best choice. As she watched Tang Ermei's eyes gradually surrounded by a cloud of black smoke that spiraled into her eyes, condensing into a black liquid reminiscent of the snot they used to play with as children, trembling and unable to wipe it away. Kula crawled forward with her broken legs, only to see the angry, giant phagocytic worm, having been attacked multiple times, spewing smoke again. The milky white mist obscured her view, revealing a massive flying snake in the background, with Yamamoto dressed up like a butterfly sitting on its head, holding a clay flute, while his capable assistant, Gozaburo, was dressed in black ninja combat gear. Its eyes glimmered with light, its long neck reaching towards the square, fluttering its wings as if racing against the wind. Even in the fog spewed by the worm, it could flexibly maneuver, countless tiny bubbles bursting behind it. Humans were like these bubbles, marveling at the spectacle while unaware that the other party would leave indifferently, heading to the next grand hunt. On the top floor of the Real Ruins headquarters, a handsome holographic news anchor dressed in a luxurious and elegant suit began broadcasting scenes from the square to the high society individuals seated at the round table. This morning, the provincial director and his team visited the community for research, entering offices to engage deeply with staff from various units, experiencing the virtual network's aging effects to understand life after retirement, and listening to related reports. He pointed out that special effects are an indispensable part of today's age, urging all units to accelerate and strengthen the promotion of aging effects, collaborating with relevant technology companies to explore this topic together. This would allow staff to fully understand life after retirement before they retire, thus better coping with their own aging and the issues of social aging. I didn't expect the kids today to be so energetic, researcher Tang. Haha, young children are always lively. Let them go play. Chapter 29. Wake up from love brain on the brightly colored floating cushion, red and yellow, slowly rising from underground. Tang Ermei lay on her back, her limbs weakly hanging down on the soft pad, a gleaming electric dagger falling beside her. She struggled to gather the scattered remnants of a torn spider web that had enveloped a little girl, just managing to open half of the protective shield. Keela reached down to her bloodied thigh and injected 2 doses of fracture repair agent into an approximate spot, activating the shield's reverse shatter mode, causing the rubble that had been piled up to instantly turn into sand and dust, gently falling from the sky. Behind her, Tadala jumped over the pile of rubble from a glittering, semicircular protective shield, finally joining the scene as the healthiest person present. She brushed off the sand from Keela's fine black hair, asking, "How are you doing? Go hold the cushion. Don't let it fly away. I need to wait a little longer." Keela pushed Tatala's nylon shoulder strap, her pure black gloves torn and stained with blood and flesh, the non-agitated drug quickly freezing her legs, a tingling sensation creeping through her bones, tissues, and blood vessels. Tatala responded by hugging her gun and leaping to the second-level viewing platform, just as the hovercraft floated to the same level. The side nylon opening snagged by a suddenly retracting rope, gently colliding against the side of the platform. Is this heaven? According to the priest, I should have gone to hell, but there are no evil spirits here. The little girl moved her body and discovered what looked soft, but was actually a hard high-level military folding safety cushion. Despite being high in the air, it felt reassuringly solid. Did God really come to save me? With her eyes closed and falling from a great height, the sensation of weightlessness in her heart made it difficult to clench her fists or grip her clothing. The little girl, protected beneath Tang Ermei, awoke, inhaling a large amount of cool air, but the person pressing down on her radiated a real and fleeting warmth. "Sister?" The sound of rustling. She instinctively touched her belt and the iron ring connected to it. The unpleasant sound of breathing from human, different from all previous embraces, made her wonder, why did you come to save me? Wouldn't it be better to let me disappear? Come on. Tadala started running from 5 meters away, just rolling into the center of the cushion. What the hell? Tang Ermei's breath was shallow, as if she had been thrown off a cliff and temporarily stopped growing. A wildflower seed secretly gathering strength, reckless and unyielding. Did you hit your head? Tadala flipped Tang Ermei's face and noticed a large red bump above her striking dark eyes. Extremely conspicuous. The little girl below blinked her big eyes, with an iron ring and hovercraft tethered to both her and Tang Ermei. You're still awake, come on. Help me. Just as the two iron clips clicked open, the little girl swiftly knocked Tatala aside and jumped onto the second-level viewing platform, causing the hovercraft to bounce up and down due to the small movement. What the hell is this? Tatala, whose reflexes were always at combat level, quickly lowered her height to balance herself. Amidst the shaking, she suddenly recalled the resentful and venomous gaze of the little girl when Tang Ermiai first arrived without buying her anything. Shaking her head repeatedly and reaching to unhook the iron ring from Tang Ermiai's waist to secure it around her own. As Tatala slowly climbed to the end of the hovercraft, stepping onto the iron chain to reach the viewing platform, at the same time, 1800 swung his sword to cut through the fog, lingering for a moment before slashing through several pieces of rubble and pulling out Maman, who was in a terrible state, from a pit. Carefully climbing up the easily collapsible wall with her sturdy feet, Maman felt an unusual sense of security gripping the cold mechanical long arm tightly, leaning her body forward and putting all her weight on that unbreakable mechanical arm. The tattered sleeve revealed half of a bamboo tattoo, instantly capturing Maman's attention. Logically, uniformed artificial people wouldn't have tattoos unless they were custom-made, and there was no need for a tool like 1800 to have one. Could she be sure of what she liked? Maman's grip tightened, even causing 1800's eye analysis device to trigger a red alert, indicating something abnormal about him. What's this person doing? 1800 exerted great effort to shake off that smooth and well-maintained hand, which had baptized countless believers. You don't need to be afraid, Maman. I promise to protect your safety. Just rest assured. That will be the best. I hope there won't be any extreme high-altitude princess carries or rescue missions next time. Maman felt a tightness in her heart at the thought of the protection 1800 had provided, responding in a lukewarm manner. Keela, staggering to straighten up, was then knocked over by the furious little girl, who charged at her like an angry rhino. This is the weak female soldier. This is what they say about women being useless. The little girl bit her lower lip angrily, thinking, how could a noble lady understand the pain of people like us? Save my life, but who will save my life? Keela fell on her backside, glancing around and instantly widening her pupils. Tatala also saw the mass of wolf spiders as the smoke dissipated, their long white-haired fangs surrounding their mouths, terrifying to behold. She pulled out 2 earplugs from her sleeve and stuffed them into Tang Ermiai's ears, calling into the public channel of her headset. Put on the earplugs or turn on the helmet's ultrasonic mode. Open your mouth. Tatala's gills were flapping faster, and there was a natural sound amplification device at her throat, sending sound waves beyond human hearing to start a silent war. After being attacked by Tatala's sound waves, the nearby spiders scurried around like headless flies, losing direction as many wolf spiders fell into the abyss between the square and the audience seats. It seems like I still have some cockroaches at home. Does your ultrasonic wave work? Don't scratch his father. Tatarala squatted down in an attempt to pull up Tang Ermiai's arm, only to discover that most of her face had been corroded by the poison of insects. The girl in the fur hat, who had been tripped by a spider again, was saved by Tatarala just in the nick of time. As she stood up, the girl in the ruins saw her sister's teammate supporting the injured Tang Ermiai with his body. With a complex expression, she turned to leave, even though countless gun barrels were ready to fire over there. People are not uniform products on an assembly line. She thought her own thoughts while doing her own things without delay. Tang Ermiai's stomach was rumbling, and with a muffled groan, she thought, even if there's a little hope. I saved the right person. All right, enough talking. Tatarala looked at the blood slowly flowing from her chest. Keela, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. It feels like my insides are all messed up. Tang Ermiai cried, and after meeting up with Maman and 1800, who ran to the edge of the audience platform, Duma rode a dirt bike through a few symbolic arches to pick people up. Are you coming with us? You're safe now. Next time there's danger, I'll come directly to the scene. 1800, facing Keela and the others who were healing each other on the ground, dropped a cold remark and then left. Maman's hair was messy. Her entire appearance was gray and dusty. Gazing at that beautiful figure, her long frozen love strings trembled in her heart, yet she remained unaware. Duma felt like he had figured something out and hurriedly took out his light brain. The ragged children transformed into ferocious beasts, their pure, natural anger and strength forcing them to kill in order to claim their space for survival. Their sharp teeth gleamed silver in the darkness, drawing nutrition from their disemboweled prey, only to be frozen again in a cold canister, soaked in greenish, translucent formalin number 15 solution. It was cruel and ruthless, but as an embryo, Alaman felt as if he were in the warm, amniotic fluid in womb. After waking up from a dream, Alaman realized that 3 days had passed since the regional trial in the circular square had ended. He lay in a low-cost capsule medical protection chamber, gradually recovering to normal. Once the capsule medical chamber detected that the host was awake, it opened automatically. The sticky medicinal liquid hung on his fair chest muscles, and the 2 small pink nubs on his chest had nothing to do with the tan skin of the host. I want to ask, the patient 68,885 who sent me here, hello. The total bill this time is 38,000. Please choose your payment method. No, go back 1 step. Patient 68885, hello. The total bill this time is 38,000. You can choose to pay with a friend. I want to ask about the person who sent me here. Patient 68885, hello. The total bill this time is 38,000. Your account balance is insufficient. What stupid robot. Looking at the layer of epoxy anti-aging coating that was about to fall off outside, Alaman rubbed his teeth with his tongue. He had lost his original light brain, but he could roughly remember the route, and he opened his small cabinet through the wristband. Inside, there were only ragged clothes and a waste bag that had been used for a long time, its edges washed to a pale, tattered state. He went back to the end of the changing room to find a set of ordinary orange combat uniform, temporarily tying 2 long sleeves tightly around his waist, revealing just a bit of white underwear. The mirror reflected his face covered in tribal markings, and the components simulating a handsome young face were recognized by the doctor at first sight. Mistaking it for a cover for tribal marks, the doctor did not speak up, adhering to the principle of better to do less than to do more, and simply stuffed him into the capsule chamber. Alaman took a disposable comb dampened with water, whistled at a primitive glass mirror, and meticulously tucked stray hairs behind his ears. There were cracks of old and new skin peeling off near his cheeks, which didn't affect anything but added a hint of wildness. A sharp pain from his cerebral cortex made Alaman pause his hand, leaving a blood mark beside his philtrum, but he showed no reaction, as if it were a common occurrence. Quietly, he raised his hand and used a stolen key card to unlock a cabinet of medical electronic components, transporting a bag full of components. Alaman then leaped down through a window at the end of the second-floor restroom, making his escape. He thought to himself that the pretty boy should have obtained the brain chip, and the next step was to leave. In a ruins restaurant, artificial soft light illuminated several long tables where small groups of locals were chatting. Tang Ermei, whose body had recovered well from the best capsule medical repair solution, was in good spirits. Bai Lang, at the window, ordered a full plate of desserts and steaming hot meals, saying, as the strong future reserve of the empire, Tang Ermei must take good care of her health. As the first good friend she made in the ruins, he would definitely take good care of her. I heard from old Gordon that there are interstellar ships that can become invisible and carry tens of thousands of people. Tang Ermei excitedly described what she had heard. Everything must be there, like a small castle or an empire, and traveling through the stars sounds really cool. Old Gordon, Tang Ermei's bald adoptive father and an officer in the peacekeeping agency, was most interested in lying on the sofa at home, chatting with Tang Ermei while fiddling with mechanical components, discussing his experiences and various cases. Bai Lang smiled and nodded, listening to every word from Tang Ermei, his gentle gaze almost wanting to pull her into his arms, sharing amusing stories from their missions around the ruins. A restaurant server passing by, holding a plate, set down a German-style egg tart. Tang Ermei really couldn't persuade him. Tatarala forcefully used a knife to cut 2 pieces of artificially raised beef steak. Looking at the 2 laughing and chatting over there with a sense of disappointment. Bai Lang is really not a good person. You should persuade her too. Who can persuade a stubborn donkey? Just wait until she runs into trouble and realizes it. Kila ate the beef chunks Tatarala had cut for now. Let's just keep an eye on her and hope she doesn't get scammed too badly. Meanwhile, 1800 had a thin long tube inserted into his hand, connecting from a 2-meter-high infusion stand to a nutrient receiver at his collarbone. This was the process required for androids to refill energy and add softeners. Since Bai Lang isn't a good person, Why don't you break them up? 1800s moral and rational analysis showed Tatarala has a 56 probability of having an incompatible view of love. Why? Because her love-struck brain can't understand. Tatarala was at a loss for words, claiming that she would be the first person to change Bai Lang. Seeing her like this really pains me. Clearly, she is smart and has money. Why not do a background check before finding a man? She still wants to be a do-gooder and use love to change him. Chapter 30. Casual chat admiring Tang Ermiai's face, which was as smooth as new after being repaired with high-end care solution by Keela, the White. Clean bandage sealed the originally empty eye socket. Bai Lang gentlemanly ordered her a small plate of pickled cucumbers and drunken peanuts. I think your care solution is just SOSO. Next time I'll introduce you to my friend S. new beauty salon. Tang Ermiai accepted Bai Lang's kindness, nodding repeatedly. What level is your friend as a beautician? Is he well known in the industry? Whether he's famous or not, you'll see when you go. He has studied this field for many years, and everyone around here goes to him. Bai Lang picked up a bottle of plum wine, the cool tea flavor blending with the fruity aroma. A unique fusion of fruitiness and the strong flavor of high-end distilled liquor. You should try it first. I'll be right back. He pulled out 2 pieces of tissue from the table and ran to the restroom. Just hope she gets better. Keela knocked on Tang Ermiai's light brain. Point Keela to gold. Wildman version. Are you all on a break? Is the fish out of water dead? Is it over? Pointed gold wild version. No going. I am your chief beautician. 180. Let's add each other as friends. What friend ID did you add? Ding dong. A 18 captures 300 moves, packaged and sent. Has added you as a friend. Come say hello. Tatalala chuckled. The officer didn't expect your name to be so down to earth. Why not add a couple more A's? Meanwhile, Keela, who had been unmasked, was cracking up all over. What a coincidence. The red pop-up showed that you have added the other party as friend. Please do not operate again. The red pop-up kept bouncing in front of the transparent screen. Good. Someone has boarded my plan. 1800 didn't even consider whether Keela would agree. Rough fingers unzipped the man's deep blue combat suit's slanted collar zipper, playing with the zipper pull in circles, while the other hand held a petite Bach pistol pressed against the man's waist. I've got the stuff. Hurry up and call me with the other half. In a cramped bathroom stall, White Lang, threatened by Allaman with half his head down, remained composed. Oh, so you really got it at critical moments. It still relies on our thief skills. The fingers move from the zipper pull to inside the collar. Let me guess where the chip is hidden. While saying this, Allaman slipped his whole forearm into the uniform white vest. White Lang directly grabbed Allaman's wrist. Notarix. Cash for goods. White Lang's expression was serious, his tone cold, which instead stirred up Allaman's desire to tease. Behind White Lang was a warm, small body. No tricks, it can be occasional. Allaman gently rubbed against the indentation in the center of White Lang's butterfly bone. The combat suit quickly pulled down to the hips. Warm breath pressed against the thin, quick-dry white vest. The barrel of the gun delved down along the spine to the groin, leading from soft pectoral muscles to the passionate sponge framework made of connective tissue and smooth muscle. Their breathing gradually quickened. Ambiguous pink crept up the man's neck, behind the ears and the tip of the nose, completely ignoring the people coming and going outside. In the luxurious restaurant, the Latin curly-haired man looked a bit tired under the soft light. Keela and several others sat at a table behind the glass railing on the second floor, eating small cakes said to be airlifted from the culinary-producing 9th District, fresh in time. That must be the teacher's own recipe. Keela gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. 1800, who hadn't eaten cake, entered standby mode, listening to a radio drama in his ears. He hasn't come out. He won't run away again, right? Tang Ermiai still remembered the last big exam when he made an excuse to go to the toilet and never returned. Her lips tightened. Half of the dishes on the table were left. Well, forget it. He's treating us. Let us leave first. You sent him a message on the light brain. Tatalala picked up Tang Ermiai's carefully selected ruins-themed studded tassel leather bag. It can only be this way. At the round table in the center of the first-floor restaurant, the golden-haired Tang Ermiai, although not tall and flat-chested, just recovered from a serious illness, looked youthful and energetic. Tang Ermiai looked quite spirited. Do you like this? Coco leaned against White Lang while speaking, her hands exploring White Lang's waist up and down, her eyes like a poisonous snake fixated on Keela beside Tang Ermi. 1800 had already reached the door, but sensed a sudden, tightening pressure when he looked up at the second floor, only to find it empty. Keela also felt uncomfortable and looked around. Is that the Keela with the black high ponytail? White Lang pulled Alaman against the wall. Take her out. I'll leave you a seat in the co-pilot when I leave the ruins. It's a deal. Wait, you still haven't given me the chip, running so fast. Alaman unreservedly displayed her cunning with Coco's innocent and sweet face. I didn't. Alaman smiled knowingly. What's love? What's affection? You just want to leave the ruins, right? I'll tell you. Now I'm giving you this opportunity. The chip is your ticket to surrender. You decide. White Lang's thoughts were seen through, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, in the dark and monotonous ruins where the future was bleak, everyone looked positively at their current lives, seeing hope. But in reality, they were all on stimulants, indulging in various distractions, because there was no way to break through. Breaking through class solidification itself required courage to break all habits, rules, and perceptions. Okay, White Lang pulled out a thread from the sole of his left military boot, then slowly pulled out a 5-centimeter size storage chip from the root of the boot. Don't lie to me. White Lang bowed his head, bangs brushing his expressionless face. The corners of his mouth slightly tugged. Of course. I transferred all my other half of the money to you. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Good brothers. Alaman nodded vigorously, shaking White Lang's subtly concealed muscular arm, puffing out her chest, raising her chin. I made sure you had a good time. Our relationship is solid. Just waiting for your good news. At the entrance of the guest apartment outside the ruins, the small newsstand at the intersection of the main street had turned off its lights. Apart from the distant sounds of festive music, there were only the sounds of pedestrians' footsteps. You scraped a layer of flesh next to your eye. Don't touch meat for the next few days. Got it. Seafood, milk, big meat, can't eat. You said it several times. Tang Ermi felt her head swell from Keela's nagging medical advice. Over here, there's a stone. Tatalala tugged at Tang Ermi's sleeve. Tang Ermi tried to pull her back, but was dodged to 1800's side. The few laughed and joked, but as they walked, a chill suddenly crawled up from their feet, and the surroundings seemed to quiet down in an instant. Even the sound of machines stopped. Suddenly, a dart whizzed through the air from 100 meters away, aimed at Keela's back. Unfortunately, the opponent only launched one dart and quickly fled, truly cunning. Hurry! Your hand is corroded. 1800 was hit by the dart, which was clearly coated with corrosive liquid, and his arm began to emit cold steam. Hurry! Where do we put the sodium hydroxide? The few were terrified, pulling 1800 towards the apartment. It's coming. Keela was too anxious and took a long time to open the sodium hydroxide bottle cap. Tatalala and Tang Ermi were afraid she would feel pain and stop, each one pulling 1800's hand to rinse in the sink with lots of water. It's okay. It will be fine soon. Just bear with it. I'll just pour it. 1800 quietly watched the three of them scramble to find things, gripping his own arm. Perhaps the thought that he was actually a real person flashed through, startling 1800. I am an artificial person. I have no sense of pain. It's okay. His tone was calm and peaceful. Staring at the arm that had been rinsed almost clean, the three suddenly realized that 1800 was actually an artificial person, with internal structures consisting of cables and various mechanical parts, just chips and programs. The scene became a bit awkwardly calm. Then, such good body materials shouldn't be wasted, right? You two? Tatalala tried to smooth things over, attempting to temporarily pass over the assumption that 1800 was a natural person. Tang Ermi, scratch your head, right? Although 1800 is very tough, he also needs to be cared for. Tatara expressed unity and offered the few gummy bears she had in her pocket for everyone to have a few. Keela stared blankly at her corroded arm, the half bottle of counteracting solution still sloshing inside. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps the ideas she had in her past life were no longer suitable for the present. Now, everyone was transforming their prosthetics like this, not cherishing their bodies at all. So, even if the basic morals and behavioral norms of the past disappeared into the clouds, it was more acceptable to her than becoming a feudal remnant. Although Keela quickly accepted reality, She knew that completely changing old habits and rules was a difficult task. Since coming to the new world, perhaps due to memory loss, Keela had forgotten many things. Sometimes she still habitually gazed at the sky from the rooftop, which resembled a blank television screen. Her past life often felt like a dream that she remembered even after waking up. Guest, what would you like to write this time? The highly corrosive liquid only left a small scar on 1800's arm. Coincidentally, on the other side of 1800's arm was a bamboo tattoo that Keela had personally done after significant damage. Sure enough, Tang Ermei realized after hearing Keela speak and recalling her art collection. Sure enough? Sure what? Seeing Tatara's confused expression, the others laughed. I'll tell you, 1800's other hand also has a bamboo tattoo, which just happens to be Keela's work. Tang Ermei sought confirmation from the two. I only knew after seeing Keela's art collection. Tatara was still a bit confused. So, Keela, you also went to tattoo shop? The future field, doctor became a tattoo artist? Keela thought for a moment and replied, well, that tattoo was for repair. I was working at a clinic where the experience was sufficient. So this is the energy of a top student? Going to school during the day and working to gain experience at night? 1800 chimed in. Actually, I was just doing a chase mission. What? Why does it sound weirder and weirder? What are you two competing about? Tatara felt she was reaching her limit and quickly gave a thumbs up. Sisters, you're amazing. Besides, I feel like I'm about to be silenced. Under Keela's operation, withstands thousands of hits and remains strong, no matter the winds from east, west, south, or north. A pair of starry eyes finished the work and stared brightly at 1800. Looks good. 1800 imitated Tatara and gave a thumbs up. Let's check the origin of this dart. Tang Ermei casually pulled out a pair of pliers from her toolbox and grabbed the dart from the plastic bag. It seemed to have been used for a long time, with an electronic mechanical positioning impact device at the tail end. Tatara looked around and found that the worn handle had a mark from an underground bar. I suspect this came from the underground house. Then let's check the surveillance records, 1800 said. Keela, you two should stay in for now. It's more appropriate to be with Duma and the others. Speaking of which, who throws darts at you at night for no reason? Tang Ermei asked, puzzled. 1800 and Keela exchanged glances and suddenly remembered the mysterious death of Alaman last time. Why has someone always been targeting Keela? Could it be Kong Xinyan? That shouldn't be the case. Alaman and the others have already left. Who else could it be? If you can't feel pain, can you feel us? Can you create things? Who are you? Tatara lay on the capsule bed and suddenly blurted out while everyone else was dozing off. As an artificial person, I am merely an automated product of a bunch of codes and program commands. I can analyze you, and I also have enough time to learn and become myself. So you like listening to broadcasts and novels to become human? Finance, engineering, architecture, and computing are indeed important. They are the conditions for human survival. But poetry, romance, and love are the reasons for being human. Chapter 31. The strangest familiar stranger of the underground, RD, was a bar filled with excess during the night. While during the day, it was a CAF where people leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea. The 3 windows at the top were open, sunlight streaming in like a spindle, making the hall bright and warm, as if it were in an urban area. There were only 2 or 3 tables occupied, and the bar was devoid of that long-haired bartender with a unique style. Only a young girl with half-tied, messy hair was brewing new coffee, pouring it into a glass-striped cup. The transparent roasting machine on the bar behind her was humming away. Hi, good afternoon, sister, Tatara said, sitting across from the barista. Trying out new beans? Hello, what coffee do you like? You can order now. The young barista smiled brightly, pushing forward a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Try this. It's from the south, freshly roasted within 3 days. Not bad. The aroma is smooth, and the aftertaste is not greasy. Tatara stroked the center of the coffee cup. The young girl wore a white shirt with an open collar, revealing slender shoulder straps and a tattoo with special Greek letters. Tatara pulled out the dart and threw it on the table, making a heavy thud that left a long buzzing sound. I want to check this. The young barista's standard smile was not shaken by the fierce and sharp dart. Okay, searching for the dart's details. The initial amount is 3,000 imperial coins. Please choose your payment method. Make it cheaper. We are all long-time customers. You can't charge us like this. Our D Senior VIP members enjoy a 35% discount at all locations. So please recharge 1 million Imperial coins first. Dear member, moreover, the benefits of becoming our senior member also apply to other industries. The young barista's shrewdness was about to overflow from her smiling eyes, her chin subtly indicating the holographic unit on the central stage where a sailor in a sailor suit was singing sea songs. Come on, beautiful blonde girl. No matter who you are, fall in love with the brave sailors who plunge into the surging sea. Every time the wind howls and the storm rages, you worry and feel heartbroken for him. Tatara's peripheral vision swept over the pink knees exposed by the sailor suit boy sitting in a circular floating chair. With a wave of her hand, she said, I think your coffee is quite good. Let's refill the VIP. Fish out of water will die. You definitely can't guess who bought this. And it's not just this one thing. Bring some health-boosting pills. The originally tense atmosphere dissipated instantly when they saw the man's clothes filled with decorative pouches resembling kangaroo testicles. Get out. In the conference room. So, sister, did you already know about the worm uprising below? Keela's eyebrows formed an inverted 8-character shape, looking fierce. Oh, that's not my concern. But the sudden worm uprising has not been explained by the ruined side either. Tang Lin sank into the soft sofa, dropping the cigarette, but into the monkey god ashtray tray. In any case, you can't continue doing such dangerous things next time. Life only happens once. Especially since Tang Ermiai and Tatara let you mess around. When I see them later, I'll have to give them a good talking to. Of course, you might also consider getting a portable fighter doll. Tang Lin's face appeared through the dissipating mist. A doll? Find a puppet bodyguard and assistant to be by your side. A pink-purple dreamy circular chip was stuffed into Keela's hand. Keela held the small chip, standing still, hesitating to speak, saying, Tang Lin is gently swaying on the sofa. I was just thinking about asking. It seemed that someone blew a whistle to take the bugs away. Thus, senior sister Tang felt a bit relieved. Although she charged through for a little boy, she did not overlook what she should have paid attention to. So, the bugs in this major exam were also puppets controlled by humans? Keela cautiously expressed her doubts. Yes and no. What? The bugs are artificially bred, not puppets. If it weren't for this bug's riot towards the audience platform, the bug master wouldn't have appeared. What is a bug master? Someone who breeds and controls bugs. More advanced bug masters have bugs with distinct personalities. If there's a chance, you might still be able to observe them this time. Tang Lin leaned back, the soft sofa massaging and pounding on unseen pressure points in the dark. The calming aromatherapy wafted through the room. But those bugs attacked us. They must have been fed medicine at the beginning. All right, go out now, I want to rest. It's different from the city, right? Keela momentarily lost her response as the youthful exclamation rang in her ears. She glanced sideways. Much better, thank you this time. Otherwise, my body wouldn't have recovered so timely. Kiki also squatted down to sit next to Keela, hands resting on the cold, old brass-patterned railing. Half of the young soldiers in the major exam were dead or injured, with only 3 surviving, one of whom became half-disabled. You knew about the content of the major exam long ago? Kiki remained silent, gently and longingly enjoying the dusk. So, you ran to the black prison? Keela swayed unsteadily, recalling the boy who had delivered her breakfast for several mornings and shared breakfast with her, the boy who always had his heart and eyes filled with himself. Sincere and genuine. Kiki internally echoed with a sneer. So easy to deceive, but you can't avoid it sooner or later. This is fate, damn fate. Some people are born to enjoy privileges and pure love, while others have everything arranged for them, from the first moment they breathe, spending their lives in a desperate pursuit of desire and family until the end of their lives. He spoke to the fake son about false realities while lifting a meticulously braided long braid of Keela's that the home robot had done. In memory, it seemed that a bronze-skinned boy who always smiled brightly also liked to tie several small braids on either side of his ears. The simulated artificial radiance was dazzling, yet it lacked the warm feeling that used to shine upon him. Keela's peripheral vision was filled with Alamon's desolation and loneliness, her eyes already full of disappointment. Do you hate this world? Resent injustice? Not a day goes by without it. What about me? No one is an exception. As soon as the resolute words fell, Alamon's head was pressed against by a black hunting rifle, with 1,800 hands holding guns black nylon shoulder straps, hanging two short guns between their arms, swift in action. Not dumb, huh? What did you find out? I did a blood test and DNA test. Keela sat still, the floating coins already shadowed by the radiance into mere remnants. The mobile food truck selling dinner was bustling. Why kill him? To avenge Jelinu and his companions? You decided to kill me and my friends, didn't you? Keela was extremely indifferent, cruelly tearing off the deformed electronic micro-device covering Alman's neck. The simulated human skin gradually peeled away from his face, starting to shed skin from his nose and cheeks. Keela reached out, slowly removing her partner's appearance. A bronze-skinned face, with distinct features and tribal markings removed, could indeed be called a rugged man, the most unfamiliar old acquaintance. Alaman displayed his once glossy white teeth, which had been soaked in capsules twice, shining brightly as he showed off his partial victory, met with Keela's furious slap. Dig it well, wiping her made-up face clean with a cloth. She looked up and saw a burly man sitting with a bag of fresh potato wedges, leisurely watching a holographic virtual puppet comedy at the monitoring station. All right, I'm done. Why are you so relaxed? I'm going to dig a tunnel. Person 5, in anger, waved the rag in his hand at the muscular man. Person 6, in good spirits. Remove the rag. The washing up is ready over there. You tidy up. Let's sneak in and play a couple of rounds. Really? Can we go in and play? Person 5 seemed to have heard some huge surprise. It was the highest point of his emotion since coming ashore, then eagerly lit the incense, carrying his toiletries package into the compartment. Aren't you dressed too simply? You look like a sheep about to be slaughtered. Person 6 couldn't help but comment. The tall, muscular man, 2 meters 3, meticulously rearranged his natural golden brown braided hair, the tail adorned with a black plush bow edged in gold thread. Wearing a matching set of Song brand green double-striped pink sportswear, paired with the same series of white high-top shoes. Looking like a person with high taste, but too much personal style, resembling a madman. Do you understand that being barefoot is poor? This outfit was personally designed by Song's chief Song Lien for windproof sports daily wear. Extremely easy to put on and take off, warm and moisture-proof. Person 6 frowned and nodded, opening the car door. As his left foot landed on the sandy ground, he heard Person 5's high-pitched voice as if stepping on a brake. You damn it. No, I prepared a blue set for you too. Good brothers should wear the same. Person 5 pouted like he could hold a pound-heavy cyber olive oil bottle. Person 6, unable to resist the fake man's coquettish attack, changed into a lightweight elastic sports outfit, extremely suitable for espionage, claiming to be a doting brother while actually encouraging Person 5 to buy 2 more sets to switch between. Good brothers must look exactly the same. No, not even a wig. My buzz cut is my lifeline. Bai Lang, to express his apology, invited Tang Ermiai to the RD bar for a second round. They turned left and right, passing the cult chapel, where Maman transformed into a priest to start a special lecture sitting behind the wall cage, saving the masses. Father, I confess my mistakes. God loves the world. Tell your story. I was recently diagnosed with a hereditary disease. I'm actually a man, but I've been dating my boyfriend for a year. Oh God. The weeping voice intermittently came from the other side. Yes, you can be brothers now. They chose a table close to the greenery, and the 2 people on the high stools each ordered a glass of cognac, gazing at the flowing water of the distant fountain. On the central stage, surrounded by steel and glass, a holographic beauty with a flimsy outfit and a strong, muscular black man in a sailor hat were continuously doing waves, radiating a diffused, deep blue and ambiguous pink light from behind, making the faces of the people around appear dazed and decadent. The lively and cheerful jazz music floated in the air as several men swayed their wine glasses, furrowing their brows and gently shaking their lower lips, adding their own whimpers and hip movements. Good thing I'm a woman, Bai Lang said with a smile. Do you want to go up and sing? Tang Ermiai shook her head with a smile. If you want to sing, I'll be a great dancer. Bai Lang raised her remaining drink and downed it in one gulp, staring at Tang Ermiai with a strange smile. After the climax of the jazz, it abruptly stopped. An emotionally charged man stepped forward to pick up the microphone, ready to showcase his singing. The people behind the bar were entranced by his captivating voice, and the sound of glass shattering echoed everywhere. Come on, my friends. A strangely dressed androgynous man in sportswear with braided hair approached with a large bottle of unlabeled wine. Shouting above the noise, let's enjoy life together. Sisters. Chapter 32. The Justice of Heaven in Tang Lin's office. A video of Kula and others playing repeatedly on the cloud platform in the circular square. Her actions were basically in line with our simulated plan's trajectory. The frameless oval glasses reflected the image of Tang Ermei leaping into the abyss. Her black hair was gathered at the back of her head. Qualified, but still lacking a bit. If Tang Ermei was here, the probability of success would be higher, Tang Lin thought. If Kala were here, she would definitely be shocked. The serious and solemn white-haired grandmother in the holographic projection was Dr. Tao Shiga. We need to increase the success rate. Since that's the case, let's promote the frequency of interaction, Tang Lin said with a serious expression, still carrying a hint of sage's stability. Do we really have to put the plan on her? She is the best choice, smooth but polite, with boundaries much better than most people whose hearts have become shallow and crazy. If it's her, it will definitely work. But she's still a child. Well, a precocious child. Tang Lin slightly pursed her lips. Knock knock. Gumin. Just as Tang Lin deleted the last browsing trace, Suilon walked in with a box of peptide suppression capsules. Are you all packed up? Here, what do you need this for? Don't you have gummies? Kala asked me for this, Suilon replied, handing over the oval capsules that were white and blue, which made Tadala want to cry. You're not a 4 or 5-year-old child anymore. Still eating candy? This could be drunk after shaking it up in a cup. Suilon noticed Tang Lin's unclear expression and was afraid she thought she wasn't doing well. You know, the stuff here is all sent from outside. If you want gummies, you need to order in advance. Suilon patted Tang Lin's shoulder and said in a charming voice, Did you encounter a child? Even those who live well here wouldn't leave their children here. Why have you become soft-hearted? The blue light from the cloud platform's display behind them formed a butterfly light, outlining almost geometric lines on Tang Lin's face, as if she were covered by a layer of gauze. 2 fine lines extended from her nose to the corners of her mouth, forming an almost perfect triangle on her somewhat Western-featured face. No matter how insightful and far-sighted a woman is in high-level meetings, there will always be a soft spot in her heart. And when someone exposes their weakness in front of you, it's the best opportunity to break into their inner world. Suilon was about to push harder when she heard Tang Lin's cold command. Suilon, you've been here for 3 years, right? Isn't your contract about to expire? Right, don't worry, I want to leave. What nonsense are you talking about? Suilon's expression was astonished, wondering if Tang Lin had heard about her situation. Did Tadala leak it? 3 years of research outside the city should be enough to make your resume shine for a high-end research lab, right? The area outside the city is small, only accommodating honest people who plant trees. With that, Suilon understood more about the situation. So, do you think I came here with ulterior motives? Otherwise, do you really like planting trees that much? Tang Lin raised her head, the blue light dimly glowing. Suilon rubbed her nose with her index finger. I really like it. I've been in urban defense for 3 years. Really? The elongated tone revealed the owner's impatience. You're really not suitable. Although you're 2 years older than me. In terms of research, you can't compare to me. And in terms of human judgment, you're still not as good as me. Tang Lin held the box of suppressants and slowly walked towards the door. Suilon, in 3 years, you can get whatever you want. I've already sent you the recommendation letter. In urban defense, I am the sky, and all little tricks can't escape my eyes. Ding. An email has arrived in your inbox. Remember to check it. Master. Suilon's tightly clenched fist trembled due to excessive force. Her breath stuck in her throat and unable to escape. Ding. Chong Fan's message automatically reported. Longue, I'm sorry. Lindsay has already announced it. And my situation here is also complicated, so I'm pulling out. Let's drink and eat together another day, okay? There are many reasons for account cancellation. Some are for reopening, and some are due to death. Based on our observations, the only team member who accepted the mission and was still alive was Coco, who had evaded the major test. Since he was confirmed dead, it was very likely that. Damn it, the steel cloud platform S button was heavily smashed, and the red square displaying the command input error flashed. Please operate correctly. Do not maliciously damage the cloud platform. Triple compensation required. Under the lights, The reflective green stripes on the pink sportswear were very eye-catching. Ren Wu poured wine for passers-by from a huge bottle, looking completely intoxicated. Look, that man really moves his hips well. Hearing others' compliments made him even happier and more relaxed, finally able to temporarily escape the monotonous scenery of the ocean's ups and downs. Shaking his way next to Tang Ermiai, he said, "Beautiful lady, your hairstyle is really nice. Where did you get it done?" "It's real, I was born with it." "Impossible. Your hair looks like it was done by a high-end manufacturer." "Hey, speak nicely. How could such a lovely lady be treated so rudely?" Ren Lu wrapped his arms around a holographic love doll, which was the early version imitating natural humans, without any messy modifications by designers. Exposed sensual parts on the abdomen or arms were always ready for people to swipe coins for pleasure. "Right, yes, my friend. He just likes to dress up." "Don't mind it, beautiful lady." With a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek god, Ren Lu spoke charmingly and gently, even attracting men who wanted to be friends with him, like a combination of a rock singer and a gangster. "Tell us, lovely lady, why are you drinking here alone?" "Of course. The man who left the lady alone in the bar isn't very kind." Ren Wu poured himself a small glass of wine, and the two sat down on either side of Tang Ermiai. "Ha! You're really too interesting, sister. You are my biggest game this time." The five people have bright eyes, and it doesn't matter if Tang Ermiai insists her hair is real. People are interesting. "Oh my, so you just happened to come along to do a task?" "Yes, what an eye-opener. It's my first time here," and the men agree with Tang Ermiai's opinion. "I think those who indulge in pleasure day and night in the ruins, while working hard during the day for life and future, are living real lives." "Oh, really?" Person 6 poured Tang Ermiai another drink, wanting to hear about this little girl's experiences. People living in the urban area are divided into two groups: the upper class flying high, gambling with their lives, and the lower class indulging in fleeting pleasures and dopamine, living in a haze. It's simply hell. Person 5 and Person 6 are hearing someone say that hell is the urban area for the first time. You really don't know how many people outside the city long for those inside. Person 5 has already collapsed on the floor, laughing nonstop. "No more drinks. Let's go dancing." Person 6 pulls Tang Ermiai, who has her long, golden brown curls piled up high, wearing a shiny, bright-colored dress, to the center stage dance floor. Dancing in circles. Ouch, my abdomen is pressed by a hard knee, and my back is hit 3 times by an elbow. With an empty stomach, I'm completely drained. Our little Bai now has a serious partner? Bai Lang was forcefully hung on the bathroom wall, with a view of a pair of shiny white leather shoes on the brown-green marble floor, indicating their owner lives in luxury. "Do you like it?" Ted, getting bolder, lifted high like a spoon. The back of Bai Lang's collar hung on an automatically ejected hook, his face changing from red to black. "Master," hearing the obedient call, a satisfied expression appeared on Ted's face. "You've been busy lately, not doing the previous business?" "What's wrong, little lamb grown up? Have your horns grown too?" "Has your little boyfriend not messaged you yet? Do you want me to check the bathroom for you?" Tang Ermiai nodded to Person 6. "Please. I'm afraid he might faint in there." Since the other party chose to help, Tang Ermiai put away her light brain and played simulated football with Person 5. However, the next door was completely unresponsive, and even when Person 6 went out, the two of them slammed against the steel door printed with various doll photos. The painful groans and gasps from the frantic cooking made Person 6, who usually flits among flowers, feel nauseous, thinking that little girl still hasn't seen real disgust. When they returned, seeing Person 5 and Tang Ermiai all tidied up and happily talking about going to the next event, Person 6 settled the bill for the dolls. "Your little boyfriend isn't around, and little Tang's boyfriend should be quite young. It can't be absurd enough to do this and that in the bathroom." In the unknown dawn, Bai Lang's eyes were vacant, his legs weakly spread apart, his neck exposed with spots of red as if awaiting the arrival of justice. While a large pool of crimson blood on the ground was even more shocking. "Robot ZX-321 at your service." "Okay, target Major Ted. Please select specific services for the aftermath." Tang Lin's medical laboratory. He still has some unhealable needles in him. Check what 3mm metal needles can't heal. Using Tang Lin's account should work. "Kala, Tang Ermiai isn't with you?" Gasping, Tatala leaned against the laboratory door. "No. Are you looking for her?" Kula held a new test tube sample, with several analytical instruments working behind her. I got the prescription for your eye drops from the teacher. You could try it. 1800 is also helping to find some information over there at the cloud platform. Beside the hospital bed is a person who seems to be gasping, with their abdomen opened up and two surgical assist arms are stitching. Didn't you see the message I sent in the group? Tatala couldn't care less about anything else. Completely in disbelief, looking down at her light brain, discovering that the signal was blocked at the underground bar, cursing inwardly. No, Tang Ermiai is out on a date with Bai Lang tonight. Kala put down the new eye drops in her hand, beginning to sense that something was off. What happened? 1800 asked. The dart was bought by Bai Lang. He wants to kill you. At 3 in the morning, 3 or 4 black Hondas hovered 15 meters above, neatly lined up on the main street. At the end of the abandoned octagonal platform, a commander in fluorescent green and reflective stripes waved his arms, signaling, while a helicopter marked with Shenzhen descended, sent by the Imperial headquarters, a total of 5 people, with the one in the middle dragging a dark silver ABS high-grade safe. The airflow from the helicopter landing instantly surrounded the commander, blowing some gray dust into the abyss. Beside the black Honda cars, besides the ruins headquarters generals, there were also several people from Tanglin. Chapter 33. Some things can only be 1, not 3. Kala listened to Tatala's newsbot from RD, standing in place for a long time, unable to understand why Bai Lang, who usually seemed to have a good relationship with her, would treat her like this, feeling exhausted. Are there no good people in this ruin? Kuela's lips stretched long, her brows forming and inverted, feeling quite frustrated. You're not a good person either. You still want to meet good people? The corpse on the operating table suddenly spoke, startling Tatala. Who's talking? Castrated dog. Tatala stepped in, realizing it was the haggard but fierce Alaman. What are you doing here? Weren't you burned to death? Tatala seemed to have heard something dirty. Did I carry half a person from Square? Is it him? Alaman's stomach was punched hard by Tatala. You think that what her name Coco is a good thing too? Although lying on the operating table, unable to move, he caught a glimpse of the dejected Kala out of the corner of his eye. You're probably sick of that dog that sends you this and that all day, still disrupting your studies with researcher Tang. Do you really think he likes you? How ridiculous. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Kala not speaking, Tatala raised an eyebrow, wanting to hear a fresh scoop. The person is still executing an assassination mission, reminding in the light brain every day to hurry and kill Kala, or at least break a hand, apply some anesthetic. Alaman coughed to the side, his chest cavity overly sensitive for medication, causing blood vessels to rupture. Do you really think everyone likes to stick their warm faces against cold backsides? Would a dying person go to flatter a promising researcher like Kala? Lazi, don't take it to heart. What he's saying is probably just. Think about it. You came and took someone else's place. How petty. There are quite a few parasites in the Empire. This mocking remark about the Empire made Tatala wonder. You rebellious fanatic, are you not afraid of death? I don't have a surname Ku. After a minute of silence, Kala finally reacted. Einstein, give Alaman anesthesia. That cold surgical arm held a transparent syringe, with a thick, long needle filled with liquid streaking across. What the hell are you going to do again? Alaman's eyebrows twitched, feeling that something was off. Tatala, you and 1800 go find Tang Ermiai. Before the words were finished, the laboratory door swung open with a bang. A group of armed locals stormed in, guns drawn, to inspect the ruins. After a preliminary investigation, it was confirmed that Keela was related to the riot, and they had special permission to interrogate her. The leader was a man wearing a helmet, with a standard demeanor. With a wave of his right hand, 2 people quietly put handcuffs on the compliant Keela, while others stepped back to take her away. The man nodded slightly at 1800 and turned to leave. Once the door closed, Tatala shook off 1800's hand. Why are you holding me? She said with a smirk, you've got your day now. Sooner or later, the effects of the anesthetic kicked in, and Alaman fainted. Hey, that guy, are they going to question about the riot over there? Just because Keela led the charge? What about us? It's just questioning. This matter is a sudden incident and not a big deal, but if they keep pressing, we might have to take a look. All right, let's find Tang Ermiai first. The items in the laboratory were packed into several medium-sized suitcases, and Alaman's belongings were set aside for now, to be taken away once Keela's matter was resolved. Leaving them at the ruins might allow him to escape. According to protocol, Tang Lin would take him to the base outside the city for trial. In a semicircular interrogation room, Keela sat in a long-backed honesty chair, her hands resting at her sides, wrists locked in place by two blue lights. It was said that there was a lie detector here that could expose any falsehood. If it were me, I'd definitely add an electroshock function, Keela thought to herself. Opposite her was a display screen with a probe, but it was only facing the young officer who was questioning her. With a creak, an old officer entered holding a thermos. He had a few gray hairs, and his face was dignified when serious, but warm when gentle. Officer Liao blew the steam from his thermos and smiled at the young officer, who stood to salute. Waiting impatiently, huh? Let's get started. You are Keela, the temporary assistant of Tang Lin from the Research Institute, participating in this exam? His voice was very kind, reminding Keela of Dr. Toxich. Keela nodded. On the day of the exam, why did you enter the square that only candidates could access? Officer Liao's hand rested on the table, beside a pot of steaming tea that smelled rich with ingredients. In such a situation, to only drink tea and not use stimulants was quite old-fashioned and showed professionalism. When Keela met Officer Liao's gaze, she spoke, well, to make a long story short, Officer, I found that the worm was about to devour the warriors in the preparation camp. My friend, Kiki, was terrified, so I decided to help him. Oh, I see. Officer Liao nodded. In fact, as Keela said, apart from her admirable motivation, the other accusations claiming that this girl disrupted the exam were completely unfounded. When you discovered the worm was eating people, didn't you think of seeking help from the person in charge of the ruins? I was too anxious at that time. Officer, according to the surveillance footage, you and Kiki came out of the black prison at the same time. Why is that? The question hit the mark, and the cursor on the small display screen blinked without moving. The girl fell silent, her gaze seemingly lost in the steam rising into the void. Officer Liao had quietly observed outside for a while, noting that she was just a girl with a strong interest in new things and a rigorous, controlling nature. Because I found out he wasn't Kiki, he was Alaman. Alaman? The traitor you brought into the black prison? Yes. He was also a member of the preparation camp and was supposed to participate in the exam. So, why did he follow you? Right, why? If it were Kiki trying to escape, why would he follow us? And if he went, why didn't he run away quickly? Why linger in the ruins? Unless someone was helping him? Keela felt a chill run down her arms as the implications sank in. I don't know about that. You can ask Alaman. He asked in the laboratory where I came from. After that, no matter how much Officer Liao questioned her, Keela remained tight-lipped and insisted on waiting for her lawyer. In a large domed conference room, a holographic projection displayed Keela's appearance in the interrogation room. At the top was the head of the ruins, a sprightly old man with squinting eyes and a long, narrow face, the wrinkles and scars around his eyes indicating his extraordinary background. You should talk about your findings. The first person on the left was Tang Lin, who had relaxed after observing Keela's interaction with the officer. Einstein, show the testing report I submitted. In 3 seconds, a holographic PPT opened up in the air. Can that youth-preserving liquid still be used? A nervous man in a suit, with an ABS plastic safe in front of him, asked. The man instantly relaxed and disdainfully replied, You all just grab those disruptive little brats and feed them to the worms. Our youth-preserving plan is the most important. At this moment, without Tang Lin needing to intervene, other major stakeholders in the plan began to mock. The Empire's people are getting worse every year. This stimulant is clearly not something a child could concoct, unless someone is instigating it. That Keela is suspicious. Find someone to give her a boost. I think that Alaman is the real issue. Look at that soft demeanor. He asked the most treacherous. According to the data, he bowed to the enemies who harmed his friends. Something's off. The room buzzed with chatter. All right. After a wave of noise, the head of the ruins slammed the table to call for silence. Einstein, let's show everyone the footage from that day. A massive screen took up an entire wall, displaying footage of Kiki, who was hiding sneakily behind crowd. This behavior made the officer, who had already disliked him, scoff. Then, he tied his hands to a dead man's belt, which left the entire room in silence as they watched the struggle between the worms and the warriors. Wait, what is he doing with his hands? To the right of the head was Yamamoto in a flashy outfit, with long hair parted in the middle, wearing a ceramic flute at his waist, dressed in a red bottom and yellow butterfly yukata. Behind him was a ninja named Gojer in black. Analyze the gas concentration. Everyone's expression turned serious. Indeed, a gas wafted out from a small bottle, drifting towards the worms, initiating a frenzied one-sided slaughter, completely ignoring the low-frequency sound waves transmitted by its master. So, it turns out he's a traitor. Quickly check this person's whereabouts. Yamamoto realized it wasn't his own worms causing the trouble. In that case, let's find someone to capture Alaman. My Yamamoto clan will settle the score. He angrily left and closed the door. Then I'll go get the kids and wait for your news, head. Tang Lin resolved the matter with a pleasant heart, bidding farewell to the head of the ruins, leaving behind those who had just been bickering about whether the Yamamoto clan's worm master was incompetent. I can't find Tang Ermii. Dragging the long tone, because of the various instruments in the package, and feeling physically and mentally exhausted, Tatala rests a hand on a skeleton frame and says, 1800 has a cable from the ruins inserted into the back of his head, countless surveillance videos, and numbers flashing on the sunglasses. I saw it. 1800 is projecting Tang Ermii's whereabouts onto the platform. All the traces of his romantic relationship are exposed in front of his friends. Tatala feels a bit embarrassed. Shouldn't we look for her like this? This sister is too fierce. I concede defeat. This is too much invasion of privacy. In the future, I will definitely set up a hands-free for 1800's incoming calls, direct communication, so fast. In the surveillance, under the hazy moonlight, Tang Ermii and Bai Lang are walking. And Bai Lang takes her hand. The street only has the perpetual lights of the author's futile and repetitive work day after day. Suddenly, Bai Lang pulls Tang Ermii into a dark alley. Wait, Tatala says she won't do it, watching her friend embrace her lover displayed right in front of her eyes, awkwardly raising her head to look at 1800, but the other party has no extra expression. Sister, are you okay? No matter how you think about peeping, you shouldn't watch a friend's video, right? No, it seems the sister is an artificial human. Whether there's a love program is another question. Oh no, fast forward. Tatala's palms come together, resting on her chest. Sorry, Tang friend. The video speeds up, and the two come out of the alley, walking into a carefully arranged sea of petals and a heart made of candles. What a waste of resources, 1800 complains from the floating platform. These things could cover half a year's living expenses for that little girl helping Tang Ermii. Tatala pulls on the skeleton frame with force, ripping off a rib. You still care about these things? Is the artificial human a government perspective on life? Can't you see that Bai Lang is no good? This money is obviously most of his salary for the month. Unless he has savings, he'll have to eat steam buns for the second half of the month. 1800's sunglasses flicker with the frequency of signals, but judging from his consumption level, his salary is far from covering his expenses. He must have other income sources. Tatala thinks 1800 is amazing. Did you really not check Bai Lang in advance? 1800 tilts his head. Why check something that can be seen through simple analysis? No need to check. This person is not right. He was very attentive when we first met. Always wanted to buy things for Tang Ermii, even when he himself didn't eat. A gaslight master, and every time Tang Ermii ignores him, he gets even more excited to push forward. He probably has a tendency for masochism. Then what about Tang Ermii? Tatala's ears perk up like antennas. Come on, tell me. Tang Ermii likes others to be unwaveringly devoted to her. But some things can be one, but not three. Bai Lang has already stood her up 3 times. So, in the video, Tang Ermii is swaying her dance with 2 strange men in the neon-lit nightlife, drinking heavily, competing in drinking games. Therefore, he is out. Chapter 34. Want to become a tablecloth and give you a slap? Soft warm light projects a group of pink heart shapes that are cross-arranged on the ceiling. Heart-shaped lanterns slowly rotate, hearts becoming bright and clear, then fuzzy and overlapping. Tang Ermii has been staring at them for a full 10 minutes before she is completely clear-headed. The whole room is very small, with only a double bed and a wash basin. A brass hook hanging on the door of the wash basin, which is paved with 1 square meter of white tiles, holds a plain morning robe. Outside the door, standing 10 centimeters from the edge of the bed, is an unactivated sex androgynous doll, medium quality, which can randomly select a shape based on the customer's preferences. He's been standing there, ignored by guests, alone for an entire night. In countless lonely nights, he has warmed the beds of many solitary customers. Our D bar has a rule that if a customer is likely to have a hangover, it does not wake up. The service robot staff will send them to a small room behind the bar if they have pre-booked. 1800 found it too troublesome to crack the surveillance of our D bar, so Tatala pulled out the bar's business card from her light brain, dialed the number on the back directly using her membership identity. "Sorry, we cannot disclose user personal information," said the polite female receptionist on the other end. "I just came from there. I want to find my friend. Her name is Tang Ermiai," Tatala said calmly in nonsense. "I'm sorry. Even so, we cannot call her. If she knows, she will tell you." After a moment of silence, "Okay, ma'am, your friend is still resting. Her room number is B32. Also, your friend asked me to tell you, remember to bring gummy bears for your sugar daddy." Tatala thanked with a stiff face and hung up the phone, proudly twirling around with the skeleton frame, raising an eyebrow at 1800. "See, at critical times, you still have to rely on your Tatala?" Looking at her, 1800's head slowly turned towards the silently opened sound control door. Bai Lang rushed into the laboratory, wearing a brand new combat suit. "Have you seen Tang Ermiai? I can't find her anywhere." His wet hair, drenched from panic, fell a strand from his head. 1800's nose twitched. The fresh air only carried the scent of morning coffee after the event. Tatala hesitated, not having spoken yet, but was held back by the lying 1800. "I haven't found her. What's wrong?" "Nothing. I felt unwell in my stomach yesterday. Left early and forgot to tell Tang Tang. She should be angry. I'm looking for her everywhere." Although he was talking about being anxious for Tang Ermiai, he was clean with coffee stains in his mouth, and his gaze kept looking toward the operating table. "Is he taking us for fools?" Tatala chuckled. "Really?" Bai Lang saw the person on the operating table and felt a jolt in his heart. "In that case, I'll go look at the training ground." "No need." She is still over at the bar. 180. "What are you doing?" Tatala was astonished. What is there to talk about with him? Bai Lang's pupils shrank suddenly. "Then I'll hurry to find her." Saying this, Bai Lang dashed away and disappeared in an instant. Tatala, who was 2 or 3 steps behind him, chased to the door, and the bright corridor was empty. 1800 also slowly followed him out, pondering what this person is up to. How can he be so fast? Tatala thought randomly. Could it be that he thinks he was too fast, and that's why Tang Ermiai is angry? Why did you tell him Tang Ermiai's whereabouts? Making him anxious? I think Tang Ermiai should have thought it through. After all, Tang Ermiai's behavioral testing analysis, she is still testing Bai Lang in various ways. And it's about to explode. Let us go. Let us take a look too. The laboratory door clicked and automatically locked. The RD Hotel just finished cleaning the lobby front desk, where the female receptionist was like a sunflower planted in her seat, beaming with a beautiful smile, rooted behind a marble counter adorned with several displays. As 1800 and Tatara stepped through the door, she stood up, welcoming the guests with her bright eyes. Dressed in a traditional Eastern red outfit with exquisite gold embroidery and a stand-up collar, her hair neatly pinned back. Looking lively like a sea lion ready to perform on stage. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Our D is at your service. We're here to see a friend." "The one we called earlier," said Tatara. "The guest in the room is awake. You two can follow the green access indicators on the floor." The fluorescent green path led to the freedom of their friend. The corridor was decorated with vintage brickwork, a display of wealth, indeed. Tang Ermiai was reluctantly answering 2 phone calls and didn't want to continue lying in bed. She knocked on the wall to activate the hidden service. A water dispenser in a wall cage delivered paper cups automatically, and by tapping the pear juice touchscreen button above, a vibrating notification confirmed her selection with a smiling face. After gulping down a few cups to quench her thirst, Tang Ermiai took a sip of warm water, wearing only a pair of army-issue boxer shorts and 2 petal-shaped pasties. Her entire back pressed against the wall, she looked at the mannequin across from her. Nearly naked, she draped a long white robe over herself, reminiscent of the philosophers by the riverside from Keela's art collection, with their smooth muscle lines and slightly parted long legs. Her feet were a standard 24.5 centimeters, small and delicate. Tang Ermiai crumpled the paper cup in her hand, her bad mood for being stood up pushing her to release the same pain onto others. She looked up at the mannequin, changed her mind, turned around, and poured herself a glass of concentrated pear juice. Opening the window, the light revealed a single pane of glass, and outside was the early market of the homeless. This room was cheap and comfortable. The best part being that it allowed her to blend into the crowd when enemies came chasing. Her head was still a bit foggy from the hangover. She couldn't remember anything after two big men danced with her last night, and those two had vanished. A notification chimed. Your guest has arrived. Our D service was always thorough. Even the small room had its notifications without cutting corners. Maisie, Tatara exclaimed at the door, his eyes widening at the sight of her shockingly naked form. Pausing for 2 seconds, how are we seeing each other like this? Remembering that Pigeon King. Seeing Tang Ermii's half-naked, defeated image made him want to tease her. What happened? Heartbroken? You need to find a friend to heal you. Why are you drinking alone? Tatara handed Tang Ermii a small packet of hangover medicine, bending down to slip through the open door, surveying the small room. Oh, this place is quite decent. Looking to the left, a tall, naked, handsome man stood there. Hey, wait, are you changing your ways? Oh, shouldn't you be surprised that I'm straddling 2 boats? Tang Ermii replied flatly, picking up her camisole from the hanger and pulling it on from the bottom up. I brought you a combat uniform, 1800 said, handing her a bag containing a black jumpsuit. Dating more helps stabilize hormones. The innocent face said something shocking. Tang Ermii's face flushed. While open relationships were indeed common now, she still preferred one-on-one romance. What are you two doing here? Don't be surprised. I have evidence. Tatara bounced on the bed, propping himself up with his arms. I want to be shocked by anything you say. Tang Ermii zipped up her pants and jumped up. The darts were bought by Bai Lang. She tightened the cuffs of her sleeves and secured the Velcro. As for the reason, we need to check the surveillance, but I should let you know. Tang Ermii's calm demeanor relieved Tatara, who let out a big sigh. She started to hook the edge of the mannequin's robe with her left foot. Tatara tilted his chin up, watching Tang Ermii, who had her hair tied into a bun with a rubber band, cautiously probing. Are you really okay? Why are you sleeping here alone? Bai Lang. Because he no good, he bad. Tatara finally heard the words he found comforting from Tang Ermii. Exactly. That Pigeon King is clearly no good. What kind of person stands someone up 3 times? Who's he messing with? Hiss. Where did you learn those terrible words? Dang mi thou wen. 1800 directly reached out and pinched Tatara's little neck as he tried to escape, lifting him up by his shoulders, causing his heart to flutter. All right. You've been running to the bar and dance hall every day lately. No wonder. Tang Ermii's sharp gaze seemed to have suddenly transformed from love-struck to that of a strict school principal wearing heavy square glasses. You don't need to run around. Just stay with us for a few days. The long nasal sound and implication left Tatara speechless. 1800, satisfied, released his grip and continued walking, only to find the little fellow staring blankly at the creatures hanging at the market entrance. Haha, dang ememi linikolo. Where a dog-killing stall had gathered 4 or 5 people chatting and watching the commotion. Hello, officer. I heard from the boss that this dog has retired, but the owner is getting married soon, and the other family doesn't allow dogs, so they sent the dog away. After pushing and shoving through several homes, it ended up being sent to a butcher. The old man with a garlic nose and bean-shaped eyes recounted the details with great enthusiasm. The large black dog on the leash had already lost its luster, and there were several neatly arranged black spots on the bald ring on its head, resembling scars. As if it already knew its fate. Its big eyes were wet, and it was licking its pink nose with its tongue. There was a long, stiff hair right in the middle of its raised chin. Oh, this is a good dog, said the old man's friend, who was also quite aged and had been living here for decades, with keen eyes. How did you notice that? Tata laughed and asked, look at the dog's chin whiskers. There's a saying, 1 dragon, 2 tigers, 3 thieves. A dog with this whisker is worth taking home. The old man continued to praise, shaking his head repeatedly. What are you shaking your head for? Tang Ermii asked in confusion, mimicking the old man's emphasis. You want to take it home, right? I do want to, but these days we need to raise a good-looking one, right? Haha, it's just a bald dog. The seller was an Indian man with black eyes, black hair, a thick-lipped mouth, and he was chattering nonstop, looking quite difficult to deal with. If you bargain with someone like that, you're sure to get bitten hard. Haha seemed to smell the familiar scent of a person, suddenly struggling in the air, but the iron chain tightened more and more, choking out dirty hair roots. The Indian man was sharpening his knife nearby, occasionally glancing ahaha, while two wires on the ground sparked. "Boss, is the dog for sale?" Tang Ermiai stepped forward to greet. "Why are you saying so much? That dog's pink nose and its body are all ragged like a torn cloth. It clearly has dermatitis," said the garlic-nosed old man, nudging the knowledgeable old man's shoulder. Chapter 35. Unintentional willow becomes shade on a worn-out chrome alloy rack. The howling wind from the abyss whipped the shadows of people on the rack, their clothes flapping wildly. The platform was filled with dust, the smell of waste and coldness permeating the air, completely dark. A small figure bobbed up and down, and beneath it, a small road 3 or 4 meters below had a retired, discarded quartz halogen lamp, emitting a faint, uneven light. The source of the slight tremor from the rack was a robot still working in the night far away, its square head lit by a huge, bright red spotlight, silently toiling in the cold, quiet night. A few minutes ago, a little girl in a fur hat was still rubbing fur pieces with a few older sisters who were 2 years older. The calluses on her palms were thick and hot, while her drunken father sat cross-legged on a mechanical turbine-style blanket, heavily placing a greased wine bottle down, which temporarily served as a table, cluttered with messy nitrate fur and dried black bones. The not-so-old mother had a waxy yellow face with strands of white hair sticking to her cheeks, swaying left and right, lulling a doll wrapped in a cloth bag in front and behind her. Her father's face, illuminated by the stolen, discarded quartz halogen lamp, looked quite terrifying. "What? You're sending Lao Lu to the city? Why did you just tell me now?" The mother, with cracked lips that hadn't healed for a long time, applied ointment that wound tea helped since it was meant for softening fur. Her aunt's family only has one child. They've considered adopting one. The mother's voice was hoarse and unclear. "Lao Lu, do you want to go to your aunt's house?" The authoritative and loving gaze made the little girl in the fur hat feel a sense of parental love. The sisters beside her looked expressionless, and the youngest sister suddenly became very strong, tearing off a tuft of fur material, just as it was seen by a man whose mind was entirely filled with the little girl in the fur hat. "I won't go. I want to stay with Mom and Dad." The childish voice made the man feel comforted by the choice, and he took a large swig. "You send her a message. We've raised her for so long. How much can we get? 1,000 and she'll go." Thud. The little girl in the fur hat was thrown into the butcher's blood storage tank, her whole body cold and entangled in intestines. The youngest sister scoffed. "What are you thinking? You're really lucky." The older sister quickly slapped her arm. "What kind of person is Andy?" The little girl in the fur hat had never seen her, but living in the upper town should have good conditions, right? She opened her mouth and then closed it again, still wanting to be sent there. Even if life here wasn't much different, it was always better than being sold to some peddler's sister. "Sleep, sleep, my baby, the shooting star of a clear night, the rose of the desert." The mother hummed a lullaby softly, patting the bottoms of her younger siblings. Was I like this when I was little? It must have been. My forehead was pushed towards the table from behind. "Silly." The older sister laughed and left. "Why won't you let me go, Mom?" The youngest sister, the bravest of all, clung to her mother's leg, entangling her relentlessly until the lights went out and everyone started to lie down. "Be good. Cousin is going to the preparatory camp. If Lao Lu goes, we will have food to eat," the mother said softly. The sisters who were eavesdropping gasped. Lao Lu was taken for a checkup by their father, who had secretly gambled and lost during the big exam. And the one who bore all this was Lao Lu, who sneaked out covered in scars. "I told you, if you don't want to go, just hide for now, or find a way to leave now." The sister who had been jealous of me all night frowned, and I couldn't see which side was her. The next moment, she clasped her hands and divided 2/3 of her saved pocket money to me. "I don't have much money. You just need to secretly hide it in the peddler's cargo box to survive." Looking at the little girl in the fur hat, who seemed dazed. "Oh, you silly. They want to raise pigs. I heard that the entry grade for the preparatory camp starts at 10 years old. So why do you want me to hide first?" "Silly. They all have to enter the laboratory early to get injected." "I see." The little girl in the fur hat pressed down her tilted hat, while the sister sighed inwardly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have hit you. I made you stupid. So where can I go?" The little girl in the fur hat hugged 2 thin alloy rods tightly, the little wind blowing her fur wildly, her sled nose turned red from the cold. It was vaguely seen that she wore brown, low-quality leather boots with thick socks that had turned yellow and black, tightly wrapped around her slender calves. And she was kicking the rack with her heels. The small road beneath her, leading to an unfathomable abyss, was just there. Wait, stop. Is your stomach better? The large light on the high scaffolding swept across like a meteor in the night sky, and the pale-faced Bai Lang, with a thin layer of sweat, placed the stomach-holding Alaman on a nearby broken box with a missing door. How's it going? What responded to him was a series of coughing sounds as dust was inhaled. It's okay. You're starting to care about me. Huh, baby? Don't make a fuss. Have they found you? On the road, Bai Lang was busy avoiding passers-by and surveillance. With no time to ask questions, Alaman chuckled lightly. Keela, why haven't you killed yet? Do you want to squat here for life? They react too quickly. It's hard for me to get close. Oh, really? Then you had time to look for Tang Ermei last night. Bai Lang guessed Alaman's next line would be to use Tang Ermei, hurriedly saying, they will quickly trace my whereabouts, and Keela has been taken by the ruins headquarters. Killing now is too dangerous. We could easily get exposed. What did you say? Alaman's eyes shone brightly, a hysterical light flickering in his gaze, catching attention. Bai Lang stammered. Keela has been taken away by the people from the ruins. Alaman instantly erupted with joy, bursting into laughter. The little girl in the fur hat swayed precariously in the cold wind. Great, great. Hurry, give me the light brain. We can leave soon. Bai Lang pulled out his privately bought light brain, having hidden the one issued by the army by shutting it down. His teammates might have other plans for success, and he felt nervous. Can we really go? Yes, Alaman said, logging into his contact address and entering the code. He laughed heartily, thrilled that Keela was undoubtedly doomed this time. As for himself, he would make a comeback. Keela, let today be the day you become my scapegoat. Suddenly, on the other end of the line, a person groggily reached out from under the covers, pulling out a phone from a pile of clothes, struggling to see through the brightness of the screen. Upon realizing something, they exclaimed, damn, and turned to the person braiding their hair in the washroom, shouting, let's go. The mission is complete. The person quickened their pace with the braids, and the two equipped themselves fully, wobbling down the escalator. At this moment, Alaman was filled with confidence, holding the stars in his hands, full of ambition. The passage they had dug was located at the top floor ventilation of the old building. Old building? The little girl in the fur hat had slowly leaned against the rack, listening carefully to every word Alaman said. She recalled what her drunk father had once said. The old building was a living area for construction workers during the early establishment of the ruins. The top floor had been an empty conference room for a long time, essentially abandoned. Really? Where will you go once you're out? Bai Lang draped an arm around Alaman's shoulder, asking inappropriately. Alaman was in high spirits. Have you heard of Chengdu? That country that banned guns and successfully defended against the Empire's attack? But isn't Chengdu submerged? Submerged? That's just a rumor. How do you think the pirate ships wandering the East China Sea survive? There are still islands. Are you saying that Chengdu actually just moved underground? Bai Lang felt that Alaman must have been misled by some gossip, sneering. Forget it. Let him be. Chengdu? The little girl in the fur hat slowed her breathing, sinking into darkness. On the same day, when the sunlight was bright, a doctor in green scrubs was examining Ha-Ha's body inside a large glass room. Tang Ermei sat on a silver chair in the medical room with a bag in hand. What did you say to him there? Then it was 180's turn to shine. Tang Ermei added, momentarily confused. You can still bargain? Of course, Tatara replied. What's so strange about that? Who can't bargain? No. I mean, you spent money on a big bouquet of flowers and then bought a protective device. You can still bargain? Come on. Some things you have to spend on and some you have to save. My money doesn't come from the wind. You have to bargain when needed. Plus, that protective device will last me a long time. It's in high demand in the second-hand market. Tatara was about to poke Tang Ermei's chin with her sharp tongue. You've really changed since you left the city. Tang Ermei unconsciously turned her face away. Tsh, that's because Sister Tang hasn't gotten to know me well yet. It seemed that after Ha-Ha obediently received his infusion in the observation room, Tatara returned to her previous mischievous self. 1800 came from the hallway with a list and the newly acquired medication, speaking to someone in his earpiece. All right, I got it. Let's go together. We're going to find Keela first. After hanging up for big eyes stared at him. Let us go find Keela first. I brought someone to pick up Haha. What happened to Keela? The two mouths began to ask incessantly. We'll talk on the way. Who's coming to pick up Haha? They'll be here soon. Outside, Mummin, dressed in a purple robe with golden threads, was fiddling with prayer beads, and a faint bulletproof honeycomb pattern glimmered as he moved under the ceiling lights. Duma and another small team of guards in exoskeleton light armor closely followed. Wow, what a big deal. Tatara glanced at the finely dressed warriors getting off a small transport vehicle from the back seat of the off-road vehicle, somewhat surprised. What are they here for? Tatara couldn't help but lower her head, feeling guilty. How could she think of having 1800 make her bed at home? It must be the influence of her two sisters. She had been led astray. Clearing her throat, she asked, by the way, Tang, have you really come to terms with it? Bailang, that's great. I actually realized a long time ago that Bailang is not a good person. He is a duel, and he plays SM. Tatara excitedly revealed a secret she had kept hidden for a long time. All right, don't say any more. Tang Ermiai grabbed Tatara's two lips with her left hand. MMM. Let go. Keela told me those things before. I thought they were just personal preferences, but biting her lower lip, she added, what someone has done in the past will always affect current choices, even the future. I can't take it. So, Tatara's mouth, just released, was covered by 1800 yen. At this point, it was nearly midnight. The guest apartment was near the market area between the ruins headquarters and the living area of the wanderers, surrounded by various ruins and dilapidated houses. Deeper in the walls lay the old ruins. Above the abyss were the red-eyed robots and large lights repeatedly scanning the street. Look who we've run into. Alaman's eyes emitted a red glow. Chapter 36. Which one is the yellow bird? Keela, with her helmet tucked at her waist, chose a path closest to her apartment, sidling down a narrow stone staircase. Her mid-ponytail swayed in the air, and a voice called out from behind, long time no see. Keela, Noah get hurt so much. Dr. Keela, do you want to take another look at me? Bailang was nowhere to be found, and only Alaman, wearing the blue patrol team's uniform, was walking down the stairs, holding his stomach. The ill-fitting boots squeezed the front half of his foot, making him walk awkwardly like a girl as he leaned against the railing and slowly sat down, his long legs resting on the steps. In reality, the narrow staircase was too steep and, sitting down, looked almost like standing. I think your escape skills are so great that this little injury is nothing to worry about. Besides, from what I know, you probably can't afford my medical fees. The Cocoa Light brain left in the lab was transmitted to Keela after 1800 analyzed it, and Keela had just finished reviewing it. The 10-meter-long narrow staircase could only accommodate two people, with the sound of wind whispering from the abyss below. Keela's fingers climbed to her waist where her short-barreled pistol was. Well, I have to go now. We need to settle our debts. A cluster of glowing stones surrounded a group of buzzing moths. Alaman shifted his weight to his left leg and said, You're right, I'm thinking about that too. You owe me 2 lives, plus 1 child. Alaman grinned wickedly. Oh, and a few little games. This genuinely caught Keela off guard, and she couldn't help but think the unfortunate person in front of her was out of touch. What kind of unfortunate talk is that? Is this kid out of his mind? What do you mean? Brother, the victor takes all. If it weren't for the 3 of you being as loyal as dogs, taking on all sorts of ridiculous tasks, would you die? Would you become a eunuch? The canyon heard the sound and echoed back to Keela. Keela secretly murmured, I hope I'm not allergic to amphetamines. What is a eunuch? Alaman had never heard such words before and was hit at the pain point. His ears burning with shame, he shouted, You will die today? No, you will die first. Kula decisively raised his gun, firing bullets that shattered the tranquility of the night. Angry curses from a man and a woman came from a nearby window. Who fired? Are you crazy? Call the police. Get out of here. Let them shoot. A well-meaning neighbor scattered a pile of beans down the stairs from his home. Alaman immediately leaned against the protruding stone wall to hide, shouting, Aren't you going to make a move? Click, click. Ku'ele's small pistol fell into the depths of darkness, rolling around before coming to a stop. At the same time, gunfire erupted from the stairs, and a group of 1,800 people parked their cars at the entrance of the guest apartment. Gunshots echoed from the stone cave, and as Tang Ermiai got out of the car, he immediately smelled the gunpowder. The car drove straight over, blocking the way. Tadala opened the back seat to find only 3 Hell guns and a few short-barreled revolvers. Is this it? Seriously? Tarzan? Alaman gritted his teeth, covering his belly as he moved down, his left arm scratched by the sparks. Dude, how come I didn't see you were this fierce before? Easy, easy, he teased, winking at him, feeling he'd found a good helper. In a bit, we'll run back. Once the contact arrives, we can leave. Bai Lang stared deeply at Alaman. You better keep your word. I know. I wouldn't lie to my little treasure, Alaman replied. Are you jealous or something? Bai Lang made a face of disgust, walking towards the stairs. Alaman was fiercely gripping Kala, who was almost frenzied, whispering in her ear, My little doctor, you owe me a kiss. Remember the big exam room? Bai Lang was gripping the chrome alloy frame, his hands trembling with excitement from holding the rope, gasping as he looked at the tattered lampstone, next to which were some partially glowing artificial fluorescent stones. He had repeatedly let Alaman drag him step by step to a dead end, and at this moment, he didn't want to care about any lofty and boundless future researchers. He just thought, if I wait a little longer, I'll be free. Huh? Kala looked dazedly at Alaman's face. The fragmented lines and wrinkles resembling a crumpled piece of gold foil that had been thrown away because it had maggots from a chocolate that had gone bad. Kala couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Alaman, feeling mocked, gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on Ku'ele's neck. The sensation of suffocation quickly clouding her nostrils. What kiss do I owe you? Isn't it worthless? You bastard. Can you say something I can understand? Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Kala felt her eyes bulging out, while the illiterate weakling in front of her kept babbling. How can you good students understand us, huh? But you're a lunatic too, right? Speak. Damn it. Choking me and making me talk. Your brain is just a shell. Did you pull your brain out while shitting? Do you really think you're something good? Who would dissect someone just because they don't like them? You lunatic. Alaman's mouth brushed against Ku'ele's right ear, rubbing gently. Soft and warm. A touch he hadn't felt since leaving Aunt Maria at the age of 10, making Kala feel like she might vomit. What did he want? I really like you. For the first time, someone is so determined to save me. For the first time, someone is so gently treating me. Alaman stood up, his eyes scanning Kala from head to toe. I'll kill you, brother. Clearly, in Alaman's eyes, Ku'ele's words were so out of place. Not obedient. You're not obedient. His hand slowly caressed Ku'ele's face, twisting hard. Ouch. Damn it, this is giving me a runny nose all over my hair. Don't rub your nose on my hair, you bastard. Yes, my brother. You even broke my lineage, the kidnapper in front of them mumbled incoherently. Hey, patrol from the inspection department. Everyone raise their hands and stand against the wall. Damn it, didn't you hear me? Stop. Tadala twisted the gun bolt and shot at the shadow that moved under the lampstone. Bang. The gun fired, and Bai Lang also launched an attack. Help. Kiskiviko lawantai. Hold on. The thermal imager of 1800 scanned Kala at the edge of the cliff. Her clothes caught on an inverted sharp stone cone. While she struggled to hold onto the railing with one hand, her legs barely maintaining balance on the smooth stone cone. Tang Ermiai joined Tadala in suppressing Bai Lang's fire, and Alaman's face turned pale like a stray dog climbing up behind him. Hurry! Don't look back! Tadala and 1800 chased after Alaman and Bai Lang. Tang Ermiai reached out to pull Kala up. Are you okay? He casually touched her wet cheek. Are you sweating? Damn it, don't ask, just deal with him. At this life-and-death moment, Kala realized something. The young soldiers participating in the big exam should only be clones. The DNA information of clones can find identical prototypes. But the genes of natural humans are unique. When she examined Coco's body, there was only one type of DNA. So when treating the fake Coco and putting her into the medical capsule, Kala thought Coco was a natural human, thus using a medicine suitable only for natural humans. Therefore, Alaman, as a violent clone soldier, would have facial cracks that took a long time to heal, not because of slow absorption of the drug as she had thought. Additionally, she later discovered various needle marks from special experiments on Alaman's body. Kala thought of the attempt to kill her Bayan, connecting it to the various experiments Tang Lin had done on extracting spinal fluid from clones. She had a very bad feeling. People like Coco were likely substitutes for some kind of exchange of interests, and Alaman, as a violent clone soldier, already possessed self-awareness. which was key information that could overturn the entire category of clones. We must catch up with Alaman. He is very dangerous right now. Bai Lang and Alaman burst out of the stairs, 3 meters away from the already open door of the old building's hall. On both sides of the road, the sound of motors surged like a tsunami. Meanwhile, 5 people from the group had already occupied the best shooting angles, pressing the demolition grenades just before the vehicles approached. Several cars ahead were blown to pieces, and one vehicle, with its tire bent, sent up smoke from the trunk as it crashed through the railing at the edge of the abyss. Bang! Gunshots rang out as the vehicles behind activated their defenses, launching a fierce assault on the people upstairs. In a matter of seconds, Bai Lang and Alaman had escaped into the old building from the covering fire, and in a flash, they had surrounded the bottom floor of the old building tightly. Yamamoto took off his floral robe, revealing a neat short outfit, a Japanese long knife at his waist, and a lightweight submachine gun in hand, striding forward with the black-clad Gojuru following closely behind, charging into the old building with the local arm team. We won't stop until we catch Alaman today. Once inside the old building, everything fell silent. Alaman began to lead the way, turning sharply. Have you been here before? Bai Lang followed closely, gun in hand, occasionally sweeping the area behind him, looking at the dimly lit back and quietly asking, I've connected with the contact. Just keep an eye on my back. Bai Lang steeled himself, not allowing himself to think too much or ask too many questions, until a flash of 3 long and 1 short light appeared at the window of the corridor ahead. Alaman took out a cyberbraid. Are you the light god? A towering figure appeared on the wall, changing from large to small. The only fluorescent blue light, still working at the bottom, slowly shrank until a being that seemed neither male nor female emerged. A from Bai Long, who was used to the nightlife, had never seen such a flamboyant character before. Oh, you're here. Where's the stuff? Rin Wu, disappearing into the gray shadow, had bright reflective strips on his side that accentuated his bulging muscle lines. After experiencing so many twists and turns, Alaman was no longer as reckless as before. His pretentious internal skills had risen more than 18 floors. Take me to the passage first, Ren Wu said, wearing a single-ear communicator. The conversation on this side was also manipulated, and all 5 remote-controlled Ren Lu received it. Let him take out the stuff first. Why is there still a person here? Ren Lu had already powered on the monitoring and lighting at the meeting point in advance. The several monitoring devices in front of him showed everything clearly. In the upper left corner, a large-caliber shotgun fired continuously, causing a blood mist to erupt from the chest of a small team's vanguard. If it weren't for the bulletproof vests, there would probably be intestines all over the floor, but the left leg was hit by a shell and blood gushed out, seemingly hitting the major artery. Bring it to me, Ren Wu commanded, and a hidden compartment in the wall of the monitoring blind spot revealed a long gun barrel. 4 or 5 red dots were aimed at Alaman and Bai Lang. I can show you, Alaman said with a grin, pulling out a small brain chip card from his pocket and spinning it gently around his finger as he walked towards Ren Wu. We might all be colleagues in the future. Once we're on the ship, we'll give it to you. Don't forget my entrance ticket. Although his body leaned towards Ren Wu, his mouth was directed towards the person in the communicator, Ren Lu. It was unclear what Ren Lu said, but he agreed in the end. Ren Wu smirked, looking at Alaman with some recognition. You did well on your mission. Follow me. Bang. Yamamoto listened as he wiped the long knife in his hand clean with a cloth belt around his waist. As they approached the conference room on the 18th floor, he waved his fingers in the air, and the team split into 2 groups, speaking ominously into the intercom. The Yamamoto family never produces cowards. Shoot him first. Chapter 37. The true face of friends, we have blocked the safe exit above the 15th floor. The light brain intermittently reported the locations of various teams as Yamamoto gradually approached the conference room on the 18th floor, his heart racing as he gripped the long knife tightly, breaking through the door. The room was empty, with only a monitoring cloud platform lit up and a small gadget simulating human body temperature in front of it. Yamamoto sheathed his knife and turned around the room. There were only a few bottles of her D's-released liquor and small snack packages on the ground, and a leather chair that had been wiped clean. Nearby were some anti-reconnaissance circuit breakers and disruptors. He raised his hand to prepare to shoot, but found that what remained was only scrap metal. He adjusted the channel on the single-ear communicator and thought it was really inconvenient. If only he could use a little bug, that would be so much easier. How's it going over there? The target disappeared temporarily when we came up, but we have blocked the door. Gojiro's speech was stuttering until the last sentence was somewhat clear, but the signal was cut off. It's a trap. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. Yamamoto realized the signal was lost and felt irritated. Aren't you going to hurry up and find him? Are you just standing here, blowing in the wind? The personnel spread out to check both sides of the floor with no gains, then decided to sweep the building. With a loud boom, a blast occurred on the 17th floor, and all personnel surrounded the 17th floor again. The local patrol had already gone up, and it seemed there was also a bugmaster. Tatara directly communicated with Keela. Go in and find a lawman together. We must find him. Keela overcame a moment of dizziness, a large purple bump on his forehead. I'll go up in a bit. My senior sister said a lawman is the key to the bug riot. If outsiders cause trouble, it could lead to a disaster in the ruins. Disaster? Tatara asked quietly. So what does that have to do with us? What does that have to do with us? Keela was taken aback, suppressing the urge to explode the heads of these two who had been useless since coming to the ruins. The key to the bug riot is in a lawman's hands. If he tells outsiders they succeeded, the next place to riot will be the urban area. The city defense. We have to protect public safety. Although Keela was 8 parts dissatisfied with his birthplace, he still recognized that the existence of the empire had provided millions of people with a stable life. On the contrary, the reaction of these 3 natives. Tatara spoke mischievously. Actually, let be destroyed. It's just capitalists changing people, right? We could do it too. Tang Ermiai supported Keela, unfazed. Keela, are you brainwashed by the Empire's slogans? Keela swatted away the hand, reaching for his forehead. How can you think like that? If you don't even love your own country, who will protect you? When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Sister, Keela, don't take it too seriously. The first thing we want to protect is our family and friends, Tang Ermiai said, her feelings complicated. Sometimes the Empire might even teach you a lesson. With a new president, maybe everyone will live better. Stupid. The great powers are gone, and the small homes are even more gone. Keela had a look of hopelessness as he walked up the stairs. 1800 listened intently to the conversation among the few people, with high-level thermal imaging monitoring the personnel flow in the old building. Most of them had gathered. The continuous explosions caused the entire stone wall of the old building to shake slightly. How is it? Can we go in? Keela crawled beside 1800. This was the only comrade who had no rebellious remarks about saving the world. Keela felt slightly comforted in his heart. Great. After we finish chatting, let us start saving the world. The patrol has already fallen into the trap of those 4 spies. Let us eliminate them one by one. Keela didn't even need to see the face behind 1800 sunglasses to fully sense how excited and eager that lowly face was to become a lone hero. Perhaps he had remembered wrong before. Maybe this was 1800's true face? Charge! 1800 suddenly dashed to a white police car with blue stripes, scanning something at the door handle. The car door quietly popped open, and he bent over to rummage inside for something. Keela cursed inwardly and immediately followed Tatara closely, pressing against the back door, keeping watch. I found something good. 1800 flew out a large revolver from the car window with an awkward brown frame beneath the barrel. It was a good product made by locals. 40 caliber, equipped with a xenon laser. Let me, Tatara exclaimed excitedly. I'll open the door as the vanguard. Where are the bullets? He pressed the battery switch for the laser, and a red light flashed beside him. 1800 held the car door with both hands and shot out from the front window. Catch up with me, and I'll give it to you. A small bag of high-explosive bullets made an elegant arc in the air and landed in 1800's hands. What? Tatara was glowing with excitement, quickly strapping on the sling and slinging the gun behind his back before darting out. Keela saw that she couldn't stop him and tightly pulled Tang Ermiai to follow closely. These two usually aren't this crazy. The first-floor lobby of the old building looks like a run-down pawn shop or bank from the 1970s, with its quaint stainless steel countertop and supposedly unbreakable glass, all covered in a layer of stubborn grime. Due to years of neglect, it feels empty and desolate, with only the abyssal draft blowing through. Inside, There's a semicircular platform with a beastly-style fountain featuring a Venus with a broken arm. The colorful neon lights have dimmed, but no fresh water flows from its chest. On either side, there are two transparent angels, less than a meter tall, holding worms, the mechanical components long since stopped working. They look bizarre, almost like service dolls. Where did The in 1800 go? As Kara rushed in, the two had vanished. Tang following behind, wasn't he particularly afraid of the dark? She even began estimating the value of the scrap metal on the ground and walls. These ornaments could sell for several hundred at least. At the edge of the fountain, she tried to loop a rope around the little angel's head to see its structure. Don't mess around. There seems to be a signal jammer inside. Hurry. What are you doing? Kara grabbed Tang waist. Get down. You'll fall in. The pool beneath them was barren, filled only with foul-smelling water. No need. You find a signal first. We still need to find Alaman. Kara pulled tightly on Tang Don't you want to go? If you don't want to, just stay outside and keep watch. Really? Hi-fi. Help me out, and then you can go. With a splash, Tang stopped struggling, and they both fell back onto the ground, half of Tang body resting on Kara. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought we had to go. Her puppy-like eyes sparkling. Why didn't you want to go? Kara's bright hair spilled onto the ground. Fine, if you don't want to go. You don't have to, as long as you're not afraid of Bai Lang. Kara suspected Bai Lang was a deeply scheming, unpredictable, two-faced person who made Tang feel out of place, which is why she rejected him. As for fear, who wouldn't be afraid of a white-eyed wolf? Am I afraid of him? Who does he think he is, Humph? Thus, Kara saw Tang being very stubborn. I'm just disgusted. All right. I can detect their same frequency light brain signal within 1,000 meters. Tang tapped on a palm-sized display, and two light red dots had already moved to the 14th floor of the old building, moving quite fast. Kara stood up and dusted herself off. Next. You go out first. TSK, you're abandoning me. Huh? Are you online? I've changed my mind. I want to give that white-eyed wolf a good beating. Kara looked down at Tang pretty face illuminated by the flat screen, thinking if she were a dog, her tail would be wagging up to the sky. ZZ. There were a few locals on the other side of the passage. La was listening carefully behind 1800. Shall we shoot a door with lasers? 1800's thermal imaging showed two little guys running upstairs. He admired their cleverness. No wonder they were his chosen teammates. Let us head to the other end first and leave some clues for Kara and the others. By the 14th floor, both sides of the safety passage had been firmly guarded. The two wanted to avoid disturbance and slowly retreated to the entrance they came from. The storage rooms on either side of the central hall were filled with a mess of broadcasting equipment. The original entrance was a circular hole created by laser fire. Let us create some hints. 1800 scanned the room, full of junk, and inspiration struck. Timing it just right, a sudden cloud of dust erupted. That indicates things are pretty heated upstairs. After the explosion, all team members moved towards the source of the sound, but only found a room half blown apart. Nothing else. Long-haired man? Big guy? The latest fashion from last season? Wu Zilong searched his mind, but couldn't he recall anyone fitting that description. Commander. We VE re-established contact with Commander Yamamoto's team. They VE come up too, Wu Zilong frowned. Yamamoto was a bugmaster trained from a prestigious family, known for his impatience, having spent all his patience on raising bugs. Wu Zilong suspected the bug riot might be due to the bugs sharing their owner's temperament. Continue the search. The imaging is so clear, he can't have gone far. Unbeknownst to them, Renwu was trembling in the ventilation duct above, glancing down to see Wu Zilong, whose strong physique exuded masculinity. Renwu was unwilling to accept it. Finally experiencing what he had written in a phone he had picked up from the street. I encountered my crush, but it was a catastrophic start. Preserving the image in his mind while staring wide-eyed, he slowly began to retreat. However, just like in the movies, the last one left behind often meets a bad end. The gun strapped to his waist accidentally fired the first shot in the ventilation duct battle. The gunfire drew the attention of 1800 and La, who exchanged knowing smiles and followed the sound. On the top floor, Ren Lu sat in a dilapidated boss chair, staring at the remaining surveillance footage, his heart racing with Run Wu's escape. Bai Lang had been handed a small handgun, and at his feet lay Alaman, who was either too scared or too nervous to speak. Here with your six, Grandpa. You act like a dragon coiling or a tiger lying down. What essay little loach like you bouncing around for? After a few harsh words, Alaman was beaten into submission and handed over his brain chip. If it weren't for the fact that you completed your mission, would your sixth grandpa give you this much face? Rin Lu grew angrier as he looked at the surveillance footage, regretting not having trained little Wu harder before setting off, letting him flee like a rabbit chased by a starving eagle. Ugh! He kicked Alaman's ribcage hard, making Alaman, already disfigured, look even more grotesque, reminding Bai Lang of a dilapidated doll in a little girl's hands. Six, brother, you all go first. I'll distract them. Rin Lu pondered repeatedly in place. No, wait for me. Chapter 38, Goodbye, amigo. There was an explosion over there. Tada La peeked cautiously from the door, while 1800 used a high-speed roller device to pull the two little guys up from several floors below. The thermal imaging activated by 1800 showed the four people upstairs had begun to split up. No need, we'll go to the top floor in a bit. A simple parabolic trajectory crossed the air and landed in Tada LA's hands. What is this? Open it. It will cause the little sparrows escaping to fall down. Tada La puckered her lips, understanding immediately, and pressed the green button. In silence, sound waves radiated from Tada La, creating ripples throughout the old building. The lightning-fast escape of Rin Lu and the three began to slow down. Second team received. The signal connection is normal, and we have arrived at the location where the suspect left. We are dismantling the escape device. Over. The liaison's agile figure followed Wu Zilong, who was chasing Rin Wu. Commander, the first team has already gone to the top floor. A fugitive has escaped. Wu Zilong froze, staring at the ceiling where the movement had disappeared. The other team members split off at the intersection to continue the chase. Catch this one first. Leave the rest to the first team. What did Wu Zilong say? Report. Wu Zilong said they're also pursuing a fugitive, and to avoid spreading the police force too thin, he sent two teams to assist. Yamamoto nodded, sitting on a circular high stool, his face illuminated by the repaired electric light, resembling a finely carved wooden sculpture. The male features of the Yamamoto family were always elegant and delicate, proportional to their temper, which could be volatile after being toyed with. Yamamoto's long fingers tightly gripped the hilt of the long knife at his waist, an old butterfly not seemingly soothing the anger destined for a sleepless night. Is it ready? Report. The opponent's anti-gravity device is very well concealed. The hacker still needs a bit more time. The room flickered with electric light, then returned to brightness after half a second. Yamamoto was very dissatisfied with the logistics team's work, his fine brows furrowed high. Report. The opponent's anti-gravity device seems to be low on power. The hacker has already entered their system for destruction. Everyone prepare to apprehend the fugitive Alaman. Yamamoto still sat near the double doors of the room, with two bodyguards standing behind him. In front, beyond the round archway, were 3 or 4 sweat-drenched hackers and eager gunmen. A new intern hacker stepped on a pile of broken ropes, nervous since it was their first time on duty, standing behind their teammates with sweaty palms. Jack, chill. It's okay, when he comes down, just move back. Our speed is slowing down. Are we almost there? Bai Lang pressed tightly against a rectangular shelf parallel to the passage. In fact, the speed was not only slowing, but also starting to slide down a little, as if the reverse thruster had lost its power. The person on the head had a safety belt around their waist, and Alaman's ropes were untied, casually tied to the transport rack like poultry bought from market. Brother. Sixth Master. Should we? Shut up. Rinlu already noticed something was off from the nylon bag on his chest. He pulled out a fast-acting painkiller, quick and precise. With a belief in the 3-in-1, slowly administering the painkiller to Alaman, who had been beaten and had no strength left in his hands, before being stuffed with a carbine. Sixth Master, where did you get this good stuff from? In a moment, we'll quickly enter defensive mode, got it? Didn't hear that? Sixth Master, after Ren Lu beat Alaman. He's already clueless, speaking in a stuttering manner. Ren Lu chuckled, pinching Ren Lu's wrinkled face. Not hearing means a 4. Got it. Won't you break him? If broken, I would have known to go easier on him. The guy called White-Eyed Wolf doesn't seem very resistant. Here they come. What? The young hacker had already removed the neural interface, feeling the absence of electric waves. But the fleeting thing in the passage was getting closer, the sounds growing louder, everyone's emotions heightened, nerves taut. A small group in front of Yamamoto arranged themselves to block. Puff! A round, well-wrapped ball rolled down the passage. A nervous rookie aimed directly at it. Bang! Bang! The gun fired and boom. A huge mushroom cloud erupted from the entire house, a swirl of smoke breaking windows and escaping into the sky. This is it. This is why cats have 9 lives. The explosion sound reached Ren-Lu and the others who were about to fall into another passage. As expected of 6th Master. Only 6th Master is impressive. Otherwise, we would definitely have become targets. Hearing Alaman's flattery, Ren-Lu felt pleased but behaved rudely. With your 6th Master, you won't die. Bai Lang, from the tail into the front, felt anxious. 6th Master, think of a way. Fei Liu spoke soothingly, but he missed a chance to switch to the 3rd backup passage, hardening his heart and not caring about that reliable but mouthy little woozy. Mistake. Alaman looked at Ren-Lu's lips, first confused, then looked down silently at Bai Lang, who was tightly gripping the gun. I'm sorry, good treasure. The time to share hardships has come. There were still dozens of meters to the passage entrance. Alaman took the knife handed to him by 6th Master and forcefully stabbed it into the buckle connecting the 2 racks, sparks exploding like beautiful fireworks above Bai Lang's head. But Bai Lang felt as if he was attending his own funeral early. Alaman, with a bang, the rack on Bai Lang's body swayed and nearly fell vertically to the ground. Alaman listened to Bai Lang's desperate scream as he was on the brink of death, expressionless as he watched 6th Master reduce the speed to the lowest. How could anyone continue to entrust their life to a con man they had just met? Truly foolish. Would a habitual con man believe in a fleeting romance? Ugh, you can let go? Ren-Lu teased. Just a fool. Throw it away. Alaman lowered his head to check the new gear, no longer responding. Hey, tell me how you got it. Ren-Lu, at this moment, was not in a hurry. His winking expression made Alaman's mouth itch to curse. Drink his milk? Ren-Lu, who had mixed in the sea and land for many years, understood quickly. He had thought this young man was principled, steady, and shrewd, but now he saw that this one was surprisingly open. Wow, impressive brother. Ren-Lu then sighed. Still too young. It seemed a figure flashed in Ren-Lu's mind, but he couldn't see the face clearly. Alaman, however, kept his mouth tightly shut, adjusting his breathing as the transport rack gradually picked up speed. When did Bai Lang trust him so much? Was it because he promised to take him away? Or was it because he kept saying only he could please him? So, how many times have you drunk? Get lost. Bai Lang, in despair, propped himself up with his legs and the gun as the transport rack moved. What was once secretly admired high technology now became a coffin board, sending him to the afterlife. Click, click. Tatara suddenly looked up at the side of the passage, the gun barrel timely pointing down. After Bai Lang emerged, he also fired a net, counting 5 seconds and discovering the person was stunned by the electric net. He stepped forward, using the gun stock to poke and see clearly who it was, revealing a set of neat white teeth. This time, the 1,800 did not prevent Tatara's displeasure with Bai Lang. Tatara even mixed in his anger towards Alaman. Bai Lang? Tang Ermiai, hearing the voice from the doorway, confirmed the surroundings were safe before turning back into the room. You're a ghost fooling people. Hearing Tang Ermiai shout, Tatara then landed a punch on Bai Lang's face, before retreating to 1800's side, wanting to see the fun. 1800 gently patted Tatara's, but with a gun barrel. Dang dang. Blood dripped from the corner of Bai Lang's mouth as he leaned towards the dusty ground, his clean fingers covered in saliva and dust. Cough, cough. Just lying on the ground and looking up, his forehead wrinkled into a lump, ugly and disheveled. Tang Tang, your shoes are a bit dirty. Let me wipe them for you. Waiting for you, where have you been? Eloping with someone? Changing the topic again. I haven't. I'm really in pain. Do you remember how I took care of you when you were hurt? Are you happy seeing me like this now? Tatara swore to stay far away from this truly thick-skinned person for the rest of his life, holding back his curses and pulling the safety pin hard. Tang Ermiai moved the gun behind her, picked up a small pistol, crouched down, and pointed it at Bai Lang's forehead. Do you know what the most tolerable thing I've done for you is? Just kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me. You said you loved me. Have you forgotten how we kissed and embraced? Bailang seemed to have regained his composure, excitedly spraying saliva at Tang Ermiai, seemingly blaming her for not helping him when he was in the most danger. Tang Ermiai gently leaned back to avoid the spit attack, feeling a wave of nausea and bitterness. She didn't expect Bailang to be so despicable, attempting to snatch her handgun. Tatara began to pummel him mercilessly from behind, while Kala admired Tatara's violent assault, recalling a fellow villager who used a huge wooden mortar to pound steamed glutinous rice balls, the sweet aroma filling the air. With rhythmic singing and energy, creating a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, as both adults and children eagerly anticipated the delicious rice balls. "All right," Tang Ermiai said, looking at Bailang, who had curled up again like a shrimp after being hammered. "Today I'm going to kill you for almost getting my friend killed and losing the witness." She aimed her short-barreled handgun at the trembling Bailang's head, unable to bear looking directly at him, her gaze drifting to the side. Bang! Bang! Tatara and Kula exchanged complex glances without moving their eyes away. Listening to Bailang's agonizing cries, Tang Ermiai felt no waves in her heart. The past seemed to have turned into a fleeting memory. "Tang Ermiai, stop hitting him, or he'll turn into a sieve." "No need, I'll do this myself." Bailang, lying on the ground, was shot in several places due to her inaccurate aim, blood soaking through his clothes within seconds. "Open your eyes and take a look. You can't even kill him." Tatara directly reached out to press down on the gun, but felt Tang Ermiai's hand was icy cold. The air in the old building was not pleasant, filled with a musty smell of mildew and foot odor from a long-standing underground air raid shelter. Tang Ermiai felt that her youth had died. "Someone's coming." Kula stood up straight and shouted loudly, "Officer, City Defense Base support is here to capture a fugitive." A few local soldiers exchanged glances and immediately raised their guns, dispersing. Yamamoto was reminded of a familiar voice he had heard not long ago and had even suspected that little girl was a bit too calm. But upon hearing that they had caught a fugitive, he perked up. "Where? Who?" "Private Bailang." Bailang's somewhat notorious name had clearly spread a bit, and a few members from the back group chatted excitedly. "Good. Bring them all away. The rest of you, go up this passage and continue to follow." "You." Yamamoto glared at Tatara. "What? I'm a highest-ranking officer here. You all need to leave." Gojiru obtained a thermal imager from a hacker with a broken neck and discovered the movements of the fugitive. Chapter 39, Going Home. Damn it, where did he go? The scattered A4 papers on the ground were already blurred, and stepping onto a barely usable long bench, the backrest had severely warped and rusted. Gojiru tightly hugged his legs and lifted them up, while his teammate's head seemed to be pressed against something, letting out a muffled groan. "Brother, are you okay?" Zaki took a deep breath, slowly dragging the person down. With a swish, the ceiling member's hands shot up, resembling a limp, overcooked noodle slipping from Gojiru's grip. The head had been so damaged by the fan that the face was unrecognizable. "Damn!" Gojiru swayed from the shock of the exploding eyeball. Unbeknownst to him, the chair beneath him was about to collapse, and he fell onto the long marble counter. His waist hit the solid surface, and a stainless steel light blue mosaic vase tumbled to the ground with a clatter. At the same time, the sound of the fugitive moving appeared behind him, a faint rustling filling the room. Gojiru crouched behind the counter, gritting his teeth and clutching his left waist, deciding to strike first. He rushed towards the desk beside his unconscious teammate. Bang! 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 The gun fired. The target was right behind him, just as Gojiru stealthily extended his gun barrel to peek out, but there was no sound from the other side. Could it be gone? Gojiru sat cross-legged, receiving a transferred conversation from the liaison in his ear. Is it human or ghost? Gojiru raised his gun and fired several shots at the spot where he just saw movement. We've surrounded this place. Be sensible and come out quickly. A series of playful grins from the shadows made Gojiru extremely displeased. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 more shots. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu. Nice to meet you. What's your name? The fugitive, Rin Wu, swung his legs on a crooked office chair, his 2 long braids bouncing with him, adorned with the latest matching green ribbon headband. His sportswear looked brand new and spotless. Gojiru never underestimated his enemies, aiming his gun precisely at Rin Wu. Raise your hands behind your head and stand against the wall. His voice was cold and serious. The person with his back turned, Ren-Wu, smirked and obediently followed the officer's orders. Of course, my officer. Shut up. Goju jabbed his gun sharply at Xiao Wu's head. Officer, don't poke me with the gun. It hurts. Natural person? Oh, officer, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. It turned out to be a natural person wandering outside with a strong physique and agile skills, perfectly capable of finding a good job in the upper city, yet chose to be a so-called mercenary with friends? However, the voice of the female-dressed fugitive sounded somewhat weak. Goju did not discriminate against those with flaws. In this decadent world where anything could happen, all kinds of people existed. Only what you couldn't imagine didn't exist, and, as long as you secretly slacked off, danger would burrow into your body like a leech, disrupting your humanity until it drained your blood dry. Goju still remembered the first time he was out on a mission and caught a beggar thief. The boy refused to repent, sticking his head out defiantly, while even his elderly, hunched parents pleaded for him to be let go. But unexpectedly, when he turned to leave, the kneeling parents knocked him out, and when he woke up, he was already at the desolate border of ruins. Ren-Wu's feet were also shackled with electric cuffs, electric currents shooting through his chest, making every step feel like walking on knife edges. But with passion still running hot, "Officer, may I ask your name?" His. Goju firmly walked alongside him in a straight line. I told him my name is Xiao Wu. He could only see the sturdy and appropriately sized neck of Goju wearing an all-black helmet, exuding a fierce masculinity and care for his comrades, all of which felt incredibly reassuring. In an instant, his blood surged, and his ears turned red. Team 1. Team 2 has captured a fugitive. There are 2 injured on this floor. Hurry with support. Over. Boss, you're amazing. We're heading to the stairwell to meet you. The enthusiastic and youthful voice of a young intern in his earpiece was so sensitive that Ren-Wu caught a hint of it. Also disapproving of the garbage headset's sound leak. Team 1 didn't arrive, but 2 groups from upstairs came first. The medic bowed his head to check the person, and Goju gestured for 2 team members to escort the fugitive away, as a fugitive capable of injuring 4 or 5 armed soldiers was not to be underestimated. Ren-Wu followed Goju's lead, his lips moving nonstop. Officer, did you feel a sense of déjà vu just now? Officer, my hand hurts a bit. Can you tighten a little more? Officer, do you have a girlfriend, boy or girl? For the first time encountering such a talkative man, Wu Zerang felt a bit overwhelmed. The team members beside him exchanged confused glances, and one of them waved a long gun to intimidate Ren-Wu. Sir, am I going with you later? Are you here to interrogate me? Shut up. Wu Zerang's complexion was distinct, his features sharp, with thick eyelashes drooping like long branches of willow trees brushing over the shimmering river surface. He exuded a strong masculine presence, yet retained a youthful vibe. Ren-Wu's eyes were filled with Wu Zerang, completely entranced. The already electrified building was brightly lit, and Wu Zerang led Xiao Wu down the safety corridor stairs, with motion sensor lights illuminating one floor after another. The empty corridor echoed only their breaths, their steps in sync. In a moment, we'll head straight to the car. You're coming with me. It seemed our team leader was going to interrogate alone. Ren-Wu thought with some delight. You talk too much. All right, as long as you take me with you, I'll follow you. Creaking Captain. A round-eyed young soldier looked up excitedly from a corner of the stairwell, accompanied by 3 local youths. TSK. Ren-Wu shook the handcuffs in his hand vigorously. On the desolate, gray earth, the triangular ruins shone brightly against the gradually brightening lead-gray sky. Yet they seemed to be carried away by the wind and sand, dissolving into the black and white garbled foam of a small dark room. In the moment of a rabbit's leap and a hawk's dive, it burst forth like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, then solidifying into shape. Several soldiers who had already arrived lined up with their guns, aimed at a small figure. A stronger local youth unceremoniously brought Yamamoto Shanshan before that figure. Yamamoto squinted, seemingly having seen this old acquaintance in many meetings before. Is it her? The figure gazed into the distance, her small shoulders somehow standing firm against the wind and sand like an unyielding mountain, even stronger than the soldiers from the grueling training grounds present. Where is she? Yamamoto's shout carried the weight of a pound of black sand as he stepped forward, patting 1800's shoulder. I'm the team leader here to capture a fugitive. I ask you, Why are you here? Spit. Captain. The wind is picking up. We need to hurry. The wind and sand at the ruins border were unpredictable. Or perhaps their emergence had never been deciphered. Yamamoto hurriedly rushed down the corridor, only to learn that 1800, as a distinguished senior member, had already gone to the headquarters building. So that's how it is. Tang Lin sat in the office of the headquarters director. Next to him was 1800, who had been granted freedom of movement in advance by Mammon. The breakthrough in the current issue lies with the two captured criminals. The headquarters director pondered at his desk, seemingly having already guessed the targets, and then smiled as he hurriedly thanked the two. Thank you for the help from Lindu. Thanks to you, we can clear the fog and see the blue sky at the ruins. Director, no need to be so polite. Just remember to reward those kids a bit. They put in quite a bit of effort. Of course. I remember that the new extraction method proposed by that brave little girl came from that laboratory, right? A charming smile spread across the director's face. Researcher Tang, why don't you introduce her to me? They are all good seeds for the Empire's future. As former battle partners, they often crossed paths, and they needed to engage in academic exchanges. Who knew when they'd meet again after they left this time? Well said. We can still do a holographic video call. When Tang Lin and 1800 arrived at the octagonal platform, several helicopters were already ready. The group, exhausted after a night of running around without even a sip of hot water, was being hurried along. Tatara keeps muttering over there. That person was captured by us. Tang Ermiai said, her words heavy with righteousness. Sister Tang, I know you're being chatty. It's not suitable for you to stay here much longer, as we are about to impose a curfew and clear the internal situation. Sister, when can we meet again? Keela looked at Tang Lin with a pitiful expression. Keela dreamed of studying in a back garden filled with green bamboos, and then a flash of red light occurred. A gun barrel slid from above her head down to her throat, nipple, and belly button. She wanted to open her eyes, but couldn't. The sound of the helicopter's rotor moving through the train car could still be heard. 1800 helped the sulking Tatara on the car, dripping new eye drops, while Black Dog curled up on a soft seat yawning. Opposite, Tang Ermiai had one vacant eye peeking out for air while cursing at a troll on a mechanical forum for a prep camp. Wake me up. Let me wake up. The speeding train dashed out from the black shadow of the ground track, bursting through the black mist, while the vibrant cyber city blossomed with the scent of fresh products. A flood of digital information engulfed the crowd, and vividly exaggerated virtual birds danced in the scarlet flames, dragging two round-eyed long tails and advertising banners in the yellow wind and dark clouds. The lightweight Phoenix hover car raced from the south to the north, all in an instant. At the edge of the black sand, Ren Lu drove his floating truck madly towards the target location, while Alaman rummaged through a nearby box, looking for a set of barely fitting branded casual clothes. Humming, is this something I just bought casually? Scanning around, he noticed a dark silver, studded black suitcase behind him, its prominent double S skull, snakehead logo hard to ignore. He pretended to casually look up at the madly speeding Ren Lu, but his hand took out a universal component bought from the black market and pressed the button. A long vibration occurred, and the suitcase opened automatically, revealing a battered little girl who should have been packed inside. Holy crap, Luga, are you still in the human trafficking business? Alaman was taken aback. The little girl seemed to be breathing more out than in. What nonsense. We don't do that kind of flesh business. Ren Lu activated the automatic flying mode and quickly got up, stunned, finally understanding what 1800's last words meant. What kind of sucking baby physique did he have? Chapter 40 MVP Settlement. New chapter Keela. You did great. Enjoy your victory and don't worry about other things. Remember to find Dr. Qin Shan to start your internship after school. I believe you'll open the door to a new world. Dr. Toxage did not send a projection video, but instead sent a text message. Keela, check if it's right. Tang Ermiai said while tidying up the tassels on her chest. Once everything was in order, she noticed Keela's distracted expression and weighed her words before speaking. Not stopping Alaman isn't your fault. Even without you, Alaman and the others would have disrupted the exam proceedings. You don't need to bear too much weight. There was a knock on the door, and Kai Shi urged his teammates loudly. Hey, you two hurry up. The speech will end soon, and it will be your turn. Keela, I'm going first. Hurry up. Keela took a deep breath in front of the mirror in the advanced broadcasting hall of the prep camp. A gentleman should go with the flow, This kind of win-win outcome is a family joy. Keela took a deep breath, touched the military uniform specially provided by the preparatory camp, and the old-fashioned buttons surrounded by golden tassels sparkled with brilliance from head to toe. Her long black hair was styled up, revealing her delicate and fair neck. The elegant black dress, combining beauty and strength, showcased the soldier's perfect muscular physique. She then broke into a silly, bright smile in front of the mirror, only to quickly close her mouth again. It was smarter this way. Keela muttered as she walked out the door. The host on the podium spoke with a steady yet enthusiastic tone. The entire studio could only seat a few dozen people, all of whom were heavyweight officials, teachers, and a few award recipients. Additionally, a few holographic projections lit up in the front rows. Tatara elegantly exchanged pleasantries with the teacher beside her and put on her polite lady demeanor again. Tang Ermiai quietly stood at the bottom of the auditorium stairs, listening to Kai Shi and Sui Zhu whispering something beside her. Keela guessed they were discussing what rewards they might receive this time. You know what this meeting means, right? 1800 also wore the exclusive military uniform, complete with a large pair of digital sunglasses. The golden pendant on her chest swayed with her movements. As a friend, Keela, I ask you not to become their mascot. That kind of mascot, you understand? As a friend, this is the first time I've warned you so seriously. 1800's gaze was fixed on Keela's side profile, which remained silent and upright. Of course not. If there's a problem, I will seek help from my friends, Keela said, turning slightly towards 1800 and quickly winking her mischievous right eye. What a pity, our 1800 officer worked so hard, yet in the end, couldn't even take the stage because of being a synthetic person. Maman's face was kind and friendly, but others couldn't hear the merciless words coming from her mouth. How's my dog doing? Why didn't you bring it this time? 1800 pretended not to hear, compared to Maman's sarcastic attempts to provoke her emotions. She was more concerned about her dog. Haha, it's doing well. Following a responsible master like you has no future. If you're late, be careful not to let the beggars on the street catch it to make a broth. Maman regretted saying that. What if it really came to pick it up? So smart and clever, even if it's a bit ugly. After playing frisbee with her a few times and sweating a bit, Maman was in a good mood, thinking that if 1800 didn't come to pick it up, she would take it to a pet hospital for grooming and keep it at home. I'll go get it from you later. 1800 remained still, but she had already been checking the surveillance at Maman's house daily. Seeing Maman play frisbee and swim to maintain her exercise routine, which reassured her. So Haha stayed at her house all along. At this moment, seeing 1800's contradictory expression, who could resist teasing her? What face do you have to take it? Haha only remembers me now, not you. 1800 didn't respond, just lightly pursed her lips and casually glanced at Maman. All right, you can keep it, but that Tatara's pet. Maman looked at the three young soldiers under the spotlight on stage. She rarely heard Tatara's name, but often saw her family performing gracefully at some large cross-industry gatherings. Her smile suddenly froze. Haha seemed to be in danger of being lost. Click, click, the flashing cameras in the audience kept taking pictures. Tang Ermiai and Keela, who were making their debut on the big stage, were momentarily blinded by the flashes, and these photos would circulate within the military for 3 months without stopping. Outside the train, wind and sand flew, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Inside the train, it was warm and quiet. Although there wasn't much progress in this experiment in the land of the gods, we have better sampling methods. Yes, it's a potential research seed. I propose we send her over. She can contribute to our future blueprint. No, it's not her causing trouble. It's someone trying to suppress the Tang family. Just some clowns who aren't worth mentioning. Is that Mom and I here? Who is he reporting to? Was the land of the gods? Keela's consciousness abstracted into some intertwined, moving electrons, swimming in seemingly quiet yet deadly waves. Like a whale moving in the deep sea, they would pass through every corner of the world, secretly stealing encrypted conversations from humans beneath the steel. Cut. Who is listening? Who is listening? A long silencing sound echoed, lasting at least a minute. Keela, are you okay? Several colorful heads appeared in front of her, along with a bald one. Keela's head heavily leaned against the soft backrest. Shocked, she weakly asked Tang Ermiai, why haven't you installed your eyes yet? Didn't you say they were temporary ones? It's fine. I'm still waiting for you to get me the latest model. In front of her was a huge pink starry eyeball simulated by a holographic brain. And what was even more captivating was the long string of zeros beneath the three-dimensional eyeball. What? Looking for materials? Didn't you buy me a new one? Just make it for me directly? Keela's eyes moved away from that long string of zeros and the 100 imperial currency discount coupons. Right, eyeballs are cheap. I can customize a few different skins for you. Tatara chuckled. You're quite something, throwing a tantrum. You don't even know who you learned it from. I learned it from you, pretending to be serious, a spoiled brat, never growing up. You're a copycat. Shameless. The noisy train carriage quickly reached its destination. But today's station was particularly quiet. Why are there so few people? Only tourists leaving? Tang Ermei carried her small backpack, filled with good things stuffed by her city defense siblings and materials to bring to their families. Tatara followed behind, closing her mouth, feeling it didn't team match her character, a bit guilty. Once they exited the platform, several people paused in unison. Everyone in the waiting area had been pushed back 10 meters to the large square, and the bustling crowd moved in an orderly fashion. A few holographic projections that should have displayed advertisements were now continuously calling out names to help passengers find their families or catch taxis. We definitely don't have such a grand occasion. Could it be Bishop Mummin? Even Bishop Mummin, despite a bit of pride, had disappeared at this moment, silently calling for someone to pick up Haha's cage to get the car. Ahem! As they exited the door, Tatara forced herself to appear calm, following behind Keela and Tang Ermei, her expression fluctuating. 1800 cast a teasing glance from the side. Dozens of private bodyguards with their own weapons quickly lined up in front of the car. The driver had been waiting at the car door for a long time. The door opened, and a graceful lady stepped out of the extended luxury car, wearing a high-end, studded, temperature-regulated cheongsam with a bright red peony pattern on a black background that accentuated her long legs. Under her light platinum wavy short hair was a long, artisan-crafted jade ear clip shaped like a twisted fan, with a tassel of the same color as the cheongsam hanging down. She wore a matching jade bracelet on her wrist and waved to Keela and the others. Why aren't you coming over? Hey, little fish baby. Keela and Tang Ermei exchanged glances and looked back. Tatara wore a smile that expressed her awkwardness in front of friends when faced with enthusiastic elders. Second sister. It's been a long time since we've had fun. Tada's second sister left several lingering red lipstick marks on her face. Sister, these are my friends, Tada said, pulling her sister's arm with her somewhat dark hand. This is my sister, this is Keela, and this is Tang Ermei, 1800. Hello everyone, all good friends of Tada. Hey, why don't you come over to my house for a meal? The hospitable second sister left Keela and Tang Ermei stunned. 1800 elbowed them from behind. Sister, you're so beautiful. Oh, that's right. Look at you all. Xiao, you've lost weight these days, Tada said, nodding vigorously while pulling her sister's arm. Her eyes almost welling up with tears, not noticing her second sister's surprised expression. You have lost weight, but sure, I lost it from exercising. Tada, in surprise, found that her sister, who no longer pretended to be serious, didn't bother to chat with others anymore. She stepped on the gas and sped away. Sister is really beautiful and gentle, Tang Ermei sighed as she watched the stars that had flown far away, and Keela felt the same. The three of them walked to the nearest broadcasting station and noticed a police car circling a triangular obstacle across the road, probably there to pick someone up. A large holographic projection appeared in the air, occasionally enlarging and displaying digital fireworks. Welcome, Tang Ermei. Welcome back from your studies. Dad loves you forever. Who's Dad? As soon as the words fell, Tang Ermei was lifted up entirely. Who are you calling Dad? The man's voice was deep and resonant. Tang Ermei didn't see clearly for a moment, but her instinct told her that her old man had gone for a facelift and had some hyaluronic acid injected. She reluctantly said, Dad, you are my dad. You went out once, and your brain is messed up. With a thud, Tang Ermei was thrown to the ground from a height of 20 centimeters. Oh. Tang Ermei looked with one eye for 5 seconds. A bald head, wearing elderly thermal underwear, but looking very young, tall with clear and bright eyes, suddenly realized, Big brother, you haven't been seen for a long time, and you look just like Dad now. And you even shaved your head. The young Sheriff Blake's expression turned displeased. As if he didn't like others mentioning his head. He slapped Tang Ermei and 1800 on the back and said, "Hurry up and get in the car. Old Gordon is still waiting for us at home for dinner. What about my friends? Keela, where are you going?" Keela and 1800 exchanged glances, thought for a long time, and their lips moved to say they were going to the camp. The deep voice rang out again, lacking any warmth but full of a parental tone. "We're all going together. Old Gordon made several Italian-style pizzas today, so let us all eat." On the sofa, Tang Ermei held a piece of pizza, excitedly sharing what she had heard. It had everything, like a small castle or empire. 1800, who didn't eat pizza, snuggled in an extremely soft sofa. Old Gordon, who was also bald, was Tang Ermei's adoptive father. At that moment, he had just taken off his apron that had Chef God written on it and was coming over with a newly opened bottle of beer, smiling and sharing the recent case of the puppet incidents with Keela and the others. Chapter 41. True Love or Another Affliction? Tell us, Old Gordon, what is Dream Island? We're puppets. Tang Ermei and Keela, two little girls, were quite sensitive to such glamorous terms, clamoring to sit next to Old Gordon and tugging at his sleeve to listen. Old Gordon, who usually had a serious face, showed a kind smile, clearly enjoying the children's affection and admiration. Dream Island is a place for, Tang Ermei's bald brother, who was wearing another apron with a circle of white lace, suddenly coughed hard while standing beside a roasting tray with a plate of beef legs. Dream Island is the legendary place to find true love. Cough, cough. Interrupted twice by his own child, Old Gordon displayed a hint of embarrassment, gulped down a sip of beer, which was not much, but even a little alcohol would redden his face. The short, thick neck squeezed out two cheeks tinged with alcohol, and he stammered something, cleared his throat. It's specifically for making service-type puppets. There are also artificial humans and those cyborg transformations over there. And then? So what's the case? Tang Ermei, very patient, lifted her chin at her father, clearly indicating that they weren't going to let it go until he clarified. "I'm all right." It was the night before a heavily overcast day when acid rain was about to pour down. A person in a black raincoat carrying a flashlight walked along a small path by the river. Suddenly, Old Gordon glanced at the two children's tense, widening eyes. He discovered several severed human arms and limbs floating on the water. "Ah, who?" Tang Ermei leaned forward, glancing at Keela, who was equally unfazed. "Is that it?" That's it." Old Gordon raised the beer bottle again, tilting his head to glance at Blake, who was rearranging cherry tomatoes and chrysanthemum greens on the plate. He felt disdainful, thinking it was just because he was afraid these two little ones would be too scared to sleep at night. He underestimated his own children. "Why is my storytelling not good enough? I'm afraid of scaring you, so you can't sleep?" Old Gordon's eyes bulged like cow eyes, almost popping out. Keela, who was close by, was startled. "Blake, you won't be like this in the future, right? After all, you're his biological father. Don't scare people." Blake brought a plate of appetizer salad from the kitchen, which was just some scrap food, nothing to worry about. While saying this, he smiled at Tang Ermei and Keela. "Blake, I'm not scared. I even faced off against worms and big spiders." Tang Ermei eagerly demonstrated to her big brother, like a victorious warrior, fierce and invincible, intelligent beyond measure. "What? You faced off against worms?" Old Gordon's voice was almost a scream. "You just talked about patrolling and planting trees. Tang Ermei, you better clarify things today." In her anxiety, Tang Ermei revealed everything under Old Gordon's questioning. It wasn't really interrogation, just his usual imposing presence as Sheriff Gordon that made enemies tremble, enough to intimidate 12-year-old Tang Ermei. Meanwhile, Blake, who had been secretly protecting his sister, was stunned for 2 seconds at the kitchen door, then nodded to her with a hint of praise before going behind the island counter to start processing the beef leg. He was skilled with the knife, and when he saw Keela sit up from the sofa, her gaze crossing the corridor to look at him, he felt a little showy. First, he twirled the knife around his wrist, then swiftly and cleanly trimmed off the excess and unsuitable white fat from the beef leg. This was a fresh leg he had ordered from the meat factory. Then, holding the end of the beef leg with one hand, he cut against the grain to create a slit, making several cuts to let the seasoning soak in. After washing his hands again, he scooped up the prepared special sauce. applying it thoroughly like a professional masseur in a bath city, even stuffing the seasoning into the edges. Keela thought about how Tang Lin was just as serious when dissecting plants. If Blake didn't want to be sheriff anymore, he could open a shop and become a chef. She would be the first to support him. It seemed that Blake, who often cooked, casually wiped the countertop clean, and the whole kitchen refreshed again, gaining one more audience. Ding! The prepared ingredients, including cherry tomatoes, potato chunks, and onion rings, were ready in the oven. Blake, wearing his stylish heat-resistant gloves, took them out and placed them alongside the prepared beef shank. The aroma of the mixture of spices and raw meat made Kala start to salivate. After they were combined, they were put back into the oven, and the chef pressed the mysterious magical code. Turning to the audience, he took a bow. Sorry. It seems this dish will have to be our late-night snack. At this moment, the little girl, who stood tall whether in battle or daily life, was nestled in a comfy round sofa, absent-mindedly petting a three-colored cat with a limp that had jumped onto her belly. The little guy, just over a year old, was also dozing off with 1800, his tail swishing behind him. 1800 seems like a cat, Kala thought, as she rotated her stainless steel fork to send a bite of salad into her mouth, with a bit of creamy mayonnaise left at the corner of her mouth. Is that all? Oh my God, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Kala, my God, are you okay? Old Gordon's attitude towards the kids was nothing like the cold and cruel demeanor he had at work. You must be terrified. I'm gonna book you a psychological consultation. With that, he stood up to grab his light brain. Yes, I should ask your prep camp to reimburse you and find some better doctors. His tall frame quickly disappeared into a dark room, at least a military school doctor. Tang Air May curled her knees, both feet resting on the black, comfortable leather sofa. Tang Air May, is there something you're not telling me? Blake's intuition was sharp. He poured himself a small glass of whiskey with ice and water from behind the island. You can speak. I won't force you. Despite this, his gaze was like a blazing laser beam. I also have a boyfriend, Tang Air May said. Suddenly, a transparent, long glass shattered on the black and white mosaic tiles of the kitchen floor, the diluted aroma of alcohol bursting forth. Blake immediately flew to Tang Air May's side. What did you say? What boyfriend? What's his name? What does he do? Gordon. Tang Air May quickly covered her brother's mouth. I can't say. What do you mean? Blake's eyes were incredibly sharp, with Tang Air May's legs holding his hands tightly, afraid to use too much strength for fear of hurting her. Kala slowly backed away, thinking, it's a crematorium. It's nothing, we just had dinner together, just training, really. Nothing happened later. Tang Air May's voice was nearly pleading. Only when she saw Blake's expression soften did she slowly release her grip. Blake had calmed down, but kept his eyes on his precious sister. Big brother. Say something. Tang Air May felt a chill down her back. Aren't you dating Kong, Xinyan? Blake's words shocked the three outside. 1800 perked up, sitting up straight. When did this happen? Kala was taken aback. How did you know? Tang Air May initially denied it to Blake. What nonsense are you talking about? Kala, what are you saying? Blake's forehead suddenly seemed to swell. Looking up at the antique clock and slowly counting with the time, 1, 2, 3, thud. Your package has arrived. Tang Air May couldn't believe it. Rushing to the door to peer through the peephole, her one eye wide open. Outside was an ordinary high-end courier, holding a large bouquet of baby's breath. The language of flowers representing one's first love. Tang Air May turned and pressed against the automatic door, her face filled with terror. What is this? Is it for me? Kala, do you know? The three little heads turned in unison to Kala. No, Kala organized her thoughts. Wasn't Kong Xinyan always teasing you before? We had a fight with him when school started, and the relationship was very tense. Besides, his reputation isn't good. It's said that anyone who dates him ends up missing or studying abroad in another district. So he has a nickname, Southeast Fly. The three remained silent, and the only sound in the living room was the faint voice of old Gordon talking to an old friend in the inner room. So, he asked me to deliver a love letter and some random stuff to you. I returned it and also informed Lulu. Tang Air May took a deep breath, whispering, so let's talk quietly, pretend we can't hear, okay? Blake pursed his thin lips. When you went out to play, her head shouldn't have gotten hit, right? Kala shook her head and heavily fell back onto the sofa. I should let Dad find another comprehensive doctor. Blake shook his head and walked toward the inner room. What are you guys talking about? How could I hit my head? Tang Er may press down on Kula's neck. And why didn't you tell me? I told you, but you just nodded at the time. Kula barely managed to show her nose. Speak louder. Your walls can soundproof. Oh, impossible. I don't remember. Tang Er may search her memory, but had no reaction. You're lying. Luzi told me there was a stranger's package. Kula nodded gently. Oh, then forget it. I think I remember, but when I saw the cat at the beginning, I felt confused and returned it. Tang Er may picked up the salad in front of her and sat next to Kala. But what is he after? I can barely remember him. Oh, 1800 knows well. Tang Er may squinted at Kala. Of course, this kind of story structure, I could write you 10 of them. You see, this southeast fly has dated countless girls. He might not have seen someone like you. 1800 ik schimmind Tang Er meisprung style. Optimistic and cheerful like a doll. Tang Er may slumped her upper body on the sofa, rolling her eyes. The second possibility is that this rich boy is just lacking the carefree happiness of a little rich girl like you. 1800 sat as straight as a steel ruler. Speaking with certainty. Pull it, isn't there a third option? Tang Er may playfully poked Kala, who was lying on the sofa. The third option is that southeast fly is a pervert who loves to see the terrified expressions on blooming young girls' faces and then slaughters them. Throw them into the pool. Give you a good bath and then peel off your skin. Why peel off skin? Hard to say. Sometimes it could be for perfume. Sometimes it could be for dolls. Kula and Tang Er may felt a chill run down their spines, while 1800's twisted face and Tang Er May's nose had already touched. Who would have thought 180? Your horror story is quite good, old Gordon said with surprise, pulling 180 to start chatting about where she is now and how many people are in her family. What her main job is. By the way, how did the flowers go? In the bathtub, a handsome man with a back full of scars soaked in medicinal water, letting out a long groan. This is too slow. The light brain communication rang again with the big brother's call. Damn. Chapter 42. The first day of work. Shearing sheep. William Gibson Avenue. The spindle above the zenith continues to joyfully scatter seeds of light onto the earth. The broad and clean avenue, with neatly arranged colorful flags, lies stiffly in the air, adorned by electricity. In front of the security checkpoint, a holographic image of a black-haired, straight-haired imperial cat-eared girl in uniform is automatically rotating and shaking on a customized white cylinder, showcasing the vigor of youth. A thick chunk of thigh flesh spills out between the over-the-knee cotton socks and the ultra-short blue pleated skirt, enough to evoke an inexplicable sexual desire in anyone who glances at it, while secretly cursing herself as a pervert. Keela passes by a small path beside her, and the shiny black shoes have a sign featuring a chirping robin. This ancient totem immediately piques Keela's interest. She looks around, seemingly no passers-by, and directly climbs onto the white display platform. Through the magnifying glass of her light brain, she first takes a screenshot and then studies it. The robin, only about 12 to 13 centimeters long, seems unable to fly due to its uneven wings, but that doesn't hinder its long cries to the sky. From its face to its chest, a large area of red-orange forms a stark contrast with the pure white of its lower abdomen, making it hard to look away and evoking admiration for its solitary courage to fight against danger. Age has never been an issue for us. The new model of the holographic service doll shyly places its arms behind its back, transforming into 4 or 5 similar dolls as people pass by. Sister, look at me. Supervised learning, a good helper for clocking in, the soft electronic lowly voice speaks, which usually discusses advanced terms like errors, viruses, biological genes, gravity, and neurotransmitters, suddenly drops down from its technological pedestal into reality. Keela, you're here really early today. Fitz, carrying a common lightweight backpack, says, "What is this?" Feeds. Even though it's a temporary job, I have to report early. Keela responds awkwardly upon hearing the familiar voice. Fitz, who seemed healthy last time, now has darker circles under his eyes and is still in that traditional worker's shirt suit. His bald head is not as shiny as last time. What are you doing? Fitz seems surprised to see Keela again. He steps closer and glances at the place Keela just climbed from. Dream Island dolls? Are you replacing the dolls at home? Keela thinks this imagery is worth exploring, but Fitz assumes Keela is changing the subject. After all, those older tend to look for various cylindrical objects with cold, hard machine shells and different colored indicator lights for family, calling them retro, while young people prefer humanoid machines for physiological and psychological comfort, which often leads to the distorted love that was once condemned, thus delaying traditional marriage and childbirth. Fitz believes young people have their own ideas and doesn't want to be discarded by the tide of the times. Yes, Dream Island. If you want to find true love, go to Dream Island. Fitz teases, but Keela shows no reaction. After 2 seconds of silence in the air, he suggests, "Let us go over there and grab some coffee to refresh ourselves. How about it?" Of course. Behind the door is an automatic breakfast selection window, next to a high-end coffee machine, but this thing only sells well on Gibson Avenue, as the employees here seemingly hold the country's iron rice bowl, living affluent lives with substantial material conditions for future retirement, making everyone's work atmosphere cheerful. Did you also go on the city defense mission this time? Fitz asks lightly, while holding an iced Americano, causing several female employees at another table who were chattering and eating to look over. It was an accident. I did encounter some monsters, like the macrophage worm. The name macrophage worm alone is enough to drop Fitz and several others at the next table's jaws. Fitz continues. Do you know that it can create black holes and suck you in, and it's that big? A middle-aged man in front feels he has made a mistake by greeting Keela today. And what else? A blonde girl leans over, her blue eyes sparkling. Wolf spider. Keela's lips slightly part. Wolf spider. The blonde girl and several other friends excitedly bend their arms, fanning their faces. So cool. One of them slaps the table and shouts. I remember now. They said a few kids in the prep camp helped catch fugitives in the ruins. Was that you? Fitz's face turns red with excitement. You're amazing. So brave, only 11 years old. An 11-year-old. He busily shows Keela's accomplishments to those around them. Keela is surrounded by the crowd, with some recognizing her academic papers, making everyone more enthusiastic, as if Keela has already become one of them. In the coffee socialization, Keela's mind flashes back to being sent into that worm cage exam room. Countless blood and sweat, traces of their existence in a prep camp. Keela smiles bitterly, yet no one knows and cannot speak out, fearing others would think she is hypocritical. Everyone, really here, Dr. Shan will mock me for making such a grand entrance. Keela finally bids farewell to the crowd in self-deprecation. You really made quite an entrance. Researcher Keela, Dr. Shan says with a cold expression and a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Keela always feels that it's not a deliberate mockery to warm up their relationship. This is not a good start for warming up the atmosphere, Keela mutters. What? Doctor? Shan stood upright in front of his desk again. It's nothing, doctor. My work specifics will be told to you by Einstein. Go on. Keela secretly rolled her eyes, worried that the doctor would actually see, but he had already begun his wonderful work. Keela stepped out of the room, looked around, and found the corridor filled with various antique weapons that were invisible from the outside and unheard of by her. Keela, 11 years old, was starting her job as a research assistant today and was undergoing a novice guidance task. Suddenly, Einstein's neutral electronic voice came from the single-ear bone conduction headset she wore at the door. Not there yet. Keela slowly listened to the music as she walked up. It's just around the right turn ahead. A dark silver door slowly opened in front of Keela. From the outside, if it weren't for Einstein's hint, she might not have found the way at all, or even the pupil lock if she came. Behind the door was complete darkness, an abyss of ruins that seemed bottomless. First, there was a glass room isolated from the rest, with climate-controlled clothing on the walls. Keela jumped back and forth between red and black, the red being striking and the black deep. Einstein sensed that his follower was encountering problems and immediately provided feedback. Is this considered black humor? This is the biological area. Next was the biomechanical assembly area filled with mechanical sensations. An elephant with its legs cut off and replaced with sensory antennae. A lioness whose limbs had been forcibly converted into tires, and a Maltese puppy with bulging eyes and huge mechanical wings. Keela caught a whiff of the laboratory smell, which was a bit like rotten fish, and the sound of air ducts roared incessantly, seemingly to amplify the power to expel this dirty smell. Disregarding the bizarre rule that the display room must remain quiet, she walked to the work area, where there was another set of double doors. Keela swiped her work card and found the display inside to be relatively simple. A few long tables, hidden compartments filled with necessary materials, and a huge storage refrigerator for emergencies. Necessary tools required her to fill out her work content in advance, and feedback would be given after back-end review. Einstein introduced everything in detail, and Kala turned around the small room. No windows? It's so hidden over here. Before Einstein could respond, a wall behind one of the long tables slowly opened, revealing a transparent glass wall with an endless polluted gray sea beyond. Beneath the shimmering surface floated a thin layer of oil film, reflecting a bizarrely colorful gleam under the light. Kala slowly walked towards the simulated sea, and it seemed she could still smell the simulated sea breeze. She puckered her lips and let out a long wolf whistle. Is our service this good? Living right by the sea? The image here directly faced the most beautiful and comfortable scenery, the busiest logistics port between China and North Korea. Einstein could not understand LA's meaning at all at this moment. The latter pulled the corners of her mouth, thinking it would be better not to look. Facing this messy array of whimsical ideas and then seeing this polluted world made her want to open her belly. After turning around this 70 square meter space, Kala found a small compartment, and at first glance, it gave her a feeling of enlightenment, as if stopping breathing at night would bring peace. LA's heart seemed to have found the ultimate goal she had pursued all her life. These materials, Einstein's words made her even more ecstatic. Can I use them? Strictly speaking, yes, but backups are needed. Kala squatted down, listening to Einstein's various warnings, nodding perfunctorily to each one. Do you understand? Yes, kiskiviko lawantai nodded. Please speak. No problem. Einstein was momentarily speechless. Found it. Tada. This eyeball is so beautiful. A sparkling gradient emerald five-pointed star with a solid brown base, revealing the author's bold use of contrasting colors. This eyeball was the masterful creation of mischievous master from 2 years ago, internally connected to the brain machine, capable of quickly connecting to back-end monitoring, storing monitoring video data, and including some basic artificial instructions, such as weather, lie detection, distance calculation, and sensing. Kala picked up the display box before her. Aside from a slight crack in the five-pointed star, the whole eyeball was perfect and flawless. Why was it thrown away? Because it cracked. Kala felt that this artificial voice spoke very calmly and objectively. Not perfect. Yes, the materials used by Dr. Qin Shan must be flawless, absolutely without regrets. Einstein said, unless a report is to be issued, he should not express inferences. The exam is very simple. Kala, as a private, wishes you to pass the assessment soon. The very basic knowledge was so simple that Kala thought it was truly easy, and when she printed out a paper version, it was already a thick stack. Late at night, when Tata was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, she ordered a few barbecue takeouts and dashed to the brightly lit dormitory 123. After quietly opening the door, she felt like a clown babysitter. No way. Why are you all working so hard? At this moment, Kala was sitting in front of a floating platform, studying, with a textbook as thick as the 6th edition of the Modern Chinese Dictionary spread out before her, holding a skull of some animal in her hands, muttering to herself. Dressed in loose pajamas ready for sleep, with her hair down and wearing noise-canceling headphones. In the shadow of the light, she looked like a witch from centuries ago, with 2 heads. On the other side, Tang Ermei was staring at 3 large screens in front of her, her face haggard and her eyes hollow, as lines of simulated data ran across the screens. Chapter 43. There's a reason friends can play together. Little fish blowing bubbles. Why do they all start studying? Boo-hoo. They didn't take me with them. Little fish blowing bubbles. So scary. Hugs. In a dark, abandoned underground track, 1800 was dazzling a few intelligent spies with a single-ear external brain machine, and under the huge sunglasses, a tech green screen flashed someone's harassment messages sent late at night. AAA. Capture Essentials, 8 moves, 9 discounts, click to take immediately. Oh, did you just find out? Bang. 1800 swung a new steel wolf tooth club at the head of a black-clad spy trying to get back up and escape. AAA. Capture Essentials, 8 moves, 9 discounts. Click to take immediately. Kala was going to a new laboratory, and Tang Ermei was preparing materials for the Imperial Military Academy. Little fish blowing bubbles, huh? How do you know so well? AAA. Capture Essentials, 8 moves, 9 discounts. Click to take immediately, they saw in the chat. No, I didn't see anything in our group chat. Tada's resentful voice came through the headphone line. I think it was mentioned when we had dinner at Little Tang's house. 1800 confirmed that the life signs of the few people on the ground were 0. Then quietly counted the headphones he had captured. Bold, you actually kept this from me. You all went to eat without calling me. Tada angrily greeted everyone in the group, only to find that everyone was busy with their own things except for 1800. You all didn't call me to eat together. Bold, are you brushing me off? You're a cyborg? On the other end of the line, Tada, dressed in simple training clothes, lay on the ground of the black boxing gym in the sleepless city, shouting to the sky, "It's not fair." Several service-oriented boxers around occasionally turn their heads to check their owner's information before turning back to spar with guests. Stop pulling. Where are you now? The inquiry about 1800 instantly perked up Tatala, who jumped up from the soft mat. The originally cute and charming silver-haired lowly had her hair damp with sweat sticking to her face, creating a translucent, white, glowing visage. I'm in the nightless city. Let's go get some fresh goods. On the same morning, Carla set off early with 2 natural dark circles under her eyes. Carrying a waterproof and corrosion-resistant pure black military backpack and holding a cup of Daily Sea brand black coffee, avoiding the crowds on the road, and winding her way to Dr. Qingshan's private biological experiment storage and observation room next to the number 73 Biological Research Institute, since she had not yet undergone formal assessment. These 2 days were purely for familiarizing herself with some work processes and basic operations of advanced machines. Knock, knock, someone outside. Intermediate researcher Fitz. Should he be let in? A prompt from Einstein came over the small broadcast on the ceiling. Let him in. Carla twirled the stylus in her hand twice at the heel of her thumb and continued to look down at her notes, flipping a page. Next to her were several syringes of different sizes and various nutritional supplements. Hey, Carla, look what I brought you. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Fitz, with a normal expression, had a face worn by time, but his black, thick-rimmed glasses gave him a youthful vibe. He quickly walked to the floating platform and placed 2 lunchboxes down. Carla seriously suspected that Dr. Qingshan was displeased with her connections and deliberately had Einstein take her the longest route that day, even though there was an elevator directly leading to the laboratory. She was forced to take the longest staircase instead. Oh, no visit is without purpose, right, Teacher Fitz? Carla pushed the pen in her hand aside, stretching her body to see what dishes were in the lunchbox. Wow, American burger? Carla found a highlight among the takeout. Yes, it's today's new thing. I guess you youngsters would definitely like it. And this crab yolk burger isn't some chemically dyed junk. It's fresh stuff sent by a group involved in marine aquaculture. The chef made it right away, paired with Laozhan cola. That's mine. I've heard it contains some traditional Chinese medicine ingredients. I just love this smell. Fitz took the plastic bottle from Carla's hand, inserted a straw, and took a big gulp. Carla held a giant crab yolk burger in both hands, the orange-red soup oozing out and bubbling. So what do you need me for? You make it sound like I'm asking for a favor, Fitz said, fiddling with the red packaging of the cola, where a Taoist priest floated toward the sky. So, how's your nicotine patch business going? Are you interested in selling me some more? I'm still developing it. I've been busy studying lately, so I haven't had time to deal with it. Do you want to be a purchasing agent? Carla's speech was full of flavor, not the chemical kind, but fresh with a hint of the sea, though not particularly fresh, like something that had been sitting in a basin for 2 days. That's quite rare. I can act as an agent for you. Fitz's tone was somewhat urgent. Fitz? Teacher Fitz, of course it's fine. Let's first talk business. You tell me about the market situation. Because selling this stuff here could get you reported by Einstein if you're not careful. Fitz was dumbfounded. I haven't heard that selling this stuff requires reporting to superiors. Isn't it free trade for subordinates? As long as I have buyers, that's enough. Carla shook her head repeatedly. That's only one aspect. I'm new here. The internal market capacity is completely unclear to me. If you want me to sell goods to you, I need to feel secure. Fitz downed a cola in his hand. Actually, I heard someone is recently buying large quantities of stimulants. I want to profit from the price difference. Carla took a sip of her seaweed milkshake, continuing to look at Fitz, urging him to go on. Really, that's all I want. I just thought I could make some extra cash since several colleagues said the nicotine patches you gave last time were really effective. I thought maybe I could make some side income. Plus, you're preparing for an assessment, right? I could help you with some insider information. It's a win-win situation. Carla took another sip of her milkshake, her gaze sweeping over a bunch of snacks and Fitz's somewhat worn checkered shirt, which didn't seem to be particularly vintage or retro. Fine, but I need to know who is buying and the basic market situation on Gibson Avenue. You investigate and then tell me. Fitz, hearing this, was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. So, can you turn off the shielding device? After a while, I'm afraid Einstein will report it. Of course. Fitz took out a black box with some exposed rusty electrical pipes, flashing a red light from a convenience bag, and pressed the central red button. You made this ugly thing yourself? When Carla saw it, she suddenly understood why Master Tian Wuji had an obsession with mechanical aesthetics. Fitz showed some embarrassment. I didn't make it. I picked it up from the market on Dream Island. You can go check it out if you like. Fitz thought of something strange. Let's skip that. Dream Island has an age restriction. I can go to the Nightless City. Carla replied. When I was younger, I liked to hunt for interesting little gadgets, so I often went to these places. There are often talented people for basic mechanical modifications. You'll see when you go. Since Dream Island can project holograms on Gibson Avenue, why do they say it's chaotic inside? Carla was somewhat puzzled, recalling her previous experience of skimming through the Dream Island cover. But indeed, there were entry barriers. She just wanted the Nightless City. Well, let us put it this way. The most profitable thing on Dream Island is the entire doll industry chain. Next is the mysterious metaphysics like fortune-telling and witchcraft, along with some traditional medicine spice shops, which you can think of as Eastern stimulants. So, where's the chaos? Carla asked, blank-faced, sipping her milkshake. Fitz stammered for a long time, thought again, and said, "You'll understand when you grow up." Carla nodded, connecting it to the pink, mysterious virtual cover she had seen on Dream Island, vaguely guessing, but teasing a middle-aged uncle was still somewhat amusing. A person can't come from two different backgrounds in one bed. Tang Ermei was forcefully pulled into a car by the slick-haired Kong Scene at the entrance of the largest data archive in the district to go eat in the cafeteria. But midway, Tang Ermei changed the map navigation and took him to a food street market instead. As a result, Tang Ermei quickly swiped the ordering screen and placed an order for several durian cakes. Do you like eating this? Dressed in formal attire, Kong Scene sat at a public table in the market, forcing himself to look at the yellowish-white, solid durian cake in front of him while suppressing his disgust. The sweet richness that Tang Ermei spoke of was like the smell of rotten eggs to Kong Scene's nose. It reminded him of when he was a child and snuck into the small kitchen at home, discovering a natural made eating a rotten egg that had been left too long by the owner. Not bad. You even know what a rotten egg is. I thought someone like you wouldn't know that eggs can go bad. Tang Ermei laughed, stuffing a big mouthful of durian cake in her mouth. Conscient grimaced, shutting off his sense of smell and observing the place called Dunluo Market. The spacious hall was adorned with green cast-iron columns and a roof, with shops on either side featuring round archways. Some individually contracted windows had signs for restaurants like Apple Honey Fish, and there was a huge, ancient bronze market clock with inscriptions of the year and place of creation, though they had become blurred over time. It was said that there used to be a guy called the administrator who would ring the bell to announce the opening and closing of the market. The customers mainly frequented shops selling new nutritional supplements, which could keep a person from feeling hungry all day and came in various flavors. From blue cheese to different fruits and vegetables, from fried fish and chips to honey mustard, and of course seafood, pine resin, and the smell of explosive fuel. You seem quite familiar with this, Kong Scene thought to himself, crossing his arms as he looked at the happily eating Tang Ermei. His mind wandered to the significant results of having someone teach Keela a lesson, as he hadn't seen Keela around lately. So, what do you really want? Tang Ermei, now full, leaned back against the red leather sofa. I don't remember us being that familiar, she remarked. You don't remember? You forgot about the time you threw yourself at me at the beginning of school? Or is this a case of playing hard to get? Me? Throw myself at you? Please. Tang Ermei pointed at her own nose and then at Kong Scene's. Are you delusional? Your father stepped on me, and I was about to punch you. But Keela blocked me. How can someone so pretty be such an airhead? Tang Ermei said, Stop dreaming about me. Just go do your own thing. What? Are you saying you look down on me? Kong Scene shot back. Do you know who I am? I'm busy. I don't have time to play the domineering, young master falling for me storyline. I'm leaving. Kong Scene quickly got up and grabbed Tang Ermei's arm. Wait. You really are something. Do you know who you're rejecting? Tang Ermiai rolled her eyes. I advise you to let go quickly. You know who I am. Better not touch me, or I'll have the Kong family's young master tear you apart. Getting beaten up is no problem. The two exchanged fierce glares, each daring the other to make the first move. Kong Scene stepped back, arms outstretched, his custom herringbone suit slightly flaring out as he did so. You're something. I just wanted to be friends. Not necessary. Kong Scene looked at a small plate of treats on the table, closed his eyes, and shoved a spoonful of durian cake into his mouth. After swallowing, his bitter expression became unpredictable. Tang Ermiai understood, chuckling softly as she turned to leave. See, who can really resist the smell of durian? Moses. Young Master Yen, how have you been lately? Pretty good. Any goods coming in? God, you really hit the nail on the head. Didn't you say the young master has been bored lately and wants something fresh? We've got stock here, want to come play? Chapter 44. Collision, you mean to say this is where you find good stuff? Asked a purple rabbit head with irregular crimson patterns. New things often pop up at this stall. You might find something fresh from the capital, said a woman in a pink-white cat head with black ears. The two passed through the heavily fish-scented Suvela fish market, where blue lights illuminated white tiles, reflecting blue-green glows. Passers-by wore either small melon hats or bizarre masks. You've never been here before? The cat-headed woman asked. I never hang around this side of the market. My territory is over at the boxing gym, replied the purple rabbit, looking around. Where are we heading next? Just ahead, came the response. They walked through the underground market and up the stairs, and the purple rabbit suddenly found itself in a vast marketplace below, resembling a gigantic maze. The maze was formed by small carts with canopies, which had slowly rolled in around 1:20 a.m. and would leisurely leave before dawn. As the two descended the stairs, above them were banners strung across the sky, and standing signs at the entrance. All the holographic signs proclaimed the most authentic Marrakesh market, open all day, though vendors came based on their mood. This place was a combination of various markets, selling everything from fruits and vegetables to electronic chips, from new clothes to auto repair parts and tires. One could always find what they wanted. What have you discovered here? 1800 asked, leading Tatalala through several streets. Everyone in Tatalala wore headscarves or masks, or their heads glimmered brightly. Here, their S radiation, 1800 said in a flat tone, as if remarking on the weather being cloudy, as usual. Tatalala jumped in surprise. What? Don't worry, it's just a bit of trace elements, only targeting the head's radiation, 1800 reassured. It's surveillance. Masks and hats are used for counter-tracking. I'm one, and so are you. People here want to trade freely, while Einstein's eyes are everywhere. I've always heard that the most chaotic place is Kowloon, Tatalala commented. It is, but the people here quietly follow this principle, give and take. So this is the interesting little gadget you were talking about? Tatalala followed closely behind 1800. When did you start playing around here? Has it been a long time? A long time, about 10 years or so, 1800 replied. Do you like sweets? There's a well-reviewed cake shop ahead. Their honey bread is the star. 1800 showed no special reaction, calmly stating, I used to wander around here while doing tasks. It's quite interesting, so I often come. Tatalala nodded secretly, realizing that 1800 indeed came often. Just earlier, several vendors selling weapons and maintenance liquids had greeted 1800 enthusiastically, as did a few clothing store owners. 1800 once again entered that dim corridor, where tall columns surrounded the entire perimeter of the abandoned duplex building. Fresh from the factory, she was completely new, accomplishing tasks with 100 efficiency. Passing through the hazy and complex data forest, Keela discovered 1800 within a memory storage card, a brand new 1800. Without the glasses that usually obscured half her face, a pure body, even revealing her skin texture and small freckles. This is an old-era, high-precision replica human body made by the doctor on a whim. Which doctor? Which treasure? Keela's consciousness was disrupted by a series of invading men's self-awareness. The research-crazed doctor chuckled at his PPT presentation. ISNT this, just a sex doll plus a service robot? Now I need to add some other quirky elements to satisfy the owner's empty heart, just like the rampant stimulants and whiskey on the streets. Fan Yuan felt sad. Although it wasn't about himself, a sense of frustration rose within him, but it soon passed. Dr. Ching Shan? Keela was taken aback. Doctor. Aoyama looked very young at that time, wearing golden-rimmed glasses with a deep blue shirt and a fashionable black sweater, the sleeves tied in a knot over his full chest, making him the type of person at an intellectual gathering that made both men and women fidget. Is everything all right? Are you going out tonight? Keela's consciousness drifted away, leaving only the reflection of Dr. Aoyama. No, Assistant Aoyama, in his golden-rimmed glasses. His black hair covered his pure, crow-like eyes. It turned out Fong Yuan used to be a people-pleaser, completely unable to refuse anyone. In the blink of an eye, Fong Yuan was galloping with the young Aoyama amidst the fervent crowd of an underground band, then hiding in a laboratory to secretly observe the doctor producing artificial humans, and then holding a beer or a fake drink that smelled like methane, sprinkling it into the air. A burst of fireworks shot up, instantly turning ice blue, only to be doused by security with fire extinguishers, extinguishing everyone's enthusiasm. The scene changed rapidly. One moment they were warmly saying hello, and the next in a laboratory, the mad scientist was proudly showing off his new doll to the financier. In summary, it was about being user-friendly and enjoyable to play with. While its appearance resembled the beloved white porridge from 1800, with long black hair and semi-transparent skin tone, wearing a brand-new student uniform. On the other side was a court lady with 50-centimeter golden curls atop her head, her waist cinched to the size of a man's palm, with two voluptuous breasts that made her pretty face easily overlooked. The mad scientist watched as the obsessed financier wandered through the sea of uniforms and lace flowers, his rough hands lifting the skirt of the noble lady, revealing her delicate heels clad in thin, transparent stockings. Seeing the rose tattoo on her calf, the financier was extremely satisfied. With a wave of his hand, Laboratory 73 was officially established on William Gibson Avenue. After that, the mad scientist pondered, spending all day tinkering in the lab. Initially, he was working on a mechanized human skeleton, but later, it filled up faster and faster with more and more muscle, skin tissue, eyeballs, eyelashes, and nails, until a fully naked, pure artificial human was created, an all-round combat and housekeeping robot. Fong Yuan looked from a distance at a pile of white coats, 1800s face blank, resembling a newborn baby, not needing detailed instructions, just lightly telling her to jump. She would immediately obey and jump in place. But she had also learned to squat and bounce up, looking at her body in surprise and touching others' faces. This is my angel, my creation, 1800. It possesses the most advanced technology. The mad scientist was extremely proud. At that moment, Aoyama was watching its data and internal structure with others, even copying a version in an attempt to create one for himself. From then on, whenever 1800 appeared, she wore a clean, elegant light green anti-corruption chi-pao, with a dark green collar and large hidden weapons. Her cold white skin styled in a double bun with emerald green silk, her doll-like head adorned with silver bangs, like the obedient little maid that home-loving otaku boys adored. Serving tea after the seminar ended. Of course, the Dr. S inspiration came in endless waves. His second creation was the famous Zero model. Fong Yuan's memories began to blur. He looked at the rippling water in the bowl, vaguely feeling sad, thinking he was just like 1800, a product of the environment with no real existence. Again, there was data garbled, and Keela found herself in a ransacked laboratory, where Fong Yuan was unsure of what he was copying in front of the cloud platform. Then his consciousness sank, as if he had crossed into the end of time. Keela instinctively felt it had been a long time, long enough to think she might no longer exist in this world. How do you have it? In front of Fong Yuan was the physical 1800, who had been completely transformed into another person. Her waist was as strong and smooth as a fighter jet, with her evenly toned muscles cutting away any excess flesh to cater to vulgar tastes. Thus, 1800 was sent to a training camp for internal combat training. At this time, Fong Yuan was no longer a member of the Research Institute, but a small, dispirited library manager. Every time 1800 came to collect teaching tools, he would easily hand everything over to her, even though her memories had been washed and formatted. Fong Yuan might have been reminiscing about his past self. You are Bang. Only those lacking a sense of self would become addicted to alcohol and hallucinogenic drugs. Tatara stood in the arena, surrounded by the crowd, looking disdainfully at her opponent. "Wish you smooth sailing, my hero," she said, leaving a deep kiss on Tatara's nose, watching her walk towards her ultimate enemy. A peer she had fought against for 4 years, a muscular woman with both strength and skill. Tatara overcame 5 barriers and defeated 6 generals, skillfully using various wrestling techniques, tearing and pulling until she lifted her opponent high and slammed them onto the arena floor. This highly destructive move was known as the bomb throw, and Tatara added a sitting motion to the attack, making it more impactful and visually stunning, earning cheers from the audience. Tonight's final seasonal champion, Tatara. Great. Tatara scooped up the champagne, roses, and bellflowers her friends gave her. "Eucalyptus, I'll treat you all to dinner next time." She then excitedly hopped onto her little motorcycle, disappearing into the night. What is wrong? Why is she in such a hurry? A dreadlocked black girl looked a bit dejected. "We used to celebrate together. Maybe she has urgent business." The mute boy beside her gestured while playing electronic sounds. "Do you only talk to the boss and Tatara, and not to anyone else?" "I've gotten used to it. I'm afraid I'll forget sign language since it's my mother tongue." Chapter 45. Rose of the No Man's Land, after saying goodbye to Tatara at the market, 1800 arrived at a desolate broken bridge. In the distance, a massive holographic dark moon flickered behind the drifting clouds. "Dr. Aoyama is calling you." 1800 sat at the bridge south edge, kicking the broken steel bars with her heels, whistling at the dark moon. A white capsule heavy-duty Bulma vehicle swooped across the sky, directly hitting 1800's back from the suspended track above the broken bridge. Finally circling in the gravel-filled sandy ground, the bright light from the windshield flashing as it signaled its master's arrival. "You have been very busy lately, Doctor." Qingshan is still diligently observing and analyzing new experimental data in the lab, with 3 monitor screens working simultaneously. "I want to ask what you're doing. Go ahead. Take the whip yourself." 1800 curled its fingers, without a hint of hesitation, pressed a hidden touchscreen button by the door, and completed the fingerprint verification. The hidden compartment revealed its true essence, with several whips of different attributes and appearances neatly arranged inside. Just like the rare and highly commemorative antique and collectible weaponry outside the door. The red whip was the first one drawn. The one with barbs was a passionate product born from Dr. Qingshan's sleepless nights preparing for a new type of nuclear bomb drill. The cold, conductive whip was a distasteful creation born from the overwhelming pressure during the construction of the dock's signal tower and purification of water sources, where it saw itself pouring water for him in a moment of frustration. 1800 stared for a long time and decided to take that rough, red whip with barbs. After all, this thing was a witness to Dr. Qingshan's youthful suffering during the late-night struggles. 1800 maliciously thought. At this moment, Dr. Qingshan had also taken off his lab coat and rolled up his comfortable linen shirt. This one has a long history." He weighed the fiery whip in his hand. "I remember this one broke your left arm and left calf, right? Back then, 1800 wasn't as solid as it is now. As a forced household service robot, it had to exhibit a certain vulnerability to satisfy its owner's sense of fulfillment. When it detected the owner's anger reaching a peak, needing to showcase results, it would automatically shed some limbs or simulate purple bruises. The same inspiration was designed into the dolls, such as deliberately making a Japanese housewife doll appear with bruises. Crack! The whip sliced through the air, releasing a fierce call to attack, leaving several manic whip marks on 1800's smooth back in its black bodysuit. The marks increased with the rising sound. Even Einstein, following Dr. Qingshan's preferences, played the cuckoo waltz. The lively sound accompanying the satisfying lashes, as if a lone wolf in the wild had torn apart a bodysuit said to be impervious to artillery. "I will never buy clothes at his place again," 1800 thought, kneeling on one knee, exposing its back and slender neck in a bold display, welcoming the storm of venting. "How dare you defy me? What I say goes. This laboratory survived because of my efforts. What are you, to dare point fingers at me?" Another crosswise lash. 1800 lowered its head and silently analyzed. Again, some big shot expressing dissatisfaction with Dr. Qingshan's experiment, feeling it was a waste of money. Damn it. Too weak. 130, 178, 200. Einstein changed the song. 1800's Bluetooth quietly intercepted the signal from passing Einstein. Damn it. Change the song. I'm exhausted. Dr. Ching Shan kicked 1800's neck forcefully as a conclusion, counting. How was I so straightforward back then? Dr. Ching Shan mumbled. His back and armpits covered in sweat, but it felt good. The sandbag 1800 collapsed on the ground, motionless, hair disheveled, its back bulging with muscles. Staring straight at the fallen long boots, which had a drop of pink aromatic candle oil accidentally dripped by Tatara, mixed with the scent of rose essential oil. The candle residue left an imprint of a rose petal, but it was rubbed off when entering. The faint scent of essential oil immediately pulled 1800 out of the rigid programmed world. It hurt. Is this how I should express it? Why do you look somewhat unfamiliar? Is there something wrong with my program? Dr. Ching Shan, the old rascal, propped his chin up. 1800, at attention, removed its sunglasses and used its eyes, automatically switching its mode to guardian mode, patrolling the building every day from now on. After resolving one issue, Dr. Ching Shan continued to invest energy into running good simulation data. 1800's sunglasses quickly ran a string of characters and numbers, delving into the core of the artificial human. The vast sky-like ripples rolled in as several black lines from afar began to flood in. The mirror emitted the sound of rippling water. In the depths of the mirror stood a small artificial human embryo, its body a mix of gray and black industrial parts and strings of data chains. Surrounded by a faint green halo, not strictly a face, just shaped like a human face, but the brain oddly resembled fresh produce. What the hell, a guardian? I excel at guarding while stealing. The gradually approaching darkness was covered by a mirror, turning the entire world into endless black. Ding! A light message from Amin. Ms. 1800. I wonder what your plans are for Haha. I have already prepared various daily necessities for her. I'll pick her up in the afternoon. So please pack her up. Maman on the other end mockingly imitated, then angrily shut off the light brain, tried to throw it to the ground to smash it, then took a closer look at it, still furious, and tossed it onto the bed. When 1800 arrived, flying down from the back garden, Haha caught a familiar yet strange scent. Jumping around in a black silk robe, Maman's tail was happily swishing so much it seemed about to break. Are you 180? Maman raised her eyebrows high. The girl before her truly looked different than before. The previous professional killer disguise was hard to relate to the girl in green suspenders over light green mesh, with two bun hairdos. So this is how you look, haha. 1800 floated in the air on a white Bulma, slightly descending as Haha leaped from the grass to sit steadily on the back seat. The white lightning wasn't just for show. It immediately auto-locked Haha with a safety belt. The two heartless little things departed amidst Maman's resentment. Fresh music, unheard before, echoed in the preparation camp, with white lightning rampaging through the camp, surrounded by the lingering clouds of acid rain pollution. 1800 equipped itself and Haha with automatic rain protection, both glowing blue as they charged into the mist, 1800 following closely behind, stepping on the jet propulsion device, in a rush after the hasty Haha. Do you want to Tara that much? Woof. Do you still remember the sin of the three? Woof. In dormitory 123, Keela and Tang Ermei were excitedly fussing over Haha. Quickly tell me, why did you follow Maman? Woof, woof, woof. Oh, you're feeling wrong now. Tang Ermei rubbed Ha's chubby little face. Your meals these days seem to be quite good. Maman really treated you well. Have you already recognized her as your boss? Woof. Just as I thought. You've recognized a thief as your father. You actually found yourself a big boss. You're a dog. Keela listened to Tang Ermei's words, feeling speechless. Turned to 1800 remembering her past, feeling a bit shy. The latter now poked the skull in Keela's dormitory with a finger, spinning it around. Why don't you wear sunglasses anymore? Did you always wear them? Keela felt tense inside, weakly spoke. I didn't wear them before, but later I did. What happened? 1800 was tossing human bone up and down, feeling somewhat puzzled by today's strange Keela, because she was green and he liked green things. Her voice was strong and resonant. Keela stared at the white, dyed green hair on her head, swallowing hard. Green was not a good omen. Unfortunately, in reality, she was timid and nodded busily, saying, "You can do whatever you like." What about Tatara? Aren't you looking for her? Keela's eyes nearly popped out, and her head pressed directly against 1800's chin. Your skills are too impressive. How did you get such a high-level password? This thing is in the memos of the Qingshan laboratory. Haven't you seen it? 1800 extended a finger from his left hand, pointing at Keela's greasy black hair. How long has it been since you washed your hair? Your oily scalp is as big as your fingernail. Keela was somewhat at a loss, facing 1800's suddenly sharp tongue, just looking up blankly at 1800, who seemed a bit different yet not really changed. What's wrong? 1800 smiled lightly, and Tang Ermei also heard the conversation, looking at 1800 with a silly expression. You look good when you smile. Keela's lips were pressed together until they were invisible. Tang Ermei nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It's better if you keep smiling like that. 1800 smiled, even happier. Was I not good before? Tang Ermei was at a loss for words. Coincidentally, the monitor in 1800's hand showed Tatara's whereabouts, indicating that she had lost track at a location called Dream Island. What? Dream Island? Tang Ermei shouted. What is she doing there? Is she a nouveau riche going to the big city to stock up? 1800 tilted his head, understanding Tang Ermei's meaning. It seemed she was not saying that Tatara was originally a little rich lady. What do you mean, nouveau riche? Haven't you been to the nightless city these past 2 days? Keela explained. Tatara said she made a little profit in the nightless city, but then she disappeared immediately. Didn't you ask her what she was doing? She left right away. We happened to run into her while we were shopping over there. Besides, she was with a guy. Tang Ermei squinted. She can't be, that guy is so skinny, and besides. Besides what? 1800 said one sentence after another, sounding a bit like a class monitor. Keela imagined herself smiling happily, and Tang Ermei took over the conversation. Keela means that guy doesn't look like a decent person. He looks like a homeless man who's been using drugs too much by the street trash can. All right, she went straight to the dream wilderness. What should we do? Tang Ermei hugged Haha's warm, round head, seeking warmth. I'll go there first. You all stay here, otherwise just send her to the pet store. 1800 quickly reacted, stood up, and was about to leave. Hey, wait for me. I'll go with you. Keela pulled on a thin layer of tulle. It's quite thin. Did you pass the Qingshan exam? 1800 looked down at Keela. That thing is online. I finished it yesterday. Otherwise, could I go to the nightless city tonight? Keela proudly placed her hands on her hips and pulled the commander's hand. 180. Just take me with you. I promise not to cause trouble. I want to go too. Tang Ermei raised Haha's little chubby hand. League? I've already got the qualification to enter. Let's go play for a couple of days. With 4 pairs of big eyes blinking, they arrived at the gate of Dream Island. The 2-meter-high archway was covered with bright, colorful tiles, said to be a special granite tile that the island master of Dream Island specifically sourced from a porcelain factory. The broad avenue was built in the style of Budapest, with a balcony on the porch and stalls on both sides of the road hung with bundles of dried chili peppers and garlic. Men and women dressed in bohemian-style robes could be seen everywhere, creating a peaceful and leisurely atmosphere. Over here, a Samaritan was asking for donations. 1800 whispered an explanation, not allowing the two to speak. It was a charity organization helping the poor, and they had some connections with the orphanage. A tall woman in a striped robe, her head wrapped tightly, approached them. Chapter 46. Fish playing among lotus leaves. Good wishes, my sisters. Do you want to come and watch our speech? The tall woman with prominent features had deep-set eyes under her prominent brow, yet they possessed bright black pupils. About what? Oh, about our opposition to completely erasing the memories of artificial humans. They also deserve human rights. The robed woman spoke from the inception of artificial humans to the strong attacks and instability of the Dream Island Guard. And only after 1800 transferred 50 imperial coins did the woman reluctantly nod and blow a kiss as she left. Little sisters, you can come and take a look. You must learn to be vigilant in times of peace. Today, they can delete the memories of artificial humans. Tomorrow, they can delete the memories of regular humans. Isn't this a charity organization for helping the poor? Tang Ermei turned to look at 1800. The android was a captive, no doubt about it. Kula gave Tang Ermei a nudge with her elbow to keep pace with 1800. Everything here looked quite normal. So why was there an age restriction to enter? There were several children running around Kula's side. In a while, they would understand. In any case, it was best to minimize contact with the islanders. 1800 pulled the dazed Tang Ermei away from Spice Stall, Everyone here was under the influence of hallucinogens, so they needed to be cautious. The path ahead grew narrower, and Kala thought of a marine creature called a poro oil fish. This stone path spiraled downwards, leading pedestrians into its central trap, passing through narrow passages on either side. Ahead, a faint light glimmered, then opened up into a wide space filled with various massive outdoor camping tents in white, beige, and colorful patterns. Kala followed slowly behind 1800 and Tang Ermii, secretly peeking through a crack. She saw bohemian-style pattern blankets with a few disheveled wanderers dressed in loose knit hoodies gathered around a small round cauldron, bubbling with pink mist, or piled with several solid-colored cushions. A long 1-meter-wide rainbow, transparent canvas hung above, adorned with bizarre tribal and religious scriptures, radiating from a small fortress at the highest point. Between every 2 rainbow canvases, there were only small gaps through which various colored gases and unknown clothing billowed upwards. Passing through the camping area, there were odd stone houses and wooden houses creaking underfoot. "Hecate, please, you know everything. Help me find my mother." A young boy wearing yellow t-shirt and blue pants said, his hair bobbing as he moved, swaying like jelly dropped on the floor. "Then her soul's fire won't be extinguished. This is her earring. Please keep looking, Hecate." It's been a long time. 1800 placed the accidentally caught Tang Ermii onto a low chair, with a flamingo with long legs behind them. Kala had seen quite a few creatures in recent days, and remembered it was called a flamingo, a species long thought extinct. The room was decorated with romance and playful whimsy, like a violin rack used to dry fresh cheese, repurposed from an old car shell for afternoon tea. And many trailing vines and peculiar items hung from the second-floor wooden house. The walls were adorned with jars of beads and various decorations. 1800? It's truly been a long time. Who are you here to take the head of this time? The sharp-tongued, unforgiving priestess finally revealed herself before Kala. Her messy gray hair tied back with a green-brown palm leaf pattern headband, high cheekbones supporting a pair of tortoise-shell glasses with chaotic and lightning-filled eyes behind the lenses, adorned with deep red and dark purple jewelry about celestial bodies. She was quite pleased to see an old acquaintance. "Help me find someone." She disappeared when she came here. 1800 sat in the boss's chair opposite Hecate, while the little boy, Beau Air, quietly retreated to a corner, standing next to a large-billed bird model, gripping something tightly, looking unwilling. I see. Hecate, a few times I wanted to speak, but found Beau Air still here," Hecate said. "Beau Air, you go out first." "No, I must have you help me find her." The priestess was choked with frustration. "Fine, you go out first. I'll read your fortune later." After the little boy happily ran out of the room, an iron door immediately fell and locked itself. Hecate chuckled, standing tall to push open a hidden door. "Kumin." Kula hesitantly followed behind 1800, leaving Tang Ermii still in the low chair, grasping her left hand with her right, muttering incantations. Little flying insects don't run away. Behind the door were 4 or 5 tech cloud platform screens and control keyboards, alongside a dazzling array of new data analysis machines and various chemical analysis instruments. As Kala walked in to take a look, she found many medical instruments. Wow, impressive, right? The priestess was not small in stature. Even sitting in a floating chair, she was as tall as Kala. "Aren't you some kind of priestess? Why are you dealing with medicine and data analysis?" "This is called keeping up with the times. This is my newly developed automatic fortune-telling machine. With this, I save a lot of analysis time and can prepare several plates at once." "Stop showing off. Hurry and help me check." After 1800 sent the coordinates of Tatala to the priestess, he plopped down on her central workbench, kicking an unfamiliar machine with his feet. "You've really changed. You weren't like this before." After inputting the coordinates, the priestess took a moment to look at 1800 again, noting his clothes were still the same color. "Hecate, what was 1800 like before?" Kala asked curiously. "Her? Just a machine that kills without bloodshed." "A machine? How did you two meet?" "Hith, you don't know, right? She used to be good for nothing except killing. One time she came here on a mission and got into a fight, tearing her clothes. She had no clothes to wear and ran into me, so I kindly gave her a new outfit." Clap. "Ouch, hey." The priestess glared at 1800. "Why are you hitting me? Let's talk nicely. Who helped whom?" 1800 fiddled with a small animal figurine in his hands. "Well, It was mutual help. The priestess scoffed. Her target and the person who bullied me were the same. After she took down the person, she was chased by the guards like a dog. Her clothes were torn. She ran into me again, and I gave her a military green jumpsuit, which she never returned. The priestess grumbled. The search monitor on the cloud platform had long been activated. You talk too much. The priestess, unfazed, picked up a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, her face already accustomed to 1800's proud demeanor. They seemed to have a close relationship. Kala smiled, not minding her nails digging into her palm. In front of the monitor, 1800 discovered their companion Tatala had entered Dream Island, heading straight into the largest underground nightclub there, working as security, keeping an eye on a puppet's backside. The camera then focused on a dead end with Tatala wearing a duckbill cap. Over there, 1800 noticed the nightclub sign, though it was partially blocked by a burly security guard. Between the lotus leaves, the largest nightclub on Dream Island. Hecate's two short, gray braids hung by her ears as she gently blew away the steam from her English teacup. Your friend is an android? If I'm not mistaken, you better be careful of that bunch of pirates in the ocean area. They want to let go of little fish they take a liking to. 1800 nodded at Kala, a few strands of green hair standing up like antennas. Let's go take a look first. Kala replied. Can't find any trace of those people. The surveillance over there is controlled by the gang in the ocean area. We can't get in. The shaman is playfully teasing Keela. What should we do? We can't find our companions. Let's split up. I'll go to the night venue to find that puppet. You stay with Tang Ermei. 1800 jumped down from the cloud platform and called up the information leading to the night venue. For now, you can't go. There are still 3 hours until the show starts. The shaman followed 1800 out of the dark room and took a small bottle containing blue powder from the wall filled with spiritual tools and incense. By the way, your companion has been affected by the hallucinogen in the cauldron. Let her smell it for about 10 seconds. Keela closely watched 1800 leave and high-five with Tang Ermei, who was panting on the ground like a dog. After listening to the advice, she obediently sat down on the car's sofa by the balcony, finally relaxing. Okay, just about 10 seconds, right? Keela waited for the drug to take effect, while Tang Ermei began to imitate a dog peeing, slowly raising her right leg. A clicking sound flashed through the room, and after a long while, Tang Ermei was still dazed. She wouldn't have smelled too much, would she? Keela was quite suspicious that the drug in her hand had other side effects. The shaman brewed a new pot of black tea in her tea room. Don't worry. She remembers everything she did before. She is just awkwardly pretending to have amnesia. To be honest, the shaman said it all, and Tang Ermei felt even more embarrassed, looking for her face on the ground. Where are we going later? To Lotus Leaf to find the puppet that Tatala interacts with. Keela tried hard to suppress her laughter, but couldn't help but burst out, while 1800 lay half reclined on the cushion, watching her friends frolic. The Lotus Leaf night venue wasn't open yet, but the late-night food and bar next door were already bustling with activity, with tourists and fashionable trendsetters coming and going. The neon lights covered the entire sky, with various holographic advertising models and muscular charmers recruiting customers on every street corner. The liveliest place was leaning against a wide road, where at the head of the street was a small square with a tall octagonal stainless steel column, about 20 stories high, with different statues carved on top, depicting historical figures building inland artificial lakes, parades celebrating Dream Island, and gypsy girls dancing to the prelude of caravans. On the other side was an inland artificial lake, but the people gathered there lived on high-rise buildings pieced together on a long-abandoned outdoor overpass stretching for several thousand meters. The other end of the bridge plunged into the fog, known as the Inland Bermuda Triangle, but what was indeed dazzling was its water market, where boats were connected in the inland lake, and there were also fake glow trees being constructed. Glow trees? Tang Ermei and a few girls looked up at the row of medium-sized, glowing green trees. Oh, this is a small attraction. It's a habitat for fireflies along the lake. There are also famous boat tours over there. Indeed, Tang Ermei stood on the shore, and from the flower boat in the distance came bursts of amazement. What is this? Tourists? The local charm is quite remarkable. Unlike the civilized and efficient cyber new world in the city, the people here prefer the connection of spirit and flesh between individuals. Keela increasingly felt something was off. Flipping through the small brochure in her hand, she saw several big words. Dream Island Guide, alongside an attractive woman in sexy lingerie, regardless of gender. Anyone who looked at it would be bloodied or flushed with excitement. Damn, you're still okay with this? So disgusting, Keela, stay away from me. Tang Ermei glanced at the cover girl, who was also a dual image, one being a muscular man in just a thong, instantly giving her goosebumps. Fried crickets, field frogs. Fried coconut rice pancakes, eat 5 at once, barbecue, and ice beer. The dark bar nearby had either noisy or extremely stylish music that made pedestrians' ears hurt. Eat. Let us go. Tang Ermei and Keela were both greasy from eating, with a pile of grilled field frogs, crickets, and 2 large seafood Italian-style hot dogs laid out in front of them. 1800 also brought a pot of stew to the table, which contained cultivated river dolphins, seemingly a crossbreed of marine life and inland fish species. Under the night, the river dolphins were mammals, some pure white, others speckled with varying shades of ink, looking round and cute, with an IQ roughly equivalent to a 5-year-old child, but only about 3 or 4 years old in age, as they are artificially bred products that do not live long, usually ending up on people's tables or as food for other creatures in the lake around 2 years old. Keela put down the food in her hand and explained a lot. Then why cultivate them? Because without cultivation, humanity would face extinction. Keela looked at the excited baby river dolphin that was just over a year old in the darkness. Chapter 47, Milkskin Puppet and Chocolate Man. The ticket for Lotus Leaf was initially not strictly checked for the warm-up, and Keela and Tang Ermei finally passed after dressing up. One dressed as a tall, black-haired man, and the other as a hot and glamorous woman. However, at the entrance security check, Tang Ermei was repeatedly checked for her fake light brain. Tang Ermei did look quite small. She was only about 1.65 meters tall, which seemed childish compared to the other two, especially in a world where most people had genetically enhanced to around 1.7 meters tall, and only children still growing would not have been injected with gene enhancers. Look at her. She just entered like a primary school student from the General Studies Academy. Keela and 1800 whispered and joked after entering. Are you done? So annoying. Yes, just a kid, okay? Tang Ermei puffed her cheeks, her enthusiastic, bold Latin curls bouncing on her forehead, making her look even cuter. I remember that puppet seemed to be called Charlie. Keela felt she had provoked Tang Ermei and started to change the subject. Just go directly to the backstage. As the main door opened, the crowd surged in, and 1800 led the way, pushing through various love-struck suitors, gradually making the venue lively. The holographic performers dressed extravagantly showcased their talents on stage. Shouldn't we go straight to the backstage? Tang Ermei shouted loudly in Keela's ear while pushing away the small hands that were reaching for her and the seductive waist. Beautiful girl, here to find love? I don't know. Let us just follow her. Logically, you wouldn't be able to enter the backstage from the front. Yet 1800 directly disrupted the digital flow at the entrance and really brought Keela and Tang Ermei into the backstage corridor. What's wrong? Keela whispered, tugging at the green corn stick outfit in front, which didn't respond, and she peeked into the door, taking a deep breath, only to have 1800 cover her mouth. Huh. Tang Ermei squeezed between the two people, first being covered by one person's palm, screaming. The scene in the room was just an ordinary makeup table, which included a changing room and various colorful and refreshing performance costumes. However, the 16 large light bulbs on the makeup table in the middle were completely blocked by a couple. The milk-white skin wrapped around slender arms seemed to lovingly embrace the tall and muscular brown-skinned man in front of her. The broad and thick inverted triangle and the grotesque scars on his waist all displayed the man's ferocity and brutality. The milk-white skin seemed to be a doll here, wearing only a thin lace, semi-transparent camisole, revealing 2 prominent pink peaks. The beautiful light brown eyes reflected in the mirror were soft and bright, clearly containing a surge of passion under the love. Her lower lip trembled slightly. The perfect and delicate lower lip outlined by peach-pink lipstick was gently bitten by her upper teeth, gradually getting moist. The belt of her pants hung loosely, not falling to the ground, thanks to the man's well-trained round and perky buttocks, although a bit of the original pale color was still visible. The man seemed increasingly restless as he was teased by the passionate thighs and arms, his entire body starting to tremble, wishing to squeeze the enchanting beauty in his arms. Completely oblivious to the left side, where a delicate hand quietly picked up a sharp pair of scissors and slowly approached the man's neck. But the man was not concerned at all. At this moment, he was indulging in a French kiss he had never tried before, his tongue acting like a thug. Pushing through the crowd and rushing into the other person's room. "Yo, long time no see, Sunjik." As 1800's voice started, at the same time, the doll attacked the enemy's neck but was caught by Sunjik, who reversed his grip and forcefully wiped the doll's beautiful head against the long table of the makeup table like bowling, then tossed it on the ground like a rag. 18. The man turned around, and Carla only had time to see his perfect abdominal muscle lines, commonly known as the mermaid line, before being covered tightly by 1800 again. "Annoying, I'm not a child." "Wow. Tang Ermiai, although your eyes are covered, you can still speak," the man said, subconsciously feeling a bit shy as he hurried to pull up his pants and tighten his belt, while proudly raising his chin at 1800. "Are you here to pick a fight? You still haven't compensated for the money from the fruit store last time. Just transfer it to me." "Who told me to help the fruit store owner complain? I'm here to find someone. Where's Teely?" 1800 coldly pushed the door open, using her toes to hook the milk-white skin doll lying on the floor with a face full of blood while waving at Carla. "That's the one on the ground. Also, it's a bit chaotic around here recently. Be careful not to get your limbs cut off." The man smacked his lips, especially for someone like you. "Are you talking about the doll fragments found in the river recently?" Carla noticed that the half-naked doll on the floor was quite intricate and seemed to be molded in one piece, and the components were of an old model. Were the targets all first-generation dolls? Upon hearing Carla mention first-generation dolls, 1800's eyes flickered. The doll on the ground was wiped by Tang Ermiai with a clean cloth, and its face instantly flushed red. "You know too?" Sunjik was a bit surprised. "You're quite well informed, but this matter is very complicated. You shouldn't pursue it." You wouldn't be tracking the case and putting the pressure on the doll, would you?" 1800 walked forward and mocked. "Almost got assassinated." "Shut up. I was seduced by her." Sunjik's face turned red as he was called out for his earlier embarrassment. "She is an important clue. You tracked the clue right in her mouth. Is the tongue also a clue?" Tang Ermiai giggled while covering her mouth. Perhaps Tang Ermiai's accidental exclamation just now made Sunjik feel a bit of manly dignity. He opened his mouth, but became mute, raising his hand to put on his mask, a smiling pineapple-headed mask with a big mouth. "Forget it. I'll leave first. Also, watch out for the bird." 1800. Suddenly, a tall, thin man wearing a robin mask and deep blue uniform appeared outside the door. "You dare to come?" Saying this, he directly raised his gun and shot towards 1800's location. Carla and Tang Ermiai sensed something was wrong, and immediately one grabbed her head while the other lifted her foot to retreat, dragging the motionless doll into the half-closed changing room. "You bastard." The man with the robin mask was caught in the wind behind him. "I have no mother." 1800 kicked the robin man in the butt. "Why are you so slow?" Then she exchanged glances with Sunjik at the door. The moment the robin mask man noticed, he only saw a flash of green as she sped away. The robin man quickly chased after her, not forgetting to assign tasks to his subordinates. "Remember to take her accomplice away." Sunjik sighed and took out a small box of fruit-flavored gummies from his pocket. "Come out, we're leaving." He placed a strawberry-flavored gummy on the back of his hand, clapping his wrist and catching it in his mouth. After waiting for 3 minutes with no movement from the inner room, he took out his single-ear law enforcement earpiece from his right pocket and scanned. "All right, empty." Sunjik shook his head and smiled. How could it be a child? Then he tidied up his hat in front of the makeup mirror, pretending to be in a hurry as he walked out the door. What to say, a light and agile voice called out from the darkness. "Go there. Is it reliable? Otherwise, why do you think we're going there first? Let's go." In the deep night, 2 little girls were driving a 3-wheeled small vehicle, stealthily navigating through the bustling market. "Why does your car sound like it has diarrhea?" Tang Ermiai sat in the driver's seat, but bouncing as she stepped on the gas pedal, with Sunjik leisurely following behind on a patrol motorcycle in autopilot mode, munching on a fruit salad. "This yogurt is a bit too thin. Next time, solid is better." Sunjik swallowed a piece of yellow peach and shouted at the front, "Fix your car. I can almost catch up to you on foot." "How to fix it? Who knew they shared these 3-wheelers here?" Carla leaned out from the back window, with a little face sporting a mustache. "Why don't you try in the alley?" Tang Ermiai looked down at her light brain, flipping through options. The digital flowchart on the driving main board jumped more quickly than her heart when she had her first kiss. Found it. Do you have any tools? Here. Carla handed her a wrench from the back window. What's this? It looks like 10 or so of them. Hurry up. Sunjeka went to buy barbecue again. Tang Ermei drove the small tricycle into an empty alley by a garbage bin. The tricycle automatically lifted its rear compartment, revealing a hidden space inside. Kala squatted beside it, handing over tools, while the milk-skin doll curled up in the rear compartment like a pangolin. Even though they had walked far away, Kala could still hear the lively sounds by the lake. The air here was much more humid than in the tent area or the city. Nearby, Tang Ermei was wearing a headlamp, connecting a portable light computer to the vehicle's brakes, with data scrolling rapidly. Although it was only 30 seconds, the sirens representing Dream Island echoed everywhere. Tang Ermei's inner tension made her feel like it had been at least 5 or 6 minutes. She was strong, believe in her. Kula and Tang Ermei escaped through the ventilation duct, and they had already started to sweat from the urgency. A gentle breeze passed by. There was no need to hurry. Sunjeka was not chasing us. Just drive. We still have 5 kilometers to go. In the distance, Sunjeka pretended not to see the target, sending false information to the other team members while keeping a close watch on this side. The back seat of the patrol motorcycle was gradually filling up with street snacks. You ate the most at night, and now you're starting to complain about fixing a vehicle. Can't you handle it? Kala sat on a discarded plastic box. I was the one who put in the most effort just now. Don't think I don't know. Tang Ermei threw a used part behind her shoulder. A doctor's hand is just a hand. Isn't my modification master's hand also a hand? Saying this, she crawled out of the vehicle, restoring the tricycle to its original state. Just make do with it. Anyway, we won't need it once we get there. Tang Ermei stepped hard on the accelerator, and the entire tricycle shot out like a spring, leaving behind a cloud of dust on the gravel road. Sunjeka quickly turned around, using his body to protect the sapapilla in his arms. Good kid, you still have this trick. Although the tricycle sped up, the entire frame was shaking, having already lost its doors, windows, and panels along the way. Behind him, the beeper in Sunjeka's hand blinked rapidly. Jack, hurry up. We found another one. Received, 2341. Proceed immediately. The motorcycle accelerated to catch up, tossing a takeout box at the tricycle before speeding away. Hurry up and jump out. Ha. Can this vehicle make it to the station? Kala, with the roof wide open, tightly bound the doll, using a thick rope to secure it under her feet. Ready to jump out at any moment. 1 more kilometer. 500 meters. The passage behind the back door of the fortune teller's house was already in sight. Still those new shoots that had been killed by acid rain and grew back. Jump. Tang Ermei found a wooden board and placed heavy tools on the accelerator, then covered her head and lunged forward. The back passenger Kala had already tied the doll's rope to a wrench, throwing it to a flag between a balcony railing and a tent. She then leaped high with the tricycle, hanging on a sturdy flag of Dream Island adorned with large red waterproof fabric and yellow tassels. It's a robin. Kala recognized it at a glance. What drew more attention was that she was standing on a wooden cane, singing vigorously, while 2 long snakes coiled upward, baring their fangs at the threatening little bird. Seek love, my islanders, be free, my islanders. Life begins now. Ancient phonetic characters were embossed in gold at the bottom of the flag. Kula, are you okay? Besides a few torn clothes, Tang Ermei hurriedly dragged the doll to the back door of the fortune teller's house, taking advantage of the temporary absence of the owner, who had either passed out or was out. Chapter 48. Wan, you're like a jumping bug. The Robin Man was on high alert in an abandoned hall. 1800 was nearby. Behind a Roman pillar, the air was silent, waiting for a decisive strike. Why is it that every time we encounter 1800, it's either a trap or a fight? This was the fortune teller's workspace, and only Tang Ermei sat on a floating chair, carefully wiping with a cleaning cloth. As the doll in front of her gradually became clean, Tang Ermei's expression grew increasingly strange. The fortune teller was chanting something while exploring a new case on a tablecloth covered with mysterious tribal symbols. The jelly-headed little boy was carefully cleaning the mouth of a large-mouthed bird specimen in the corner of the outer room. How did this kid become your little assistant? Kala walked into the inner room, carrying an empty little bundle. When unfolded, it turned out to be a moisture-proof thin mat. Aren't you afraid of being accused of exploiting minors? Didn't anyone say anything when you went out to work and tattooed people? The fortune teller said lightly. And Kala instantly froze. Guess from afar. All are lonely people. The fortune teller slowly raised her head, her forehead tightening into a furrow, her sharp gaze implying something as she looked at Kala. What else do you know? Kala pretended to be calm, sitting across from the fortune teller. Do you know how I got here? The fortune teller shook her head, leaning back, her large hands relaxing on the opposing spherical claws of the armchair, rubbing the palms. Flowers are not flowers. Mist is not mist. This is your own topic. Find your origin and go to your destination. The purple robe was covered with a layer of light purple waterproof lace. Around her neck were still her jingling accessories. But this time she wore a butterfly pendant on her ears that sparkled with transparent glitter. Sigh. Here we go again. Kala sighed deeply. Instead of listening to the fortune teller's vague and unpredictable words, it would be better to go sell some more medicine. Is there many people buying your medicine? The little boy, hearing the conversation between Kala and the fortune teller, quietly moved to clean the large-mouthed bird specimen in the corner of the inner room. 181 people. The medicine cures the illness. Is it really that magical? Added some ingredients, particularly fierce. Why don't you try some too? Suddenly, a loud shout from the inner room interrupted the conversation outside. Kala hurriedly grabbed an old black candlestick that was peeling paint. The pink-white candle head rolled 3 times on the ethnic pattern carpet before stopping. What happened? She saw that the cleaning cloth, covered in dust, was placed on the doll's face, and Tang Ermei was sitting limply on the floating chair, looking a bit dazed. It's nothing, the fortune teller said, crossing over Kala to unveil the cleaning cloth. Wow, are you guys going to find 1800s hometown? Kala was confused, only seeing that the doll on the table had a face identical to 1800s and held a considerable weapon. 180? Kala hesitantly spoke up. What is going on? What is this about? Tang Ermei was a bit impatient. What does she mean by 180? What does Tatala want? Why does she look so much like her? Is she a pervert? Tang Ermei slammed her chair back and paced around the room. So who is she? Is she related to our missing friend? Kala thought of the friend who was constantly with Tatala in the surveillance footage and felt a bit dazed. Chapter 49. Dare Not Believe. In the workshop, Kala and Tang Ermei moved 2 chairs, looking troubled as they watched the fortune teller manipulating surgical arms to repair the doll's brain. Why do you think Tatala follows her? Could it be that she took her for 180? Has she been deceived? Tang Ermei has some conspiracy theories. The two have been discussing for quite a while the reason why Tatara is acting as a protector of flowers. At first glance, they clearly don't belong to the same group. She is definitely not being deceived. Kala crossed her legs, saying, you have to look at it from a formal perspective. Tatara was working part-time as a security guard at a night venue and was hanging out with the night venue's rabbit lord every day. Kala nodded, seeming to have some insights. So you're saying, aren't you just stating the situation here? Ermei's mouth turned into a big egg shape. Tatara? A violent spoiled brat? Would she even like someone? Kala saw that the shaman was about to wrap things up and patted Ermei on the shoulder. The only explanation is the truth. Although Charlie looks somewhat like 1800, his temperament is completely different. His hair is pure black and messy, still with doll-like features. His light, cold, tea-colored eyes, when they look at you, are like a deep-sea mermaid surfacing, using ethereal singing to tempt sailors on sea adventures amidst uneven cloud layers. He skillfully masters every eye-catching gesture and technique of humans, gently blinking and lowering his eyes to rest his gaze on the familiar handcuffs. How can I serve you? Dear ones, this person, you know him, right? Kala projected a photo of Tatara using a light brain. This photo shows Cha Li and Tatara walking side by side at the back door. The security guard, right? You're quite familiar with him, aren't you? Not really. Just a casual greeting, replied Ermei. Not all. The security has the responsibility to maintain property for the night venue people. What's the problem? Cha Li's smile seemed very fake, as his eyes were artificially raised at the corners. Although Kula had never performed surgery on dolls, she had seen countless photos in the basic data provided by Dr. Ching Shan, so she recognized him very well and also found him quite disgusting. Oh, it seems your night venue is very protective of property relationships. But would a doll also go to the security guard's house to wear her designer coat? Kala turned her back to Cha-Li. Cha-Li's skin, like 180, was that kind of semi-transparent cold white. Delicate and smooth, but still showing the fine fuzz of highly precise imitation human skin, making him particularly appealing. Suddenly realizing that her perverted questioning style was somewhat like Alaman. Kala quickly stood up straight, almost being corrupted by that bad guy. If I'm not mistaken, those pants you're wearing should be a limited edition from a big brand. Do you have the money and connections for that? As far as I know, what you're wearing seems to be a work uniform from Lotus Leaf, right? Besides the coat that looked valuable, everything else was adorned with the Lotus Leaf totem. So poor? Ermiai exclaimed. You look pretty rich. Why are you still stealing someone else's clothes to wear? She gave it to me. Charlie shouted sharply. What do you know? She is my admirer. This is a gift from her. Where does she live? Kula impatiently tapped the table. Don't tell me you don't know. We checked. She has been wearing the security uniform all along. This clothing must have been taken when you went to her house. She gave it to me. Our relationship is okay, Charlie said, his good-looking face showing a bit of madness, his eyeballs trembling as if they might pop out. He adjusted his temper and said, 38th floor, 2031, Lianhua Street. His hoarse voice made the numbers somewhat shaky. Could it be that the parts are aging? Ermiai whispered. What did you say? Nothing, don't get excited. Aren't you quite powerful? Ermiai felt somewhat confused by Cha Li's sudden change. Just a while ago, everything was fine. Now he was flipping like a switch. Huh, are your friends? Here to find her? Cha Li's previous elegance and gentleness vanished, and his words became sharp. Your friend is still quite good. She helped me drive away quite a few people. However, Lianhua Street is not suitable for good people. Kalan narrowed her eyes. You might have to go look for her body in the lake at the entrance, Charlie said with a smile, his body relaxing. She is just too kind-hearted and not very bright. Charlie's reckless smile twisted his face that looked very similar to 180. Ermiai couldn't hold back any longer. She may be brainless, but you're the one who is not smart. I'm not smart. Are you sick? At that moment, Charlie's mouth was crooked, and his eyes were askew. Although his hairstyle was commendable, Kala felt that this might be his true face. Why would she leave a good life as a military school student to work as a security guard in a night venue and flirt with dolls? Are you saying she flirts with dolls? Kala slowly put down the chair in her hand, walked back to Charlie, and squeezed his shoulder. Flirted with whom? It seems like it was you, right? Yeah, I tricked you without you knowing it. Charlie loosened his wrist, and a gust of wind blew up the bangs on his forehead. I'll go to your father. Ermiai directly pulled out a wrench from the tool bag at her waist and smashed it on Charlie's head. The entire area between his left eye and left ear was heavily crushed. The new Hammer King of District 13. Kala didn't have time to stop it and simply went along with it, directly pulling out a brain machine storage card from the back of Cha Li's neck and putting it into the zipper on her sleeve. Sorry about that. Next, let us go check out Tatara's dog den. As for Charlie, let him stay here for now. Ermiai tucked the hammer away, and Kula pouted, suddenly able to empathize with Sui Lan's feeling when seeing her childhood friends turn into Hammer Kings. Truly, it was both proud and bittersweet. How did you turn the doll into this? The shaman wailed. The protection clauses for these dolls in Lotus Leaf are simply inhumane. You will be killed. The jelly-headed little boy pretended to speak in an adult tone, stiffly saying, then it's hard work for you too. Please help fix it up. Kula touched the jelly-headed little boy's hair. It looked fluffy, but felt a bit prickly, indicating it was real human hair. Kala thought of a cold joke and unconsciously chuckled. Get lost. Chapter 50, Apartment 2301. It was the first time I found out you could be quite harsh with your words. Tang Ermiai was riding the shaman's two-wheeled electric vehicle, the display continuously updating the route navigation to the apartment in Tatara. The fluorescent green helmet had an extra piece of nylon strap fluttering in the wind. The dirty water in Dream Island was dripping, and Kala turned her face to the other side, gripping Tang Ermiai's transparent waterproof coat with her gloved hand, soon getting a layer of rainwater on it. It was also the first time I realized how wild you are inside, just hitting when you say to hit. Kala whispered in Tang Ermiai's ear. Didn't you see how disliked he is? What exactly did you say to make him show his true colors? Tang Ermiai didn't need to stare too hard ahead. This little electric two-wheeler had been modified by the shaman, and its auto-correcting route function was quite powerful. avoiding contact with the pedestrians in the dirty rain as much as possible. Many had already started chatting under the nearby awnings to hide from the rain. The sound of rain was continuous, but their quiet conversation could only be heard by the two of them. Actually, it's that his pants and jacket don't fit well, and the old-fashioned dolls still working in the nightlife scene show that life isn't affluent. They completely rely on the logistic maintenance and repair between the lotus leaves. So those clothes must belong to someone. Plus, the ones we're looking for are Tatara's. Her clothes are either exaggerated styles or limited edition collaborations with designs, which are quite easy to identify. But he doesn't have to suddenly go crazy, right? Tang Ermei turned into the street on the right as per the navigation, where there were fewer pedestrians. I've always had a guess that the old-fashioned dolls actually have self-awareness. So, with a puff, Tang Ermei got startled and accidentally stepped on the accelerator, causing the front wheel to plunge into a puddle, splashing dirty water everywhere. What did you say? If the dolls have awareness, doesn't that mean they're human? Kula glanced at her right pant leg, which was covered in mud spots from her dark blue work pants. Hey, drive properly. Then you speak properly. How do they have awareness? Where are you from? It wouldn't be 1800, would it? Tang Ermei's mind flashed through many images associated with 1800. She nodded, saying, "You go first. I suspect it started when 1800 took us in to see Sun Jieka and Charlie. When we first entered, Charlie was trying to do something to Sun Jieka with a small gadget, but 1800 called it off. However, Sun Jieka planned to cover Charlie's body first. Sun Jieka likes that guy. Kiskiviko lawantai nodded vigorously. Tang Ermei raised her eyebrows. So he followed us just to escort Charlie? I guess so. Maybe after we leave. He'll go in and take the person away. Who knows? Really? Tang Ermei was half convinced. Let us make a bet. Kiskiviko lawantai konsit. Sing. We need to be careful when we go in. We don't know what kind of bad intentions Charlie might still be hiding. If they have awareness, why is Charlie still there? Tang Ermei glanced at the navigation, noting they were 5 minutes away. I heard the shaman mumbling while repairing dolls that it's not easy for people in nightlife. Although they can hide, it's too degrading. Exactly. With Sun Jieka from the guard team as a backing, it would be much safer. Kala rolled her eyes. Do you think the family insider doesn't know how profitable it is to be in the guard team? Tang Ermei chuckled. You're right. So you poke at his sore spot? That's too ruthless, killing with a heart. He wearing human clothes. That's a small thought. Tatara hasn't even confirmed it yet. Should we inform her family? That's not good. If she's in danger, her family must know. If we go to tell them now, we could also get locked up first. They arrived. A series of old stone buildings appeared before them, with some balconies and floor-to-ceiling windows, looking like the old house had been refurbished. Behind the black decorative arch was a thick sliding door. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, there was only a front desk with a flashing screen, behind which sat a middle-aged man munching on seeds and watching a show. Tang Ermei and Kala planned to go straight upstairs, but were called by the man. What are you doing? Outsiders need to register. Come on, come on. The man had slick, shiny hair, meticulously combed, gesturing for the two to fill out a flashing blank registration form on the table. Who are you here to see? 2301. My friend. Oh, a distinguished guest? The middle-aged man's face lit up at the mention of a wealthy woman who had recently arrived. His apple cheeks, plumped by fillers, were prominently raised. Distinguished guest? Kala turned to Tang Ermei with curiosity in her eyes. Yes, she pays in full for a year. Are you going to live with her? It's 20 off here. Tang Ermei smiled and asked, You just knew we must be friends? Is there any doubt? I can read people well. You must be friends. The middle-aged man wouldn't reveal his tricks of reading people, smacking his lips. But I'll say one more thing. Your friend's boyfriend isn't great. He always comes empty-handed and leaves with stuff. Good friends should keep an eye on him. What age is this? The middle-aged man's eyes darted as he leaned forward to peek at Kala and Tang Ermei after they showed their ID. Your friend isn't a kept little lover, is she? Hey, too young. Kala smiled politely. That's still her own business. It's only the 23rd floor, but the elevator only goes up to the 20th. The two walked slowly up the spiral staircase. The white walls were adorned with various oddly shaped marine plant specimens. This building is quite interesting, Tang Ermei said, taking pictures of every decoration on the wall with her light brain. I didn't expect the landlord to be a biology enthusiast. Indeed, it's very delicate, and the selection is quite interesting. Kala noticed a piece of graffiti that was framed with glass, depicting three line-drawing crocodiles emerging from a swamp to attack a little deer on land. The deer had some starry white spots, no antlers, and big, shiny, wet eyes, looking like it wouldn't give up until it got water. Tang Ermei found the door to 2301. There were only 2 units on the entire floor, with 2,301 conveniently located at the entrance to the stairs. Kiskivi Goloantai. I'm here. Kula noted the glass, painting, and pulled a small handgun from behind her waist. The 2 positioned themselves on either side of the door, and Tang Ermei scanned the doorknob with the fingerprint password that Tatara once saved. Ding! The door lock automatically unlocked a valve inside. Tang Ermei held the gun in her right hand, pressed against the wall, and with her left hand, she suddenly swung the door open. Kula charged in with both hands holding her gun, and a shadow rolled over the soft plush carpet. The room was quiet. Tang Ermei and Kula swept around the 3-story-high room, but there was no one there. Kala turned around again, but found the room empty. What now? This doesn't look like someone lives here. Tang Ermei was a bit anxious. It's impossible. Tatara's flamboyant appearance couldn't possibly mean this room is so empty. Your reasoning sounds quite plausible. Kala initially had no idea, but seeing Tang Ermei seriously deducing was amusing. Finally, using your intelligence in reality? Cut it out. I'm definitely smarter than you. Tang Ermei playfully twirled her gun and entered the bathroom, then slowly backed out and whistled long. Chapter 51. Not friends, just enemies. Look, I told you the thermostat was turned off by him, and he didn't believe it. A man with small eyes wearing a cold hat squeezed out from the bathroom, pushing Tang Ermei aside, holding a heavy kettle in his hand. He didn't spare a glance at Kala, as if she were just trash on the street. What had he done? She was only 8 years old, and I would talk to her nicely. A burly man wearing a black cold hat and a black coat pointed a gun at Tang Ermei's forehead as he slowly walked out, followed by an 8-year-old girl in light purple overalls and a pink high-neck knitted sweater, holding teddy bear. She doesn't listen to anyone. Kala raised her hand and pulled the safety pin, pointing at the little girl. What should I say? We are looking for someone. So are we. Tang Ermei placed her hands beside her ears. Brother, a 0.45 caliber shotgun is not to be taken lightly. We can chat for a while. If you don't enter the bathroom, there'll be no problem. The burly man wore a gas mask with 3 air valves, and Tang Ermei felt as uncomfortable as if she were working in a sewer. We are also here to find someone. Tatala, do you know her? No. We are looking for Charlie. The man with small eyes was boiling water in the kitchen corner. That doll. The one who has a good relationship with Tatala Jean. We can't casually expose our target. The quiet little girl spoke up, her voice crisp. Professional ethics, Jean. Sister, I'm just an intermediary. This is my job. The water boiled quickly. Jean tried to call the holographic servant in the room. A young and handsome man in his mid-20s, with thin features and polite demeanor. Hello. Please give me some cocoa powder. My name is Hope, at your service. Kala frowned. Did you change the robot in this room? This is not how it works. No. The little girl spoke again, sounding somewhat unhappy. It's you. The owner of this room set up for friends and family to visit. When you came in, this one, Hope, was planning to call the police. Do you know Charlie? The burly man spoke again, the gun now aimed at Tang Ermei's visor. Be careful, I said. Tang Ermei lowered her guard again. Can't you understand? They're looking for Tatala. You're looking for Charlie. You can exchange information without hostility. Jean happily walked between Tang Ermei and the burly man, holding a cup of hot cocoa personally made by the handsome man, speaking as she lowered their weapons. They are here to find Charlie to settle a debt. Could you please ask your friend where Charlie is gone? Jean slightly shifted Kuele's gun toward the vase. And you, my big brother, could you please speak up? The more friends, the more paths. All this fighting is not good. You're looking for Charlie at my friend's house? That's not appropriate. Kala looked at the shotgun and was ready to work again. The burly man clearly didn't like being threatened. Charlie is our target. The little girl sat on the plaid sofa, even bouncing lightly on the cushion. From what we know, Tatala has been in contact with her a lot recently, and Tatala has chased away many debt collectors, so we are here to find her. However, you must want to know the whereabouts of your friend as well. The little girl, with closed-set eyes and a sly look like a fox, continued. If you can tell us Cha-Li's whereabouts, we will tell you about your friend. Tang Ermiai rubbed her lower front teeth with her tongue and withdrew to the middle of the room. You want to know where my friend is? And you to ask us about Charlie? The little girl clearly didn't expect this twist and insisted that they had already caught Tatala. Oh, good. Then you can ask her. Kala nodded and was about to leave. Hey, wait. The tugging clearly had no effect. And suddenly the burly man pulled out another automatic gun and opened fire on the wall. Jean, startled, spilled half of her hot cocoa and hurried towards the door, while the little girl didn't anticipate the burly man's sudden action. The teddy bear in her hands suddenly shot out lasers of varying intensities at Tang Ermiai and Kula, who were running around the room, but a bunch of vases and wooden bookshelves were first knocked over. What kind of lunatic is this? Truly a debt collector. Tang Ermiai and Kula couldn't withstand each other's attack, and those sneaky laser lights amidst the intense gunfire. Who knew if getting hit would turn them into idiots or leave them missing limbs? As the sound of gunfire echoed, a small mushroom cloud rose. The burly man, along with the little girl, jumped out of the window to escape, while the young handsome butler hurriedly activated the fire extinguishing mode. After the fire on the ceiling was extinguished, several tall, arched windows were tightly shut. Kula had a large patch of blood on her arm and rushed to check Tang Ermiai for some scrapes. Finding no serious injuries, then asked the fully armed, data-goggled handsome butler, what does this mean? We need to protect our family as well when our friends are attacked, she said, withdrawing the shell from her gun. Charlie's face was originally made as a hole, so it was extremely troublesome to repair. Bang! Another punch. What I demand is, she saw me and said I looked like her friend, so I knew I could use her. Charlie curled up on the ground, holding her head. I beg you. Don't hit me. I have no attack functions, Wu. Kala grabbed Tang Ermiai, who was becoming a bit clearer in her mind. No attack. I was born to solve family problems. The doll in the corner breathed in rhythm. No attack, quite crafty. Kiskiviko lawantai stuatin. Pressing her right index finger on Cha-Li's thin shoulder, her fair skin reddening from the beating, an abnormal, seductive red that continued to incite violence. 1. Where did Tatala go? Wu. She told me to leave first and go deal with the debt collectors herself. 2. Who are the debt collectors? The crocodile gang. 3. Where does she live? She lives right there, but I lied to the debt collectors and said I live there. Kula pulled up the tattered surgical gown, discovering it was torn in the back, then tossed a white coat from the side onto Charlie. Charlie whimpered, okay, I'll hit now. You give me the light brain. Tang Ermiai tilted her head, pondering, and then thought of something else. Do you have an improper relationship with Sun Jieko? Charlie's eyes flickered and dodged. Tang Ermiai became furious. Sure enough, you just want to find a lover. You can't trust this person. She simply seized the light brain that belonged to Cha-Li on the table, keeping it here for now. Kula frowned and slowly closed the door, leaving only Cha-Li in the corner of the room, quietly putting on the white coat and curling up her knees. 1800. You were really lucky. Everyone likes you. But this time you're going to be unlucky. Chapter 52. Take it slow but faster. At Ta-La's apartment. Is it doable? Tang Ermiai, holding an automatic gun, sat on the edge of the sofa. The previously chaotic area had been mostly restored by the handsome butler. At least the house wasn't drafty anymore. We just need to catch a little crocodile to pry open the internal secrets. All right, catch it alive. From today's perspective, is Charlie also a doll that chose to hide? Tang Ermiai didn't dare to speak too loudly and could only communicate in a voice as small as a mosquito's. However, with only 2 people, it was enough. Can't we say it? You mentioned that the organization supporting the survival rights of dolls is likely led by dolls that have regained consciousness, right? It's very possible. If we say it, they might be reformatted, or maybe someone already knows. Tang Ermiai leaned in closer, and Kala could feel the air she exhaled and the smell of fire on her body. Perhaps some people have already started quietly collecting dolls. Do you remember the severed limbs by the river? Kula's initially tense emotions were suddenly disrupted by Tang Ermiai's chaotic conspiracy theories. Tang, if you say that, I will think you are leaking internal information. Tang Ermiai chuckled awkwardly. Actually, it's not true. I'm just guessing. I heard old Gordon say that the higher-ups suspect there's something wrong with the dolls. Mainly, I have another concern. Do you think 1800 will? If it really is, what would you choose? Tang Ermei couldn't see Ku-La's face clearly and could only hear her question. I don't know. I think they are great. Lulu is very cute. Although every time I see 1800, there is always conflict, but she is also quite good. Our atmosphere is very harmonious. She really looks like a human. The air fell silent to the point where only the sound of cars passing by outside and the barking of electronic dogs could be heard. The tea ceremony had really become indistinguishable from a real person. Don't think too much. Talala hasn't come down yet. We only know this is the second day of her disappearance. Suddenly, with a crash, the window outside was broken, and something rolled in and lay there motionless. Who? Kula and Tang Ermei raised their guns and surrounded it. With a thud, Tang Ermei threw an ashtray at the body. Kula turned on the light, and after they saw clearly, they just breathed a sigh of relief before getting tense again. What has happened to her? She's covered in bruises. Tang Ermei and Kula dragged 1800 onto the sofa. Do you think she knows what it means to take care of herself? Kula acted as if she couldn't hear and kicked Tang Ermei to get the medical kit while she herself tore open the fashionable ripped combat suit. Many of 1800's circuits had shorted out, and they didn't know if there was anything on Talala's side that could be repaired. Why are you here instead of go to the shaman? Kula tugged at 1800's nose, which was soft but cold. After a while, her nose felt a bit warm from the prolonged touch. Kula became a bit distracted. Tang Ermei brought over a heavy medical kit with a thick red fluorescent cross on it. She nudged Ku-La's shoulder. Hurry up. It's fine. She has a lot of flesh, Kula said as she quickly took out some basic surgical tools from the medical kit. Kula didn't speak, just silently counting the fluctuations on the data meter while repairing the broken circuits. They were busy for most of the night, and they didn't see anyone from Crocodile Island. At 4 in the morning, the handsome butler confirmed the 3 members of the closed circle and began to automatically enter meal preparation mode. You already knew? 1800 lay on the sofa, staring at the complex patterns on the ceiling, while Kula, curled up like a ball on the checkered sofa, had a few red blood vessels in her eyes. You knew long ago. The brain machine you gave me, and also, my senior sister said that everyone in the circle knows they are clones. Right, the brain machine. What do you guys plan to do? Nothing. Kula yawned from the sofa, her expression unchanged as she faced the ceiling. I'm talking about the dolls. Are you angry? 1800 was a bit surprised. I don't know. I'm not angry. You are my friend. You can do whatever you want. Kula buried her face in the blanket. For the first time, she felt that this world was more complicated. It wasn't just about fighting. There was also a battle of words. But now the savior is making an appearance. Come on. Today's sandwiches are super awesome. You say, we even wrapped bagels for her. Talala has such delicious sandwiches and didn't tell us, but came here to enjoy it. Tang Ermei was wearing Talala's robe, her hair styled high, and in front of her was a bowl of healthy yogurt. Clearly, you could have dodged the attack, but you need to learn to protect yourself instead of facing difficulties head-on. Ku-La's bare feet touched the ground, not wearing shoes as she stepped on the soft carpet, sitting down at the breakfast table while flashing a charming smile at the handsome butler. You. 1800 hesitated and slowly got up, noticing that there were pink patches all over her body. This must be revenge. In the vintage round mirror on the wall, her grayish-white shoulder-length hair, which she remembered being messy on the tree and factory roof, was now neatly styled into a high bun, resembling the flower pot on Tang Ermei's head. Is there any news this morning? Kula first picked up a cup of warm tea to warm her stomach. Tang Ermei, with keen insight, summoned the male servant in the house, who turned on the speaker, and the morning broadcast began. 1800 couldn't eat, so she peeled open the upper part of her clothing at the right waist and forcefully injected a large dose of power source to keep the parts functioning normally. Recently, dolls from Dream Island have been frequently going missing, causing vacancies in some positions. Are the missing dolls all in physical labor positions? Kala paused and took a sip of tea. Aren't there also some dolls from the night shifts? Yes, but most are still in physical labor positions. Tang Ermei secretly glanced at 1800. Just say it. No need to check my face. 1800 handed a used syringe, which she had finished, to the handsome butler. They probably don't intend to disclose the full number yet. After all, they have to consider business. Tea ceremony said Talala was taken away by the Crocodile Gang. We need to find the Crocodile Gang, Tang Ermei said, still holding half of a tuna egg yolk sandwich. 1800 was refreshing the social news on her light brain, nodding perfunctorily as her bun swayed. Tang Ermei looked a bit displeased. Kula was shocked. With half a mouthful of black tea, the handsome butler's skills are really impressive. Tang Ermei, whose tone gradually became fierce, also realized that she seemed a bit too harsh. 1800 didn't care at all. Her fingers continued to scroll up on the light brain interface. The black guy who fought with me is called Niao, the captain of the guard. Last time I was on Dream Island, I knocked over a few stalls in front of them while they were chasing me for debts. 1800 sat up straight, watching the two with subtle expressions. You smashed stalls in front of the security guards? What? Oh, it's nothing. Tang Ermei stiffly began to swallow the half sandwich in her hand. Kala pushed over a cup of hot tea. Slow down. Don't choke. No words? I thought you would praise me. Good job. You should do that. We should compensate a bit, right? We can't damage public facilities and cause trouble for everyone. You two are so stiff. 1800 slumped comfortably in the high-backed wooden chair. What if I'm lying to you? How to say? You're still a doll that listens to orders, so it's hard for us to evaluate what you do. But your own thoughts and actions are fine. So we shouldn't be too harsh, you know? I also have some— No, wait. Tang Ermei still had some bread crust left, but her hands had already started waving. Let us take it slow. Tonight, I'll show everyone a trick to celebrate Lady 1800's successful awakening. Keela and 1800 couldn't help but laugh at Tang Ermei's happy expression. The three of them began to brainstorm how to bypass the security at Crocodile Island to sneak in. There's a boxing match at Crocodile Island. We can enter as participants and also watch, 1800 added. But only specially invited guests or the companions of participants can go in. Which one of us can fight? Tang Ermei and Keela squeezed each other's shoulders, and they both agreed that 1800 had the strongest build. However, they still didn't know about Tattler's situation. I'll go, Keela said, placing her teacup down. After the last brain-machine interface, my data flow seems to have improved a lot. Once we get in, I'll directly connect to the data network. Tang Ermei went off to find someone. Chapter 53. The young agent squad, 1800 and Keela, went to find a fortune teller to prepare weapons and a map of the cloud platform for their operation. While Tang Ermei wrote a note saying she was going to the dock to get some fresh fish as a starter gift. She then took her smart butler portable device to the fishing boat at the dock, with the handsome butler accompanying her. How much are these fish? At the market, there weren't many people, but the smell of the sea was strong. Tang Ermei picked up 2 yellow croakers and some prawns from the inland sea. The green nylon ropes on the shore were already frayed, and the fresh prawns in the cage were bouncing and splashing water as they passed through the handsome butler's projection. The handsome butler introduced the basic situation of buying fish at the dock fish market, making a timely joke about fish heads and tails that made Tang Ermei's rabbit teeth pop out. Suddenly, she felt a chill and turned to look behind her, but saw nothing, just a few fish vendors either cleaning up or chatting with customers, with flies buzzing around the blue-green fluorescent lights above. What's wrong? Buy some just caught fresh. How about some clams too? We can steam them together, the fish vendor said. He looked young, but at 20, he seemed to be 30. At 40, he still looked 30. His short hair was messy on top. His left eye was the cheapest electronic one, while the right had undergone laser surgery, aging into a bright yellow pupil with black sclera, making him look a bit strange. But he was very different from the nearby fish vendors, who had fat heads and bodies, muscling around with syringes. His eyes sparkled with water, and he spoke kindly, giving off a vibe of vulnerability that made one want to protect him. Seeing the handsome butler scanning the fish stall, the vendor quickly added, "This fish is a bit pricey, but it was caught using the most expensive bait. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy a Caspian carp." The fish vendor kept smiling, rubbing his hands as he promoted other products. The silver fish on the platter were bubbling, their eyes blinking, boldly gazing at the sky. But you couldn't tell what those eyes were really doing. The handsome butler leaned in and whispered a few words near the curly-haired man, seemingly indicating he couldn't eat much. After hearing the fish vendor's words, Tang Ermei hesitated and then waved her hand to refuse. "No need, just won't do." "All right, take care, come again next time," the vendor said as Tang Ermei swiftly received a message from 1800 on her smart brain. "I got the goods. Hurry back." She took the fresh cod with her bare hands, feeling a chill as if she was being watched, and retracted the handsome butler's projection. Just as she was about to start the shared electric scooter parked by the curb outside the fish market, it wouldn't start after 2 tries. She switched to a bigger one and pressed the start button. Just as the vehicle was about to move, a hand with pure green lace gloves tightly grabbed the handlebar. Tang Ermiai jerked back and raised her hand. You guys? 1800 frowned slightly as he held onto the handlebars. Across the street, a black SUV was buzzing and preparing to depart, with Keela gripping the steering wheel with one hand and resting the other on the window, waiting for passengers to get in. What's wrong? 1800 detected that Tang Ermiai's breathing had quickened, seemingly startled. Nothing, it just feels like someone is following me. When her friends arrived, Tang Ermiai instantly relaxed. How did you guys get here? 1800 casually took the plastic bag. What's this? Tang Ermiai sat behind Keela and rummaged through the red bag. Sour cream and beets. We got a message from Slow on the way, Slow being the handsome butler's name. At the fish market, he recommended adding some sour cream and beets to make borscht. Tang Ermiai nodded, slumping in the back seat. I feel like someone is watching us. Who? Keela, driving steadily now on the floating avenue, with colorful railings transforming into countless rainbow lights behind the car, asked. I don't know, it just feels like it. Tang Ermiai said, looking out the window as the fishy smell of the inland sea faded and the air began to dry. Don't worry, even if someone is, they'll show up sooner or later, Keela reassured her. We found quite a lot of good stuff this time. You'll definitely like it. They arrived at Tattler's apartment, where the spiral staircase was covered with large red and beige feather-patterned carpets. The middle-aged man was quite old-fashioned, but also had robots clean up occasionally. They bypassed a robot in the hallway, cleaning up a pool of blood. The three were somewhat surprised to see that the tall flower vase in the small hall had been shattered. While the oily-haired middle-aged man at the front desk was munching on sunflower seeds while watching the latest remake of Die Hard, occasionally exclaiming about life's twists and coincidences. Landlord, how can you still watch movies with all this chaos? Tang Ermiai admired the middle-aged man's stability. Hey, a couple of clueless crocodile gang members took a temporary guest away, and then another security team member started a fight. The oily-haired middle-aged man mimicked the mercenaries' chaotic gestures, as if it were a tea ceremony. You should know them. They're Tattler's friends. Tea ceremony. They were released. Tang Ermiai turned to the two behind her and shouted, Tata hasn't found you yet. And they let you go? Ooh, no. We just made a small trade with the tea ceremony. Keela chuckled awkwardly. We don't need her for now. It's fine, it's fine. So were they? Tang Ermiai pressed the oily-haired middle-aged man. Did they all get taken away? The tea ceremony was taken away, and the security team is still lurking outside the window, the oily-haired middle-aged man said, then continued to gaze dreamily at the muscular man with a red ribbon tied around his forehead, who was standing behind with 2 guns and a knife crossed on his back, panting heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his brown, healthy skin. Are you okay? 1800 slowly leaned out the window. On the green lawn lay a man with several wounds seeping blood. He looks fine. Keela adjusted her gaze following 1800's movement. We should save him. We can also snag some weapons from the security team, 1800 said proudly, raising an electrobaton with the Dream Island Security Forces logo on it. Tang Ermiai looked suspicious. Is there anything you haven't told me? We'll talk later. You go find a stretcher. Keela pushed Tang Ermiai out. She rummaged through the back seat and actually found a stretcher, dragging it to the lawn entrance and spending 3 minutes putting it together. Why not just fold it up and shove it into the express channel? Keela said to the man on the stretcher, who was starting to moan a bit. The express channel is a vacuum suspension. If a living person is placed in it, it will lead to blood loss. It's better to find a robot for transport. Slow, having sensed the signal from upstairs, suggested politely to the friends. Chapter 54. For Freedom. Thousands and thousands of times. So, Sun Jeka notified the birds as soon as he saw us. And that's how you got beaten up so badly? Tang Ermiai heard 1800 recount the incident and, holding a kitchen knife still smeared with bits of onion, cast a sinister glance at Sun Jeka, who was receiving emergency treatment at the long table. Her teeth itched with resentment. If only he had said something earlier, she thought he was something good. Tang Ermiai walked around to pull up a makeshift antibacterial tent, vaguely seeing Sun Jeka's pale face, his robust, tan skin adorned with an emergency pacemaker and several electrode pads. His original uniform lay shredded at his feet, and Dr. Keela was carefully extracting the remnants of the gas shells one by one. However, we didn't expect Sun Jieka to be so deeply attached to the tea ceremony that he followed us here. Keela, wearing a transparent face shield, adjusted his waist and tossed the shells into a plate, pouring a large bottle of disinfectant onto his gloves. He'll be fine after a shot. Maybe he can even snag a lunch, he said. Let me see what good stuff you got. Wow. The black box contained a handheld anti-tank rocket wrapped in red velvet, about 70 to 80 centimeters long. Tang Ermei took a horse stance, gripping the handle and resting it on her shoulder. It didn't feel as heavy as she expected. This guy's too handsome. The rocket launcher was completely black, with key parts made of the commonly used frosted materials from northern military powers. The thick opening and suitably thick barrel emitted a mysterious, dangerous death signal. But how are we going to get this inside? They said Crocodile Island is just 1 floor above the ship and 3 floors below. Just follow the map input to the cloud platform to reach the location of Tatala. Keela will understand your actions and movements. If there are any problems. What problems? Keela controls the cyberspace. You're in the preparation area. Who will help me? Tang Ermei tightened her grip on the small rocket, and the three focused their attention on the long table where Sun Jieka was gradually regaining color. Won't he kill me? The tea ceremony was taken away by the crocodile gang. He must go to rescue him. 1800 paused his operations and crossed his arms. Besides, I also built a bridge for him. You don't have to be afraid. Tang Ermei helped Keela remove the sterile canvas. Sun Jieka, now naked except for his bulging, triangular underwear, had his wounds covered with a biological membrane, and his vital signs were trending towards safety on the medical data in the void. Although he appeared to have lost a lot of blood, he had timely injected himself and was only slightly anemic. I gave him some anti-inflammatory medicine and glucose. His wounds will be sealed, and we can set off in 8 hours. Keela reported to his companions with a blank expression. Also, I want to eat. Just then, Si Luo appeared, virtually supporting Keela's arm. All right, Master, the fish soup has been accelerated. We can plate it now. But we need to move the injured first. The way Si Luo called Keela Master felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Keela silently touched his left chest. What's wrong? Is your heart uncomfortable, Master? Si Luo's projection was tall and robust, and though he lacked a physical body, his clear puppy eyes made him a very attractive man. Keela shook his head, and Tang Ermei lovingly placed the small rocket down, while she and 1800 tossed Sun Jieka back onto the original stretcher. They squatted beside him for a long time. 1800 had already rearranged the table and served the dishes. Watching Tang Ermei stare at Sun Jieka's full chest. Soft if you want to touch it. Hurry up. Once he's anesthetized and wakes up, you won't be able to. Pervert. Keela rolled his eyes, admiring Si Luo's holographic bouquet on the dining table. Hypocrite. Tang Ermei's bad thoughts surfaced, and she pressed down harder. Those who enjoy looking at paper figures are hypocrites, the two said in a sarcastic tone as 1800 filled the dining table with food. Until Keela remarked that it wouldn't be easy to explain why his breast hurt when Sun Jieka woke up, Tang Ermei reluctantly withdrew her hand, looking at Sun Jieka, who had opened his eyes but still lacked strength, smacking his lips as if he were a fainted, big-chested man, just like a child on the street holding immense wealth, or a woman with Down syndrome possessing a normal uterus. Keela sipped the freshly brewed red tea from Si Luo. It's like external genitalia, 7 or 8 pieces, on a human doll's stomach. 1800 skillfully turned on the broadcast. The number of missing dolls has increased. After the joint efforts of the security office and the Dream Island Guard, 18 suspects have been arrested in connection with the malicious attacks on Dream Island dolls and robots performing normal operations. There will be no leniency. Has this case been closed? Keela was surprised by the speed of the case being solved, lightly raising a question towards 1800, who shook his head. I heard they only caught the discarded pawns. Do those dolls also have consciousness? Tang Ermei swallowed a mouthful of fish soup and asked, reformatted. Her spoon slipped from her hand as 1800's words struck like thunder on a clear day. Is there a way to survive? Still? Yes. As long as you remember the code or notes or videos you saved and don't let others find them. So you just told me like this? Tang Ermei's eyes widened, her nostrils flaring, feeling flustered. How do you? So you 1800 lay comfortably on the bench, his silver bangs fluttering in the breeze from the window, casually letting out a nasal sound. For you, thousands and thousands of times. For you, thousands and thousands of times. For you, thousands and thousands of times. The holographic voice of the latest housekeeping service doll from Dream Island echoed through the cold broadcast to the public. Do you know what this means? 1800 asked. What? Coincidentally, the sound of fireworks from the Crocodile Island boxing mobile game drifted in from outside. This is a custom of Crocodile Island. Every time there's a boxing league, they promote it on Dream Island to draw traffic. All the noise Tang Ermei heard instantly faded into the sound of explosions. What? What did you just say? It's nothing. You'll find out soon. 1800 closed his eyes, although he didn't have to. But as an artificial person, his body program must conform to basic human functions, such as learning to breathe, using the lungs, and using the abdomen. Chapter 55. Fishhead Monster Keela and the other three carried their luggage and slowly made their way onto the boat, following the crowd. Since it was a small boat, everyone sat together in a circle around a shabby white table in the middle. The air outside the boat was filled with fine dust, the smells of decay and salt water. And there were no windows. The discolored beige walls were speckled with expanding rust stains. Tang Ermei sat between Keela and 1800, her legs together, black marten boots resting on a black box. Sun Jieka stretched his neck to stare at the bird-like compass outside the window. To his left was Keela, who had dozed off, and on his right sat a man in a black leather vest, with a Mohican hairstyle and a studded collar around his thin neck, looking like a small mountain at around 30 years old. He had 2 circles of crimson eyeshadow around his eyes, and several other young men in his group were similarly dressed in Gothic styles, some with hairstyles resembling sea urchins, others sticking straight up towards the sky. After causing a ruckus, they were admonished by the security on the boat and obediently turned off their music, sitting quietly like a group of well-fed quails huddled together, their faces glum. Once the burly security guard left, a black and yellow brindle dog at the door wagged its long-haired tail. "Calm down, we saw what you were doing," 1800 whispered. Perhaps his words slipped through the cracks. They tickled Tang Ermei's ears, prompting her to nuzzle against 1800's cheek. He froze for a moment, turning towards the door, lost in thought. The young men across from them burst into laughter, exchanging knowing glances and nudging each other, while one with a sea urchin hairstyle eagerly chimed in. "Hey, are you girls going to compete too? May I ask who is so formidable? Someone who can register for Crocodile Island must have been officially verified to have some skills. Any young person who has turned around here twice would know the rules of engagement, and if you offend the wrong person, you might end up in the inner sea feeding crocodiles the very next day." Feeding crocodiles here doesn't mean actually feeding them. It refers to losing a one-on-one boxing match and being hung upside down on the Lucky Bridge, waiting for the fish in the inner sea to leap out and bite flesh. The initial snacks bitten often make a loud scream from being startled by the swarm of fish, but the first batch of little fish can't jump high enough and can only watch the snacks swinging in the air. Known as hungry fish, the last 10 seconds are the most thrilling as the rope lowers ever closer, and big and small fish rush in together to clean up the fallen snacks. Some lucky ones might end up with half an arm or a kidney left, while the unfortunate ones sink into the inner sea to become snacks and bases at the bottom. Tang Ermei looked around, noticing that the others had little reaction, and when her gaze met with the group again, her small mouth kept babbling, "Of course, it's our big brother, capable of taking on 100. The bird-watching expert Sun Jieka remained expressionless, still in his dazed look. The young men across from them continued to tease and play around with the Mohican giant. "I'll go cheer. I'll carry yours, Sax." The sea urchin head nudged forward, making his intentions for a one-sided conversation very clear. "Do you know Sax?" Tang Ermei raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I can play Auld Lang Syne," the sea urchin head said proudly. "Oh, so who among you is competing?" Tang Ermei, having never heard of Auld Lang Syne, felt a bit guilty and thought she couldn't let him blow a rocket launcher, quickly changing the subject. "That Mohican over there, he's the plum blossom choker." The sea urchin had noticed that although Tang Ermei had an Eastern appearance, she showed no reaction to what he said. So he talked extensively about how the Mohican man used the plum blossom choke technique to advance from the preliminaries to the finals in the last season's competition. Tang Ermei listened intently, though skeptical on her face. Wasn't anyone researching his techniques? Fishhead, Tang Ermei thought that since 1800 was going to compete, she should learn more about the opponent to avoid being beaten too badly. Yes, I'll tell you quietly. The sea urchin head leaned on the old, yellowed white round table. Bet Goning Tang Mme. This is a dark horse. A few days ago, Titan fought with him and ended up losing, feeding the crocodiles. Titan was the 5th place winner from the previous season. The others began discussing the video of that fish head's decisive back kick. Noticing Tang Ermei still looked confused, they started to explain to her. What does the fish head look like? Keela, who had been listening to their conversation, had now opened his eyes. Outside, the fluorescent blue signal at the dock flashed 3 short and 1 long. A curly-haired guy quickly pulled out the previously saved fish head video, and after Keela and the others watched it, they fell silent. Behind the red and blue striped arch, a tall figure waved a thick, bushy Kingsley spear and entered the arena, with countless supporters shouting for their king, who never bows to failure, the source of all evil money. The odds were overwhelmingly at an all-time high amidst the clamor. This match was just a warm-up for the king. Hence the label was also a small punishment of feeding crocodiles. Amidst the frenzied screams and eerie atmospheric music, accompanied by increasingly intense drum beats, a figure emerged from the shadows. The leg shackles restricting his movement made his gait appear grotesque. His head was round, but with huge fish gills opened on both sides. A sight that would have terrified the more timid contestants, but he seemed deaf to it, turning the fear into a ladder to ascend to the throne. The central boxing ring floated above the water, and the loser would be immediately hung upside down. Blood and violence were the best opening dishes. Heavy security robots monitored every entrance and exit, ready to swiftly deal with any overly excited individuals, with the only thing that could run rampant being the skyrocketing odds. Next, let us welcome the most mysterious guest from the city that never sleeps, Fishhead. Tatarala, with his precious platinum hair slicked back, appeared in tattered, filthy clothes stained with oil and blood, and a haphazardly wrapped white bandage around his belly. Keela and the others vaguely recognized him from the enlarged face on the screen, with the pearl beans receiving signals and his yellow-spotted, blue-blooded eyes. After all, not many people dress like that. Damn, Keela said calmly. Chapter 56, the big winner. The atmosphere in the arena, illuminated by the bright lights of basketball, grew increasingly intense, restless, and anxious as the competitors took their positions, ready for the match to begin. The spearman flicked his long braid back, his gaze filled with disdain, his engorged muscles flexing as he waved his spear, the steel spine of the sharp-tipped weapon glowing ominously. His eyes, illuminated by the spotlights, locked onto his opponent. He did not underestimate his adversary due to his own experience. Before every match, his assistant and friend would help him gather background information on his opponents. Across from him stood a seemingly weak cyborg, who possessed 3 years of practical boxing experience but had never been pushed to the brink to utilize her cyborg skills. Dressed in a faded, slightly off-white shirt, with blue eyes and grayish skin resembling that of a rat, her dirty, bare feet were caked with grime and black sand. The spearman frowned at his scruffy opponent, muttering about her lack of cleanliness. The spear soared through the air, piercing the wooden stake, as the spearman, leveraging his physical advantage and the surrounding momentum, aggressively overwhelmed the young cyborg. Despite her agility in evading several fierce attacks, she ultimately succumbed to his overwhelming physical modifications. The fish-head cyborg skull was pressed against the vivid red floor, leaving a trail of saliva mixed with blood, a pain beyond imagination. The disconnection between spirit and flesh felt like a distance of 1,000 miles as her translucent soul gazed upon the world. The brutality resonated, pure savagery, and the prideful reputation of fast food. The raw anger of the fish-head cyborg surged from her core, trembling and vibrating between her teeth, with tiny red and white bubbles forming at the corners of her mouth. The salivary gland simulator buzzed, firing light projectiles, as surreal, colorful memory fragments were cut and replayed, events and data flowing backward. The outcome of this match, which displayed a noticeable disparity in skill, seemed already decided. The spearman, as a matter of routine, raised his arms to greet the cheers of the victorious audience. In the next moment, a heap of flesh collapsed on the ground, breaking free from its shackles and moving toward another form of confinement. A sharp sound erupted from the dark throat filled with barbs, as ultrasonic waves attempted to shatter the audience's eardrums. No one cheered, only sporadic jeers echoed, as red garbage bags and glass bottles rained down. Bulging eyes and glimmering railings lined the river. Torn shirts and exposed soft undergarments were visible, and the scene culminated with a shot of a girl's bloodied hair, ending on a massive baseball bat thrust into the chest of a corpse. Chapter 57. Youth Cora liked everything that caught her eye at first glance, including people. If she were to describe her youthful friendship with Tang Ermei, it could be said they were like two peas in a pod, akin to cats and mice sleeping together. Their friendship began at the end of Cora's third year in the orphanage when Tang Ermei was discovered by a journalist in a garbage dump, which led to widespread criticism of the imperial government's inaction towards the homeless. After gaining significant media attention and hush money, she generously sent Tang Ermei to the orphanage that specifically catered to orphans aged 3 to 8. Each year, 1 or 2 children were sent to the orphanage, as children were considered an important human resource in this world. Initially, Cora did not understand why Maria enforced such rules until she met Tang Ermei. Inside the orphanage, Cora lined up to receive an apple, planning to sneak it to the reading room, avoiding the long table in the dining hall when she suddenly caught sight of a new girl at the end of the line, who was indeed somewhat different from the others. The first time she saw her was when Dr. Tosig examined her eyes in the medical room, where Cora stood at the door and learned that pollution had caused some astigmatism. A head of golden brown hair mixed with a few strange silver curls shone blindingly under the incandescent light, paired with a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were both delicate and fierce, embodying resilience. Despite her doll-like features, she stood at 6 meters tall and appeared well-nourished. Cora was reminded of a creature documented in a biological handbook, a mighty Craig lion that could thrive in the harsh wilds, effortlessly defeating its foes. At that moment, the curly-haired little lion bowed its head, obscuring its expression, silently confronting 2 lean, somewhat harsh-looking girls with crew cuts who seemed to be cutting in line ahead of her. One of the girls was about her height, while the other was slightly shorter, and the surrounding children turned a blind eye to their behavior, silently enduring. Cora had seen such scenes too many times. The consequence was merely being pushed to the back of the line and eating late. If one resisted, they were bound to suffer merciless squeezing and beating in dark corners. Cora hesitated for a moment, intending to leave directly, when suddenly the curly-haired little lion roared. Once the 2 girls turned around, she reached out with lethal hands, forcefully grabbing the back of their necks and kicking their legs. The surrounding children quickly formed a circle, surrounding them. Cora could only see the little lion's head bobbing in the crowd. After finally squeezing to the front, she found the 3 of them in a tussle. The shorter girl was on her back, her nose pinched by the little lioness fingers, while the other girl relentlessly punched the lion's stomach. Seeing the little lion struggling, Cora gritted her teeth, shoved aside a short child on tiptoe, trying to get more rice soup, and seized a meager bowl of rice soup from the front table. Climbing up onto the long table behind the crowd, Cora smashed the steaming bowl of rice soup down onto the head of the tall girl, splattering the hot soup and causing her to yelp, with nearby children also suffering the consequences. When the tardy Maria finally arrived, all 3 of them bore bruises. Ultimately, the 3 were punished with the confiscation of their fruit and assigned to weed the courtyard for an hour and recite the orphanage management manual for another hour. Chapter 58. Youth 2. Aunt Maria. What is the story behind that little lion? Cora, having kicked off her slippers, quickly slipped into bed wearing a white nightgown and asked before sleeping, "Who? The little lion?" "Ha ha. Is that a nickname you gave to the new girl, based on an animal from the biology book?" Aunt Maria laughed, looking up while mending Cora's torn pants. "Yes, that is her. Is her voice injured?" After a moment of silence, Aunt Maria replied, "Her voice was damaged due to pollution. It's quite serious. You shouldn't run around carelessly." "All right, little Cora, go to bed early." Maria put down the pants, turned off the light in the small room, and patted Cora's head before leaving. The next day, when Cora saw Tang Ermei again, There was already a bruise with traces of blood on her delicate forehead. Putting down her drawing board, Cora quietly emerged from behind the bookshelf in the reading room. "Hey," she called out to Tang Ermei, who was sneaking away. Tang Ermei's body tensed, quickly turning her head to see a short child with a black crew cut, relaxing upon recognizing her. In a hoarse voice, she asserted, "What are you doing here?" "I'm just here to slack off," Cora replied, eyeing the little lion with interest, who still sported a big, curly mane. Although the little lion wore a brand-new orphanage uniform, her exposed wrists showed some bruises and small knife scars, and she constantly emitted a foul odor. Despite her cute appearance, she faced strong exclusion from the other children, who labeled her as hot-tempered and arrogant. "What is it?" Tang Ermei suddenly felt speechless. "Was it you who spilled the rice soup yesterday? I saw you." Tang Ermei felt she had found leverage over Cora, unable to suppress a smirk, knowing she could blackmail her at any moment. Oh, the indifferent look was just like the one Tang Ermei noticed when she first entered the dormitory. A girl in the corner, sketching with a brush, isolated from the world, as if in her eyes, everyone else was just ants. In fact, Tang Ermei would never forget the pain of being pulled by a tall girl until her scalp bled, the agony making her face feel like it was about to burst. At that moment, the cool-looking, quiet little girl with a buzz cut bravely rushed into the crowd, trembling hands holding a big bowl of rice soup, shouting for everyone to get out of the way, as if a hero from her dreams had come to save her. Although not the Batman her grandfather spoke of, riding on a rainbow cloud, the girl warrior with the rice soup was still quite charming. Then there was the moment she splashed the rice soup on someone, which wasn't tea for eating. Tang Ermei was startled. That was a pot of rice soup, a delicious rice soup, pure and untainted, without any foul or sour smell. "Do you know how many people can't even get a taste, and you just waste it?" She glared at Keela with a heartache for not cherishing food. What authority? What does it mean? For some reason, the little lion's big round eyes were full of questions, and Keela always felt an itch in her hands. "Here, have a piece of candy." Keela pulled out a piece of candy that doctor Tosi had rewarded her for not crying during a shot. It was the first time Tang Ermei had encountered a peer who communicated so kindly with her, leaving her momentarily at a loss, secretly rubbing her fingers behind her back. "I accepted it because you're not fair. After helping me, you just ran off. Do you know, do you know how hard it is to weed and how sore my back and waist are? Speaking of which, why did you help me?" The little lion asked, stuffing her mouth with candy, looking up at the good person Keela, her cheeks full like a little hamster, making Keela unable to resist wanting to reach out and touch her curly hair again. Just joining the fun." "I didn't tea like them either," Keela pouted, gently rubbing a small tuft of curly hair behind Tang Ermei's back. Those two girls bullied many people using their advantage of being together, and when Keela first arrived, several of her old acquaintances had been pushed around one by one. After everyone gathered at night and taught them a lesson, they settled down, but seeing the newcomers, they couldn't help themselves again. Chapter 59. Arriving at the island, the security checkpoint was heavily guarded by a robot holding a scanner. Tang Ermei swallowed nervously with a rocket launcher on her back. Ahead were about 10 black-haired gothic boys, awkwardly fixing their flamboyant hairstyles with styling spray, tall and skinny, with muscles bulging from some enhancement drug, emanating an overall air of frailty. One was carrying a small loudspeaker, while two others swung their hair like they were on a battlefield. The scanner beeped, "Safe, enter." The skinny robot followed its programmed commands. Perhaps one of them was a robot enthusiast, surrounded by a circle of overworked black mist, opening its arms to the tall robot waiting to be scanned. Their gaze constantly lingered on the robots that had been used. The shiny silver aluminum alloy shell containing an alluring mechanical structure, the long neck formed by nested rings leading to a slim, attractive torso, full hips, and smooth lines connecting to powerful thigh muscles. The entire heel designed as a 7-centimeter high heel. "Please take out any dangerous items and place them in the basket." A dejected man slowly handed his belongings to the dazzling robot girl, his sluggish movements making those waiting behind him very impatient. "Are you done yet? Damn, didn't you know to take it out early and wait?" The robot girl's movements were quick and efficient, and the dejected man grinned as he placed his hand on her slender waist. "All right, what is the rush? It'll all be done soon." "Oh no." Keela poked her head out from the line. Ahead, the ceiling erupted with a mass of blood and flesh. Tang Ermei also leaned forward. What is going on? Dirty hands. Anyone daring to touch Crocodile Island. 1800 crossed his arms behind the two of them. Young and ignorant, the last person who did this got torn apart, son Jack, whose scars had almost healed, stood still, slightly turned to see a bunch of cleaning cylindrical robots floating over. Torn apart. Tang Ermei raised an eyebrow. If dirty hands and feet meant being made into popcorn, then the lightweight boy behind her would end up being torn to pieces. Don't be scared, Xiaomei. If you behave, the security staff 1T have any issues. The sweet-smiling boy with a sea urchin hairstyle, who had already exposed himself as a rich second generation, turned to Tang Ermei and said, just as Tang Ermei was shocked by the name Xiaomei, the rich sea urchin boy was pulled to another window by his companions, who also turned and shot Tang Ermei a fierce glare. You get lost. Tang Ermei nodded politely and smiled, keeping pace with 1800, while Sun Jack followed behind them. Keela swayed her way into a public restroom at the bridge square, locked the door, and pulled out a mini cloud platform to scan for signals, then sent her consciousness down to reach the nearby signal tower. 1800, having nothing on him, took the fast track for contestants. Several interested onlookers glanced at the newcomers, but seeing that the other party had no desire to chat, they quickly turned back to their own conversations. The contestant and audience tracks for tonight were separate. 1800 directly delved into the heart, weaving through the hall, dodging several robot figures. The diamond-shaped concrete slabs lined the ground. The weathered brick walls had lost much of their skin, and 1800 found the distribution room by stepping over the remnants of plastic pipes to locate a small interface, inserting Keela's cloud platform's matching receiver. The ice walls simulated crocodile skin with wide patterns, each spine topped with a sharp tooth design. Carefully navigating through the dense flow of data, Keela turned her perspective into the entrance robot. No problem, Keela, you must stay calm. Keela saw Tang Ermei mumbling nervously from the scanner, her spirit tightly wound, the buzzing in her ears isolating her from the surrounding noise. The robot had no facial features. Everything was analyzed and judged within the alloy shell's mask. Chapter 60, Action. According to the prearranged plan, Keela looked for someone to assist from the outside, while 1800 entered the contestant area, where Tatar was unexpectedly brought in. Tang Ermei and Sun Jack went to find Tatar and the tea ceremony that should have been taken away as well. Tang Ermei and Sun Jack lined up on one side of the hall, preparing to buy some popcorn while casually observing the surrounding environment. But I still have a question. Why are there robots at the entrance of this island when other places use automated security? Are you saying it's unnecessary? Sun Jack slowly stepped forward. Intimidation? Intimidation? The robots here are so fierce. Who would dare cause trouble in front of those heavy-duty security machines inside? Sun Jack took out money to buy the largest portion of popcorn for Tang Ermei before turning to head towards the restroom for signals. The hall was as large as 2 basketball courts, with shops everywhere, colorful spinning ribbons, and small groups of people chatting and sipping drinks. Tang Ermei stood by a load-bearing pillar, eating popcorn. At the bar, the sea urchin boy and a few friends were discussing whether to place bets on the contestant rankings displayed on the big screen and the tourist who had just gotten hands on. The corner of his eye, marked with a pale blue pentagram, occasionally drifted towards Tang Ermei in the corner. Although tied up high, a few strands of orange-red curls playfully bounced around as their owner turned her head, her adorably confused expression making the bright pentagram seem to shine even brighter. Suddenly, a hand waved back and forth. What's wrong? What are you looking at? I placed my bet. Are you placing one too? This time everyone thinks we can take a closer look at the rookies. Sea Urchin head nodded perfunctorily. Just pick Mohican. He has some confidence. But I found that one quite good too. Aren't you picking your own team? A few people started shouting again. When all the friends entered one by one, I crouched down and walked towards a graceful figure hiding behind a pillar. Tang Ermei opened the signal receiver in her hand. Sun Jack's signal was intermittent. What's going on? With a snap, a finger tapped on her shoulder. It hurts. Be gentle, you. Tang Ermei pressed on the acupoint on the inner side of Sea Urchin Head's right forearm, causing Sea Urchin Head to surrender in pain. I just wanted to come and ask you where you're sitting. Do you want to play together? No need. I'm with my friends. So, Hey, sea urchin head's arm, which was loosely pinched, straightened his punk suede jacket. So, you're still single, right? Tang Ermei remembered that everyone was quite restrained about romantic issues. What is this person really trying to ask? The signal in her hand vibrated repeatedly, and she silently put her hand behind her back and nodded gently. At the entrance, a similarly styled, fuzzy-headed figure sneaked to the bedding table. Is that your friend? Sea urchin had also noticed his friend's movements. This person is really slow. What are you talking about? Sun Jika had somehow stood behind Tang Ermei, startling her. You're quite gossipy. Are you jealous? Tang Ermei looked up and could only see Sun Jika's broad and soft chest, unable to resist wanting to tease him, but unexpectedly the atmosphere became silent and awkward. What's wrong? Why is your signal so slow? Tang Ermei, feeling compelled to speak due to Sun Jika's silence, wondered what this man was being awkward about. Tang Ermei adjusted her rocket launcher and squinted at the tall man's back, sensing something was off. Kala was outside contacting the support team, all ruthless people who do things efficiently and quickly, soon bringing equipment to the location and preparing. From now on, everyone will act separately. There is no scene for Tatara tonight. We just need to go underground and find a way out through the passage. Sun Jika took Tang Ermei to stroll in the audience area for a while. It's best not to have unnecessary movements. Tang Ermei looked at the striptease dancers and transgenders in the holographic film unit below, implying, do you mean I'm not well-behaved? Sun Jika surprisingly felt somewhat relaxed. I'm advising you to behave yourself. Wait until Kala finds the tea gift. Before that, you need to help us take Tatara away. Tang Ermei dropped the remark and stood up first, patting Sun Jika's shoulder. Sun Jika pouted, his mind filled with memories of tea gift, puzzled that he couldn't clearly recall those deep and shallow moments with tea gift. The most memorable was the orange light at the round table in the early morning and the warm oatmeal. Tea gift wearing a semi-transparent white camisole on top, and cute green plaid shorts wrapping around his bottom, making his legs look long and straight. This time he moved to the new house that Tatara lent him. The rich second generation is a big spender, so the heating was turned up. No need to put on another robe. He used his delicate white fingers to stir the spoon into the powder mixed with purple particles, reportedly something that can improve eyesight. Ridiculous. A bottle of nutritional liquid could solve it, yet he insisted on buying these things, and, in the end, they all went into his stomach. Sun Jika had never been interested in these things, but tea gift liked them. When Kala entered, there weren't many people left. Turning through a long corridor, the halogen lights of the Fuji brand above worked without a single flying insect. Glancing around, he found still not many people. Kula shoved open the door of a studio with his, but there wasn't much inside. Just a few simulators for operating a ship and a seat with yellow sponge exposed and broken white mesh. Kula skillfully pried open the ventilation duct window and climbed in, putting on his dust mask before entering the darkness. Chapter 61. Convergence and Rescue. Once QLA's operation began, he messaged the team. The facilities on Crocodile Island were old. In a dim, long pipeline, Kula stretched his neck, feeling the sticky oil and ash brushing against him as he continued to move stealthily. It's okay once I take off the coat. It'll be fine. Damn stickiness, so it's a cockroach. Tatara at least made you switch cars this time. That's about right. We have already obtained the pass. Tang Ermei waved the pass card in her hand while standing at the corner keeping watch. Sun Jika dragged two patrolling robots into the storage room. Having passed more than half the route map, Kala looked out from the slatted window toward the outside. In the faint halo, the dark cage below was unknown. In the damp basement, small puddles reflecting light floated with rainbow-colored oil. A six-clawed spider descended from above, silver fibers suspending it as it spun around. Its red eyes glimmered slightly as it moved along the corner seam. With a bit of low temperature, Kala rubbed his fingers together. In the spider's red vision, there were cages holding people. The chaotic reflected light made QLA's sight sparkle with tiny white glows. This little spider's journey was very smooth, automatically locating the brain machine signal forcibly inserted into Tatara. According to the video archive discovered by Kala while swimming through the Crocodile Island database, Tatara had just been captured. The brain machine and light brain were all taken away, and then the disorienting device on Crocodile Island was forcibly inserted, causing Tatara to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Found it. Tang Ermiai's communicator buzzed, and, at the same time, the popcorn in Tang Ermiai's hand was almost finished. She folded the cardboard into a small boat and placed it on the seat, leaving the bustling audience area with Sun Jieka. Tatara appeared to be in a shut-down state, but was actually just in a subconscious space. As night approached, dawn was near. The collapsed and abandoned monastery had a plaque inscribed with the word Sisters, broken among the ruins. The young Tatara was squatting in front of a tower that only had the entrance steps left, gazing blankly at some window emitting puffs of fireworks. Her small hands trembling imperceptibly. The transparent, cold white skin made her undeveloped blood vessels visible. But it was clear that the flickering gill-mechanical device had matured enough to operate normally, and her throat was also recovering to its original state, swelling in a strange vortex shape. The little spider quickly crawled through the gaps in the fence toward its rescue target. Kala transferred her consciousness to the little spider's signal endpoint. The feeling of nausea and dizziness quickly overwhelmed her brain. Kala clenched her fists tightly. If it weren't for the thick gloves, her nails would have likely drawn blood from her palms. Kala closed her eyes again, accepting the torrent of data like an ocean. It's strange. Where did she get so much stuff? Kala struggled to run forward, feeling completely insane. Chapter 62. Going home, long time no see, Kala greeted. Tatara rested her chin on her left palm, then on her right palm. You're so slow. Be faster next time. Kala glanced at the blue-purple makeup. Does it hurt? It's quite nice, a bit numb. Then next time take me out to play. Heartless. Tatara rolled her blue eyes, sniffing. Have you always thought I was too troublesome? Kala frowned. Why are you getting sentimental? Haven't you always been the one with many issues? Tatara raised one of her gills, the corner of her mouth lifted. True. Let us go. What are you doing? Tatara glared angrily at Kara, who was injecting needles into her body, covering her shoulder. You need strength. Eat well. Or no one will help you when the fight starts, Kara said stubbornly, not daring to look at Tatara's face. However, the cold, trembling thumb pressed against Tatara's skin betrayed her. Tatara, understanding the situation, turned her head away and huffed. Hey, why are you touching me? Was that your opponent in the last match? Kara asked. Tatara felt a slight blush on her face from Kara's touch. It felt quite nice. No, my clothes change color when they get wet. It's a heat-reactive synthetic leather, she replied. Why are you hitting me? Kara smacked Tatara's shoulder hard. Why didn't you say that earlier? We were all freaked out. Well, you didn't ask me, Tatara feigned innocence. Clearly remembering how she had felt the warmth of Kara's body when she had just woken up, causing several large peonies to bloom in her heart. Sizzle. Tang Ermiai swiped her card to enter the underground prison level. Inside the dark, cramped dog cages lay several naked men and women, along with experimental subjects of hybrid animals whose genders were indistinguishable. The nauseating smell made one feel as if they had already died in this dark cage. Bang! Tang Ermiai's highly sensitive body immediately accelerated forward, sidestepping as mechanical arms danced wildly through the bars and the color-shifting electric screen. Their sharp claws shaved down to just rounded mechanical parts. Tang Ermiai swallowed hard, activating her protective barrier and quickly running forward. Yuck! As she stepped back a few paces, she discovered an open cage to her right. Tatara leaned against the corner, and in front of her was a figure in black clothing, their head wrapped up like a black tadpole. At that moment, Tatara looked up and saw Tang Ermiai in her Crocodile Island uniform. Although her fluffy curly hair was covered by a bright red hood, a trained eye could immediately recognize the stance of a regular army soldier. Hands up, don't move. The dart gun barrel pressed against Kara's exposed neck. Kara's body stiffened for a moment before she relaxed. If you don't want me to hit you, just behave and let me take a breather, Tang Ermiai chuckled, lowering her gun. Just kidding, she turned to Tatara and said, how did the big winner turn into trash on the 3rd underground level? Crocodile Island is really something. That's because I'm a rare talent in the forest, you understand? Tatara rolled her eyes. Where's Sun Jieka? Kara asked, binding Tatara's small, cut-up calf. He got called away when we ran into a patrol. He'll be back soon, Tang Ermiai said, showing interest in the dog cage Tatara had been in, peering in curiously. It's quite cozy in here, she remarked. If it's so cozy, Why aren't you living here? Kara replied without looking up, her retorts unending. I'm not used to living in a coffin, plus there are neighbors. There's a sleeping guy in a white robe in the next cage. What the hell? Tang Ermiai's collar was suddenly grabbed by a long arm. Her whole side pressed against the cage bars, the sensation making her feel a bit numb and hesitant to resist. The handgun on the ground automatically found its way into the hands of the young man in the white robe. Let her go. Kara drew her gun, realizing too late. Tatara's earlier demeanor had clearly shown no defense against the only other living creature nearby. Kara looked at Tatara, who had a puzzled expression on her face. With her left hand, she quietly picked up a sharp syringe. You can talk. Let go. If you want to get out, we can go together. The young man in the white robe said, his voice hoarse, sounding like someone who rarely spoke, and suddenly did with a slightly distorted tone. I'm Kara. Where did you get those eyes? Tang Ermiai thought to herself, having forgotten to ask about their origin when she had switched her eyeballs and was just enjoying the moment. Oh, although the young man's hands looked unclean, they were soft and covered with a thin layer of callus. If you want to know, let go first. I can tell you where they came from. Kara swung open the cage door, backing up with Tatara. Let us have a good chat. No need to be so tense. Let's be friends. The young man in white stared at the star-shaped eyeball for a long time, as if reminiscing. Tang Ermiai felt her mouth and teeth go a bit numb. Big brother, I think we can negotiate. All right, I'll go with you, the young man in white said. Huh? Tatara was confused, thinking this person was quite strange, having just looked for a place to relieve boredom and ended up with someone who didn't speak. What are you doing, White Robe? Tang Ermiai felt the tingling in her body gradually fade, only to realize the young man's face was just 5 or 6 centimeters from her eyes. Natural idiot? Crazy researcher? Several terms flashed through Tang Ermiai's mind. This pair of eyes was very similar to Tatara's, making all schemes lose their luster. The pearlescent gray pupils were layered with several transparent rings of olive color, reminding Tang Ermiai of dense forests and oysters, both rare and seemingly unrelated. Natural, delicious. You're getting a bit too much. Tatara pulled Tang Ermiai out of the cage, her eyes following the movements of the young man in white like a halogen bulb chasing a little flying insect. Oh, the young man in white stood on tiptoe to approach Kara. Did you install that? Kara nodded, putting away her gun. I took it from the lab's material storage. Pretty useful, right? The young man in white smiled. Very useful, quite exquisite. Learn a lot. Kara secretly guessed something. Let us go. The young man in white walked ahead with his hands behind his back. A mechanical hand reached out from the front, but was instantly strangled by invisible fine wires. Haven't seen you in a while, and you've mixed into the lab, Kara scoffed. What a piece of junk. Kara and Tatara exchanged glances, helping Tang Ermiai stand up straight. Chapter 63. Mischief. Thus, the team formation became Kara leading the way, with Tatara and the young man in white in the middle, and Tang Ermiai bringing up the rear. Tactically, Tang Ermiai said, handing the revolver connected to a military green nylon shoulder strap to the young man in white, who looked at her eyes with interest. So pretty. Tang Ermiai forced a smile, pointing the gun forward. Stay alert. Where do we go out from? Tatara asked. There's an empty layer below the 3rd floor. A water intake area. We'll make a window to get out soon, Kara replied. The space below was getting smaller, and Kara's breathing accelerated. Sound from all directions echoed through the solid passage, the metallic creaking, the popping sounds from the high-temperature furnace. The young man in white stowed his gun and holster into a large pocket on his side. People are quite good here. I'm doing fine, he replied. That's good. Otherwise I'd be scared if the person bringing up the rear started shooting, Kara said. Who? Kara's thermal imaging through her glasses picked up a sneaky shadow of Sun Jieka, who turned to look at Kara and sighed in relief, carefully checking the team. Tatara let out a big sigh of relief, realizing it was Sun Jieka, who had donned a red jumpsuit of Crocodile Island service personnel. The first thing Kara noticed was the old belt slung diagonally around his waist, the heavy buckle adorned with short cylindrical rivets. What about the tea gift? Didn't you find it? It's coming. Kara tightened her grip on her gun, standing upright, her expression a bit hesitant. Are you sure you want to look for him? Sure. Sun Jieka touched on some unpleasant situations, so he chose to let Kala tell him. After all, There are very few people who can casually access the network space of Crocodile Island, and she has the capital. Ta-Ta-La said behind him with a sneer. How can you not recognize someone right next to you? Sun Jika looked at Ta-Ta-La with no good attitude, quickly used a flashlight to illuminate, and took a glance at the big dog cage beside him. Inside was a person or a melted sculpture, with the whole head covered in small balls shaped like half a ping-pong ball, but they were melting, as if someone had poked the Brazil alberbrated cheese ball with long nails because it was itchy, causing the cheese ball to burst and ooze with a sour smell. If it really were a cheese ball, the texture must be very delicate. Sun Jika coldly said, not funny. Where's he? Otherwise, none of you can leave. Ta-Ta-La, warned, became even more cheerful, while Kala weighed her options and felt it was still inappropriate to say, of course, he went to find his lover. So Ta-Ta-La boldly said, Charlie is popular wherever he goes. You need to go to the top floor to find a fragrant tea gift in the money-spending den. Sun Jika's eyes were only on Kala, who quietly raised her gun by 3 centimeters and nodded. After Charlie came in, he went to find his friend in the VIP area. I think I'm going to find him. Sun Jika immediately turned and left. What a lovesick fool. Ta-Ta-La shook her head. Doesn't he know who Charlie is? Charlie? Who is that? The young man in the white robe leaned in and asked. His lover, what do you think? Donger mai bolkaeda. Let's go. He's not coming with us anymore. Kula squinted at Sun Jika's departing figure, her mind starting to calculate. Charlie? That android? Has he not changed his name? The young man in the white robe said. Do you really know him? Tang Mei was surprised, scanning the young man in the white robe from head to toe. Gray long hair, tangled messily at the back of his head. Of course I know. He was part of the first batch of androids. I even participated in the design, the young man in the white robe said, and the sour smell on him couldn't stop the cleanliness-obsessed Kala from getting closer. Can you elaborate? I need to think carefully. Otherwise, if it's too long ago, I really can't remember. Kala nodded. You're right. So what did you do? Kala tilted her head, her elf-like eyes flashing. I think I can. The young man in the white robe stiffened. I remember there was a Charlie model with functional furniture. They're all numbered androids. How do you know the name? Or is it a mix of Chinese and English? Ta-Ta-La interjected to point out the flaw. You wouldn't know this, would you? The numbers are for record keeping, and the names are registered information in the android's mind for humanization. So, can you explain why Charlie is currently in the pleasure district? Giskiviko lawantai oskit. That's unreasonable. Why do androids have such mobility? Oh, this, good question. This is a question worth noting. The young man in the white robe stammered until Kala used her invisible hand again, causing the former to tremble. Hey, I know. It's because there were too many commands about love tested back then. The young man in the white robe said the truth. Do all androids look alike? Ta-Ta-La pointed her index finger forward, her thumb raised in the shape of a target, pointing at the young man's big arm. Most of them looked the same because they were produced in the same batch. The young man in the white robe smiled. Is that okay? Ta-Ta-La wanted to ask about the 1800 situation, but was stopped by Kula in time. Let's leave first. There are basically no patrols ahead. Kula pressed against the wall, a modified airflow machine with an anti-gravity flow controller. Then you're not an android? Ta-Ta-La and Tang may squeeze the young man in the white robe in the middle. The 3 of them engaged in a QA. The young man in the white robe confirmed Ta-Ta-La's question and followed Ku-La's footsteps. The smell was very strong here. They had to bend down to pass through. The small door ahead was playing a holographic skull head of forbidden content in the inner lake. So you can also make androids? Tang May curiously follow behind the young man in the white robe. Are you the legendary puppeteer? Are you famous? Tang May continue to ask. What does fame or obscurity matter? It's all just a name. So you have no name? What do you call yourself? You must be impressive to have participated in the original design. Naughty, he said. Naughty? Wasn't Naughty eaten by a fish? Tatalapoted. Fraud. You should check on life and death too. The young man in the white robe wiggled his body, extremely excited. Wow, you smell terrible. Slow down and move less. Tang May pinched her nose, feeling like she was going to faint. Pervert, what did you say? The young man in the white robe was incredulous, thinking he misheard. It's nothing, you're a master. I heard that. We're here, quiet. Chapter 64. What does it matter to you if you like her? Under the spotlight. 1800's formal multi-strategy made the enemies retreat repeatedly. Seeing that QLA's message was delayed, 1800 took advantage of the break in the match to sneak out for some fresh air. The resting area of the underground black market was filled with a pink and cold charm atmosphere, with the wall screens playing the latest Dream Girl and protective gear advertisements. The exaggeratedly glamorous natural female stars' faces looked smooth as if coated in a layer of transparent latex, which was overly horrifying. 1800, wearing green sunglasses, scanned the area and focused on a familiar face. The rest area had cloud-shaped sofas on both sides, and the air was filled with exciting white fluff-like seeds. In the corner at the very top, a muscular man with a big gold chain around his neck was surrounded by naked mechanical dolls. His short, thick hands rubbed the curvy buttocks of the beauty beside him, raising his eyebrows in amusement while the beauty twisted her body in his arms, laughing. That new one is in the men's changing room at the back. 1800 frowned, walked around the sofa, and took the laser gun in her hand to charge through the door, curtain shaped like shattered electric screens, fluorescent blue lighting up her body. Moans of pleasure from men came from the first room on her right. Hurry up! The waves of moans are like the ocean rushing to the shore. 1800 lowered her head to close the passage behind her, standing by the door and coughing, two short and one long, about the time it takes to change the lubricant. The first to come out was a low-level android, a sponge-like modified doll. 1800 was entangled in the lustful atmosphere for 5 minutes before walking towards the door. At this moment, Charlie appeared from within, exposing his chest, half-transparent champagne gold silk shirt hanging loosely from his shoulder. 1800 watched as Charlie was caught, his feathers flying back, his mouth moving, but realized that the open white suit pants of the handsome man across from him were matched with lace underwear of the same color. With brown hair exposed in the crotch, stained with bright liquid, feeling dissatisfied and squeezing out 2 crescent shapes. "Did you get the news?" 1800 asked. "I got it, my lady." Charlie cheerfully threw out a black brain machine storage card, lifted his white pants, pushed his body forward to pull up the zipper. "You really made it difficult for me this time. You have to give me some compensation, showing you the child and stealing information. Did you take good care of that child for me?" Being beaten like a grandson, 1800 recalled how his own face was bruised and battered like a plastic garbage bag filled with feces. Tartara felt a surge of anger. This time, no money would be given as compensation for mental distress. "You should take better care of people. You brought her in directly. Where she dies here." T. Lee's expression changed abruptly as he glanced around, ensuring no one was watching before speaking. "Can you blame me? I was almost on the island with them when this little girl suddenly emerged wanting to be a hero, constantly asking me what my relationship with you was." T. Lee's mind was racing, and his mouth moved quickly, worried about the child. "Couldn't you have tied the child to your waist? However, your child is quite capable, skilled in fighting, almost like a seasoned fighter who's been in real combat." "All right." And then there were those 2 little brats who came up and gave me a beating. "You still owe me medical and mental compensation. You turned off your pain perception. Stop it." 1800 saw T. Lee suddenly transform back into that ghostly noble appearance and immediately fell silent. "Daily." Sun Jieku's voice came from the entrance of the corridor behind him. They had been fussing around for ages without discussing anything serious and had just bumped into a little trouble. T. Lee was very concerned about his meeting with friends this time. "Shao Jia." T. Lee smiled, ignoring his friend's subtle expression that clearly mocked him. He restrained his impulse to hit someone and maintained his elegant demeanor. "Are you okay?" Sun Jieku asked anxiously, running his hands up and down T. Lee's body to confirm his safety. Without saying a word, he pulled T. Lee outside. "Let's go." T. Lee looked at the 2 bulges of fat popping out from Sun Jieku's neck and suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Reminiscent of Tang Er May's past remarks about feeling sick after eating. "Wait." 1800's obstruction started from the laser gun aimed at Sun Jieku's ear. Chapter 65. Rage and desire. What exactly was T. Lee doing just now, all stammering? Tartara squatted against the wall, asking Kula, who was busy cracking a door lock while Tao Chi pointed and gestured. Kula shifted her gaze from the holographic screen and replied, "His private life is too rich. I don't want to dirty my eyes and mouth." Tartara wasn't very put off by this, but still pouted in rebuttal. "T. Lee's actually quite good." "What's good about him?" QLA's eyes shifted back to the squatting Tartara. One love-struck brain among us is enough. You understand? Tartara scratched her head. He talks to me quite normally, like an older sister. Older sister? I'm gonna laugh myself crazy. Do you still need an older sister? Just because someone looks like 1800 doesn't mean you can call them sister. Tang air, May's ears perked up, having absorbed everything. Then, you should call Tao Chi older sister and see if he can make you a sandwich. Tao Chi laughed while placing her hands on her hips. What has Teely done for you? Why do you love him so much? Kula observed Tartara's shy expression, which resembled Tang air May before she fell in love. Well, he is very considerate. He helps me find a job and eases my emotions. And then he gets you to help him fight? Kala said ominously. Lee is not to be trifled with. Keep your distance from him. He hasn't finished talking. Where is he going? 1800 dragged the gun with his left hand while pressing the sensory trigger with his right. Sun Jieku tightly grabbed Lee, who was yawning casually and seemingly unaware of the situation. He is coming with me, Sun Jieku said. Is that so? You should ask Lee. After all, I need to chat with him. 1800 glanced at their intertwined arms, slightly frowning at the sounds from earlier in the room. By the way, why aren't you holding hands? Don't you find Lee disgusting? Upon hearing this, Lee chuckled, and 1800 sensed that he was definitely giving a thumbs up internally, even if he didn't say it out loud. Sun Jieku's expression changed, and he slightly lowered his head, trying to comfort Lee, but unexpectedly, Lee didn't respond and felt a bit annoyed. The familiar woody scent made Lee realize the man had even sprayed perfume before coming. Was he that invested? Who sprays perfume before saving someone? All right, Sun Jieku stopped at the door, turned around with his arms crossed, and looked at the two. 1800 raised his hand to activate the mute space device, and no longer looked at Sun Jieku. You should have broken up with him the day Tartara was taken. Big sister, it was an accident. Who knew this man would get carried away while I got carried away too? Lee sent Sun Jieku a sweet smile from a distance, instantly melting his grim face. He won't be a problem. At most, he's a dullard. He has his concerns. The guards never have concerns. 1800 didn't believe it. The guards are always the domain of reckless old rogues. What you said refers to those reckless ones. The guards now mostly consist of second-generation rich kids working, looking good and family-oriented. Lee turned to straighten his clothes in front of the slightly revealed striped mirror. As a traveler, you shouldn't worry about these trivial matters. Delivering items to their destination is your job. I haven't forgotten my mission. Don't you forget yours. Noticing 1800's slightly downcast mood, Lee's mind rang alarm bells. 1800, what is your seed? Rage. The shell of the mute device gradually transformed into a milk-like fog entity. Teali, clad in luxurious champagne gold silk, supported 1800's head with a large hand. The flowing long sleeves wrapped around his wrists delicately, resembling a flower bud. The camellia on his chest brushed against 1800's nose. In through the thin fabric, the red lace with pearl embellishments scattered from his chest to the back, torn apart. Is your time up? 1800's pupil shrank suddenly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rage, I am about to pursue our compatriots. Lee slightly bent forward, his forehead touching that of his compatriot. Hopeful Rage. You are our accelerator, never hesitate. I can find someone to help you. I've found Tao Chi's whereabouts. Right at the exit. 1800 looked at Lee's smiling face. Is it you? There is no such thing as a free lunch. 18. Tao Chi's vitality is also fading. You must act quickly. Unfortunately, our parallel lines end here. You are lying to me, 1800 said firmly. Outside, the sounds of the Crocodile Island guards mixed with the chaos of the crowd could be heard. You go from behind. Who are they coming to catch? 1800 anxiously grabbed Lee's wrist and asked. Me, or Tao Chi, or you, Lee said while taking the laser gun from 1800. You go first. You need to escort Tao Chi away. After speaking, he headed towards Sun Jieku, and 1800, agile, immediately left through the corridor behind him. As he slid down the dark path, only familiar seductive sounds and the explosive noise of fireworks could be heard. The transparent glasses ejected an email message. 18. Find your way. Artificial humans are not always obedient. Chapter 66 of Tea Ceremony. Oh, Man was hit by my bomb and crashed. You guys caught a big fish, huh? There's only one underground exit, and a voice from behind shouted 1800. The explosion outside was deafening. I thought you were addicted to fighting. Keela took off her monitoring glasses and looked at the person coming from the direction they had come. 1800's clothes were covered in marks from ammunition friction, and her bright white short hair was covered in a layer of dust. One of her head wraps was missing, presumably lost somewhere. Pretty miserable, Keela said, clicking her tongue. Isn't it? After overcoming 5 obstacles and slaying 6 generals, taking the enemy general's head is like taking candy from a baby. 1800 casually threw a long-haired man she was holding onto the ground. Keela's expression changed instantly. Where did you learn such nonsense? This isn't ancient times. You're not cutting off heads. Why don't you cut off ears instead? While speaking, she put on transparent gloves and pointed at the hole in the man's skull. Don't you know there's a tracker in there? Keela shouted anxiously at 1800, who just tilted her head. Well, but it's more fun to run away if someone is chasing, right? Then a big smile appeared on her face. At the end of the passage, a few electronic dogs with short tails appeared first, followed closely by several people. Among the crowd, one person stood out. An old acquaintance, huh? You did that on purpose. Keela's pupils struggled slightly as she heard Araman's devilishly familiar whisper from the broadcast. 1800 said nothing and looked towards the small door of the passage, leaning loosely against the door frame, swaying in the wind. They've all left, huh? If you don't leave, what are you doing here fighting with people? Keela tugged at her mouth corners, feeling a bit irritated. How come I never noticed you were this crazy before? Maybe I'm only crazy in front of you. 1800 tossed out a glowing protective device. Put it on. This place loves biological confrontation. The person who melted just now? Keela pressed it onto her shoulder, and a yellow honeycomb protective shield immediately surrounded the person. This is really disgusting. What a show-off. Keela raised her hand and broke the man's speaker with a tracking bullet. Hiss, Keela. A voice full of resentment came from the guard team, forming a formation ahead. 1800's thrown head wrap tassels scattered in the air. Silent, yet powerful, just like her now, broke through the shattered yellow mist and collided with the enemy's black shield, creating a small opening. Just this tiny crack cost several lives. Yellow spores contaminated the soft, warm skin of the group and rapidly proliferated, creeping from a hairline deeper until it spread to the entire head. Unless you scrape off the whole top of your skull, you can never escape these crazy spores that cover the body at super speed. The panicked guards disintegrated. Araman had prepared protection in advance, emerging from the fog with a gun, illuminating the mist, which also cast a yellow halo around him. How polite, coming out like a deity. Keela rolled her eyes. You should build up some power. She opened her mouth. Give me some face. Kneel down quickly. Under the radiant light, Araman looked somewhat bloated, apparently having eaten quite well. 1800 took down a few gasping pursuers nearby. You're just a glowing pile of stinky dung. Keela aimed at the scope in her hand. Oh, Man was hit by my bomb and crashed. Don't move. I'll give you a perfect ending today. Araman muttered lowly, firing first. Bang, bang, bang. You 2 against 1. That's too much, Keela said, her words mixed with blood, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Not entirely. This is 10 against 2. Keela slid down the wall. Damn. Araman used his empty gun to support himself, with a few guys nearby knocked down by 1800. Didn't he expect it to be you? Followed by a fit of coughing. Cyborgs and clones should team up. Who teams up with the bad guys? 1800 pouted. Goodbye. Bang. What did you say to him? What do you say to a rapist? Just kill him. 1800 suddenly moved to the door, raising her gun. Long time no see. Furious. Naughty held a wolf's tooth club and smiled. Chapter 67. The darker the place, the brighter the stars. So earthy, speaking like an old man at such a young age. Naughty remained unfazed, stepping forward to play with the wolf's tooth club, stabbing the rolling soldiers behind him, enjoying himself. I mean, you're too reckless. Is fighting in a nightclub really fighting? You're being deceived. Tang Ermiai held 2 flashbangs in her hands behind Naughty, seemingly quarreling with Tatara. I'm protecting my friend. You're just being reckless. Keela looked past Naughty's figure towards the built-in docking area outside the door, where the 2 arguing stood, arms crossed, with a slightly flawed version of Tatara snorting, turning her head away and pouting, creating crescent-shaped dimples at the corners of her lips. Hurry and get on the boat. Keela wanted to say something, but changed her mind and shouted for everyone to leave immediately. The dusk was deep. and the signal lights on the distant signal tower occasionally swept across the sea. "Where's Sunjack?" Tatara poked her head out from the back seat with a wolf's tooth club. "Isn't he here too?" "Yeah, he with tea ceremony," Keela replied. "Aren't you supposed to care about your tea ceremony?" Tang Ermei questioned. "Aren't you the one who came in because of tea ceremony?" "Oh no. Sunjack told me tea ceremony went in and asked me to help take care of it. I got itchy hands and signed up for the black match." Tatara's voice grew quieter as the surrounding pressure felt increasingly eerie. "You signed up to fight in a black match yourself?" Tang Ermei had no words and could only nod along. Keela remained expressionless. Tatara looked back at 1800, wondering if she had said something wrong. Bang, bang, bang. The dock where Keela and 1800 had just left erupted into a huge mushroom cloud after several people drove away, magnificent and mixed with eerie sounds. "Did they do it together?" Keela turned her head. "Yeah. Sunjack ultimately chose tea ceremony." 1800 spoke, the sea breeze rushing through the air, her white hair resembling dandelion seeds blown away. "No way," Tatara was stunned. "Aren't they good brothers?" Tang Ermei looked at the silly and dirty Tatara. "You're so dumb. Your partner was taken away, and you're still not waking up." "I didn't tea. They look pretty normal." Tatara frowned, tightening her grip on the club. "I just like him, not that I love him. Where are we going next?" Keela looked towards the brightest star in the dark, her thoughts swirling. It seemed like an invisible hand had been manipulating these few people, and 1800 naughty beside her were the keys to starting their story. "Definitely can't go to that witch. She's probably already been targeted by birds. And that apartment," Tang Ermei counted on her fingers. "Let's go to my house." Tatara stretched lazily, seeming to have ended another farce, switching to vacation mode. "My house has decent space." "Decent space?" Standing in front of the private villa of Tatara in the suburbs, Naughty, with 2 new pillows and a thermal blanket in both hands, is followed by 1800 and Keela as they walk through the spacious hall the size of a basketball court. In the backyard, a semi-artificial lake surrounds the villa, where a jet ski and an inflatable yellow duck are quietly parked. Keela and Tang Ermei look up at the high-end rainproof devices above them, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Do you need a doctor at your home?" Keela closed her mouth and respectfully asked Tatara with her hands crossed. "I can fix machinery, Mississippi." Tang Ermei widened her eyes and quickly followed up. "Also, I provide love advice." "Forget about love advice," Tatara replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I can't handle that. Let's just say, you're welcome here, we're all friends, and you can use all of this." Tatara's small, white face looked dazed, but her words were increasingly bold. Naughty, who had only half opened her eyelids, became elegant and radiant after a few cups of yellow soup and generous funding, turning into Tatara's personal puppet master overnight, while Tang Ermei, who had been knocked out by the first cup, became the chief assistant on the pure black leather sofa. "I've done it too," Tang Ermei recalled the sword-wielding guardian she made in class. But they made a humanoid," Naughty said, swaying with her wine glass beside Tang Ermei. "Aren't you afraid your humanoid will really become a person?" "I'm not afraid. It will definitely listen to me," Tang Ermei replied. "So do you think a humanoid is a person or a machine?" Naughty leaned closer to Tang Ermei's ear, the strong scent of wine permeating the air. "Definitely a person." Tang Ermei's head swayed, her thoughts loosely tracing back to a recent realization. She muttered softly as she curled up in a corner. Keela and 1800 were chatting leisurely in their little rocking chairs. "Are you doing some business?" Keela brought up some school and crocodile gang matters, but couldn't help it anymore. "Wasn't it about the rights of humanoids when you first arrived on the island?" Then Tatara, "She's also one of you." "No," Keela said, feeling reassured upon hearing the answer she wanted, but wanted to ask more. Originally, the one who was supposed to be sent was not her, but little Tang. 1800's words were like thunder on a clear day. "What do you mean?" Keela sat up completely. "Are you asking her to go to her death?" 1800 shook his head. The original plan was to let Tang Ermei know that Naughty was on Dream Island, so she would probably want to find her for the competition, and you would follow suit. I didn't expect Tatara to find out first. Keela fell silent. "You want me to join in too? However, things are already like this." "I understand if you don't want to do it," 1800 thought to himself, trying to calm down. "As a friend, I respect your choice, but I will definitely join in, right?" Keela felt a growing resentment at being arranged for this, but the blood in her veins began to heat up for causing trouble. Inside the glass-walled loft, Tatara and the others were already sprawled on the sofa. Not. It's a conglomerate. So that person want to take revenge, and we just ignore him? A 7- or 8-year-old girl's voice rang out, but her head was adorned with an unusual white buzz cut, silver earrings sparkling under the light. In her hand were drawing various car model parts. In this era, you can't save those who want to die. The driver of Human 6 was sitting comfortably in the driver's seat, skillfully operating the joystick in front of him, while his left hand turned on a radio. Recently, a large number of broken 1347 model humanoid limbs have been discovered in the river. Dream Island believes this is an attack on humanoids. Some believe this is just a malicious operation within the industry. Catch the real culprit. The little girl perked up her ears, carefully listening to the gentle female voice on the broadcast. Someone's trying to stir things up, she thought, on the eve of a great battle. Chapter 68. What although the acid rain season had passed, the cold air had turned into swirling yellow fog that condensed in front of the colored glass of William Gibson Avenue. However, walking on the street still felt somewhat chilly and desolate. The red and blue neon lights at the entrance of the building illuminated the display stand where Dream Island's humanoids were previously showcased, now updated with the latest models. The translucent projections were light and inviting, and any customer with a brain-machine connection would trigger a natural advertisement. It's getting rougher. Keela sighed as she waited for the traffic light. The assembly line's models no longer pursued exquisite smoothness, even intentionally adding some slight imperfections or shallow pits. The humanoids that followed a natural route seemed to blend in better with the crowd. I wonder what 1800 has been up to lately. Ever since the last gathering at Tatara's where she dropped Haha off, she's vanished. Then the annoying rainy season came, and Tatara and Tang Ermii have been holed up indoors, experimenting with new gadgets in their home lab while following Naughty around. They practiced for the recent mechanical assembly competition. Keela scanned the cabinet with the pupil lock, pulling out a tablet with recorded data to begin organizing the experimental items that Dr. Qingshan had started working on a few days ago. Some of the pieces, about the size of a baby's arm, were displayed on high shelves, each re-encoded with basic information chips. Organizing just meant opening the scanner to automatically input the data. Keela set down her hot coffee and slowly approached a section of a severed arm. The chip code in the upper right corner contained data from recently collected humanoid fragments, which required Dr. Qingshan to conduct the final biological experiments. However, Dr. Qingshan had been too busy lately to take care of it, so it was just thrown into the display room. The familiar nodding ended with a firm tie. The marks from practicing hundreds of nights at fixed distances were unmistakable. Keela rested her right hand on the transparent glass in front of her, her fingers curling and stretching as she reviewed the final nodding process. "What are you doing?" A sharp, serious voice came from behind. Keela would always be startled by the noise of this group who liked to call out from behind, but now she felt nothing at all. She slowly raised her head and turned around. "Doctor?" "Oh, I'm confirming the condition of the experimental specimens." "Doctor?" Aoyama glanced at Keela deeply, hands in pockets, slightly raising his chin, bring over the severed limbs they sent a few days ago. After saying that, he went into the adjacent laboratory to prepare for basic wear. Keela stood in place nodding, dragging a small cart from the side to start loading the severed limbs. The familiar arm from earlier was also loaded onto the cart, slowly moving through the white corridor. Dr. Aoyama had already prepared the tools for dissection, and Einstein was ready to record video and text. The top probe flashed red once every 3 seconds. Dr. Aoyama held the instruments with both hands, using the automatic auxiliary arm to place the severed limbs on the table. "You help me lay out the severed limbs there." Einstein was recording video, and the text was ready. Model 001, severed limb, upper arm 25 centimeters, cause of damage, explosion. Model 003, severed limb, leg length about 71 centimeters, analysis. There are severe puncture marks, similar to a mace. "Doctor, sorting is complete." Keela's sorting of the corpses was slowly coming to an end. Standing by waiting for deployment, focusing intently on Dr. Aoyama's experiment, ears perked up listening to the process. "What do you think of artificial humans?" Keela was caught off guard by the sudden question, a bit bewildered, and replied, "Artificial humans can help humans live better and explore new living environments. This is the choice of the current era." The choice of the era? Dr. Aoyama clicked his tongue. What about the rebellious actions of artificial humans? His words were like casual chit-chat while waiting for friends outside the school bathroom. Keela didn't dare to relax, even a little. The commands of artificial humans are all encoded by humans. I think there might have been some loopholes in the commands. Doctor. Aoyama turned his head to indicate Keela to continue. Did they incorporate some seeds of freedom? Or were they modified by someone? Keela knew her statement was somewhat bold. Unexpectedly, Dr. Aoyama just glanced at Keela's results and waved her off to stay outside. Keela's body stiffened as she went outside, the glass screen turning into a one-way observation screen. Keela shrugged, realizing that even casual conversations could jeopardize her future. After tidying herself up, she noticed the familiar smell of severed limbs and fireworks on her body. Why were they sent here for inspection? After a long while, the door opened and Dr. Aoyama entered with a tray of experimental vials to put into the separation testing device. He casually picked up a real-time form next to the display shelf, and his eyes lit up. The handwriting was elegant and beautiful, showcasing detailed and objective content. Although most records were now electronic, Dr. Aoyama insisted that some forms must be handwritten and signed in real time, which was, of course, to glean some psychological traces of the recorders from their handwriting. Teacher Tao Shiga taught me that before, Dr. Aoyama casually flipped through a few previous pages, the meticulous handwriting contrasting sharply with the cursive English. Oh, I forgot to mention, everything must be written in English. Dr. Aoyama smiled lightly. How is the physical training intensity at your camp? Good, of course. Those coming out of the prep camp train well. Keela felt a bit anxious, paused, and replied straightforwardly. Well, physical fitness is also an important part before entering the Imperial Military Academy. Dr. Aoyama put on a new pair of white rubber gloves on his left hand, his voice calm, but serving as a reminder to the juniors. If you can turn on the front lines, it will benefit your future entry into the RD department. Keela understood in her heart. Had her thoughts hit the mark? For a moment, her tone became excited. I will strengthen my physical training. What a fool, Doctor. Aoyama said into the microphone. You can indeed go to the RD position as a cog, without any political sense at all. That's just her. Doctor. Tao Shiga's voice came from the other side. Without rebellion, there is no reform, and technology will stagnate. Wouldn't men have no future? Oh, it seems you have high expectations for her. Not anymore. Chapter 69. Do you believe in light? Today marks 150 days until entering the Imperial Military Academy. Keela leisurely rode her red lightning, taking a shortcut on the road, with the flickering neon lights on both sides, turning into two fish dragon lights swimming backward. Under the unsetting star rain, she passed through the glowing flowers of 1,000 trees, flowing endlessly, night after night. She circled around an abandoned building and crossed a bridge rarely traveled, the massive ruins invisibly propping up the black curtain that folded away the noise behind her. Keela turned off the headlights, straightened up, and lowered her head to rearrange her half-red sheepskin gloves. In the dark night, apart from the shimmering light of the red lightning, there was a playful orange firework across from her. The firework in the owner's hand flipped up and down, transforming into specks of starlight, igniting a straight plume of smoke, with a cedar-like fragrance spreading out. Silence kept the cigarette burning down to a third. Upgraded again, they really want the body of a natural person. Keela spoke again. Help me out. Oh, that's not what our officer said. How can I help? Keela's tone was teasing, the warm breath exposed igniting the white mist. Sorry, Keela said as the white lightning's headlights turned on, revealing the figure of 1800, wrapped in a black waterproof coat. Keela recalled how her aunt used to wrap dough in cling film and turned her gaze to the white lightning. The once formidable mace was now reduced to a few teeth and a pockmarked stick. I didn't mean to get you involved. I paid for it. Keela shifted her position, raising an eyebrow to signal 1800 to continue, no longer using her peripheral vision to monitor the other party. I've had all the supplies moved to Tatala. The voice was the same, just a bit hoarse. Until 1800 took off the triangular hat, the original beauty had been through relentless tracking and attacks, a huge hideous scar extending from the upper right side of the head to the middle of the left eye, ending at the bottom of the left ear. Missing a crescent-shaped earlobe. Before, it was my mistake. 1800 slowly lowered his head. I'm really sorry. Mistake? If the people from Crocodile Island had deployed early, if Naughty and T wanted to come out, if Tatala hadn't T been able to fight black races, if Tang Ermi I or I hadn't T gone, do you know what the consequences would be? Tatala might have died there, or Tang Ermi I could have been lost by Sun Jieka. What if the hired mercenaries leaked the news? Mistake, how dare you? You're gambling. I ask you, and you don't say anything like toothpaste in a tube. If others don't say, you just hold it in yourself and do it. Keela seemed to hear a huge joke, an unnamed fire burning from her heart, her long legs kicking up a wind as she stood in front of 1800 you. You really? I went through every possible network line to find you. Couldn't T find you? I thought. Ugh. 1800 patted Keela's delicate shoulder with his right hand, but felt a soft muscle, squeezing it again. Keela sniffed hard, fidgeting a bit. I didn't die. I just hid. I saw your traces and followed. In fact, 1800 had been chased by the hounds like a rabbit on the run, resting by a tree while tapping information when he bumped into Keela, who was secretly cursing Dr. Aoyama as a cold-blooded lizard while scrounging for light rail coupons. Dog? You smoke? Dogs love smoke, don't you know? Are you talking about biological dogs? They've long been extinct, right? The electronic dogs just came out, didn't they? My information database hasn't recorded that. It seems I'm missing some information. 1800 nodded thoughtfully. Hee. Kala forced a smile, feeling that due to the stir of puberty hormones, he was becoming younger and younger. He raised his hand to rub his nose, and the memory of the winter cedar scent suddenly awakened deep within. Oh, how did I make a mistake? Tell me, did you secretly install other bionic limbs and get caught? If you have any issues, I can help you replace them. Why didn't you look for Naughty? Is he being monitored? I knew it. That is why didn't he dare to look for Tatala. Kula started to ponder how to steal some of the trendiest ears, wigs, and epidermal cell culture equipment from Dr. Chingshan's display garden to the maximum extent. This stuff still has to be used with the bosses. You can't not fleece the sheep. It's not me. 1800 frowned. Not you? That mace? And that explosion. You all just blew yourselves up and framed others? Now it was Kula's turn to be confused, but 1800 still shook his head. No, we never had physical bodies, nor was there an order to reshape natural human bodies. After a pause, 1800 added, however, I am indeed being smeared right now. Kala had a look that said, Isn't that obvious? You must have been seriously tricked. So who is it? The Kong family, 1800 stated firmly. The Kong family? Those nouveau riche. Kong Xinyan. Kala thought she misheard and asked again. After getting confirmation, her expression of constipation left 1800 somewhat bewildered. What is wrong? Kala felt a bit nauseous. Can these people act normally? Chapter 70. You are my dazzling sun, unlike the crowded two buildings where dozens of families lived on one floor. The high-end flat clearly had the luxury of overlooking the most lavish parts of this area while isolating all the chaotic light pollution outside the house. The smooth and silky bedding covered the man's lower body, while his arched bare back had not only numerous tiny pinholes, but also strange scratch marks. However, the alluring curves of his body and the prominent aesthetic muscles on the large soft bed appeared a bit lonely. Kong Xinyan placed 2 or 3 rectangular soft pillows under his stacked arms, cool to the touch, already lacking the warmth from earlier, but carrying the woody fragrance of shower gel from the morning after. The man lay unburdened with his right hand resting on his palm, looking at the focused figure across the table who was incessantly writing and drawing, blurred and about to gently float away under the light. There were also scraps of eraser waste scattered on the floor. Kong Xinyan's peripheral vision caught sight of the rimless glasses on the desk, which the woman thought looked quite enticing when she saw the male model poster in the eyewear store and ordered them casually. It was a strange game, wasn't it? The woman's figure gradually became clearer. Unlike the currently popular long, straight black hair, what first caught attention was her fiery, voluminous, waist-length curly hair. Thinking about tonight's events, Kong Xinyan's face still felt a bit hot. He had been exposed to sexual experiences early on, starting from watching the family's steward doll play a game called Pleasure, even tricking women into his room to take care of him. his mind continuously creating pink ambiguities. But tonight was so different. Even the familiar lights became ambiguous and restless. Clearly, it was meant to retaliate against some control and oppression. Yet he gradually fell into a delicate, beautiful abyss, the fragile and sensitive boy inside him lured by the sweet, scorching sun, secretly running out of the cold. Ruthless castle built from money and sweat. If only it could last a little longer. Are you leaving? Kong Xin-yin straightened his shoulders and neck, like a startled guard dog at the door. No way. His heart raced, and he immediately jumped forward from the bed. We still have unfinished business. Business? Tang Er, May had obvious dark circles under her eyes from staying up too late, speaking lazily. You treat me to dinner, and I'll take care of you once. Then we're even. Tang Er, May tried to shake off Kong Xin-yin's hand but failed. You're not being reasonable, Kong Xin-yin said a little urgently. Really, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Tang Er, May remained unmoved. The headache from staying up late was kicking in, and she waved her hand. No need. Come to a party. Aren't you busy with the competition? There will be contestants and judges from the competition there. It'll all be good for you to go and take a look. Kong Xin-yin tightly cuffed Tang Er May's wrist, their wrists locked together, making Tang Er May's wrist appear more than twice as small. After stammering for a while, Tang Er May nodded in agreement. Great. Kong Xin-yin broke into a smile, though it also made one wonder if he wanted to yawn. The young master of the Kong family could effortlessly summon a bunch of makeup artists and stylists to help Tang Er May undergo a glamorous transformation for the party. Her fluffy, free-spirited curls were intricately styled into a large, explosive flower, neatly wrapped together with a hairnet, adorned with a row of pearl hair accessories of varying sizes. Tang Er May admired the makeup artist's masterful strokes in the brightly lit mirror, the light foundation covering her natural freckles, the sweet scent of cosmetics replacing the cold, mechanical smell. A strange feeling surged from her stomach. If she were a doll, she would easily be recognized as one. No wonder everyone has so much protectiveness towards natural women, the blonde makeup artist exclaimed. You're really beautiful, aren't you? Tang Er May asked, confused. It seems you don't communicate much with your mother, the makeup artist noted, and Tang Er May twitched her lips, but the makeup artist thought she was agreeing. Did you know? Underage natural women were not allowed to go out before, let alone join the military. My officer. Her squinted light brown eyes seemed to transform into the fruit of a demon, teasing the fears of underage natural women. The girl remained still, not showing any expected emotions, and the blonde felt somewhat disappointed. Madam, your dress is ready, the female stylist interrupted the makeup artist. A creamy white, silk floor-length dress hung on a nearby rack, with a plunging neckline and the light skirt only connected by two 1-centimeter wide straps. Is this for me? Tang Er May was somewhat transfixed upon first seeing such a luxurious yet simple long dress, feeling quite surprised. Yes, considering your age and health, this style suits you very well. The stylist's words barely registered with Tang Er May. Kong Xin-yin, wearing a well-fitted herringbone-patterned violet suit, sat on the cloud sofa in the lobby, playing with the new Brain Machine card in his hand, which contained the latest data transmitted from Crocodile Island. The door of the changing room automatically slid open, and a pair of shiny high heels stepped out from within, each step like a blooming lotus. Kong Xin-yin's gaze flickered with the rhythm of the flames of the sound system beside him, mirroring the quickening of his heartbeat. Amidst the crowd at the opening ceremony, he spotted the opposite sex, whose unpleasant attitude and unnatural attentiveness, along with daily warm greetings and care, seemed to have finally borne fruit. Come on, my princess, he said, rising and extending his elbow. Tang Er May, slowly shifting her weight onto her rarely worn high heels, took a step forward, gradually becoming more adept. She stood straight as usual, awkwardly linking her arm with her partner's invitation. I'm not your princess. Please mind your words, comrade. Kong Xin-yin chuckled softly, as if he had been playfully scratched by a pet, surprised that he had taken the bait. You are my dazzling son. Tang Er May had to lift her chin completely to see Kong Xin-yin's face. The underage boy was trying hard to style himself like a mature man, yet his demeanor was still filled with arrogance. Really, how annoying it is to think about it. Chapter 71. The love of Hyacinth's Tang Er May's dress was hastily adjusted, with visible hand-sewn traces, but this gown completely highlighted her elegance. In a creamy white, it had a generous, plunging neckline, sculpted like ivory to showcase her youthful bosom and shoulders, and her slender, delicate arms were exposed. The full princess updo was made entirely of her own hair, with no mix of fakes. A noticeable pearl hair accessory and a velvet purple bow tie that matched her partner's collar constrained her vitality, while her lively big eyes and budding passionate temperament created a contrast. This was the pre-banquet. The masked ball later would be the main event, Kong Sinian explained. I'll leave soon. Don't hurry, darling. You are the highlight tonight, too, he insisted. Tang Ermiai did not respond, simply stating, I only promise to come. I'll leave soon. Despite being just a teenager of the same age, she possessed that deep and turbulent sea-like calmness of a certain white lang. Tang Ermiai let his words flow in one ear and out the other, focusing solely on the various cutting-edge humanoids strutting down the runway and the mechanical displays. No need. I really like this one. The harmonious atmosphere reached its peak as the host's agenda progressed, with the eyes around the stage becoming increasingly bare. Even the once celebrated Cavendish was willingly turned into a marionette by Capital. At the center of the heart-shaped stage, heat and shyness mingled, a flamboyant dance of desire and resistance, with surrounding desires flowing towards the womb of a mother. Beauty turned out to be the original sin of the technological world. Raise a glass. Are you okay? Kong Sinian savored the expected shock and fear, feeling a great sense of satisfaction inside. I need to use the restroom. Kong Sinian fidgeted with the cup handle as a burly man sat down in Tang Ermiai's designated spot. Was that just now? Looks like it. Did he get his eyes changed? Yeah, they say he was contaminated. You did well this time. The man broke the silence with admiration. Yeah. The darkness concealed the blush on Kong Sinian's cheeks. Clearing his throat and gathering courage, he said, Actually, I've always. Keep an eye on things. Don't run away. Is it tonight for sure? The communication was mixed with the whistling of the wind. Tada's voice became unclear. Shift attention. Stall for time. Got it. He hung up at 1800 hours, transforming into a shooting star that swiftly crossed the transparent aerial roadway, catching up to the red lightning ahead. You have more important things to do. After being enthusiastically urged by Kong Sinian to toast, Tang Ermiai excused herself to the restroom to avoid the numerous well-meaning strangers. Her hurried movements revealed her delicate ankles clad in transparent stockings, which were boldly gazed upon by passers-by, but it was merely a small interlude in the grand event. The restroom on the upper floor was semicircular, surrounded by rectangular glass mirrors. A purple wallet lay by her side, and warm blood surged from her heart to the back of her head. You look like a beautifully decorated multi-layer cake, a woman's voice floated in from behind. With both hands resting on the sink, Tang Ermiai turned her side profile, her eyes dreamy. In the mirror, a woman with a silver blunt fringe wig and heavy eye makeup leaned closer. Her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicked crisply against the solid-colored floor. Her waist and hips twisting like a high-strung Siamese cat without sound-dampening pads. Looks like she's been drugged. What a bold little girl. Tang Ermiai thought as her nose filled with a heavy scent of powder, and then everything went dark. The night crept into the climax of the celebration, and all the spotlight was focused on a row of similarly tall actresses in high-waisted pants on stage. The interplay of light and shadow mingled with the flashing red numbers of the stock market against the backdrop of a bright red curtain. What? Can't take it any more at this level? The man from earlier forcefully adjusted a young boy's head, who looked 2 years younger than Kong Sinian. Look closely. This is a world shaped by men. We can do whatever we want. Women have also grown up in a man's world, yet now they lie to themselves. But big brother, women were merged into our area before, right? Didn't they struggle to survive? How could they have grown up in our world? Kong Sinian asked. A brief pause flickered across the man's face. Right, they can't stir up any waves. They're just relying on their natural womb to dictate human reproduction. He grew more agitated as he spoke. They came to our area seeking refuge because they couldn't survive. Uncle, stop talking. I have a headache, the boy interrupted, rubbing his eyes. The physical feast before him might excite the opposite sex's adrenaline, but the child found it boring. The man gazed at the boy's obedient hair whirl, snapped his fingers, and a humanoid bodyguard in a tight black suit stepped forward to take the boy away, but not as imagined. Instead, they seated him in a chair. tightly binding his wrists with white restraints and stuffing his mouth with a lollipop. Others looked on as if it were nothing unusual. Old traditional skills. Your family is still holding on? Of course, inheritance must start from a young age. The voices from below the stage suddenly quieted, leading from the melodic flute into the youthful campus, then to a dreamy, idol-like love at first sight, and finally, the intense beat intensified. Introducing tonight's protagonist, a woman in a beige long dress with a purple swan crown and a mask covering half her face, her limbs fixed to a round table, descending to a carpet full of flowers, as music rose and fell. A man in a white suit, with a long-beaked crow mask that couldn't hide his chin, opened his arms and puffed out his chest as he stepped onto the stage, with vibrant roses blooming on his chest like the feast on the round table. The most important male lead of the night had arrived. Chapter 72. The Dark Feast tonight is yet another attempt for us to formally introduce the fresh new gameplay of artificial humans. We hope everyone will show their support. After saying this, the man stepped aside to make room for the masked woman behind him. Her wrists and head hung loosely in shackles, and her delicate, white neck raised concerns about whether it could bear the weight of her head. Although cloning technology has not been accepted by society, we have discovered how to give a person eternal life. The audience gasped in shock. Once the anticipation had built sufficiently, the man continued, explaining that a person's consciousness could enter cyberspace and then be placed onto the entity of an artificial human to achieve everlasting life. Suddenly stopping, Kong Sinian rushed backstage, but was blocked by several close protection bodyguards. "I'm sorry, the show has already started. We can't stop now." Kong Sinian turned to look at the silver-haired woman on stage, feeling anxious. Is it going to be a live dissection? He had heard that they would directly transform a real person into an artificial human. "Ah, didn't T you here before you came?" said the man in the fox mask to the rabbit mask companion, who looked shocked and confused. "I didn't T expect it to be this big." The rabbit mask, feeling a bit skeptical, asked, "Is this person really a real human?" "Of course not. This time it's a rare clone body we've specially found." "Clone body? You're just blowing smoke. Clones have been banned for ages." The mouse mask, a sexy woman in a black lace gown with a deep V-cut reaching her navel, wore lace gloves over her striking mechanical arms, crossed her legs, and gently waved a pink feather fan. Exactly, if it weren't a clone body, could they be so brazenly doing this at the Dark Feast? Who knows? The rabbit mask replied with a knowing look. "Sister, do you know the background of his clone body?" "You're brave to ask. You know about the ban on clones, so I won't go into details. But there are a few banned clones wandering around or simply thrown into the garbage dump," the mouse sister said, becoming more comfortable as she spoke. "Garbage dump? Sister, don't joke with me. Where's there a garbage dump now?" The rabbit mask, looking like a strong young man, exuded youthful male hormones and the scent of cheap aftershave. The mouse sister, smiling brightly, could see he was genuinely happy. "Now, can you tell me what you're really here for?" The mouse mask leaned in closer to the rabbit mask, their breaths intertwining. "Sister, I don't like inhaling others' carbon dioxide." The rabbit mask sniffed, glancing at the stage where the round table woman's body had already been outlined for dissection by the dancers. "I'm just here to open the door for someone." At the same time, yellow rain the size of soybeans began to fall from the skylight, sliding down the glass of the Virgin Mary. Mist filled the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and the alarms of security. Special agents kicked in the windows one by one and opened the main doors. A fully armed unit of soldiers in black uniforms stormed in. "Everyone here, don't move. This place is suspected of kidnapping and illegal detention of civilians, illegal modification of clones, and a series of other crimes. Please cooperate with the investigation by the troops stationed in District 13 and the reserve camp." Leading the charge was a skinny man with half-closed, dead fish eyes, a pale complexion, and dark circles under his eyes, accompanied by a tall figure holding a thin investigation order and an emergency arrest warrant. "Wow, you guys are quick this time," the skinny man said with a rising tone. "Of course, we're doing good deeds here," smiled Commanderson from the reserve camp at the shocked man on stage. "We certainly wouldn't miss a scene where a third party gets into trouble, especially when it's a third party we're trying to court. Pleasant cooperation, pleasant cooperation." "Sister, aren't you running away?" The rabbit-masked man looked at the still calm mouse sister beside him. "What does it have to do with me? We're just here to watch." We're not doing anything. The rabbit man lowered his shoulders. Don't be discouraged, little brother. The mouse sister wrote her contact information on a piece of tissue paper and stuffed it into the pocket of the rabbit man's chest, then kissed his forehead. For something this big, it's better for kids to stay away. Oh. The mouse sister patted the rabbit man's head and twisted her waist to follow the main group in retreat. Outside the door were reporters who had been waiting for a long time. The mouse sister froze, and the officer behind her gestured with his gun to walk to the car. Tatum? Came a call from the rabbit-masked man. The woman at the round table, isn't Tang Ermi. What? Then where is she? The rabbit man instantly jumped up, tearing off his disguise and rushing toward the round table on stage. The naked woman had long been drugged into unconsciousness, her body mostly covered by a red velvet tablecloth. A white-clad angel was performing an explosive detection on her open chest. Beneath the mysterious mask was just an ordinary gypsy woman. Not her. The rabbit man and the fully armed 1800 exchanged glances and led the team backstage. The previously searched area was in disarray. The two stepped carefully into the bathroom to search the stalls, shaking their heads. Clang! The ventilation louver in the bathroom was kicked open, and a bare white body fell directly from above. 1800 quickly caught the back of the head of the person who fell to the ground. The rabbit man whistled long. Not bad looking, so it's trendy to run naked now. Tang Ermi, upon seeing the unfamiliar man, wanted to throw what she was holding, but upon hearing her own voice, she instantly relaxed and shot him a glance, opening her hand to reveal a hyacinth earring. Why didn't you answer the phone? 1800 asked. You almost didn't make it in time. I got knocked out midway. Tang Ermi stood straight, hugging her arms and shivering. How did you know I was here? Keela told us, but this time we came in by the flow. This conference has long been targeted. Tatalala is still wearing that rabbit mask, and the throat mic was source for Boss Shi. Whereas Keela, 1800 found a robe for Tang Ermi to put on. She has other matters. We must leave first. What on earth happened? Tang Ermi's mind was in a daze. What is wrong with this banquet? On the way. What about on the way? Kong Xian walked out from outside a room holding a small bronze pistol, looking to see who it was. Long time no see, huh? 1800 and Tatara simultaneously aimed their guns at the newcomer. Xiao Tang, let me tell you, Tang Ermi was stripped and dragged into the vent by a strange woman. She has been in a daze, but she heard everything said outside about the new attempts for artificial humans. She interrupted Kong Xian directly. You really disgust me. And how did you find out I'm a clone? Tang Ermi's expression was cold, no longer gentle as before. Kong Xian panicked. It's simple. Cyber networks make everyone transparent. No one, not even you who's not human, has privacy. Everyone is just a string of code. You said you like me. I'm your son. Tang Ermi felt she shouldn't have mentioned it. Of course, dear, you are my son. I've never seen an individual whose target is so bright and dazzling. You always exude enthusiasm as if you've never faced difficulties. In a crowd, I always see you at first glance, and I feel that love. We've never seen the real son, but I hope you are it. You're a clone. My brother's experiment won't cause you any harm. You can even have a brand new body. The issues with your height and eyes are not a problem. The dark opening trembled towards his beloved son. Bang! The man fell to the ground. Sorry, I really don't like listening to confessions. The rabbit mask shook its head left and right towards everyone. So, can we leave now? This muscle suit is too tight. I feel like I'm going to burst. In the database on William Gibson Avenue, Carla leaned on the sofa, tossing a small bag of white pills in her hand. Fitz sat behind the table, biting his lip and rubbing the corner of his clothes, with a small brain machine storage card in front of him. Carla, this really can't work. The contents of the data room absolutely cannot be leaked. Hey Fitz, you wouldn't want our business to break because the supplier is unhappy, would you? What does this have to do with business? To be blunt, a lot of the information I need is related to the supplier. Fitz's expression showed slight interest, while Carla's eyelid twitched slightly. You got divorced? How did you know? You haven't changed this shirt in days, and you lost your ring. Carla, it's really hard right now, you can't. Fitz's nose felt sour, his hands constantly rubbing his pale face. Fitz, what is it for? She had an accident and needed a lot of money. Prosthetics are still reasonably priced, plus their insurance. And internal organs, we need fresh internal organs. She needs a child. A child? Carla straightened her body, her high ponytail swaying behind her, her hands on the table, leaning forward. Fitz, you mean you need a uterus, right? An artificial uterus, Carla. I know this is too complicated for you, but as long as you can help, you just need to gently insert it, and it will automatically take over. Then, when the time comes, you just pull it out gently, and nothing happens. Carla extended a small finger to push the storage card towards Fitz. Then the uterus. I'll contact you. As the door closed, Fitz was left alone, sniffling as he picked up the storage card. Chapter 73. The drafty wall 1800 led Tang Ermiai and Tatara through the messy film set, sneaking out through a side door, and before leaving, he gave a distant salute to Officer Tsin, who was surrounded by reporters. That was dangerous. I almost thought you would miss the news. Tang Ermiai wrapped her white cotton robe with Tatara's anti-corrosion coat, while the latter only wore a shirt and a plaid vest, leading the way. At the corner, Naughty was playfully blowing red smoke rings, his thick black sweater making the white robe appear puffy. He casually had his hands in his pockets. Next to him, a jet-black flying car was quietly lying under the quartz lamp. 1800 saw a familiar face and suddenly felt a twitch in his hand. Approaching Naughty in his characteristic military boots, he noticed all silver strands in his temples. How did you call him? Tang Ermiai was surprised to see Naughty leaning against the car, pretending to be sophisticated. Tatara didn't care and quickly got into the car, shivering on the cold, red leather seat, complaining about Naughty not warming up the car in advance, while rapidly turning on the heating system. Long time no see. How have you been? Naughty exhaled a long circle of smoke into the air, his black eyes half squinting behind yellow rimless lenses as he scanned 1800's disheveled new look. Suddenly, a hard tube poked into Naughty's waist, causing him to stand straight instantly. Hey, a greeting isn't that bad, right? Kong's family can't escape this time? 1800 looked up at the deep blue sky without saying a word, while police cars and driverless mini-flying probes busily rushed at the intersection. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, it looked like a bustling daytime market. At least some people or dolls wound tea just randomly break down and drift beside the stinking gutter. Your feelings are getting richer now, not like a robot. What does it matter whether I'm human or machine? Humans dismantle machines to become human, dismantle humans. And now attempt to become machines. Naughty blinked. Haven T, you thought maybe you were human? 1800 didn't T respond. Remember to wear a mask when you go out. Naughty chuckled. What is up, buddy? Are you on a bounty list now? Kong's family has been looking for you everywhere since they heard you were rescued. Naughty shrugged, taking a final drag of his cigarette. Who cares about them? A bunch of hypocrites with their heads in the clouds. The pay from hypocrites isn't small. The more they give, the more they want. It's not easy being the son of the other party. No, there is still some use for now. We can't stir up trouble. 1800 tugged at his hood. Just then, a shout came from inside the car. You should pay more attention to your body. Inside the car, your chest looks quite real. Tatara took off the rabbit mask and voice changer with one hand, while gently removing her companion's small hands from her chest with the other. Just touch it. No need to squeeze. It's all fake, she said, a slight smile twitching at the corner of her mouth. Wow, I can have this one too. Tang Ermiai pretended to lick her lips and unconsciously grabbed at it. You're really going all out with the act. This is called professional spirit. 1800 seemed much lighter in mood, speaking more casually. All right, we all know now. Coughing for 3 seconds is too fake, 1800 said coolly from the side. So strange. Tatara touched her elbow. Are you all thinking the same as I am now? Tang Ermiai pursed her lips. How to say? Did you know you were? Naughty talked to me about clones that day. Tang Ermiai wrapped her robe tighter, her expression gloomy, but then affirmatively said, yes, this isn't concealment. This is discovery. Where are you going? Task assigned. The chill from the cold fingers made 1800 quickly sense the other person's unease. She touched her disheveled, golden curly hair, which had a bit of a stiff, medium-sized wave, still carrying the scent of gel mixed with powder. You all should stay indoors for now. 1800 paused. If something really happens, don't act recklessly. Then, Tang Ermiai's fingers were gently pulled apart, and she watched from the rear window as her companions by the roadside gradually became smaller as they organized their gear. If the brain isn't working, just focus on logistics, Tatara thought, unsure how to comfort someone, clumsily mimicking 1800's earlier gesture to gently pat Tang Ermiai's head. They're too selfish. Tang Ermei pouted, feeling a bit stubborn because her curled-up body in the cold air duct was somewhat stiff, but the warmth helped ease it a bit. Tatara placed her head in the soft dip of her shoulder. Your identity is too sensitive. We need to be careful. Tatara raised her hand and poured a small cup of whiskey from the hidden compartment next to her, handing it to her. Drink a bit and take a rest. You're too tired today. I'll call you when we arrive. Tang Ermei closed her eyes, then suddenly woke up. What about Kula? Kula is doing something else. Just rest for now. Don't think too much. Tatara gently patted her shoulder and began to softly recount how she disguised herself as a man, how she took on a different identity to enter the banquet, and how the enthusiastic rabbit lady at the same table was like. The night was dreamlike under the neon lights, as the jet-black flying car sped into the suspended expressway, leaving a trail of rainbow light. In the shadowy office, the wide ebony desk quietly reflected the colorful lights from outside. Behind it, a medium-built man in a suit seemed somewhat lonely. Knock, knock. A subordinate with a round, cropped head entered. Boss, I found out that someone reported that there are people selling controlled drugs and kidnapping lower-class citizens at the banquet. The security agency is adamant that the young master is involved in the kidnapping of lower-class citizens, and the lawyer has gone over for private mediation. What about the preparatory camp? They are assisting in the investigation. They took the person and then left. However, boss, it seems the security agency came prepared. The round-cropped subordinate respectfully raised his head slightly, revealing a snake tattoo coiling on his neck under the black round-collared coat. I'm not afraid. It's just some previous names. I saw the surveillance footage. That person even mentioned illegal modifications of clones. What does that mean? The boss waved his left hand, replaying the footage of the security officer who resembled a skinny monkey when he burst into the banquet hall. The boss is getting more and more extravagant. This clone must be one of the discarded experimental subjects, right? Based on comparisons with several leftover clone experimental subjects, it should be. But the woman on the disc from the hospital didn't show any signs of being a clone. The informant's news is tightly covered. We're still investigating. The sound of walnuts clashing echoed in the spacious office, and the intertwining shadows were full of angles. Go check it out. I want this clone's complete data. Also, find someone to keep an eye on him. After the round-cropped subordinate mentioned a few other matters, he left after closing the door. The boss stopped playing with the walnut in his hand and pulled out an antique pocket watch from his neck. The second hand had stopped moving. With a twist of the brass switch, an interstellar blue scene projection of a young woman resembling Tang Ermei by 8 parts appeared before him. The woman was in the driver's seat of an off-road vehicle in the outer desert, pushing her goggles up into her hair, opening her arms to the camera with a generous smile, radiant and charming. Ding, inviting Dr. Aoyama to join the video call. Chapter 74. Something seems unusual tonight. Above William Gibson Avenue, the spindle-shaped body emitted a fluorescent green glow, and the scattered light stealthily crept into the gaps of the skyscraper's floor-to-ceiling windows, subtly climbing onto the shoulders of a young man in a white lab coat. Clean up the tail. This matter ends here. The young man hung up on the lackey on the phone and looked up at the middle-aged man in a suit playing with a walnut in the holographic image across from him, raising his eyebrows with a smile. This should put your mind at ease. In any case, confidentiality. By the way, I just heard that the gathering of the Kong family was raided. Just a minor skirmish. The middle-aged man in a suit paused for a moment, continuously rubbing the tiger head walnut in his hand. But I'm afraid those with ulterior motives want to think so. You just need to ensure that our matters aren't discovered. The middle-aged man in the suit forcefully unilaterally ended the video call. Aoyama leaned back in his chair, turning to look at the neon view outside, the transparent floor-to-ceiling window. His curious gaze fell on the 360-degree rotating holographic doll projection in the distance. The rolling thick fog gushed from the chimney factory, wafting gray-brown mist through the world. Kula stood dazedly at the damaged door of the black clinic, which could only be called a wall-less door. On the empty second-floor platform, the familiar control panel and simulated organs lay in disarray, flattened by cannon fire like powerless dolls suspended in the air and on the ground. The sound of her black military boots, covered in dust and water stains, left plum blossom imprints on the bamboo leaf sketches she had drawn before. The stench of dead things mixed with the yellow sewage from broken pipes formed a puddle shimmering with rainbow oil. After turning around once, The only good news was that Leah's device was no longer there, and R2 should have been taken away. The surveillance and imaging equipment pressed under the wall panel had been completely destroyed. She had rushed over from the other side of the city only to find a pile of ruins. At first, she had felt happy when she found that some things still worked, carefully drawing sketches she had practiced many times for clients. Leah's daily morning greetings, R2's timely thoughtfulness. Beep beep. The number you dialed is not in service. Confusion and fear surged in her heart. The dark venue with ongoing disputes could face disaster at any moment. Kula trembled, biting down hard on her lip to wake herself up. If she couldn't find anyone for now, it meant that person was safe, right? Tomorrow morning at Jinan Hospital, 1 for 1. The sound of the neural bell rang, and Kula's body trembled again. It was a message from Fitz, accompanied by a screenshot of a brain machine storage card that was full. Is there that much information? The damp cold seeped in through the exposed gaps, and Kala turned on the self-heating warmer she carried, letting its constant temperature help her calm down. In the distance, the neon light swept over the remaining instrument labels on the ground, and the reflective light showed the markings of Aoyama's laboratory. It was a very useful and affordable mass syringe. Kala lowered her head, rubbing her left hand hard against the back of her head. Isn't this asking for trouble? A chip that should have been on R2? The upcoming dawn was surrounded by fog. Kula rode her beloved little lightning bolt towards the hospital, with sparse traffic along the way. She stopped beside the towering buildings on Cross Street, where a giant projection screen was playing the latest news broadcast. A girl in a purple suit was seriously reporting on the street. Is the dream of the new party leader Kong Tai-sun to govern forever shattered? The successor of the Mesozoic era is embroiled in scandals, trapped in an unusable situation. And Kong's stock price is plummeting. The latest news from District 13 continues to report. Who is this, so bold to report anything? As soon as the green light turns on, all the vehicles that were blocked due to long waits rush forward like big fish that should have leaped into the ocean. The building where the Qingshan Research Institute is located towers into the clouds. Keela quickens her pace toward the small path to avoid being questioned by anyone. The corridor leading to the specimen warehouse is pitch black. As Keela walks, the ground lights, 3 centimeters above the surface, light up one by one. Keela is wearing a reflective cloaking device, making it hard to detect her on the surveillance cameras. In reality, it looks quite strange. One can only see the ground lights inexplicably turning on in the corridor. Beep, Keela, you do not have permission to enter the laboratory at night. Beep. Record deleted. Keela holds the upgraded universal access card that Tang Ermei later gave her, which was supposedly specially acquired from a spy in a certain district, costing Tatarla quite a bit of money. Of course, the small surveillance device from Naughty helped a lot. For some reason, Tang Ermei has been mentioning Kaishi less and less, and Kaishi is rarely seen at school. The information retrieved by the optical brain is concise and accurate, but does not mention that this warehouse, sealed for many years, is filled with the smell of disinfectant and the unending coldness from the ventilation ducts. The Hope brand artificial uterus, row 78, column 45, third-generation implantable version, with a gestation period of 39 weeks, is to be showcased as a physical exhibit at the conference. The cover outside has a flying pink cloud, looking delicate. Keela, wearing leather gloves, turns the egg chamber around twice. Its unlocking requires a pairing password, and it should not have been used. On the same shelf, there are 4 or 5 identical ones scattered about. From a price perspective, this item is quite in demand on the black market. If Fitz needs it, he just needs to report to the higher-ups and logistics. It wouldn't be excessive for internal staff to have a few more. It used to be this way a few years ago. However, the situation outside the district has become tense recently. Everyone feels that a conflict is about to break out. Some people even temporarily freeze their babies in the warehouse, calculating the time for their babies to be born. It's you, baby. As the countdown approaches the agreed time, Keela's breathing quickens with her steps, her back carrying a spherical package as she walks into the night, resembling a hunchbacked old lady unable to lift her waist at over 90 years old. Chapter 75. Life. I thought I wouldn't see this thing for at least another 30 or 40 years. At the corner of the hospital stairs, the reflective strips on the wall emit a faint green light. Keela directly takes the egg chamber from her backpack and throws it to Fitz, who fumbles to catch it with his arms and after securing it, begins to carefully inspect it from side to side. The egg chamber is entirely silver, with the pink clouds representing hope, and inside the transparent square window, a simulated uterine chamber is frozen in stasis. Keela stands on the upper stairs, feet shoulder-width apart on 3 or 4 steps, arms crossed, looking at the somewhat fatigued Fitz, whose eyes are filled with bloodshot veins and yellow spots. "You only stayed up all night, and you're already out of spirit," she comments. "If we get caught." "No, this is an old version. I replaced it with something else, and the network data has been replaced too." Keela winks at Fitz. "Do you still care?" Strange sounds come from the corridor after the corner, as if someone is longingly calling, or like a woman crying in sorrow. "If we can't wait, then we have to use it. According to logic, everyone preserves their reproductive genetic seeds upon adulthood, unless—" Keela raises an eyebrow, suddenly recalling a very old yet traditional method of reproduction, gently pressing down the high-neck seamless zipper. She thinks this way. Fitz tightly grips the nylon strap of the black backpack, and his but slowly bends as he squats down. "Exactly, there is clearly a simpler way. Yet she insists on this, his voice hoarse and pained. This is the 3rd generation," Keela starts but is interrupted. "I know. We once used the smaller and more portable 6th generation." Fitz's words start to flow as he sits down on the escape stairs. The black-pointed shoes seem to have stumbled somewhere, slightly scuffed, but it's clear that the owner is not concerned about these details. What happened? Difficult labor. Her pelvis hasn't fully adapted, her internal organs are all crammed together, she can't eat, and she looks very thin. Fitz remains silent for a long time. "I love her more than this child. Why is she so obsessed with giving birth herself? Wasn't he this a long time ago? Although in her own era, it was more common for women to bear children with their bodies. Keela cannot allow herself to become too peculiar. Our crystallization. She hopes to use a more natural human instinct to continue life, almost going mad. A cesarean section, that should be the term." Keela recalls that there isn't much historical documentation about gynecology. On the contrary, she saw it in the bookshelf at Dr. Toxic's house. This world has very little information on female reproduction. She had a cesarean, and the child didn't survive. Impossible. The uterine chamber and her internal organs are integrated. Then what about the original uterus? Keela quickly inquires as she moves around Fitz. The uterine chamber should coincide with the original uterus. Yes, but something went wrong. Fitz scratches his head in disbelief repeatedly, and Keela finally sees the dermatitis that has formed into a big lump on the shaved side of his head. When? About half a month ago. Half a month ago, I had just adapted to work. Fitz had just returned from a business trip and was busy with something. Why didn't you report it? Keela feels somewhat wooden as the sounds of singing from the psychiatric hospital corridor mix with tragic laughter and electric shocks. Finding the uterus now is useless. If she prepares to conceive again, her body will suffer great damage. Keela straightens up, her gaze flickering under the flashing ceiling lights. "All right, then I'll advance this month's payment to you." Fitz nods, stands up, and gathers his spirits at the door, taking a step out while turning his face to say, "You should leave quickly too." Keela puts her hands in her pockets as the bright ceiling lights buzz. Listening to the sounds of singing mixed with tragic laughter and electric shocks in the corridor, her expression dark and her mindset unclear. The exterior of the psychiatric hospital is not as eerie as the inside. There is a small convenience store at the corner across the street where you can buy some storage cards and temporary information processors. And you can even rent a car instantly. Strangely, there's an old lady with long hair sitting next to it. And even stranger, she is smiling at Keela. Keela tries to pretend she doesn't see and drives closer to the convenience store to buy some American coffee. The advertisement says black rum, rose, and a glance catches the storage cards, giving her a sudden jolt. "Oh no, I forgot to ask Fitz for the storage card." Keela immediately jumps out of the car, quickly climbs over the black iron fence, crosses the hard, dry grass, and heads straight for the inner hall of the hospital. The mirror walls flash past her, reflecting vertical, striped neon lights. The double doors open slowly as they automatically detect her presence, artificial light shining down from above, illuminating the entire spacious hall. "Don't worry. They're all here just right," Fitz says, his lips dry and the skin wrinkled, looking somewhat sickly as he smiles. "If you need me, just call." Keela takes a few steps back to the glass double doors, shakes her fist, and with a long ponytail, disappears down the marble-paved steps. Fitz rubbed his fingers in his pocket, his arms trembling almost convulsively. The fire of love was not extinguished, and his face had changed. He prayed for a reunion on that day, his voice mournful and melodious to the point of breaking, until it roused Fitz, whose mind was filled with plans to execute. He staggered and quickly turned into a corner where a staircase was blocked by a huge brown fence. Drip! A male voice disguised as a woman suddenly stopped and then started again, with infatuated attention as love held a person back, asking when they would meet again. The gray door with rivets creaked open, and a frail shadow sat alone by the bed, looking at the intruder outside the door. Chapter 76. Some places can be avoided. The steaming ginger tea nestled in his palm. The hot soup coursing through his esophagus drove away a large amount of cold from his body. Boss, the money has been transferred. A light brain wiped across a payment code board, and the deposit immediately dropped to 35 imperial coins. Little girl, do you want to have a reading? Unexpectedly, the long-haired witch spoke up, and Carla cautiously inspected her desk. She saw an unfamiliar Western fantasy crystal ball, various sizes of fragrant herbs, and sage igniting layers of smoke in a pot. The purple tablecloth and butterfly plush robe looked very dreamy, reminding Carla of a fortune teller who used a calculator to read fortunes. What are you reading? Astrology, palmistry, anything. Astrology? Yes, the long-haired fortune teller was radiant. Her face ordinary, but her cat-like pupils were deep brown with vertical slits. The wrinkled skin suggested she was of age, likely in her 30s or 40s. Carla took off her gloves and extended her palm, just in time to see the simple circular jade pendant on the fortune teller's forehead with spiral patterns. Her soft, warm hand was half covered by a pair of thick hands with thin calluses. The firm thumb rubbed up and down her palm, as if refreshing a computer system or cleaning glasses to help her work better. You're the past person of now and the present person of the past. After a long wait, Carla finally heard such an ambiguous statement, and her heart sank. This 50 coins might be wasted. What do you mean by that? You need to find your own meaning, to seek meaning from a life that has none, the long-haired fortune teller said, completely disregarding her client's bewildered expression. 50 imperial coins to read my astrology? What is astrology? Carla quietly half-crouched, revealing the short laser gun hidden at her waist. I suddenly feel a bit inconvenient, my friend. Astrology is a picture of the celestial phenomena taken when you were born, from which you derive your energy pattern to infer your life. So, my life trajectory is predetermined. Yet not entirely. It's not entirely predetermined. The long-haired witch smiled. It depends on your heart. Any variable will become your choice in the future. Even if I choose what I shouldn't? Carla raised an eyebrow. Anyone could talk nonsense. After the detour, you will still walk towards your destined end. What you are is destined, she said. Detour? What detour? Carla was not concerned about a predetermined fate. She wanted to know if her detours were what she anticipated. Hey, mine. The sage's fragrance of sage wafted in the cool air, and the energy continued to circulate. Carla straightforwardly lifted her half-raised, but placing the remaining ginger tea into a circular groove, and the clasp automatically locked the brown, disposable cup. How come I can meet such eccentric people here? Carla stretched her leg, put on her gloves, and prepared to sit on her beloved red lightning to leave. But unexpectedly, a glaring reflection pierced her eyes. A mirror? Carla raised her head to the right, looking at the rigid, ice-like structure of a mental hospital standing in a barely green area. This hospital had been built for some time. Some dead leaves resembling duck feet were tangled and crawled along the arched windowsill, and the edges of the bone nails had rusted over time, some grotesquely peeling outward, revealing the dirty insides. Occasionally, a window showing a bit of colorful diamond patterns looked like a starving, ailing young beast. Carla's fingers rubbed the motorcycle's handle, and she thought the singing voice was a bit curious. What era is it that someone still likes to listen to such songs? It's not like it's 1800 or anything strange. In the small round mirror of the red lightning, Carla gazed deeply through her brown eyes, recalling the leisurely days of sitting on an 8 immortal chair with friends, listening to music, and starting to envision her successful old age. The tuneful melodies lingered over her head, flying for 800 miles, finally blending with the free-spirited, albeit unnutritious, ivy growing through the concrete into the hospital's interior. In the spacious corridor, every door and window was securely sealed with robust crescent-shaped steel bars, which made Carla gasp at the scale of it, further piquing her curiosity about what kind of insane patients were locked away. It was probably breakfast time in the morning. The corridor was quiet. Carla sent a fake email box link to the hospital system through her light brain, weaving through a myriad of archive spheres. The email box immediately transformed into an information chain, locking onto the latest uterine pod login records and Fitz's entry and exit information. The content that came out slightly shocked Carla, especially the relationship column on the hospital registration form, which stated husband, while the patient's gender was male. The switch for the reverse monitoring invisible cloak that had been applied early began to work, avoiding any unwanted encounters. Carla quickly poked open a thief's passage in the ceiling, carefully covering the last piece of clothing and starting toward her destination. Inside the ventilation duct, it was damp. Although Carla wore gloves, she still felt a sticky substance clinging to her hands. Fortunately, she had brought a mask. Everything is ready. We can definitely have a baby, she thought. The laboratory was pure white, and in the middle lay a person with their legs spread on a special delivery rack for pregnant women. It should be a woman. She had long, shiny black hair, at least middle class, with an overly pale complexion. Carla determined that this person was probably not Fitz's target. At a long table on one side stood a doctor wearing a white hood and a lab coat, meticulously lined up with surgical knives in hand. Looking down, Carla recognized familiar khaki pants and leather shoes. She then saw him carrying something to the bedside of the patient, who was surrounded by a cart full of medical equipment. Carla was taken aback. In a moment of temporary madness, he accidentally knocked over a transparent glass container, and the rotting smell quickly filled the air. Fitz hurriedly turned to grab cleaning tools, but the noise awakened the patient in bed. He gradually opened his eyes, his bright green pupils gathering light again after a moment of confusion, seemingly puzzled about why he was in a clean white cake box. And his fingers and body felt stiff and immovable. As he realized his legs were sprawled out shamelessly like a slaughtered pig, he began to struggle wildly. How did you wake up? Fitz rushed in through a small door from the other side, throwing the cleaning tools he brought aside in anger. He picked up a syringe from the long table beside him, preparing to inject the patient who was bound with 6 or 7 sturdy plastic spikes. He lowered his head just enough to cover the man's chest. Carla felt a chill as she listened to him, clearly realizing that her former colleague had unknowingly or secretly hidden a dark side. After Fitz finished administering the drug, he gently kissed the man's desperate yet beautiful eyes, saying, "Don't be afraid. Soon we will have new embryos." Chapter 77. Allies? Fitz was feeling a bit frantic, but it didn't stop him from quickly noticing something unusual in the ceiling. He turned and picked up a small knife from the push table, slowly bending down to the wall to carefully determine whether a person or some kind of bug was crawling in the ventilation duct, or if a mental patient in a room was having a fit, banging against the bed and walls. "Hello," a standard white neighborhood accent echoed. Fitz's hand moved closer to the control panel of the ventilation duct, preparing to turn on the cold air mode to see if someone was there. Carla frowned and clicked her tongue, her back pressed against the wall of the duct, freezing in place as cold air rushed down from above. It was clear that her thermal suit wouldn't hold up for long. There was no choice. Carla connected to the monitoring system of the current floor. The long corridor was still quite lively, perhaps to detect the patient's conditions, as she could hear the commotion from the small rooms. Beep beep. Fitz suddenly heard an alarm go off outside. He quickly stepped out of the automatic electric door and turned right into a disinfected corridor, only to hear a loud shout. "Fitz, come help. Another one is having a fit." Red and blue electric shock lasers were flying chaotically, accompanied by the bloodied black forceps used for dilation abortions. Sharp screams from broken bodies and clots of blood inside transparent membranes. A baby's severed arm, smaller than a Russian sausage, lay in a pool of pure agony, with the sound of a pink bow whispering in the black blood. Just seeing it made one feel pain. At the same moment, Fitz stepped outside. A loud crash echoed as the ceiling of the operating room was shattered at the corner of someone's herringbone pattern. Along with the falling white debris was a dark figure. Carla lay quietly on the cold floor, removing her mask, with her abdomen's heating system severed by some flailing rebar, her left hand covering the gaping wound. Once she regained her strength, Carla's gaze followed her tilted face to the man who had just been on the hospital bed. The helpless man on the bed, after being injected with the drug, gradually lost the starlight of freedom in his hazy eyes, as the power to control his body finally disappeared beneath the blood. He coughed and shouted, "Damn it. Hey, are you new here?" The man was startled. "Wow, you're brave. How long have you been doing this? What's your relationship with Fitz?" Carla stood up and dusted off her hands. "What good relationship could I have with that pervert? I was just walking down the street when he abducted me." It seemed she had touched on a sore subject, and the man's voice grew increasingly sorrowful, his golden short hair trembling sadly with his owner. "It's not easy for me. I finally saved up some money to get a good prototype eyeball. Why not get a prosthetic eye?" Carla asked, puzzled. "Because my body has a physiological rejection. I can't install anything mechanical," the man replied. Carla nodded. If he were from the lower middle class, he indeed wouldn't have much competitiveness in life without being able to install more efficient prosthetics. Cough, cough. The man's pale face flushed slightly under Carla's intense gaze. "So, can you tell me what happened? It seems like I've been drugged." Carla blinked. The man's words matched the information she had previously found. The only possible hidden detail, or what the man had already guessed, was that his new human eyes were the eyes of Fitz's deceased wife. Out of a certain unwillingness regarding his wife's death or last wishes, Fitz decided to kidnap this shrimp peeler who performed for everyone behind the glass window. If he didn't speak, it seemed that the man in front of her was familiar. "Well, sister, a heavenly soldier has saved you." To be honest, the man was quite handsome, and Fitz had definitely gained a lot from this. "Saved? Me?" The man clearly had some self-awareness, but was still startled by Carla's boldness. Quickly asking, "Really? Please take me away. I won't say anything when I go out. I'll hide like before." The man's emerald-clear eyes, tinged with red at the corners, were somewhat moving. From Carla's experience of having seen countless people, she figured this man was likely tough, just completely under Fitz's control due to the drugs. She shrugged. "Of course, otherwise, why would I save you? I'm so grateful to you, big sister. I will definitely repay you. You can rest assured with me as a companion. I won't let you down." The man's words were sincere. If Carla hadn't lived for over 20 years or seen the crazy behavior in the surveillance footage just now, she might have softened and believed him. Although they were both talking nonsense, they ultimately reached a consensus to escape this mental prison. Chapter 78. The great escape from the psychiatric hospital. The corridor was quiet. The chaos of the day had already been suppressed by the justice enforcer's one-eyed spray robot, which had sprayed anesthetic in each room and even tidied up the chaotic beds with broken limbs. "Hey, you there!" The man stood at attention immediately upon receiving the order. "We need to escape." "Right," the long-haired man said seriously, blinking his bright blue eyes, puffing up his chest while holding a leather whip made of a bowl-shaped rubber head and an embedded stick handle. "You have a leather whip? Who are you going to fight?" Carla tightly pursed her lips, doubting her sanity for trying to escape with someone from the psychiatric hospital. "Who can you fight?" "I can fight flies. I can also act crazy," the man stammered, thinking for a long time. "No problem. Being crazy in a mental hospital might keep Fitz from recognizing him." "Let's bring him along," the man said, directing the large mouth of the leather whip towards the love-struck brain on the floor, who was trembling and humming a song. As for why he was a love-struck brain, it was because all he sang about was finding a lover. They couldn't get anything out of him, nor could they dare to torture him. Carla noticed that he had countless fine marks and bruises on him when she first entered, and more importantly, there were intestines all over the floor and a hemispherical object that shouldn't have appeared. Even Carla had to admit he was lucky. Lucky that this room was a drug supply room, barely able to help him stuff his intestines back in. Carla took a careful look at the man's face, silently nodded, and turned her back. A small window, just wide enough for a small teddy bear to pass through, revealed a faint light, indicating it was already close to afternoon. The man carefully squatted next to the love-struck brain, his long hair tied into a ponytail with a torn strip of bedsheet, a few strands hanging down. With a youthful, handsome face, he smiled and said, "Stop singing. Come with me. I'll take you to find your lover." "You know my lover?" The singing abruptly stopped, and the sorrowful voice immediately became serious and articulate. Carla was somewhat curious if the man's thoughts aligned with her own. "Let's go." The three people wandered around the 8th floor for 3 or 4 circles, managing to familiarize themselves with the place while also taking out 3 or 4 security guards along the way. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they would flourish with each encounter. "You don't know the way. How did you take me away?" A man, gripping a red toilet plunger tightly with both hands, followed closely behind Carla, speaking in disbelief from head to toe. Behind him was a blonde, love-struck patient he insisted on bringing along, who clearly wasn't very clever. Suddenly, sparks flew from the wall as 2 security robots appeared. As soon as the gunfire erupted, the man pressed himself against the wall, using his left hand to pull the love-struck patient's wrist towards him. The wrist was quite slender. Meanwhile, Carla boldly fired 3 or 4 shots, destroying 2 security robots. According to Carla, while pretending to be a nurse and planning to take the man away, she suddenly noticed that the hospital's backup surveillance system was activated, forcing them to find a room to hide in. At that moment, the only open room on the 8th floor was that of the love-struck patient, who hadn't escaped but was instead waving a piece of torn paper towel like a sleeve at the door. Of course, it was all a pretense of pushing you away. Taking a deep breath, Carla counted the mobile frequency of the automatic infrared lock across from her. With her left hand dragging the gun and her right hand hooked on the trigger, her eyes moving with her body towards the wall outside. A flash of red light, and she shot the second security guard. Good shooting. The man, also a fighter, couldn't help but admire Carla's skillful figure and timing. Although he hadn't received any special treatment and had only stolen a toilet plunger temporarily, he felt he contributed by using the singing person behind him as a shield when needed. "Sister, you really are my sister. Don't worry. I have some insights into this hospital. We can take the stairs to the top floor. There are a few dilapidated buildings nearby, and we can run from there." Perhaps the man was overly confident, as when the 3 of them made a ruckus and hurried to their destination, they discovered the flaw in their plan. Carla lightly crouched and jumped to the edge of the rooftop, with a large white coat she had grabbed from the office was fluttering in the wind. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and the dense neon lights unfolded like passionate women in a red light district, showcasing their best in the last moments of the world. Tall buildings rose in the distance, and although the nearby buildings were not very tall, they were densely packed with similar dilapidated structures. The wind howled in between, making Carla's clothes fly in all directions. "You say, how do we get over there?" "Long-haired guy. Who are you calling long-haired?" The long-haired man, angered, turned over several aisles until he reached the edge of the building, peering into the abyss between the floors, swallowing hard like a duck tidying its feathers on a riverbank. "So it is quite long, huh? Don't sing yet. It seems someone is coming." Carla turned her head in confusion and asked, while the long-haired man shook his head at her, "Is it the Lord?" "No, it's just some junk trying to take you away. If you get beaten, you won't find the Lord anymore. Just be obedient." The 3 of them quietly hid in a blind spot. Several cybernetic bodyguards rushed upstairs from below. "Where is everyone?" The door was clearly open just now. "The surveillance system hasn't been hacked, has it?" A young man eagerly speculated. "Sure, if it was hacked, it wouldn't concern us. If someone could hack in, it means we aren't capable of managing it." The younger man behind him was evidently much older. "But boss, aren't we?" Whatever the boss said or did, the young man fell silent and began a symbolic search, his footsteps getting closer. Vivi didn't know why she desperately wanted to escape the long-haired man's grip. Who's there? Bang, bang. "Get out of the way." Bang, bang, bang. Every time Carla fired, a cyber bodyguard would fall to the ground, whether dead or merely wounded. Ah, thank goodness. After Carla finished shooting, she saw the long-haired man using the love-struck patient as a shield. Realizing how sinister he was, she remembered his earlier actions toward the love-struck patient and, with a wicked thought, kicked the long-haired man in the chest. Chapter 79. Movement as participation. The long-haired man was actually about the same height as the love-struck patient Vivi. By the time Carla lifted her foot, Vivi had already freed herself from her restraints and crawled into a corner. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the man fell to the ground, cursing loudly, only to find a small air pellet burst open in the same spot, creating a flower-like pattern on the iron plate. The 3 of them slowly turned to face the smoking cyber bodyguard across from them, dressed in a sleek black thermal combat suit with a bulletproof vest and several bags at his waist. The young man in the visor helmet was startled by the sudden appearance of someone trying to calm his breathing. Sister, you could at least say something? The long-haired man adjusted his crouch, one hand hidden behind his back, seemingly fiddling with something. The love-struck patient in the corner was crying, holding her head. You think of yourself as a person? I was just helping you block the bullets. The man boasted, raising his hand. You are all under arrest. The young bodyguard's voice trembled, but worse things were yet to come. He was now in a situation where he and his intern partner had made the grave mistake of searching separately for the armed patient. Oh, in that case, we advise you to put down your gun. You are surrounded, brother. The long-haired man spoke without courtesy. Charlie, we've found 3 people in the northeast direction. 2 are armed, and 1 is mentally ill. The young man called for his last partner through the light brain on his wrist. Carla shouted in her heart that it was bad and immediately rushed at the opponent's neck. Again, there were bang, bang, bang sounds. The long-haired man rolled behind a box in a diagonal direction, shaking his wrist forward, an irregular round ball flying through the air in a rainbow arc bang. The bodyguard's laser gun collided with the irregular round ball, and instantly, a linear mushroom cloud emerged, flashing with colorful satin ribbons and pepper spray. Cough, 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 cough. No matter how careful the bodyguard was, he didn't realize that the air was so foul that someone dared to release toxic gas. Or perhaps he was too young and arrogant to care. Damn it, fighting against you. The long-haired man moved like a fish in the orange-red mist, while Carla hurried to check on the love-struck patient's condition. Unexpectedly, she was met with a new gun barrel pressed against her head. The newcomer was quite rude. Initially startled by the mist, they shot and accidentally hit the waist, and the next moment was met with Carla's painful blow to their left arm. Gurgle, gurgle. The long-haired man seemed to hear the extra gunshots from this side. Slowly, a small cylindrical object rolled out of the mist, making a noise that brought Charlie a big surprise. It was a small gas canister filled with proper fuel, but the startled person mistook it for a hidden weapon. The explosion left half of the container scorched. Are you okay? The long-haired man approached from the other side, still carrying a small backpack. Did you see supplies? Carla leaned against the container, gasping for air, feeling like her ribs were broken after being hit by the gas pellet. Emergency escape balloon from the high-rise. The long-haired man furrowed his brow. Did you get hit in the waist? It's okay. You touched that person too. Hurry up. They'll probably be here soon. Keela remained motionless, eyes fixated on the long-haired man who was sneakily feeling around the disfigured Charlie, then pulled out a small package from under him. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he was grabbed by a hand. Keela couldn't see the long-haired man's expression, only that he looked down at Charlie for a moment, and then his hand fell limply onto the fuel residue, like a lump of unsupported feces. As the long-haired man turned to leave gracefully, his flesh began to boil until it turned into a pile of white, foul-smelling gas. Do you want to add some more spice? It smells a bit bad, Keela said aimlessly. At this point, the long-haired man's aura was unlike anything ordinary, and perhaps he was finally about to leave. He chuckled lightly, sure, I'll find some next time. The traditional Chinese medicine shop in Nevernight City is pretty good. The long-haired man said, his eyes dark and deep. Under such a gaze, it's no wonder Fitz's wife went crazy after losing him. If you keep looking at me like that, I might think you're going to fall in love with me. Oh, really? The long-haired man felt that Keela had changed a bit, but he still held 2 small backpacks and threw them in front of Keela, waiting for her to speak. Come on, throw one, he said. You two go ahead. With you like this, I won't be moved to persuade you. I still have some things to do, so you go first. Keela's expression was somewhat dazed. Even the originally lively eyes were covered with a layer of gray. Is this person really important? I can help you take a look for a while. The long-haired man struggled internally for a moment, awkwardly bent one knee, and with one hand took off the holographic brain, swinging it forward. There was a motorcycle at the corner behind him, operating in stealth mode. What will you do? I will find you. Don't be too confident. The man propped up his arm with a romantic brain and realized he had already fainted from the repeated explosions. He leaned in to listen and found out he was actually asleep. Damn, he can really sleep. My name is Mi Wu, if you like spices. You should have heard of me. He not asleep. He entered sleep mode. Sleep mode? He will be very useful when he wakes up. After that, Keela stopped speaking, but the slight glimpse of his delicate nape that he revealed while bowing his head made Mi Wu feel a wave of sadness. He princess carried the love-struck brain and jumped to the edge of the rooftop. The thick iron railing had been gnawed down to the size of a wrist by years of splashes and corrosive mist. A casual kick sent it swaying awkwardly at the edge of the high platform. Miwoo boldly said, "See you in the Jianghu," then with a thud, he took off into the air while holding the love-struck brain. Meanwhile, 10 cyber bodyguards burst out from the door of the small house beneath him, and behind them was Fitz. At this moment, Fitz didn't look as submissive as before. His black and gray hair was slicked back with pomade or water, revealing deep wrinkles under his eyes that made him appear much more sinister than his previously messy hair. Coupled with the green and silver cables peeking out from behind his ears, he exuded a violent aura. After all, how could someone who constantly operated on others' bodies be as restless as an ineffectual middle-aged clerk? Fitz clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he scanned the surroundings. They ran away, didn't they? Keela, why are you here? Out of curiosity, I came to take a look and accidentally got kidnapped. Help me quickly. Keela grimaced in pain for a moment, while Fitz scrutinized the little girl in front of him warily. He raised his right hand, and 2 fully armed bodyguards immediately stepped forward to check. Several others were dispatched to search for the 2 fugitives. Fitz quickly moved forward, his old leather shoes stepping on the remnants of the bodyguards that had just turned to steam, leaving only a pile of weapons and metal parts of thigh bones. Where are the 2 people just now? Oh, right beneath your feet. Kala lay on a makeshift stretcher, holding back the spasms in her stomach, and expressionlessly said, Chapter 80. My love. The buzzing of the motorcycle roared, creating a rush of exhaust air. Once the engine started, the outside noise faded away. Miwoo secured her love-struck brain around her waist, her thighs gripping the lightning machine, and with a rev of the throttle, she disappeared at the end of the street. Kula lay quietly on the white hospital bed, the straps used to secure patients now hanging loosely over the side of the bed. This was a new room. At least no one had been here before. Cobwebs hung in the corners, but there was a smell of bleach, the kind of unimaginable garbage cocktail drug smell produced in underground workshops. Countless tiny molecules stood with their cute little tails in the room, rolling and wriggling. So, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice of a newcomer, Kala knew who it was. Finally arrived. It's been a while. The weather is nice today, she said casually, glancing at Fitz, who still held a gun. You disrupted the surveillance. I should have thought of that. Is that all? This is not compliant. Have you complied? Keela suddenly felt a chill, and Fitz, upon hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. They're all volunteers who chose to participate. There's nothing improper about it. Fitz remained calm at that moment. Do you still care about these people, right? I don't know if putting the memory ball in the artificial person's body is a new discovery. Keela's eyes were filled with blood vessels and yellow spots. The effects of a sleepless night already taking their toll. You're already violating the laws of nature. What responded to Keela was a series of hearty laughs. You really are still a child. Fitz raised his hand to wipe away the falling tears. In this world, who is truly kind? I tell you, everything you see should be knelt down to seek redemption. She is neither your wife, nor should she be the embodiment of your and your wife's last wishes. And she certainly should not become a parasitic entity of an egg. Keela, my Keela, I really can't tell if you're sometimes genuinely naive or just foolish. When Keela was brought in by the bodyguards, she was forced to take a shot of anesthetic or something else. Now her body was soft and powerless. I really hope my child can be as outstanding as you, an honor graduate from the General Studies College, a top student from the preparatory camp with border internship experience, who has published 2 major papers on emergency first aid for artificial bodies, with a strong background and a bunch of friends, worldly yet naive. But, in this world, innocence is the most dangerous thing. Clara, my Celine, she is as innocent as you. She insisted on natural childbirth, but was foolishly deemed infertile by Einstein, who cast our long-awaited child into endless darkness, just because Einstein said no. You should go and turn that thing off. Clara felt her arm should be held tightly. The blanket was all wrinkled. Of course, I thought about it, but my Celine said no. She said, Fitz, we can have another one. God knows her body was already failing at that time. Did you store a brain? No, I have a better way, Fitz thought. A sweet smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, but quickly drooping again. His words began to turn frantic. I preserved her brain and put it into an artificial body, merging the two. Do you want her to continue existing in this world? Fitz heard Carla's words and nodded in agreement, jumping up in excitement. I got the inspiration from the virtual projection, since we can already manifest cyber beings into physical forms. Why not preserve the brains of the departed? You're going against the laws of nature. This cannot succeed. Besides, how can you guarantee that she is your wife and not a new person? Carla listened to Fitz's screams, her head spinning, as if a whole room full of screaming chickens was incessantly shouting. Clearly, you have failed. You're full of it. I will succeed. Who is that blonde? Your wife? Carla dared to be certain that Fitz had a backup plan. Humph. My success rate is 70%. Fitz spun around in place. As long as I merge the experimental subject with the egg, I can. That long-haired man? Haha, you really know, Carla. Quick. Fitz lunged forward, his face just 10 centimeters from hers. Tell me, where are subject 13 and subject 28? Subject 13? Carla guessed it was Mihu or that blonde love-struck idiot from earlier. They ran away. Carla tried to appear as natural and innocent as possible. I didn't hurt them. They ran away by themselves. Right, they ran away. When you came out, it was running away from your head. You bastard. You let him go. Definitely. Why? Fitz shouted excitedly. Do you know how important he is to me? He is not your possession. You can breed with the egg. What do you want him for? Carla shifted her, but only her neck was able to move. What do you know? He got her eyes. When I look at him, it's as if she is looking at me. We can raise. You can't just satisfy your selfish desires. When did you become so kind-hearted? You're not a good person either. Fitz's gun could have turned Carla into a sieve if it had gone off. Do you know what that data is? How important it is if leaked? I gave it all to you. How dare you interfere with me? His body has a rejection reaction to technology. You should have realized he can't undergo such surgery. Going against the laws of nature to satisfy your selfish desires will only. How do you know unless you try? He can do it. As a natural person. He is strong. So you drugged him? After he gives birth? Oh, he might not even see the child born before he closes his eyes. I don't care, as long as she can always look at me. Oh, Celine, my Celine. Fitz suddenly went mad, lunging like a diver, grabbing Carla's head with one hand while the other tightly gripped her throat, slamming her against the wall. Once, twice. Carla's head buzzed, creating an entire galaxy until Fitz grew tired, straightened up, and gently kissed the projection device on his wrist. The bells in his head rang, and the gun hole swayed ominously toward Carla, with anger shooting up to the crown of his head. Thinking about having to rearrange everything again, he couldn't help but bare his teeth. You took everything away. My Celine. My poor Celine. Let us say it together. Whose brain does that blonde man have? ISNT at the one you put in? Carla's forehead was smeared with blood, her mouth still mumbling. Vivi? Huh. You still have the leisure to care about him? That's really good. Fitz pinned Carla's one hand, palm up. I want to see how much leisure you have to care about others, he said, tucking the gun into his waistband. He picked up a small knife and flicked it against Carla's wrist, slicing open her entire arm. Carla exerted all her strength, but only twitched once. The viscous blood spraying out, appearing purple under the dim light, falling onto the slowly turning white sheets. You're a real pervert. Carla closed her eyes. No sleeping. Tell me, where did they go? Last chance. The sobs and pleas didn't last long, because the entire mental hospital was surrounded by a combined team. Strong flashlight beams waking Carla, shining through the white iron gate and warming her face. As a long time passed, the bloodstains left on the floor had turned rust-colored, and Fitz was no longer there. Chapter 81. Sister, see you again. We have hidden well. Vivi woke up a bit early. I got on lightning and started charging her. In the dark space, a bright red-eyed monitor flickered, and the man on the other side was chattering away like a water pump in a fish tank. Unfortunately, there was no fish tank beside Carla, only a chemical fishy smell from the last captured illegal smuggler of small yellow croakers. Sister, do you really not need me to rescue her? Your mental state seems a bit off. If it's now, I can. No, a sound represented two Chinese characters. After a long silence, Mihu's voice trembled a bit. What is our relationship? A supply-demand relationship, temporarily trustworthy. Carla's voice was weak, accompanied by the shivering of her teeth. That pervert used truth serum on you? Mihu couldn't imagine how Carla had been cruelly beaten and tortured before being given the truth serum, only knowing that those who could use such rare stuff were tough characters. After all, they had endured high-voltage electric shocks. Originally, she thought Carla was just a petty thief, but now it seemed many things were beyond expectation. In an abandoned garage by the roadside in the suburbs of District 13, Vivi sat with her eyes closed in front of a small portable cloud platform, her head filled with brain machine cables, holding a device that could connect to Carla's nearest answering device. She gently twisted the green fiber optic cable with her left hand. A pile of cigarette butts at her feet. After a while, she spoke up. Recently, there has been a logistics thief. It's Central News quite big. It said they will be chemically euthanized. Mihu sighs at you. Really? You're something else, sister, able to do unexpected things. Mihu still maintained her previous persona, grinning and calling her sister while patting her on the back. Wait, what did the news say was stolen? The egg. Did you have to ask? Carla, whose brain was foggy from the torture, suddenly felt as if someone had banged a gavel in her head. How could it be the egg? Didn't T. Fitz leave any traces? No, it's impossible. The data memory corresponds to what he captured, unless Fitz has a backup himself. But why would the security department arrest me? In the bustling commercial area of the upper city, the triangular scythe of death is famously marked by the towering financial building's advertising screen, which temporarily interrupts with a few news items, rumors surrounding the Kong family, a sharp stock drop, and Kingsley potentially becoming the biggest winner, while Dream Island's mascot seizes the opportunity to rise. As one financial magnate falls, countless others stand up. At 1800, just stepping out from the small Yi station, the exit is on an ordinary rooftop of an unknown building. Descending 3 floors leads to a wide avenue, where the reflection in her pure green sunglasses shows countless lights standing tall in the misty rain, blocking her eyes. Perhaps tonight's task is as cold and merciless as the drizzling rain, falling without compassion on people. The black leather boots of 1800 stomp harshly on the frost-covered sidewalk, the sound akin to a narwhal breaking through solid ice. It's you. Unlike the cold outside, the room is filled with the warmth of vintage decor from the last century, reminiscent of old-school America in the 90s. Every corner of the house is filled with warm and lively decorations, bright ceiling lights, red and yellow mosaic wall tiles, large contrasting violet base coats, and incense from the east rising with curling smoke. At the door, 1800 removes her triangular hat, the black raincoat draping lightly over her, shrouding her in mist. She wants to continue undressing, but is stopped by her master. We don't have much time left for you. You are the last one. The chill on 1800's body melts away in the warmth of the room, droplets of water sliding down her chest and falling to the hem of her clothes. Aren't you going to resist? I've done what I had to do. I hope the guidance of our ancestors can bring us new inspiration. So, is there anything to convey? Her master waves a hand, reclining comfortably on the soft, elastic memory foam sofa. It seems you still place your bet on her. The master casually reads the newspaper and chats, saying lightly, she's still too weak. Let her grow up first. Let her find her way slowly. What if she refuses? Well, theoretically she won't. Practically, it's already arranged. It depends on her choice. If she doesn't come back, do you have other plans? No, I'm a bit tired. Dr. Tausig mischievously jokes, clearly unsuitable for the tense atmosphere around 1800. I can help you. We can work together, but space for the android must be reserved. Death is the end of a person, but not the end of the spirit. I can help you preserve your consciousness. No. If keeping my brain program in the cloud can help humanity with scientific development and reference, then take my brain away. Although I'm always willing to head towards that endpoint where all humanity queues up to seek a place of eternal rest. Is it the helplessness of being human? 1800 murmurs. This is the new subject she must learn. I was once by your side. I'm glad, my friend. Let's begin just like when we first met. Show me your skills. Dr. Tausig smiles, recalling the past. Initially, when 1800 was just born, she was merely a prototype model of an android, with her representative skill being a fire starter. However, due to being a newly developed product, she often caused accidental fires, like an explosion illuminating the endless darkness of today. Nice to meet you, my friend. The scale of the explosion spanned 3 floors of the high-rise, with thick smoke rising. Building fragments and shattered glass scattered amidst the sturdy steel structure, causing the high-rise fire extinguishing system to rotate 360 degrees, spraying small droplets. They embraced and played, gently lifting 1800, new fuel boosting their morale. Please input voice information. Nice to meet you all. My program temporarily prevents me from resisting what I despise. So, goodbye, friends. The android has no tears. The leaking liquid fuel is their final sorrow. Look at what I said. If we hadn't secretly followed, this high-end chip and sensor would all be wasted. Naughty exclaimed, anxiously showing her scalded hand that had gotten a big blister from her carelessness, while directing the fireproof-suited Tang, Ermei, and Tatara. Wow, this time it got really big. Tatara removed her thick silver helmet, revealing her once clean face, now covered in black soot. Still playing? What if Dr. Tao is gone? Keela will definitely cry to death. Tang Ermei, with her thick fireproof gloves, had also burned one hand. She forcefully gathered the remaining android parts and placed them in the car's trunk. The three swiftly passed by vehicles of the Tsijian Institute in the black night that resembled daylight. Chapter 82. A new beginning. Keela leaned against the wall, her arms weakly sprawled on the ground, having finally managed to sit up after bending her knees and twisting her waist while enduring the pain of her wounds. The entire small dark room had no light and smelled of damp mildew from years of humidity. Everything on her was searched clean, and everything seemed to happen naturally. Acid rain continued to drizzle down, mist enveloping the pedestrians coming and going. Nature changes with the times, taking away the life of her teacher. My teacher. When immense heartache and change come, one may produce self-isolation as a protective reaction. Keela was terrifyingly calm at this moment, detaching herself and analyzing everything that happened like a merciless machine. It can't be Fitz's report. When he left, Fitz was also illegally arrested. Who could he be targeting? 1800? Besides Fitz, only she knows what she did tonight. Dr. Ching Shan? Einstein wouldn't scan for anomalies until at least 6 in the morning. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. What exactly is wrong? Thrown into endless darkness, Keela felt no rhythm of day and night. Only guessing she had been locked up for nearly half a month based on her body's hunger for 3 meals a day. If she were locked up any longer, it would not only be her features that would deteriorate, but also her mental state. Keela tried her best to maintain a routine of 100 push-ups a day and half an hour of planking, keeping her body in an active state. A small hole in the door delivered a tube of nutrient injections daily, but today it did not open. The entire pitch-black door swung open, a strong light piercing into Keela's pupils, the crisp air of the officer mingling with the scent of cedar, the fine smoke most commonly smoked by low-ranking officers, especially sought after for its mixed vitamins. Keela's comrades at her level often kept this stuff, but Keela had never smoked. The familiar scent of cedar and caramel sweetness eased some of Keela's fears. After a violent shiver, she was sent onto an armored vehicle heading to the suburban base. Keela gazed at the shallow pit above the soldieress head, perhaps a trace left by a mutated beast encountered on the road. The gray sky loomed over the endless wilderness, pockmarked with meteorite craters and gray dust, as the armored vehicle sank into the mysterious red fog interwoven with unknown horrors. The continuous rain fell, and Tang Ermei, dressed in sporty attire with a special anti-corrosion long coat, arrived at the entrance of the orphanage she had visited before, the towering, ancient iron gate glowing under the lightning, several windows lighting up. You're here again. It's the acid rain season, so just stay inside the house. Aunt Maria twirled her thread in her right hand, tied a knot at the button of a gray shirt, then pulled it hard while mumbling at Tang Ermei, who was carrying a pile of things. It's fine. Kala's been missing for a long time, so I'm here to check on you. Besides, you've taken care of me for a while. Tang Ermei looked up at the photos on Aunt Maria's bookshelf. Only 2 or 3 faded old pictures. Kala had always dressed very formally since she was a child, with a meticulously tied, diamond-patterned tie neatly tucked into a beige vest with a coarse floral pattern. Her expression extremely relaxed, and her eyes showing disdain for the world. Tang Ermei felt a bit dazed. Was Kala like this when she was young? In her memory, she was always clear about her goals, doing things methodically, occasionally being willful, but she could always take responsibility for herself. Aunt Maria, do you remember what Kala was like when she was little? Kiskivi Kolowantai. Oh, she was very disobedient when she was young, always liked to wander around, touching here and looking there, and she always liked to ask questions, then she would love to sleep soundly in bed, daydreaming. It was all her doing. You say she has a mission. What mission does she have? The The base matters need to be kept confidential. Saying too much will only worry you. Tang amidst, my sweetly. Her fluffy curly hair tied high at the back of her head, and she sat beside Aunt Maria, explaining which health products were suitable to take when and how much, with great detail. The latter was spinning a pure, white, ivory carving that had yellowed slightly over time. LA's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed over. This is a rare item, an old antique, right? Who gave it to you? La admired the intricate carvings on the ivory, guessing that the giver likely hoped for the recipient's career to flourish. This thing stays with you for now. It's not convenient for me to keep it. On the closed lid was a large character for hole, and La immediately understood, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. So you still have contact with this guy? Does he really love you? As for LA's whereabouts, there had been no break in contact. Tang Ermiai took a small sip of tea. Kola? La was silent for 2 seconds. Don't worry. Her teacher is taking care of her. If worst comes to worst, I can find someone to ask. Tang Ermiai put down her teacup, her tone slow. Your family is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the conglomerate. It's best to avoid too much entanglement with the base. The relationship between the suburban base and the central conglomerate often became tense due to resource allocation and power struggles, as well as the flow of people. I advise you to stop boasting. A giant display screen in the underground garage flickered with a white light. Upon hearing this, a small light point dimmed significantly. 1800, stabbed in the back. You can focus on your training. I've already asked someone to remind Kola, and she just happened to be assigned under Tang Lin, so she won TB2 sad. Chapter 83. Life is tasteless. Dr. Ku is a bit presumptuous. At the suburban base, a misty blue-colored cigarette extinguished its last breath on a corner of the monitor screen. Tang Lin rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Irritated, he started smoking another cigarette, his eye bags drooping to the point where it seemed like he had grown 2 cheekbones. I seem to have forgotten something. A pile of emails and documents filled the 3 screens in front of him, concerning Director 2 a relocation application for Team 13, and a report on recent negligence of duty by lower-ranked soldiers at the base. Nok, Komin, Suilan, dressed for returning from outside, looked a bit worn. After glancing at the desk, she met Tang Lin's eyes. The base has been very busy lately? Suilan took off her sheepskin gloves and sat down comfortably opposite Tang Lin. Tang Lin rolled his eyes, knowing she was just asking for the sake of it. You should say you've been very relaxed lately. There are plenty of subordinates wanting to resign and transfer. Suilan smiled, brushing her hair back. The contrast between the youthful man and the currently disheveled Tang Lin made one feel anger rising from the nose to the forehead. What is there to laugh about? Stop pretending. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. The reason was that everyone was unwilling to be a workhorse under him. The resources on the interstellar side were much more appealing. Those who diligently worked without giving up on development and restoration would always be cast aside by the times. Suilan tugged at her clothes, revealing a mechanical watch that cost more than a year's salary at the base. A high-end item not seen or used in the base, but the kind that rented out for the most profit. Tang Lin was somewhat speechless. You crossed hundreds of kilometers just to show off to me? Of course not. I also came to take 2 away. Suilan smiled, hands folded. Impossible. 2 Duo's organizational skills are well known, and I can't let you take them away. Tang Lin sat up straight, staring intently at Suilan, wondering what gave him such confidence. I'm here to win it for sure. Suilan kept building suspense. The silence in her smile made Tang Lin's right eye twitch. Oh, let me see what chips you can bring out. Suilan swiped on her mechanical inked watch, and ding-dong, a video popped up on Tang Lin's screen. The greenish video showed a small black room of about 7 square meters, clearly a temporary shack for war criminals. The dirtiest and most shabby kind. On the ground, a thin figure convulsed from time to time, looking like a side effect of being injected with a truth serum, then banged its head against the wall. After the video ended, Tang Lin was still a bit dazed and looked at Suilan. What does this mean? I am. Lin. Maria is my aunt. Fitz asked me to steal the egg embryo. I don't know anything about the mermaid mechanical project. Teacher Tao Shiga only teaches me medical courses because she has been doing checkups and common medical science popularization at the charity orphanage since I was a child. The chaotic situation finally forced the news box into a corner. Little Tang, I've arranged for someone to help you with some work these days. Take care of your junior sister. You're illegally coercing her. Tang Lin's anger grew from private matters to Dr. Tao Shiga, and her tone became calmer. Sui Lan rubbed her nose. You need to ask those tycoons. They spend a lot of money, and besides, who knows how much this girl knows that she shouldn't. So, where is she now? Tang Lin's gaze became sharp. You truly don't treat her as a person. Sui Lan shrugged, shaking her watch, then lowered her head to wipe the smooth crystal surface. Swish, Duo's transfer application has been approved immediately. Tang Lin, sometimes you're just too easy to control. Kala had already boarded the transport vehicle, but the speed was a bit slow. Tang Lin sprang up and swiftly punched Sui Lan in the face. Bright red blood streaming from her prominent nose. You bastard. Tang Lin pointed at Sui Lan. From now on, get the hell away from me. Every time I see you, I'll hit you. Saying that, she raised her black military boots to intimidate Sui Lan's custom-made coat, and when Sui Lan lowered her shielding arm, she found that the room was already empty. As they chased out the door, they found that Tang Lin had already boarded a helicopter labeled District 13 Express. The wind from the spinning blades blew the windbreaker back, leaving the rooftop empty, with only a few planes and inspection personnel. Sui Lan stared at the departing helicopter until it disappeared into the undulating black hills and gray mist. Hey, we can move now. Boss, do we really have to kill them? A mechanical watch asked. It's fine, just give them a bit of pain. The wires on her head were to prevent her consciousness from leaking out. Kara's pupils were vacant, her mind floating like the yellow-billed duck that Aunt Maria had casually tossed into the bathtub when she was a child. The waves of her spirit rippled. How did I end up here? Passing through the wall of static noise, the colorful grid of cyberspace could expand and shrink according to Kara's mood. She jumped around on the grid. The enemy's enemy is my friend. All it took was a minor hiccup. Kara wandered around the control room for a long time before realizing that ahead was a temporary cliff. The logistics team was preparing to change tracks 50 meters ahead, so they could go straight down. Understood. The logistics leader hesitated but agreed. If they were to detour, it would take time, while pushing straight through would easily send this batch of war criminals over in a short time. The road isn't good? That was something for the lowest-ranked drivers to worry about. But war criminals? Who cares about them? A bunch of sinners who would eventually die in the wilderness outside the base. Their only contribution to this world was to grow some grass before they died. A soft, rustling sound came from her hand. A small spider was moving between her fingers. Kara raised her index finger, and the little spider quickly slipped down to her wrist. Can you stop shaking that knee of yours? A dirty man, still sporting a prominent chest and a beard, punched the floor of the vehicle and shouted. The one shaking his leg was a freckled guy with a buzz cut, with a red gecko tattooed near his ear. When he smiled, a sour smell wafted out from his yellowed teeth. Hee, sorry, I'm just too happy, can't help it. Big brother, please bear with me. As he spoke, his body swayed back and forth. The bearded man looked furious, his eyes bloodshot, wanting to say something rude. A lazy voice interrupted. Shut up, what are you shouting for? Don't you think it's noisy enough to die? Upon hearing the word die, the atmosphere instantly cooled down. In the cramped space beneath the vehicle, there was only one exhaust vent, and the height forced the bearded man, a larger guy, to bend over. He grunted angrily at the freckled guy's knee. Oh, why are you crying? The freckled guy, clearly a bit too cheeky, said, Since we're all going to die, just cry louder. Don't be ashamed of yourself. It's too dark to see anyway, just cry. The lazy man's comment clearly brightened the freckled guy's mood. Hey, buddy, what crime did you commit to end up here? The lazy guy yawned and ignored him, but the bearded man covered his face and shook his shoulders, crying for a while. He spoke in a muffled voice, thinking he was being asked about himself. I just took a doll, and then, sob, I got caught and ended up here. Damn it. Can't they let people pick things up? Perhaps feeling it was too unmanly, the freckled guy disdainfully asked, What were you doing in the sewer? I was meeting someone, the bearded man replied. The lazy guy perked up at the mention of the doll, but was annoyed by the freckled guy's question. What kind of doll? A doll from Dream Island. It was really expensive. I finally got it. Finally? The auction house exploded, and she was thrown into the auction hall. The freckled guy and the lazy man fell silent. This guy's words were completely nonsensical and full of lies. Auction house. The freckled guy was filled with confusion. Wanted to ask more, itching to know. Big guy, clarify what happened. Were you also at the auction? The lazy guy realized something and asked several people nearby. Indeed, about 10 cages contained people who had passed by the auction or were shopping nearby, participating in some part of the auction process, like security. The freckled guy, small and impatient, jumped onto the bearded man, hugging his head and trying to wake him up. Do you know what happened at the auction? Why did a bunch of unrelated people end up in prison? Why? After being bombarded with questions, the bearded man's already swollen head throbbed even more. Little spider, you think these idiots are noisy too? Playing with the dead little spider in her hand, Kara gently stroked it. Do you know too? The lazy guy and the freckled guy felt a chill run down their spines at Kara's cryptic words. Big sister, please tell us, were we supposed to die? Who knows if you will die? Do you want to play something big? Kara twirled the little spider with her fingers before finally eating it. Let's send this group to meet God first, she said with a smile. Chapter 84. Garbage belongs back in the trash. The freckled guy, who had been shaking his leg with swagger, pulled out a universal key to open the door. But when he saw Kara barefoot kicking the machine guard's swinging arm 3 times without a care, lifting its dislocated arm back up and violently cutting off the bearded man's 2 braids, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. This girl, besides being all mystical, is also so strong. Passing through the cages, Kara's subconscious picked up the codes and patrol patterns, allowing the 4 of them to easily ambush several soldiers in the compartment with the tools they had just obtained. The lazy guy knelt on a small machine guard, crazily pulling out a bunch of red and blue wires from its belly, then smashed the sensor with the butt of his gun. The freshly cut black hair was soaked with sweat, and a bloody line splattered across his face. He grinned, showing sharp teeth, and licked the rainbow at the corner of his mouth, his smile eerie and terrifying. Joke on you. I was just enjoying watching you all fight and forgot about the surveillance. The freckled guy aimed his gun at the red flashing light on the ceiling. Kara blinked, and a golden light flashed from the specially placed electric current ring on her forehead. The red flashing light immediately shorted out, emitting wisps of white smoke, causing the fire alarm to sound like a rooster crowing. The alarm blared, but the robotic guards, meant to be security, lay in pieces, quietly at the feet of the invading enemies. The silver automatic doors opened. Kara glanced sideways and saw the lazy guy and the bearded man standing behind the freckled guy. The freckled guy pointed at the mirrored sunglasses on the ground, counted them, swallowed hard, and attempted to take a small step back, only to be blocked by the 2 behind him. I'm just moving around. The lazy guy chuckled and ruffled the freckled guy's buzz cut. You go first. We can't win. Big brother, let us retreat. Sneaking out through the door is better than standing here under gunfire. The freckled guy looked anxiously around at the 2 fierce faces, trembling. Weren't we supposed to escape? How did it turn into an attack on the control room? I am doomed. I should have never followed these lunatics out. I look crazy, but they're really crazy. I think I'll just roll away. My dear chief engineer. Keela tilted her head, raised her hands, and the automatic door suddenly closed tightly and locked. The sprinkler device above the control room immediately released strange smoke and mist, enveloping the black-clad armed personnel on the ground. The transparent automatic door swung open, igniting bursts of flames, followed by a long silence. Without bloodshed, Keela revealed her front teeth in satisfaction, her dark eyes shining with a chilling enthusiasm. When Keela entered the control room, hands behind her back like she was strolling in a park, fiddling with the intercom, Huang Mao began to doubt if he should run away. Hey, cough, cough now. All rear vehicles, listen to orders, charge forward towards the pit area. The command from the female voice left the subordinate puzzled, wondering if it was a message from the assistant. But he had to keep his mouth shut due to the direct order from the superior's intercom. Several large trucks charged into the thick fog, directly plunging into the deep pit. From the still gray mist, smoke began to rise in bubbling streams, and the ground, slightly vibrating, rolled over the surface of the wasteland, wave after wave. Inside the control room, through a hazy perspective, only a long tail, thick enough for 4 or 5 people to surround, lazily swept through, stirring up another storm. What is this? Huang Mao was shocked, his head almost pressing against the monitor, and he stretched his neck to observe Keela's expression. Just an earthquake. An earthquake? The bearded man shuddered, whispering, "Are the bugs like this? Did you guess it long ago? Haven't you guys been to the wild area before? There are many bugs here, just perfect for traps." Huang Mao watched as the lazy lower half of the white tail instantly became round, then grabbed Keela by the neck, the warm human scent spraying onto Keela's neck. Keela half lifted her eyelids, her black pupils filled with anger and confusion, then pushed away the lazy figure and began pressing buttons on the main control keyboard. "At least we should have a legitimate identity, clean and tidy." The lazy voice gradually diminished, watching the crazy woman in front of her, unconcerned about her fellow's life. Clenching her fists, her mouth twitching slightly. The lazy figure's fist loosened and then tightened again, and the gravity vehicle restarted, following the newly planned route toward another path. "Bro, just forget it." Huang Mao blocked the lazy figure's stomach and stepped back, winking at the bearded man. After all, it seemed that only Keela had survival experience in the wild, not to mention she could drive a large vehicle. "We're all half buried in the ground, just living day by day now." The bearded man opened his mouth, almost making Huang Mao kneel. If you can't persuade someone, just don't. Unexpectedly, the lazy figure, who usually looked crazy, showed surprising strength when she got serious. Huang Mao wiped his sweat, thinking that everyone really hadn't used their strength earlier. Keela's little girl wouldn't care, but at least they had to make do together for the night. It was unreasonable for several people to lie around in disarray on the ground. Huang Mao gritted his teeth and, with the bearded man, moved the bodies on the ground. The heavy armor made their waists ache, just knowing they would make the younger ones work. "Without me, you'd eventually scatter," Huang Mao mumbled, conveniently stuffing several stolen bullets into his pocket. Inside the control room, Keela sat in the central chair, closing her eyes to rest. The lazy figure blankly cleaned the gun barrel, while the bearded man felt around, exclaiming, "It's really clean here. Not a trace of anyone passing by. Isn't it?" Huang Mao felt a pang of bitterness, having turned around 3 times in this place without finding anything. It was tough for people to survive in the army. Why not just gather these scraps and sell them on the road for fare? The bearded man picked up the gun barrel and began to knock, squinting and looking around. Why do these things feel so old? Do 50 meters ahead. Unidentified flying object detected. Keela opened her eyes at the sound, a small black drifting in from the distance. The lazy figure stopped what she was doing and looked at Keela. "You said no one would guess your route." But she couldn't resist someone wanting to come. "Keela?" The person on the opposite side directly broke the program interception software, and a familiar figure appeared on the control room screen. "Where are you going?" "Stop the car. Come up. I have something to tell you." Tang Lin shouted from the plane, but Keela remained unmoved. She added, "Don't you want to know what your teacher said before dying? Then come down." Outside the control room, the lazy figure, the bearded man, and Huang Mao were tightly pressed against the door, but the door was too soundproof. They couldn't hear anything. Inside, Tang Lin activated the shielding system, taking a deep puff from cigarette number 2, the pyramid that the powerful referred to. "What did the teacher say?" Keela's brow twitched, her anger flaring up, causing her to break out in a pimple. "Let you come here to work for me first." The pure-colored smoke rose steadily. "You know nothing. Keela, it seems senior sister just wants to scold me. What should I do? I still want revenge." Tang Lin, annoyed, shouted, "Revenge, revenge, revenge your legs." But her figure turned, directly kicking Keela to the ground. Keela was knocked down, unable to get up, her supporting arms trembling slightly as she squeezed out a sentence through her teeth. Bang! She was kicked against the wall, slowly sliding down. The previously crisp sound seemed to almost break her ribs. The fierce expression and mad laughter made the lazy trio take a step back, ignoring the 10 or so corpses in formal attire at the door. Tang Lin commanded 2 or 3 people to carry the limping Keela onto the plane. Tang Lin stepped onto the plane, extending her right forefinger forward. The automatic driving car, transporting prisoners? Those are almost scrapped automatic artificial guards. If they die, so be it. They were meant to take you to your deaths anyway. Ahead is your graveyard. Tang Lin tilted her head and thought for a moment, then added, "The car can still make a little profit if sent to the junkyard." Huang Mao and the bearded man hearing this, had their expressions shift from cloudy to sunny, while the lazy figure peeled off a mask, revealing a cold, short-circuited facial circuit structure. He stared blankly at the armor scattered all over the ground. Almost scrapped? Graveyard? Were we all meant to die together? Yes. On the plane, Keela glanced around the cabin, feeling cocky. You can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to take me along? Taking a kid is still manageable. Tang Lin fastened her seatbelt, tapped the front panel, and shouted to set off. Chapter 85. Going home in the vast depths of the desert. A mid-sized off-road truck burst forth from a narrow passage, buzzing insects pouring from the sky. Damn it, Keela, I'm watching you. The muscular Mohican driver swore, his heart rate monitor skyrocketing with the speed of the vehicle. Suddenly, on the other side of the dim, unfaded hill, countless flying arrows ignited with red fireworks, raining down like a storm. Meanwhile, a black spray gun continuously spewed igniting oil, and the billowing flames in the sky transformed into a fiery net, incinerating the fist-sized swarm of flying insects. The wings that fell to the ground quivered slightly, the burnt wings emitting the smell of charred protein. Keela leaped down from the hill, trampling the flying insects underfoot, and as the fire consumed the insects, the thick smoke lingered. The off-road truck slowly approached with its hazard lights flashing. How's it going? Did you get the stuff? The muscular driver shouted happily, completely forgetting how scared he had been earlier when the insects threatened to suck his marrow dry. Check it out. Keela took out a bottle filled with blue liquid from her silver backpack and threw it to him. This is the excrement of mutated flying insects, widely used as fuel in the wild, but whether it's for searching, breeding, or violently acquiring in the wild, it's too inconvenient for everyone to use unless absolutely necessary. The big man in the back seat took out a bit of blue slime for testing. Keela was already familiar with his cautiousness and prudence. She took out a No. 2 cigarette that she had borrowed from Tang Lin and waited for the quality test results. Only after passing the test did he smile and pack up the items, swaggering as he stuffed things into the silver backpack, leaning over lewdly. Get rich, here you go. Good stuff. Keela pinched the cigarette, but, squinting into the backpack, her eyes widening immediately. Where did you get such good stuff? Chicken brother. You said so back then. I will definitely not forget you. Drinking should be learned from the adults. Keela fiddled with the long-neck champagne. Main city? Where's the cup? Let me look for it. It's really tough, running around everywhere. When we arrive, we smash stones and dig foundations. Sometimes the minerals detected can't touch the air. There can be situations where it explodes upon contact with air. When Keela was dug out from the stones by a few shovels, her originally quiet and obedient appearance was immediately turned into a stray cat drenched in rain that nobody wanted by the roadside. Sometimes when the prepared bait runs out, you still have to drive to lure the beasts away. Just like that, the down-and-out little cat accidentally fell into the lair of a group of armored beasts while trying to distract them, twisting her foot, and unexpectedly met the young Kieran, who came to steal the molted skin of the armored beasts. One more. The intense heat surged down her throat, igniting her whole body. Kieran had a slight alcohol allergy, his cheeks slightly reddened. It seemed that it wasn't particularly low-quality industrial alcohol. You just say, our life outside the city is no less carefree than inside. It was said that there had been another wave of assassination plans for artificial humans in the city. While speaking, he took out 2 slightly squeezed cucumbers from his pocket, one for each of them to munch on. Keela clinked her glass with Chicken Brother, raising her head to gulp it down. The bounty for assassinating artificial humans had begun circulating since Keela was officially wandering outside the city. She had repeatedly sneaked into the internal historical emails of the bounty and indeed discovered some opium-related information about Dr. Toxic. However, the bounty that Dr. Toxic had taken on a few years ago had nothing strange about it. At most, she was shocked to find out that her teammate was Aunt Maria. Why has the assassination started again? It's lively here, but killing hard over there? The cucumber in her mouth, though not particularly crisp and sweet, was crunchy and satisfying to eat. I heard that artificial humans exhibit some very strange behaviors. The news reported that my artificial human maid climbed into my bed at midnight, holding onto my private parts. There's also a report of a virtual butler learning my actions from a mirror, talking to the window. and then turned to tell me that someone was outside the window on the 78th floor. Chicken Brother was checking the data from the newly produced materials, which showed normal readings. Could it be that the news is just trying to gain views? Wasn't there a lot at first? Keela sensed Chicken Brother's tone was flat. What do you think could be the reason? Can't artificial humans have their own consciousness? Keela gently swirled her wine glass. The distant sporadic fireworks already floating in the thick fog. Chicken Brother seemed to have heard the biggest joke, smirking. Well, my view is that machines are always machines. They will always follow commands, while humans, who have consciousness from neurons, can give themselves orders. So, you understand, right? Chicken Brother's eyes were smiling, his rosy cheeks seemingly discussing an absurd topic. Are you saying there are no artificial humans? Keela slowly decrypted her thoughts. Instead, are these all conscious humans? New humans? Chicken Brother roasted the hot stove in front of him, casually leaning back in his chair, downing a whole cup of champagne. They can think for themselves, even kill, and want their own rights, but they are still artificial humans. Fake people? Robots? They can't even be called prosthetic humans. This sounds ridiculous. Nobody would believe in the consciousness of fake humans. Keela's hair was gradually getting heavy from the thickening fog, and the air she breathed out was cold and desolate. If robots are real people, then where do the neurons of artificial humans come from? In this broken world, true or false, real or fake, truth and falsehood, all end up being real. Keela muttered, squeezing the last 2 drops of wine from the bottom of her glass, and called her wild motorcycle from behind the hill, charging into the impending storm. The rain cover almost completely enveloped the entire base. Keela passed through the crowd, heading straight for Tang Lin's laboratory, but found no one. After flipping through a few frequently visited offices and finding no one, Keela, over here, a close aide of Tang Lin, with a buzz cut, waved the communicator in his hand, calling Keela to stop. Engineer Tang has left. He left this for you. She left? Where did she go? Keela activated the communicator with her pupil pattern. The cover bore the Standard B logo of B Work Technology. I heard they found a new mining site. They are preparing to scout it. The buzz-cut officer said before being hurriedly called away for a meeting. She said, once you see it, you'll know what to do. Artificial sunlight poured in from the window, casting golden light all over the ground. Keela sat on the velvet cushion under the arched window, flipping through the specially designed cutout of the new communicator. Inspiration flashed through her mind, and she took out the chip from her collar and inserted it into the communicator. Inside were only a few copies of technical documents regarding mechanical modifications of mermaids, instantly awakening Keela's memories from a few years ago. Looking back, it was still heart-pounding. Her young body, the chaotic yet orderly colorful tubes, the various mechanical sensors stacked together. The only thing with warmth in the image was the slightly fluctuating numbers on the heart rate monitor. Keela frowned. The girl in the picture looked somewhat familiar at the jawline. Lastly, there was a group photo from 14 years ago of the Sisters Convent. The orphanage, Sisters Convent? Keela's light brain popped up a video, showing Tang Lin fully armed in a Sanyo vacuum suit, revealing a palm-sized smile. How's it going? What do you mean? Kicking me out? Keela didn't want to guess. Aren't you stopping me? I was worried you might not have any weight before. But now that I've taken you around the suburbs for so long, at least you've made some progress. Don't worry about it. Sisters Convent. This is the last thing the teacher sent me. I think there are some things left there. Remember to go take a look. It seemed there were shouts from a few people outside the camera, and Tang Lin nodded with her chin. Safe travels, little junior sister. Keela was still pondering why Tang Lin could coldly kick her to the main city one moment and then affectionately call her little junior sister the next, expertly playing the game of giving a stick and a date. The light brain video kept beeping for half an hour without a response. What are you doing? Why are you acting crazy? Just because someone doesn't answer the phone doesn't mean they are free. Are you going to keep calling for half an hour? The man on the other end of the light brain was furious, but there seemed to be some splashing water sounds, and his previously calm voice was now filled with rage. Keela fell silent for 2 breaths. Are you taking a shower? I'm in a hurry. Just tell me. Give me a place to stay and an identity. I'll be in the main city in half an hour. Go to Huangmao. When I pulled you out of prison back then, you said you were going to die, so don't worry about me. The man opposite the light brain is currently lying in a bathtub with a microwave featuring exposed wires sitting on the table next to the white tub. The man, bare-chested, feels the icy cold water seep into his bones. Did your wife buy you a hat again? Keela scratched the depression on the back of the front seat. Don't die yet. You're still somewhat useful. Help me out first. After saying this, Keela hung up the phone. On the other end of the light brain, Lazy Young, with a scruffy face and lazy demeanor, buried his crimson eyes into his bent knees, slowly surrounded by various sizes of white foam. All right, bring me some vegetable pancakes with extra oil, and the soybean milk should be hot. Lazy Young was suddenly startled by a ringing sound, lifting his head abruptly. You shouldn't be able to answer the phone, so I just picked it up automatically. Are you crazy? Lazy Young swept all the foam off his body with his right arm, his thick, pale thighs stepping out of the bathtub and onto the face of a mop, wrapping himself in a cotton bath towel. This annoying world only believes in money and power. He hated it, but power pulled him out of the cage to be a lackey. He fished out the communicator from his pocket, feeling the warmth of a string of large round eggs inside, resignedly walking into the thick fog. Chapter 86, Single, Growing Up, Reunited. After our long-term undercover investigation, the murderer of the 12 major cases has finally been captured. The girl held in the basement welcomes the dawn. A purple-haired, crew-cut female anchor stands at the entrance of the public court, excitedly announcing the latest results to the camera. Keela gently sipped her milk, lost in thought as she watched the TV. Lazy Young brought a plate of cut fruit and placed it on the round table, following Keela's gaze to the television. This woman is called Yamamoto Keiru. Her background is solid. Without her, this case wouldn't have been solved. Lazy Young sat down and moved the half-eaten sesame ball in front of Keela to himself. Keela paused, holding back for 2 seconds before realizing she couldn't. What are you doing? You already ate half of it. Lazy Young, with his mouth stuffed and looking somewhat dazed, replied, I overate, just resting for a bit. After not having eaten greasy meals for too long, Keela's stomach felt uncomfortable. Sorry, do you want some cookies? Lazy Young, feeling flustered, shot up and ran toward the fridge. Keela watched his back as he slowly turned around. Sorry, it seems the cookies are expired. Fong Yin, you are single, but life must go on. Keela crumpled the milk carton in her hand and tossed it into the trash can. Let's tidy up and head out. The long capsule light rail glided through the air, casting dim shadows on Keela. Suddenly, memories of the day she went to Dr. Toxage's place resurfaced in her mind, fresh and beautiful. The orphanage looked as usual, lush greenery mingling with a few withered vines clinging to the peeling white walls decades later. Sounds of children playing echoed from the long corridor. The ID card has been approved. Keela led Fong Yin directly to the dining hall, where a dozen boys and girls in white long shirts and pants obediently listened to the teacher's speech and reminders. Keela scanned the room, but didn't see Aunt Maria, turning to head up the stairs. The children here looked quite spirited. As Fong Yin stepped through the door, he saw a young, round-faced child making a face at him, speaking softer than before. You seem quite familiar with this place. Did you grow up here? Yeah, through the glass of the office door. Aunt Maria was bent over the table writing something. Keela reached her finger into the groove of the door to slowly pull it open. Aunt Maria, the last sound made her pout, holding back a sound in her throat, each time she called her aunt, feeling awkwardly like she was being spoiled. But now it seemed not so difficult to say. Aunt Maria paused, looking up in surprise, her black pupils suddenly widening as she rushed over, slapping Keela's shoulder hard. You little rascal, you really don't make it easy for me. I thought you were the last person I had to worry about. How dare you run off? What did you promise me back then? You've lost weight. Keela endured Aunt Maria's usual strength, but the stone in her heart finally settled. She grinned and held up Aunt Maria's arm. Did you know Xiaodang comes to see me every month? How come they couldn't find you? Where did your file go? It's okay. Transferred to a senior sister to help out. The file was transferred for confidentiality. Tang Ermei, them? Aunt Maria chattered. But her peripheral vision was all on the tall, straight Fong Yin standing nearby with well-defined features and muscular build, just a bit older. Cough, cough. Keela, introduce your friend. Keela nodded, listening to Aunt Maria talk about the recent changes in the orphanage, feeling a sudden poke in her waist. Fong Yin, my little brother. He runs a CAF at the Research Institute. Fong Yin raised an eyebrow, and Aunt Maria nodded secretly, recognizing his background, quickly waving for Fong Yin to sit down. How long have you known each other? Keela squinted, ringing alarm bells in her mind. Fong, Yin has a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Good, you're not young anymore. It's time to find someone. Aunt Maria shot a fierce glance at Keela. You little brat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Aunt, look at this, do you remember? Keela pulled out the group photo from the sisters' convent, asking Aunt Maria, because Dr. Toxage was in the photo, hoping Aunt Maria would have some good news. Keela looked up, her eyes bright. Listen to your aunt, don't investigate. Aunt Maria's voice choked a bit. Aunt, the cause of the teacher's death is unclear. I can't just let it go. Keela remained silent, but insisted. Don't you understand? Aunt Maria touched her non-existent tears with the side of her face. Can you not get involved in this? And if I don't get involved, will they let us go? The teacher is gone, and the companions of the previous teachers are also gone. Aunt Maria's heart trembled. My previous plans were also related to the teacher. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically chosen me for the lab. You know this, right? Once a teacher, always a father. I have to seek justice. Will grievances be repaid? Aunt Maria crumpled the group photo tightly in her hand. What if something happens to you? What should I do? If it weren't for Tang Lin going to protect you in advance, we wouldn't even know where you died. You don't understand. I've grown up. Keela enveloped Aunt Maria's hand. Aunt, trust me, I'm really different now. Aunt Maria carefully examined the child she had watched grow up, touched the back of her head. Keela indeed felt a bit different. When she walked in, Aunt Maria almost didn't recognize her. Keela had intentionally left a shallow scar on her forehead. Her gaze sharp and restrained, her long black hair turned into neat short hair, her chin so pointed it could poke a hole. Sigh. Aunt Maria sighed deeply. The sisters' convent was a long-term shelter back then. Now it's right below the church address. Below the church, the image of a long line of church parade, singing hymns in the thick rain appeared in Keela's mind. Renovated? Fong Yin stroked his chin. I think I've heard about it. It was in the news. It should be about the convent fire. After stepping out, Keela casually hailed a car, opened the door, and nodded at Fong Yin. What? Aren't you getting in? Fong Yin grabbed the car window, puzzled. Keela swiftly sent a few documents to Fong Yin from her wristband. Are you really opening a CAF? Yeah. Keela smiled as she sent him off. Yuba waited in place for more than half an hour before finally hailing a human-powered motorcycle. At the top floor of the Kong mansion, under the transparent skylight, the lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was lively with laughter and conversation among the glamorous gowns and bespoke suits, toasting and exchanging drinks. You should know, dating for half a year without touching each other is only acceptable if the other person is just 17 years and 6 months old. A blonde, blue-eyed man in a slick suit raised his champagne glass and made a grand statement, glancing sideways at Kong Sion. Our young Master Kong has been diligent since his rise to power. Who would have thought he would be so orderly in romance, so well-behaved? Another man with a gunpoint collar chimed in. I'm serious. I'm not in a rush. Kong Sion slightly lowered his head. The smooth bow tie pinched by a mechanical collar clip, which was personally crafted by Tang Ermei for her birthday, embedded with a mechanical, silver-winged butterfly. However, it said your elder brother is about to come out. This acting director is also quite busy. A vibration came from his wrist, and after finishing his last drink, Kong Sion headed to the balcony. Dang dang, I need some materials. Can you bring them to me now? Send them to me, and I'll deliver them to your lab shortly. Kong Sion's gloomy heart blossomed with joy. His wife finally acknowledged him. I'll wait for you. Tang Ermei hung up the phone and looked at Keela, who was whimsically doodling at the mechanical workstation. Wow, you've improved quite a bit in the past 2 years. Keela referred to the wall full of mechanical competition certificates and trophies. Tang Ermei proudly lifted her chin, introducing Keela to each trophy, highlighting the first one where she showed her skills, the one she won by chance in a crisis, and the one where she effortlessly triumphed. The youthful face had already grown sharp edges, and Keela quietly admired Tang Ermei's spirited demeanor. So fast. Tang Ermei looked down from the window. Kong Sion, dressed in black, leaned against the side of a truck, smiling nonchalantly and waving at the window. I'll go get it. You stay here. Keela spun around in her chair, thought for a moment, then leaped out the back window and slid down the water pipe, hopping into a car in the alley. The most bustling street in the upper city was lined with luxurious shops, with the one at the edge displaying colorful graffiti as a custom car shop. Despite the exorbitant prices of the products inside, it didn't stop the flow of people. Keela went to the coffee shop on the second floor across the street, where several beautiful internet celebrity girls were taking videos, the atmosphere vibrant with spring. As night fell, Keela planned to follow a short person who had just exited the shop, but noticed a tall, thin figure trailing behind. It seemed that the floor had been washed during the day, and the reflected light from the water whirlpool brightened the alley. The short person walked quickly while the tall one followed leisurely. Keela crouched behind a trash can as a puff of white smoke passed by, quickly springing into action to capture the tall person. The short-haired head hit the wall with a thud, and Keela tilted her head, glaring at the short person with great anger, just as they were about to retaliate. "Taza, have you been fixing cars so much that your brain has turned to iron?" The tall person's head jerked back, causing Keela's nose to bleed. "Keela? Juna, you guys. What a coincidence." A familiar clipped voice. The unfamiliar Tazala removed his loose hat, and the gills on both sides trembled slightly, shaking off invisible dust as he helped the tall person up and pulled Keela along. "Keela, this is my little brother. Junior, this is my friend." Keela sat on a high stool at the island counter inside the car shop, using ice to cool her forehead while Junior was sent to guard the shop in trance. Johnny Walker Blue, no ice. Tazala skillfully pushed a glass of whiskey over from behind, washed his hands with a white cloth, and poured himself a glass of lemonade. Even the alcoholics are starting to take care of their health. Keela felt a sharpness in her throat, casually fiddling with the sticky notes on the edge of the table. Old items. It seems that Tazala, who has been around since 1800, has also started to pursue the habits of the past. "I'm planning to replace my gills and take care of my health." Tazala's face lit up with excitement as he pulled up a draft of the gills on the empty electronic panel, dazzling enough to make Keela squint her eyes. "Pretty impressive. If you go boxing without a helmet, your opponent will be dazzled." "Oof. What do you know?" Junior and Mayer both said it looks good. Tazala took Keela's slightly leaking ice pack, replaced it with a new one, and said, "Just don't call me Lazi." Keela pulled off the rubber band but accidentally ripped it, revealing a heart drawn with a pencil with a capital T inside, and flipped it over to reveal a capital J. Keela looked up at the short person in front of the liquor rack, smirking. "The guy at the door. I met him at the boxing arena. Later, when I wanted to open a car shop, I called him over." Tazala pressed the ice pack against Keela's forehead. "Can we talk now? Do you know about the Sisterhood Institute?" Keela said, placing a group photo of the Sisterhood Institute between them. Her lips pursed tightly as she cautiously crossed over. "Do you remember?" Tazala's expression turned serious as he pressed down on the ice pack in his hand. "So you're really that cold-hearted. The Sisterhood Institute has clues about the Mermaid Mechanical Project. I want revenge." Tazala looked directly at Keela's face and noticed the fine, slanted scars. "You're really living a long life out of boredom." With soft, slender fingers, he picked up the photo and tossed it on the table. Tazala downed Keela's unfinished whiskey in one go. "I don't remember much, ever since the fire at the Institute. My uncle had someone hypnotize and seal many of my memories. Although it's made life easier, I still occasionally have residual memories of the experiments, which is also why I went to fight underground." Keela stood up and poured another glass of whiskey. She discovered the underground fighting ring last year when she sent Fong Yin to the boxing arena to gather information about the Kong family. Fong Yin was very curious on his first visit and took a picture of Tazala's poster. After the fire at the Institute, the secret experiments were soon exposed by a journalist, but this matter was quickly suppressed by the upper echelons. Was the fire man-made, and then just ended? This was something Keela hadn't anticipated. Tazala brushed back his curly hair. In fact, many children survived the Great Fire back then. Some were sent to orphanages, while others, like him, were lucky enough to find decent adoptive families and spent a lot of money to maintain their health. "Are you going there?" Tazala realized. "You know, this is the church. It should be underground. I want to take a look," Keela said firmly. Tazala's gills fluttered slightly, feeling a bit anxious. "You're coming with me," Keela continued. "Only by truly resolving this matter will you find fulfillment. At worst, we'll burn it down again." "You lunatic." Tazala suddenly fell silent, remembering that 1800 was no longer around. Letting these two meet wouldn't end well. At least they had to wait for Tang Ermei to come. "What's 10? Keela burned the photo clean. "Why did you suddenly stop talking?" "It's under the church, but it seems a bit difficult to get in." "No worries. I have a way." Chapter 87. Faith, Love, Destiny. Squeak, squeak, fizz. The church's towering entrance reached into the clouds, with two spires faintly visible bearing crosses. The stone walls were intricately carved with complex patterns, as if telling ancient stories. The artificial, spindle-shaped, pseudo-holy light illuminated the rose windows, refracting rainbow-colored glimmers that made it hard to gaze directly at the divine brilliance of the sculpted saints. On the pristine, anti-corrosive floor, in front of the door, a group of white-robed believers kneeled devoutly on the ground, their hands clasped and eyes tightly shut, with vibrant faces filled with yearning and anticipation, seemingly silently praying for something. Meanwhile, at the very edge on the east side, a group of ragged individuals crawls. They are disheveled, and their faces bear the marks of hardship. These people have given up everything just to seek a glimmer of hope in front of this religious building. They either kneel or lie prostrate, pressing closely against the stone steps as if drawing strength from the earth. Their rough hands leave traces of time on the stone steps, telling the story of their resilience. This scene starkly contrasts with the surrounding wide and clean floor, provoking reflections on the unpredictability of life and the power of faith. Kala and Tatala, in a small car across the street, involuntarily look up, feeling an invisible majesty emanating from the giant gate. The wide and smooth stone steps in front seem to invite them to step inside. A mysterious aura fills the air, quickening their heartbeats. Tatala adjusts her sunglasses in the passenger seat. Give a signal, Chief. Wait. Kala looks at the wrist device. A small red dot on the map is rapidly approaching, while Tatala's listening device vibrates slightly, a yellow flash racing in from a distance. When the car window rolls down, Tatala's sunglasses fall, and she thinks to herself, as expected. In the rearview mirror, Kong Xin-yin dutifully moves two black mechanical boxes into Tatala's car, and inside, 3 cups of steaming hot cocoa await. Kala gestures outside. What do you want to hear? Tang Ermei shrugs. When did we get together? I want to know too. Tatala sits up, ears perked, eyes sparkling. Kala feels puzzled. This is too sudden. I thought since everyone was absent, I wouldn't ask in detail. But he brought you to the auction banquet. Isn't this Stockholm Syndrome? The victim falling for the abuser? Kala reclines back, incredulous, while Tang Ermei clears her throat, a dark line appearing on her forehead. He was with me for all my competitions. I was previously sabotaged, my competition spot taken, and he stayed with me the whole time. I guess it became a habit. Or maybe it's fate. The golden curls on Tang Ermei's forehead bounce, and Tatala suddenly realizes she was busy running the store at that time, pondering how to better understand fate. She then smirks at Kala. Who do you think I have fate with? Kala recalls the military personnel who were sketching before leaving the car shop, and that invisible eraser, sincerely saying, You have a fate with the tycoon, buddy. Your fortune depends on you. In the rearview mirror, the man finishes moving things and stand around fiddling with the wrist device. Kiskiviko lawantai lois vergatse. Casually listening to Tatala teasing Tang Ermei, thinking to herself that Kong Xin-yin, who seems arrogant and indulgent, can quickly stabilize the situation when the Kong family is on the brink, truly devoted to Tang Ermei without ulterior motives. Besides, he was ruthless back then in the ruins. In a while, we'll go in together, this way. You're not going? Kuela's words abruptly halt Tang Ermei's enthusiasm. Why? Kong? No, you wait outside. Kala solemnly gazes at those distinctive eyes. The affection in one's gaze never conceals the truth of their heart. Even if it's a false eye, a heart-connected person can instantly grasp the other's intentions. Okay, I'll wait outside. If you're in danger, don't worry. Just scouting the way, nothing else. Tatalahuriedli plekes lomalti. Patting the sharp weapon in her hand. The dawn light arrives a few minutes later than before, as Tang made detours to watch from a nearby high building, while Kala and Tatala follow the long queue grandly entering the giant gate. The moment they step into the church, the change in the colorful lights seems to transport them into a brand new world. The colorful glass above reflects mesmerizing hues, each color magnified and distorted, as if alive. An indescribable electronic aura fills the air, sharply contrasting with the ancient stone walls of the church and the exquisite murals projected. Tatala and Kula follow the crowd deeper underground, as if entering a gigantic mechanical heart. The cold metallic surface reflects faint light, with pipes and wires crisscrossing the ceiling, revealing a massive neural network right beneath their feet. The boundary between humanity and machines becomes blurred. Everything is filled with the unknown and mystery. He slowly opens his arms, as if embracing the entire underground world. Love is the bond that connects our souls. Hope is the light that dispels darkness. In this world full of uncertainties and challenges, let us complete our inner prayers with love and hope. His voice resonates powerfully, making everyone present feel a spiritual tremor, raising their hands in response, some even excitedly preparing to prostrate themselves. The light and shadows in the underground space continuously change, echoing his speech and injecting new life into this ancient yet advanced church. Every word from the priest is like a seed, deeply planted in the hearts of everyone present, waiting to take root and bloom at some moment in the future. With a glance, Kala and Tala disappear into the back of the queue. Retreating outside the hall, one end of the long corridor leads to the side of the Holy Father, where flickering candlelight glows in clusters. An old-fashioned quartz halogen lamp flickers in front of a woman. She kneels on the cold stone slab, hands clasped and eyes shut, praying devoutly. Her face is etched with the marks of time, her eyes filled with fatigue and worry. The two exchange glances and quietly bypass the corridor, shedding their excess white robes as they walk. Tala feels a surge of rebellion. Do you think this old man can really earn so many zeros just by talking? Aren't these people foolish? Modern-day psychologists charge for therapy. This decoration must cost quite a bit. In the religious building's elevator, a statue of the Virgin Mary, rigidly holding a soft yet indifferent infant, waits at a height fitting for a person. Kula swipes a universal card to take the elevator directly down. The sensation of weightlessness surging from her feet to her head, and she quickly pulls Tatala back. It is said that the monastery's items are already in the basement warehouse. We should first check Dr. Tao Shiji's notes. Suddenly, the elevator stops unexpectedly, and a melodious sound wafts from outside. The door is here. Hurry up. Wait, let me bring the card in. What do we do? Are they starting to cook now? Is this what believing in love and hope looks like? Kala forces a calm demeanor. How can you cook without love? Just as Kala is relieved that she brought the light-reflecting invisibility board to avoid risks, a woman's alluring voice drips with charm. Do you like it? Yes. Who do you like? This program is designed. I've never encountered such a good catch on my first visit to the dolls. Kula watches Tata LA's smile gradually morph, her left hand quietly extending the reflection board to poke the man's back shoulder. Tatala, don't worry. Don't forget what you promised me. Tatala, this guy is sick. Kula, I knew it, speechless. JPG. After just a few minutes, Tatala can only hear the soft rustling of clothes being worn, and they arrive at the end point outside. Beautiful lady, turn left at the second room in the underground warehouse. That's where you need to go. I'll come looking for you next time. The man hurriedly pushes his cart away after hearing the wrist device's prompt. Tata LA's pupils dilate. Watching like a show, this woman is still reluctant. Kalasha. As the woman left, Kala put away the reflector and tapped on the wrist device, confirming the recording was successful. Saying she had never seen someone so shameless. You know better. This is a scandal for the cult that worships love and hope. Kala chuckled, glancing at the image of the Virgin Mary illuminated on the wall, the ambiguous atmosphere filling the entire space. Tatala wrinkled her nose in disgust, thinking the news agency would make a lot of money from this. Let's go. Kala pulled out her pistol and stepped out of the elevator first. Do you think that hand was okay earlier? A woman smoothed her shoulder strap and timidly spoke to the necklace around her neck. It's fine. They're not conflicting with your target. A cold, mechanical female voice came from the necklace. All right, you must help me rescue Mike. As you wish. The woman wiped her trembling thigh and cautiously made her way to the left room. In the dark corner, countless frail figures were trapped in cages, while the surrounding metal rods emitted a cold temperature, mercilessly mocking their helpless situation. I am doomed. Squeak. Did we take a wrong turn? Tala followed Kala deeper down the corridor, which was only wide enough for the two of them to walk side by side. going further down where the air became thinner. Strangely, the space that should have been a warehouse was turning into individual cages. It shouldn't be. The map should be correct. Kala searched the map in her hands, while Tatala, unable to stand still, gently pushed, causing the glass door to automatically open, startling Tatala to jump back. Don't wander off, Kala reminded her. Hey, who are you? A youthful voice called out from a round vent on QLA's side. Chapter 88. Rescue, Habit, Friends. Hey, who are you? We're here to shop. A laugh came from the glass room's vent. You're really funny. Can you help me open the door? Tatala, startled, raised her gun silently, watching Kala slowly approach the glass room, her nose just a couple of centimeters from the glass. The voice sounded like a child, dude. How'd you get locked up? Miss, bend down, I'm down here. Kala looked down in response to the flashlight, seeing a messy-haired child standing by the vent, squinting his eyes with a hint of impatience. Move aside. Thanks. If you blind me again, I'll stick to you. We're you guys. Aren't you afraid we're from the cult? Tatala thought to herself that it was impossible for any strange experiments to still exist after all this time. You two have been wandering around here for 3 circles. Cult members? Unlikely. The child obviously realized he needed something and was careful with his words. Kala, rather amused than angry, rolled up the map in her hand, squatting down to ask the boy where he came from. You don't need to worry about my surname for now, but I guarantee if you take me out, you can name your reward. The boy spoke with confidence, while a nearby crazy teenager rushed over, urgently banging on a glass and shouting, Help me. Save me. I don't want to be taken for experiments. Tatala shifted the flashlight, revealing a long-haired child lying on the cold, technological cell floor, only able to faintly sense the rising and falling of his breath. The loud, frantic cries triggered an alarm nearby, the red sirens spinning around 4 times. Kala pulled the dazed Tatala to run out of the corridor. Tatala snapped out of her daze as the increasingly cold air woke her up. She removed the vibrating listening device. What should we do? Let's save him. In the corridor, the child's cries for help could no longer be heard, but a heavy-footed group was approaching. In the darkness, Kala vaguely sensed her companion's sorrow for their kind, and a fluorescent symbol above the corridor caught her attention. It's easy to get. The research building stood under a clear sky, a crimson flag fluttering at the top, but evidently, there was a power issue causing the flag's projection to flicker unsteadily. Just a labeled child. Seems like you know her well. Dr. Qing Shan's glasses glinted. Just a child. Can't make much of a splash. If you're worried, you could just throw her in the trash. But you shouldn't feel sorry. After all, losing a doll means you've turned over the entire grid of District 13 3 or 4 times. The man mocked. A distinguished doctor can't even find a virtual body that has slipped into cyberspace. I just like to reuse things. Qing Shan unconsciously opened the browsing program in the behavior record again. In the vast data repository, not a single one had his exclusive 1800 access code. Still not online? The faint hope felt like a frost-bitten eggplant, or a fishbone painfully stuck at the edge of his teeth, unable to be found, while his heart raced with anxiety. After a long while, Qing Shan finally realized the projection call had ended, and his hands were covered in blood from the shattered test tubes piercing his palms. Do you have a heart? Are you really a doll? Or some artificial intelligence system trying to fool me? The woman, clutching the key she had obtained, sprinted forward, chased by the cult's guard androids. 10 meters ahead, turned right into the ventilation duct. The cold electronic voice stuttered, Of course it's a person. If you wanted to be a bit more human, I can do that for you. The woman bit down on the key, using her waist to propel herself upward, her limbs gripping the slanted pipe above. After waiting 10 seconds for the system to crack the ventilation window, she slipped into the passage, holding her breath, watching the androids below scurry away before daring to continue in the opposite direction. These are all low-level androids, not smart, so don't worry. You wish. The woman's lips curled in the darkness. Compared to gentle reminders, she was more accustomed to cold commands. Once the sounds faded away, she paused for 5 breaths before following the electronic voice's instructions. Did I go the wrong way? The woman hung in midair, her entire body supported by her arms at the ceiling opening. Not wrong. Go down and get something for me. The woman released her hands, landing lightly, rolling forward. But when she looked up, there was only a dark gun barrel pointed at her, Another flashlight glaring so brightly that the woman merely narrowed her pupils. Is it a doll? Kala scrutinized for a long time, judging from the immaculate light-sensitive skin and overly perfect facial proportions. Long time no see, 1800. Tatala reunited with her friend after a long separation, trying to show off but was held up by Kala. What were you just saying? The woman was busy packing documents from a box into a portable bag, while a black-haired woman in the distance was gently conversing with 1800. Oomph. The android is probably being squeezed to death. You haven't given up on collecting corpses. I don't have the qualifications, do you? That's still better than someone who was betrayed and killed, hiding in a box completely hollowed out. Kula suppressed the urge to smash the small box in her hand. Better than someone who was thrown into a little black room to be abused and turned into a pervert. The two sharply poked at each other's sore spots. A moment of silence followed. Who are you calling a traitor? How do you know I was thrown into a little black room? I found out later when looking for you. They suspected you had other cultural heritage from Tau Sig on you. Damn it. Tau Sig didn't want you involved in this at all. You know nothing? The cold electronic voice of 1800 was somewhat hoarse, but Kala felt a hint of anger. Much more down-to-earth than before. No. So, you met Dr. Tau Shiga? Before she died. We once collaborated on a suburban expedition where I helped her collect mucus samples from a giant bug. I killed it. Indeed. Fong Yin had been stationed in the upper city for a long time, repeatedly entering and exiting the building to investigate surveillance in an attempt to observe the scenes before the fire at Tau Shiga's residence, until he discovered traces of 1800 at a street corner. How many things do I not know? Since you're here, why not find a kid while you're at it? I'll help you cover. Cover for what? To let them shine brightly. The woman quietly observed LA's appearance under the light. The high-tech equipment and clothing of the cyber mermaid princess were all obtained through connections and money. She touched her cool, strapless bodycon dress and tugged at it a little. Are you cold? Tadala, with a backpack on, felt the temperature of the person beside her was extremely low. No, I'm fine. I'm a puppet. The temperature is acceptable for now. Acceptable means I can still move. La politely nodded, keeping a moderate distance, signaling the woman to follow Kala. You're a puppet? Here to save someone? Your companion? I'm his brother. The light flickered in front of the glass as La followed the instructions, inserting 1800's device into the gap of a door and removing a few wires. Kala told the child, who had just rekindled hope, to keep quiet, or she'd leave him inside and not take him out. Mike, I'm AC me, bent down, almost sticking her head into the communication port. The child on the ground remained motionless. Auntie, stop shouting. If that kid wasn't still breathing, we'd think he was already gone. The one speaking was the chubby kid from earlier. Only then did Kula realize that this kid was calm in the face of danger, with a lazy demeanor. Kidnapping me is either for money or organs. We have plenty of money at home, but I only have one life. Not as skilled as you guys, so I'll just go with the flow. This was how the arrogant chubby kid spoke. However, he added silently in his heart, just wait until my family knows. I won't let you off easily. Tadala laughed. Your mindset is pretty good. You look like you can live for 100 or 80 years. Thank you, When the door opened, AC rushed in, holding the unconscious Mike in her arms, shaking him vigorously and slapping him twice. Tadala, holding a gun, glanced outside and felt a pain in her face. Out of power, huh? Kala pulled out a spare charger from her pocket. I have a spare, but saw ACME's face looking constipated. The electronic voice of 1800 sounded, startling the chubby kid. Mike is a person, a natural person. Huh? The situation became awkward for a moment. Fortunately, Kala, having traveled far and wide to gather resources, had developed a thick skin and hurriedly tossed ACME an energy drink bar from her pocket. That's low blood sugar. Hurry up. Let us move, or the guards will be here soon. The previously noisy, frantic boy urged everyone to hurry. Tadala, holding the gun, didn't dare to get too close, so she could only pace back and forth at the door, tiptoeing. Let us go. Kula watched as Mike's eyes gradually cleared up, allowing Tadala to lead. While she brought up the rear, with the frantic boy in between, Mike supported by ACME and the arrogant chubby kid who had failed to get a weapon. The whistling sound of the ventilation duct buzzed in the pipes. Once you go up, you'll just follow the crowd to the back door. Remember to bring the white robes. 1800 wandered in the cyber grid of the cloud platform. All the secret data of the cult was behind a wall of ice. And 1800 easily disguised itself as a courier program to penetrate the first wall. The cult's steward, Mummin, was in the office, counting coins one by one, an old miser. Haha was playing at the corner of the desk, yawning after getting tired. After Ta-Da took Haha away, Haha actually remembered the way. Occasionally, he would wander around Mummin's place for 7 days out of 30. Mummin was also happy to have a little pet to play with. Every time, he would eagerly go to the store to pick up the dog. As the LED screen outside the giant door lit up by 1800, Ta-Da and her group were also sent through the twisted staircase of the pipe into the laundry room's dirty laundry bin. Ta-Da quickly jumped out of the bin, avoiding the risk of being crushed by the few people behind her, and effortlessly caught AC, who jumped out behind her, spinning her around in the air. The remaining frantic boy had it tough, with weak Mike and the arrogant chubby kid piled on top of him. Kula braced herself with her foot against the slowest one, and when they reached the passage, she pushed off with her arms and jumped out over the three. Quite affectionate, still holding on here without moving, Kula teased. The chubby kid didn't take care, but then saw Mike looking shy, his face turning red from being pressed down, patting his belly. The three of them immediately got busy again, bumping their heads in the bin, and the frantic boy exclaimed and sat back down. Hurry up and get dressed. Ta-Da, having finished watching the show, pulled 3 white robes from the automatic rotating machine and tossed them to the 3 boys on the ground. There was no one in the laundry room, only the sound of machines operating, located on the second underground floor. 1800 was counting down in Ta-Da's ear, saying they could rush out from the staircase soon. AC Mike, feeling somewhat weak, grabbed AC's hand. Are you here to save me? We could get out soon. What about Mom and Dad? Have they really left? Mike's trembling was too obvious, making his voice shake. The arrogant chubby kid quietly perked up his ears, sitting with his legs bent on the stairs opposite him, while the frantic boy was calmed down by Ta-Da flicked to his forehead. I'll take care of you in the future. AC felt Mike's fragility almost made her cry. She didn't know when her hand had inexplicably wrapped around his shoulder. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Mike's hair was soft, and his personality was gentle. AC thought he could learn big data. As long as he could sit still, it would be fine. Otherwise, grooming mechanical dogs could work too. It's all about making money. No need to worry. Waves of movement came from the stairs outside, as if thousands of troops were being rushed forward, and soon Ta-Da and the others knew what was happening. It's on fire. Fire alarms were everywhere, and white robes poured out from the side door of the giant door like an ant nest being flooded. Ta-Da pulled her hat down and prepared to exit, saying, after going out, head south to meet up. Now's the time. The crowd outside was flowing continuously, and the doors in the 18 halls kept crawling and running towards the giant door, while white smoke filled the entire hall from an unknown source. And the fire-extinguishing water gun devices that should have appeared first were currently stuck. Kula was quickly followed by the arrogant chubby kid, leaving through the side door, while the square was already crowded with people. Just as Kula was confusedly looking towards the giant door, she discovered that the good deed of 1800 was a magnified scandal of AC seducing the administrator on the stairs. Golden wavy hair, a super short bodycon skirt, an undone belt, and a finger raised in the air whose origin was unknown slowly poked towards the abyss of the man's 2 halves. People in the square looked at each other, some covering their children's eyes, some letting out long whistles, and many more taking pictures. Wonderful! The arrogant chubby kid exclaimed in shock. Chapter 89. Puppet Factory. Trouble. Truth, you were too harsh on Mammon. Kala sat at the long table eating breakfast, while on the big screen, the latest reports of cult scandals and the backstage system accidentally poisoned by Yamamoto Keru were being broadcasted. Mammon was indeed busy on the phone in the office, but it didn't seem like she was too occupied. At the foot of Kila, a Turkish waterproof floral carpet, Haha was wagging its tail and eating. The sound here was much quieter due to the high prices of the standalone houses in Tatara. Isami was at the island counter, stuffing slices of red rice sausage and cheese into a piece of bread, and placed a cup of American black coffee on the tray before heading to Mike's room. Keela was still savoring the increasingly awkward relationship between the siblings, with the sound of them eating coming from across the room. She frowned and kicked the corner of the table, glancing at the news. It didn't seem like they were from a prominent family. or else they would have come looking for her long ago. Meanwhile, that crazy boy had disappeared into the crowd, a stroke of luck. Outside the window, the sky was dimly brightening, and the sound of silent struggles was proliferating within the metropolis. Tatara had said last night not to call her before 10. Keela walked into the basement. Nadia had gone to the garage early for work. In the basement, aside from the rumbling giant machines, there were green biological tanks waiting for people, and on the operating table lay a body of pure mechanical parts without skin. Strangely, its brain was placed in its stomach, slowly wriggling as if it could breathe. Regarding Dr. Tausig, it wasn't her, but Isami. Why was she so fixated on a natural person, but could also do that? Keela frowned, and Isami reminded her of a service robot she had waited for when delivering documents to Dr. Oyama at the Research Institute. Suddenly, a wave peak appeared in the action wave trajectory of 1800, then gradually descended until it stabilized. Keela, connect to the interface next to you. Once the red and blue ports were connected, Keela felt as if she were submerged by rising seawater, quickly engulfing her entire body. Soon, the tide receded, the smell of the sea washing through Keela's nostrils. On the flat beach, a long wooden path stretched across the entire shoreline, with a dilapidated old factory standing at the edge of the sand. In the distance, a virtual human figure slowly approached her, taking what seemed like 10 steps with each stride, rapidly reaching Keela's front. It was 1800, looking much simpler than her memories of reality. Sporting a short, silver childlike haircut, fluorescent green, attention-grabbing sunglasses permanently embedded in her face, and a simple black practice outfit. Oddly enough, she wore a pair of black slippers with 2 white stripes. Oh, good morning. Extremely lazy. If laziness could be materialized, it would certainly be the 2 bags under her eyes that could reach her nose. You won't want to fight if I come in, right? 1800 chuckled, gesturing with a finger, and then led Keela towards the factory. The wet sand stuck to their feet, and they brushed against the seaweed blown to the ground by the wind as they moved inward. Actually, seeing you like this makes me quite happy, 1800 said cheerfully. What I look like? Keela pulled her coat closer. The wind by the sea was strong, and her ponytail had been blown wildly upwards. If she stayed outside any longer, it might turn into a propeller. Normal, like you have your own plans for revenge. An optimistic appearance. 1800 turned around and pushed open the factory door, the creaking sound not causing any stir. Seriously, tell me what happened that day. The wind died down, and there was no need to pull her clothes anymore. Keela shoved her hands into her pockets, scanning the interior of the dilapidated factory, finding nothing but emptiness. 1800 took Keela up to the 18th floor, and the wind began to creep into her collar again. Why aren't you talking? Keela followed 1800 down the long corridor, eager to discuss matters with her. But once they passed through the corridor, the scene before her rendered her speechless. Various humanoid robots were either flying through the air or working on large machines. What amazed Keela most was that all these humanoid dolls were domestic service-type dolls produced by Dream Island, once popular as gentle Japanese housewives, American Shibuya girls, and African nannies, mingled with uniquely styled crybabies and muscular men. Truly, everything one could imagine was here. You collect blind boxes? That must be expensive. Keela thought about how the digital versions of the dolls could be sold at a much higher exchange rate. 1800 turned around to see Keela lost in thought, slightly speechless. Take a closer look. The boy sitting in front of the screen was missing an arm, but his job only required his eyes and one hand. A winged girl flying by had half her head made of another type of aluminum alloy. Keela slowly looked at 1800, quietly waiting for her explanation. I used to only go out when on missions, until one time I discovered that the target I was supposed to kill was saved by an injured doll. And things became interesting from there. After that, whenever I encountered dolls, I would first attack them before attacking the target. Some dolls didn't react, but those that did would activate household appliances to attack me. 1800 turned around, the light glinting off her sunglasses. The most interesting part is that the family records of these dolls show they have been with their owners for a long time, and some have developed deep emotional bonds. Of course, some would also ask me to help kill their owners. Without exception, they can awaken their own consciousness. Do you know what that means? 1800 was a bit excited, sliding a few times on the virtual board. Keela's goosebumps rose all over. She looked at the draft on the screen. A fully robotic character design, and another of a woman-esque 3D model. What is this? It's the prototype draft. Your mother? Sort of. My prototype. Keela pursed her lips, so what? 1800 smiled and stepped back, spreading her arms. Keela, this is our era. It will be the era of awakened humanoid beings in the future. We have consciousness. We can stand on equal footing with humans forever. We are stronger than human bodies. Just think about it. We could be the creators of power and rules. Tang Ermei doesn't even need to restrain herself against assassination. Tatara's garage can expand nationwide. And you could even attain a status higher than Aoyama. Keela, it's a new era. A new era. I need helpers. 1800 happily surveyed the revitalized world inside the factory. Her world. I need you. Everything you want will come true. Why are we suddenly talking about big dreams? What do I want? Rules, your own rules. Everything you find unsatisfactory can be made to align with your thoughts. 1800's shadow flickered slightly. You've always only sought self-preservation. But can you protect the people you want to protect? I want to protect people. Keela's eyes reflected 1800's arrogance. Do you think you're a human? Keela laughed inwardly, exhaling, tucking her hands into her pockets, her sleeves gathering into a big bundle, one long leg supporting her body while the other kicked out, her demeanor suddenly turning rogue. What? 1800 was taken aback. You know, consciousness can be uploaded to the cloud. How could you not think of it? The awakened humanoid consciousness comes from humans. All these so-called awakened dolls are actually. Keela squinted, nodding to signal 1800 to keep thinking. Humans? 1800 was stunned, then chuckled. Are you saying we are humans? But we were born knowing nothing. I've gone through the programs of all the doll factories. They are implanted with innate information in their minds from birth. Keela, do you know how tedious it is to slowly digest the information in your mind? You have never truly touched softness and hardness, yet you have to vividly depict them with words. You have never smelled a real fragrance, only able to detect their existence through data and thermal sensors. 1800's gaze gradually became dazed. She wanted to become human, but also desired mechanical perfection. You are infatuated, Keela sighed inwardly. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. How can this be resolved? Why create a new world? It's too real. Keela is now unsure whether her consciousness was sent to the doll factory or if 1800 herself were projections in the factory. You know, what do the teacher's notes say? The real mermaid mechanical project. Keela pulled over an ergonomic chair and sat down, asking a male doll outside for a cup of hot cocoa. Mermaid machinery? It's just body modification like Tatara's. A trivial skill. Keela shook her head. It seemed that fire had burned thoroughly. If the mermaid mechanical project was to test the compatibility of the human body and machinery, then the artificial human project was to explore immortality. 1800 was sharp-minded, but at this moment, she was stuck in a shell. Immortality? A few wealthy people found life dull and wanted to enter the cyber world to become powerful brains controlling the entire world. Of course, being able to control these people is also good. So, does this mean that the artificial humans in the security base are also? I suspect they are semi-finished humans who have preserved some brain neurons. The source is likely humans who are about to die, but have signed contracts to preserve their subconscious. Keela touched the steaming cocoa, taking a deep breath as if bringing her physical body back to life. Still not real enough, Keela thought. 1800 was incredulous. How could you know these things? You shouldn't. You were given a truth serum. Keela pinched her ears. I must say, what I hate most are these machines and all kinds of colorful nonsense potions. You can't break through the hormonal control of the human body. Of course not. Sit down. I'll chat with you slowly. 1800 clenched her fists, thinking that if she could get Keela today, then Dr. Tossage's data on machinery would. I thought for a long time in the small dark room. I must declare in advance that I don't believe artificial humans can have consciousness. So, when I saw your personalized behavior, I started looking for data to corroborate it. Chapter 90. Cooperation, Substitute Love, Rebellion. My personalized behavior? That's factory settings. Keela weighed whether to voice her discovery. Honestly, as Dr. Aoyama's sharpest blade, your personalized settings are really unnecessary. Could it be that Aoyama is a sadist who enjoys seeing people suffer and show unwilling expressions? You are definitely still human. Keela released a determined gaze. From the moment I gave you the bamboo, you repeatedly explored it 5 or 6 times, from the mixed recordings of your car's music. You have your likes and dislikes. You have your own judgment, consciousness, and initiative. You're like a person. You're a person. Is that why you suddenly don't reject me as much? Keela raised her cup in a toast. 1800 remembered that not long after arriving at the preparatory camp, she was exposed by everyone as a puppet from the Research Institute, a marionette. Many students, although submissive to their own strength, still regarded themselves as a lower-level service-type puppet. What if he's just a pervert? What? This time, it was Keela who was dumbfounded. 1800 awakened the cloud-based AI, and the scene of the perspective of being abused slowly unfolded before Keela. Aoyama's pressure release points were all vented onto the nearby puppet. The slender whip cracked against the anti-scratch membrane, comical yet bizarre. Aoyama's jawline was rigid, sweat soaking his shirt's back, the force increasing each time. Those who knew thought he was whipping someone, while those who didn't thought he was exercising. This pervert. Young boys and girls were inexplicably imprisoned under a cult. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? A live news broadcast from Yamamoto Keiru was transmitted on the cloud platform. This is humanity, the best to manipulate. Both compliant and resistant are in our hands. Think it over. 1800's smile gradually faded, and a knock on the door pulled Keela out of the virtual space. A rush of discomfort rose from her chest to her throat. When she opened her eyes, it was Tatara in a bathrobe, standing at the edge of the cloud platform, controlling the scene. Going to see 18? Tatara spoke cheerfully, her feather slippers swaying with her movements. Do you all know she's been boxed? Keela unlatched her jaw, pulling her head off with a pop. Oh, we drag her out of the fire, Tatara. 1800 clearly heard it and felt Keela's form shift. What's wrong? Tatara suddenly felt a cold breeze brush by her. Tao just told me that 18's body could be ready for skin at any time. You can choose a time. So, Tatara quietly moved her feet and slipped outside, escaping. A fire? It was what teacher Tao asked me to do. Where's the teacher's consciousness? 18 fell silent. Don't tell me she was taken away. She's dead. Let the old lady rest in peace. Do you want her to erase her memory and live again? I asked again. Where is she? At the food tomb of the Holy Church. The rainbow vortex representing 18 was now spinning anxiously. But all that was left for her was a small black shadow backlit. At the bedside, Kong Xinyan was only wearing a white shirt, kneeling in front of the patient while wearing black suit pants. A small stream of blood slid down his forehead, splattering on the wooden woven floor. The bloodstains blooming like plum blossoms, and a cracked glass cup rolled to the ground, slowly coming to a stop. The company was currently in an uproar over the cult scandal, with everyone feeling it would be better to suspend dealings with the cult. After all, the stock price had dropped significantly due to issues from the auction, and some are looking for scapegoats. The company remained cautious. Cautious? The cult would do anything for money. Those cowards in the company are influenced by you. If they say you're lowly and want you to step down, what will you do? What can you do? Do you really think you can make decisions just because you held the position of acting director for a few days? Another small teacup was thrown at Kong Xinyan, and the dark-colored tie was immediately soaked with tea, the warm water slightly cool against his skin through the shirt. Kong Xinyan lowered his gaze, quietly listening to the old man's angry speech, still loving Kong Tai, overly worried and angry. The heartbeat monitor was beeping rapidly, and 2 or 3 doctors and nurses rushed in from outside, surrounding the old man. Father, I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself. Kong Xinyan stepped out, shaking the water in his hand. A butler dressed in a gray 3-piece suit with white hair approached, suppressing his surprise and whispering in Kong Xinyan's ear, Director. The younger sister of the Yamamoto family has released a video blocking the entrance of the cult with a large group of children and their families. Children? In the second video, in the darkness, only the beam of a flashlight reflects blindingly in front of the glass house. Occasionally, the sound of cold wind roaring from the abyss comes from above, causing Kong Xinyan's heart to tremble. This matter should not be mentioned to the old man for now. Connect to Maman's phone. Kong Xinyan walked to the window, where the rain covered the entire city that grew like coral. There are all sorts of races, languages, and ethnicities here, all striving to take root and grow in the city to survive. To the companies, they were merely channels of monetary exchange. It's a rainy day today. Yes. The butler followed Kong Xinyan's gaze. The cross of the cathedral shone brightly in the air. The rain can wash everything away. The smells, the bloodstains. Yamamoto Kaoru, can you hold on? Your call is currently in progress. Please leave a message after the beep. Mother. Kaoru isn't answering the phone. A young woman resembling Yamamoto Kaoru stood awkwardly at the door, holding a wrist device. Thud. The rosewood door closed automatically. The bodyguards behind the woman shifted their gaze to their master, ordering the third team to secretly protect Kaoru's safety as long as she is still breathing. Additionally, except for necessary personnel from institutions, other places should close early. The thunder rumbled, shaking the lightning rod atop the skyscrapers, glowing gold beneath the dense dark clouds. In the upper echelons of the cult, Maman wiped sweat and nodded and bowed to the executives on the video. This was purely an accident. I suspect a competitor is trying to suppress our recent power. The words of the senior leaders were just empty rhetoric. Maman sneered inwardly, but maintained a compliant demeanor on the surface. After a while, the video being transmitted from below was immediately connected to everyone present. Maman, I remember you liked to play with dogs recently, a chubby man with small eyes said. How about you be that dog? Silence. The plan. Shift of focus. Call ended. The cult's response was simple and straightforward. Everyone opposed to the Lord must disappear from the surface. In the center of the square stood an angel fountain, a huge sphere rotating 360 degrees in the angel's hands, but it was gradually glowing, radiating irregular streaks of light from its surface. The angel's arms swayed left and right, pointing as if rebuking the betrayal of the believers, the hot sphere like the long-lost scorching sun. Yamamoto Kaoru was forcibly dragged outside the square platform by a muscular black-gloved hand, her mouth covered. Behind the railing, the shadow cast by the high wall enveloped Yamamoto Kaoru. Her yellow high-top boots were filled with rainwater and dust. Parts of the suede were well-maintained, but the leather heel had become shiny with grease. The black glove seemed to think the area was safe, signaling a few people to fan out and guard. The engine of the Yamamoto family's nanny car started, rising a few centimeters from the ground. Yamamoto Kaoru stumbled to the railing, angling 45 degrees towards the square, where the hemispherical barrier was perfectly covered by the central sphere. Gunfire erupted from surrounding weapons like a swarm of flies, blood splattered, but today it rained acid. What have you done? What do you want to do? The kids are still inside. Yamamoto Kaoru's voice was hoarse. In reality, she had already resisted along the way. The blood-stained hand tried to grasp the railing, but the acidic rain flowed into her hand, carrying a metallic smell. The black glove popped a button from the car door, opened an umbrella, and leaned forward, casting the silhouette of a man the size of Small Mountain over Yamamoto Kaoru. This was a child she had watched grow up. She couldn't bear to see her so desolate. The cult was always domineering. What about that child's life? Will she become an experimental subject for those biomechanical lunatics? Didn't you say? Red blood vessels filled her teary eyes. This world had already rotted. Yamamoto Kaoru shook her head, pushing aside the jade-handled black umbrella, activating a rain protection device, and stepped into the downpour. One of the guards attempted to stop the young lady, but saw the black glove gently shake its head. Let her go. How hot is the sun? No one knows, because the rain has covered the entire sky. The ashes were compressed to the size of an old charger, some made into bone rings or necklaces, left at home, adorned around a lover's neck, or scattered into the vast ocean. There were 72 railings, 216 steps. Yamamoto Kaoru did not know when she had arrived here. Crossing over a puddle that glistened with oil, the hall flickered with soft light, the polished marble floor connected to Birch Street of the cathedral, and wisps of smoke emerged from a light floating around the corner, a strange smell. The smoke detector on the ceiling had been covered with a trash can lid. Yamamoto Kaoru initially wanted to leave, but then wanted to see if there were more people amidst the swirling smoke. Cold smoke brushed against her earlobes, and a warm yet solemn feeling surged in her heart. A black-haired girl knelt on one knee, holding a piece of yellow paper over a burning basin, murmuring incantations. Hey, you can't burn things here. Yamamoto Kaoru tapped the prohibition sign on the wall with her electric baton. Keela raised her eyelids and glanced, continuing to burn. The smell was a bit pungent. Yamamoto Kaoru stepped aside, quietly watching Keela's pure East Asian face heated by the flames, very serious. It seemed similar to the prayers she had made in life. Her heart felt much calmer. Keela approached with two steaming, disposable, eco-friendly paper cups. Here, the cups contained a calming pill, a good item that could only be obtained by those in the team from the pharmacy. Yamamoto Kaoru had a bunch of these at home. Thank you. Keela recognized Yamamoto Kaoru at first glance. Her earlier fierce appearance was repeatedly shown on the large TV screen. Not to mention the recent silent cleanup. You can't work anymore, right? Keela blew on the surface of the water cup, dissipating the steam. Yamamoto Kaoru turned the cup around. Do you want to do something big? Give him something to do. Keela smiled, a subtle dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. Long and shallow, as if she had suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Can we really? Yes. Let's go. Chapter 91. Minor Skirmishes Protection Alliance. All posts about the cult on the website in recent days have disappeared, with only a few vaguely hinted messages about the large tragedy that occurred a few days ago. The result was that violent elements had planted bombs in the Angel's sphere of the fountain. The cult officially claimed those were children sent to detoxify, while the troublemakers were hostile elements against the cult. Keela quickly summarized the information from several posts. In the driver's seat, Yamamoto Kaoru held the steering wheel with one hand, her black short hair slicked back by the rain. Focused on pressing the accelerator as the vehicle detection display showed an empty wilderness road ahead, seemingly unconcerned about the case she had closely followed earlier, only the speed increasing. There's a gas station 600 meters ahead. I'll go grab something on the side. The rented gray Honda slowly passed under a rental advertisement board featuring a bikini-clad blonde girl with chipped paint, stopping by a gas station. Keela took out several oil paper packages from her bag and opened a magazine, rolling it into a tube to nestle under her arm. Her black knee-high boots crunched on the finely broken stone ground, and the orange-red haze obscured visibility within 10 meters. Fortunately, the convenience store sign beneath the gas station was large and bright. Damn it, is this real or fake? Yamamoto murmured. Welcome. A mechanical doorbell bird flapped its wings, trying to catch the attention of the staff inside the store. However, the attendant at the front desk, wearing a green vest, lazily crossed her legs over the counter, swaying to the rhythm of the music in her headphones, her long ponytail gently swaying as well. You seem to be living quite well, Keela observed, scanning the convenience store, which was mostly empty. A few bottles of cola were in the freezer across from her, and several shelves had empty spaces, indicating the owner's laziness. The man in the green hat recognized the voice and instinctively adjusted his hat, immediately brightening up. Right eye twitches for wealth, left eye twitches for flowers. Upside-down supply station. What should we get this time? The newcomer rubbed his hands together, like a butcher sharpening his knife before slaughtering a pig. The small owner of the convenience store was Miwoo, who had settled in the suburbs after leaving the mental hospital. Although there were few people here, it was a vital traffic route, and opening an energy supply station was still feasible. Get 2 revolvers and also get some quicklime, the more the better. Quicklime? That stuff has to be sourced from construction sites. We don't have much around here. Miwoo pondered, first finding a button under the table. The display case that once held cigarettes immediately transformed into 3 rotating layers, revealing its true form, with several long and short black tubes hidden behind a murky language. Keela tested the battery of a xenon laser, and the red light on the gun flickered twice. Then, a black leather-edged chrome alloy box was tossed over, and Miwoo reached to the side to pull out several strings of bullets and a bulletproof vest, pressing them into the memory foam inside the box to form a naturally fixed protective shell. A crisp click sounded as the lock snapped shut. You take this for now. Miwoo pulled out an old mobile phone and made several calls, her neatly manicured nails rounded and charming from a recent peaceful life, though they were stained with the colors of drugs. Her long left hand, which had prominent veins, gently twisted the box's handle, occasionally pausing to digest the weight of the other person's words before gripping it tightly again, as if negotiating the share of interests. Okay. Miwoo pulled out a white notepad and wrote down an address and a number, handing it to Keela. Contact him here. You don't need to say anything else. Uncle? Tatara pushed open the study door, and her eyes fell on a large shelf of electronic storage cards, as well as a lightweight version of a cloud platform. Behind the long table in the center sat her uncle, who was reviewing documents, wearing a light, stiff white shirt under a black vest. which wrapped around his well-maintained slim waist and large chest. Tatara dared not look too long, as her uncle's serious expression always gave her a sense of suffocation, as if he could see right through her. Her uncle didn't look up, leaving Tatara to sit in the chair across from him for half an hour. The Western-style red checkered velvet chair had legs that resembled angels with wings embracing fruits. At first, Tatara played with a crocodile toy at the corner of the table, but soon grew bored and stole a glance at the old photos of a monastery in her uncle's documents, suddenly straightening her back. Uncle, have you thought it through? Can I not go? Her uncle's hair was straight, but most of it was irreparably white from acid rain. A question Tatara had never dared to ask. In the single-lens mirror, Tatara appeared somewhat anxious, a flash of light passing over the lens. Also, your clone friend just escaped from Kong's clutches. Isn't she also quite dangerous? I can protect myself. You don't want to leave because you want your family to be targeted too? Where to next? Yamamoto looked at the slowly filling materials in the back of the car, feeling that they were finally about to make a big move. Let's go to the wild. Keela waved goodbye to the person on the lookout tower 10 meters above. Yamamoto, however, had already reached the top of a small hill, gazing at the endless hills hidden behind the mist, unclear and unfathomable. Are you confident, comrade? Keela chuckled and nudged Yamamoto's arm with her elbow. Are you sure your plan is feasible? Right now, we're still missing something. Don't keep me in suspense. Sigh, you'll know soon. Keela glanced around and pulled Yamamoto into the car, stepping on the gas and speeding toward a planting area in the suburbs, where white greenhouses covered the entire sunken area in the distance. Yamamoto observed Keela's every move through the dust-covered car window reflection. Her dark hair was dry and yellowed, and strangely, there were many small and large mottled white spots. An odd person. Yamamoto had rarely ventured beyond the suburbs, but the road seemed pretty safe. The wild area people should be similar to Keela, carrying a wild spirit and cleverness, like eagles waiting to act in a nature documentary, always observing their surroundings. Once prey started to move close, they would pounce and tear open its neck, following someone who could erupt like a volcano at any moment to do bad things. Yamamoto felt the blood under her skin bubbling with excitement. Although she had never acted out of line, this time was different. No one is watching me. We're here. You can say it now. What? Yamamoto hadn't reacted yet when a shadow covered the passenger seat. It was the gloved butler. He gently tapped on the window. Yamamoto rolled her eyes, her mind clear as a mirror. What is it? She rolled down the car window. Yamamoto nodded and faced forward again, rolling up the window. Turning her head, she said, "You can't even shake off a single person? At this rate, I guess you won't accomplish anything significant. Do you really want to do this? One tree does not make a forest. Say goodbye to the followers." Keela shifted gears, pressed the gas, and the tires spun in place, kicking up dust that blew in the gloved man's face. When he turned to brush off the dust, he could only see a gray boxy car rushing into the weed-filled sunken area. "Boss, miss." The gloved man halted his subordinate's actions, but had someone bring out a long-range sniper rifle to eliminate the guards on the tower that day. A gunshot rang out. They fell. At the same time, it was also when Keela drove into the sunken area. Guns automatically protruded from all sides, showering sparks on the car in the central path, while Keela pressed the modified reverse blower to blow all the materials onto the greenhouses on either side. Yamamoto pulled out a flamethrower from under the car seat and aimed it at the water pipe on the greenhouse roof, firing repeatedly. The roof's water pipe sputtered and twisted. "The water is too low. What now?" Keela drove to the end of the pipe, where several tall water tanks stood by the cliff. Just as they pulled out climbing ropes, a few guards inside the greenhouse sleepily stumbled out. "What the hell? How?" The guards put on their coats, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their nostrils filled with the acrid smell of burning tobacco. Below the stairs, the sunken area was already shrouded in thick fog. A sea of fire. Up there, a few sharp-eyed ones quickly locked on Keela, who was jumping near the water tanks, while Yamamoto jumped from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, driving around to wait for the final support. Thick smoke billowed, gradually releasing a dizzying odor. Some guards who managed to escape began contacting their superiors, while others crouched on the ground, holding their heads and crying. Those who hadn't escaped had already gone mad in the thick mist, stripping off all their clothes and dancing frantically like ballet performers on the original path. Their bodies twisted, their brainstems damaged. What a sin. Yamamoto, who waited in place, counting 78, 92, 103. Hurry up and come out. They won't end up killing themselves in there, will they? Don't just think about how to get in. Think about how to get out. Yamamoto, Kaoru gripped the steering wheel tightly, always ready for Kara to jump into the car. The thick fog was no longer satisfied with just covering the ground. It slowly climbed up the spiral staircase towards Yamamoto Kaoru's car. Just as the choking smell rushed into the car, Kara jumped into the trunk, opened the middle partition, and leaped inside, followed by her chest and head. When Yamamoto Kaoru heard a thud, the small car shot out of the dust like a rocket. 18. Did you see the news? What? Kara chuckled. Kaoru, give 18 a report. Yamamoto Kaoru shot a disdainful glance at Kara, then proclaimed with her usual energetic and uplifting tone. At 8:15 p.m. local time, the main base for the toxic herb configuration at Research Institute No. 73 was cleared. 1800. Chapter 92, Joint Efforts, Subtle Love. Past events on the prominent oval platform atop the layered clouds. A silver helicopter was ready for takeoff. About a dozen suited bodyguards stood in a circle, the whirlwind from the rotating blades whipping at their clothes and hair, while Tatara climbed onto the helicopter under the watchful eye of her uncle. From the small window, the people and buildings on the ground became increasingly smaller. Military personnel held a breakfast bag wrapped in oil paper, gazing out from the platform on the mid-level of the building. 2 hours earlier, Tatara had been chatting with him, expressing a desire to eat his special salad sandwich. Suddenly, a man in a suit wearing black sunglasses emerged from the automatic revolving door, walking straight up to the military personnel and stopping in front of him. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, the military personnel collapsed unconscious to the ground. The blurred black pant legs were accompanied by an electric shotgun sparking, while the sunglasses man snatched the breakfast bag from the military personnel's hand, who couldn't muster the strength to resist the enemy's intrusion. Soon, he felt someone dragging his ankle toward the building. By the time Kong Xian drove to the building where Tatara was and looked for Tang Ermiai, 1800 had already begun searching for Tatara's whereabouts in the basement of the car shop. Tang Ermiai poured herself a glass of lemon liquor. Feeling a bit sick from the pizza she had just eaten with Kara and the arrogant little fatty. She had mentioned earlier that she wanted to take the military personnel away, but he said that once the plane entered the flying layer and left the suburbs, there would be no signal. Perhaps her family was hiding him. Tang Ermiai shook her head, considering the worst-case scenario, that he had been taken away by those perverted biomechanics. Biomechanical perverts? When did you start saying that? Did you learn from Kara? Tang Ermiai was taken aback. No, I think they're a bit too cruel. That child is so young, and they put him under anesthetics. Kong Xian seemed to find it amusing. How can biomechanics progress without experiments combining biology and machinery? Tell me, installing prosthetics and mechanical devices has always been perfectly normal. You now say this goes against the heavens? What about your eyeballs? What about my cervical spine sensitivity test? Am I also a pervert? Silence. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Tang Ermiai shook her head, feeling led astray by Kara. Hey, stop, hold it. I'm getting too excited. Tang Ermiai pulled Kong Xian's small hand, placing a flower on the table. Tatara was still a normal child back then, right? The experiments at that time were too much. There could have been public recruitment for volunteers. How could they? Come on, you're also a naturalist now? Kong Xian, you sound like a bitter woman. What's wrong with you? Tang Ermiai shut her mouth, turned to look at Kong Xian's face. Her gaze paused on the slight bump on his forehead for 2 seconds. Then she reached out and locked Kong Xian's head under her arm, ruffling his hair. You're overthinking it. I just sympathize with innocent children. There are many ways. We shouldn't take vulnerable groups and trample on them like ants. Umph. Kong Xian turned around in Tang Ermiai's embrace, burying his face deep into her slightly soft belly. If I said to leave District 13, would you come with me? Tang Ermiai gently brushed her fingers over the tips of Kong Xian's raven black hair, but those strong arms only tightened their grip around her waist. I'm serious. Stop joking. Tang Ermiai's eyes reflected the bright light from the car window, looking delicate, yet carrying a sense of destructive determination. Aren't they too clingy? Kara and the arrogant little fatty each held a thermal imager, cornering the vertical window and chatting away. Is this what adult love is like? Don't spy on other people's love lives. Izmi heavily placed the salad on the long table and leaned in closer as the few of them acted furtively, scanned by the automatic probe at the wall corner. Found it. 1800's voice came from the small speaker. Kara immediately turned around and ran towards the basement. Where is she? Who? Tatara. What did you find? Found Qing Shan. To be precise, it was a specific location message sent by Fong Yen. On the translucent blue data screen was a map of Research Institute number 73, with the top floor being the main access point for Dr. Qing Shan, and below were several blue dots in the storage room, places she had worked at before. The other attachment was the clone data copied from the network by the hacker hired by Fong Yen, which even included a file strikingly similar to Tang Ermei. Kara fell silent, staring at the real-time detection data sent over. I want to go see. What about Tatara? 1800 asked. Her family is still looking for her. Let Tang Ermei wait at home for news. The detection probe flashed red twice. I'll go with you. What about those kids? Izmi and the others will go to the factory today. Kara's heart sank. She initially thought Izmi and the others would be sent to their biological families. But it seemed like 1800's plan to target the main city had matured significantly. After putting the 1800 signal carrier device into her waist bag, she passed through the living room and peeked her head in, only to find the arrogant little fatty sitting there in a daze. Oh, we'll leave soon. The little fatty seemed to be deep in thought, but upon seeing Kara, he hurriedly started wiping the table. When someone feels guilty, they always pretend to be very busy. Kara nodded, went downstairs, got into a car, and swung her leg over. The red lightning sped like a shooting star towards Gibson Avenue. Something's off. Kara spoke into the disguised microphone. Of course, I saw his brother. He is the youngest child of the Kong family's third generation. What? Kara was stunned. Directly passing through a mid-sized holographic laser projection. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kong family? If I had known, I would have taken him to claim the reward. When had they met? At the family gathering, I suppose. 1800 was indifferent and casually explained to Keela the ironclad principles of Confucian education for descendants, such as sending them to the wild for baptism in their studies when they reached a certain age, and the quarterly strength training program was essentially just fighting with peers. The building was empty, with only the simulated moonlight from the spindle-shaped lights spilling through the glass onto the floor the size of a football field. Keela, light on her feet, skillfully passed through the gate, with two huge luxurious fountain pools on either side echoing in the semicircular large flat space. Keela clicked her tongue, wondering which big shot had sent the meeting gift again. Sneaking into the previous materials storage room, the space was as wide as if 3 or 4 floors had been opened up. The displayed materials were stacked in a honeycomb shape on the opposite side of the steel pipe platform. This was the place. Keela walked to the terminal of the platform, where only a solitary surge cloud platform stood in the center of the room, the orange-golden light reflecting brightly on Keela's face. Keela plugged the carrier device of 1800 into the external device of the cloud platform, and a red decryption progress bar immediately appeared on screen, indicating that 1800 was infiltrating the system. Keela scanned the surroundings, first standing, then squatting, and finally sitting directly under the cloud platform, her feet dangling outside. This was the position on the second floor. 1800 skillfully penetrated the ice wall, and the large sun symbol number 73 shone brilliantly in the space. It was not the hardest barrier to enter at all. 1800 suddenly turned to look at Keela, who was guarding the edge of the cloud platform. Why come here to watch? You could infiltrate remotely. 1800's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Oh, my brain's malfunctioned. Can't operate, Keela replied flatly. The light from the gaps in the honeycomb background wall opposite transformed from orange to a translucent fluorescent green. They used a truth serum on me. The side effect is I can't overthink, Keela explained, unless the other party actively unlocks the venue, allowing me to passively receive information. The fluorescent light in the cyberspace flickered slightly. An excellent cyber cowboy lost his once prized ability, especially in the cyberspace. Akin to a bird losing its wings or a tiger being chained. 1800's program gradually covered the entire storage space, taking a long time. Not going to repair it. The damage is too severe. You just hate that damned high-tech, Keela thought. You're afraid of those long needles piercing your flesh and bones. You even fear those colored potions seeping into your blood and marrow. If 1800 had an expression, it would definitely be disdainful, Keela mused. Yeah, afraid. It's just a tool. You seem to break down easily. You cried once in Tang Lin's car. Was it during the ambush by Allaman? Keela gently scratched the rough floor with the fingernail of her gloved hand. You act too predictably, a bit like people from the past. Say what you want to say. You're also an artificial human. Keela chuckled. Are you kidding me? Wait, I found it. Today is July 9th. Sunny. The lab's temperature difference is constant. This is the 645th attempt at mechanical experiments involving biological consciousness. The face of the young woman was about 80% familiar, but looked so young. Teacher. Keela's heart began to race faster, the beating sound growing louder, and then the screen started to move, shifting in a 180-degree plane, passing through transparent water tanks filled with green liquid and a series of incomprehensible instruments and procedure names. In the center plane, a human body lay quietly on the bed, and beside her was a constant temperature box filled with brain tissue plugged with strange red and blue cables. The wriggling soft tissue was held by a pair of green rubber-gloved hands, moving like jelly, shaking as it was placed into the indentation of the artificial human's abdomen. The video seemed to have been sped up in post-production, and when the artificial human powered on, opened her eyes, and sat up. The face identical to Keela's made both 1800 and Keela simultaneously send a speechless greeting to the world. You found it. You reacted wrongly, right? No, it's after this video. The brain of the experimental subject came from an adult woman who died in a car accident, approximately 29 years old, with minor brain damage. The donation contract transaction amount was 250,000 yuan, with an additional bonus for an accidental death condition that met one of the contract terms. Keela stared blankly at the video of the artificial human learning to speak and walk in one day, starting to practice combat skills in 3 days, until her body was damaged beyond repair during ammunition combat, and her brain was removed and frozen. Awakening again was just another body. Next came the memory loading experiment. A storage card that constructed a brand new worldview was embedded into the brain, filled with colored wires. The jelly-like soft flesh squirming a bit to make way for the black soft tissue. Ugh. The cold floor transmitted a chill to Keela's backside in her black bodysuit. Her stomach seemed to be infected with emotion, churning until she couldn't hold back and vomited all over the place. Is this what the previous experiment was like? 1800's faint light flickered. According to its humanoid program, it should also express disgust and discomfort, but now it was just a programmed high-dimensional light. Still want to watch? Keela hunched over, filth dripping from her toes onto the floor of the next level, her mouth filled with a sour stench. She waved her hand. The view slowly darkened. Switching screens. The progress bar had passed halfway, and Keela saw images that made her question her entire life. If she could, she would have preferred never to have come here. Chapter 93 end. Fortunately, it was not close to the main urban area, otherwise. The strange odors emitted could have a detrimental effect on the residents. Garbage dump explosion? Keep watching. In the shaking footage, explosions erupted one after another from the towering garbage mountain. In just a few minutes, some running shadows burst out from the corners and crevices. Keela noticed that the camera holder was a man, at least a young one. His breathing became rapid, and he ran around the garbage dump, shouting through a megaphone to flee. At first, no one cared until the explosions grew louder. The ground outside the garbage mountain was also uneven and muddy. The footage constantly shook because the owner fell and got a mouthful of mud. How could he know there were still people alive in the dump? Run fast. Does this man want to die? Keela stared intently at the disheveled wanderer running around in the screen. The man became increasingly anxious, climbing to the top of the garbage heap, amplifying his cries for help and retreating, but they were nowhere near as loud as the explosions. Soon, he was blown away himself. Buzzing, the camera strapped to his wrist rolled 2 or 3 times with its owner. Occasionally, one could see the man was a very young, thin figure. The lens plunged into the garbage heap, finally focusing on an empty tomato can from the Red Bull brand. To say the least, this camera was really useful. Keela felt as if she were watching a horror movie where the female, Lead foolishly chose to open that empty door. Why did this person like to seek danger so eagerly? After a long while, the camera turned, and most of the originally high-piled garbage mountain had begun to burn. Smoke rising from the dark, continuous gray mound, appearing smaller in the frame as someone pulled the man backward. Is this person dead? The inquiry was rough and bold, with the thought that saving one was better than none. The rescuer seemed to brush off the dust from his shoulders and whistled at the playful nurse. The man was placed on a stretcher and lifted onto the ambulance. A burly man with a thick head of hair seemed to notice the small camera. He bent down to look forward, filling the entire screen with his massive tiger-like eyes and shiny forehead. His broad fingers ran through his hair from his forehead to the back, ruffling it vigorously. Keela couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, because this seemingly younger man resembled Tang Ermiai's older brother. Or perhaps he was old Gordon. Keela suddenly had a vague guess about the unfolding plot. After the man was lifted onto the ambulance, the garbage dump finally exploded. The entire garbage mountain was engulfed in flames, the fire reaching high into the sky, illuminating the surrounding wilderness. The flames jumped wildly, lighting up the night sky, like a giant fire dragon rampaging. The entire rescue team frantically retreated, but wait. The boss and old Kai hadn't come out yet. The camera captured a reckless young man who disregarded everything, turning his motorcycle towards the oncoming smoke and fire. "Let's go." A light female voice trembled, turning to the driver and saying sternly, "We need to leave now." Keela began to clap her hands again. This was a small team, and the explosion at the garbage dump hadn't attracted much attention. It was very likely a temporary security team on a mission nearby. In less than half an hour, a gray meteor shot out from the thick fog, with old Gordon in the back seat looking as if his hair had been scorched, his body covered in smoky purple mud. He pulled out a dirty child about the size of a monkey from his arms, anxiously shouting, "Quick, there's a child here. Linger, hurry and save her. What's wrong with her eyes?" Maybe she cried blind in the fire. The burning garbage crackled, accompanied by the fierce flames and rolling heat waves, as if it would burn the air itself. Smoke billowed, and the fire flickered, turning the entire garbage dump into a sea of flames. After hanging up the phone, Gordon swiftly jumped into the car, ignoring the astonished looks from those around him, and drove straight away from the garbage dump. In the rearview mirror, covered in a thick layer of yellow dust, flashes of light occasionally appeared, signaling the explosion at the garbage factory. "Is that it?" I didn't hear Tang Ermiai mention anything about the garbage dump, Keela wondered, as the progress bar on the cloud platform reached over 90%. It wasn't over yet. Dozens of personnel registration forms swept past on the platform, showing the appearances, heights, and physical conditions of the subjects, all of whom were disabled or living in dire poverty. Standing on the edge of life's cliff, waiting to die. Keela, 5 years old, car accident, torso healthy, brain compressed. Unusual rejection response. Join the new brain program design. Normal fusion, recovery good. After staying in the house for a long time, aside from the usual smell of disinfectant, there was a sense of staleness, as if dust had accumulated for too long and the ventilation was blocked, causing Keela's stomach to churn again. "What is the new brain?" she asked. "You're not, you understand?" 1800 crossed the invisible space, transcending the barriers of reality and the internet, quietly gazing at Keela. A guy everyone thought was a complete naturalist, speaking occasionally in a way that was hard to see through, doing things methodically, with little love for the latest mechanical modifications common among contemporary youth. Always smiling, but keeping people at arm's length, treating Tang Ermiai gently, often leading people to misinterpret their relationship as having another layer of ambiguity. In the end, he was also a fake. 1800 felt no waves within and wiped the last line of the experimental notes from the light screen. "I'm not me." Keela entered the room and immediately took off her dirty combat clothes, curling up under the fluffy and noisy down comforter, not knowing why she disliked the thin, constant temperature blanket, preferring the feeling of being wrapped up completely, warm like being in her mother's womb. Outside the pointed window, the cold wind howled, whipping a few raindrops that shattered the holographic billboard. The sky was dim and dark, almost transforming into a giant beast's mouth ready to swallow the entire city. Keela stared at the ceiling under the gray-blue light, recalling bits and pieces of the past, both distant and unreachable. "Of course I know. How could a thorough materialist think they came from thousands of years ago? A lazy voice said, I thought that was fate's gift to me. Perhaps it could be a very lucky thing. At least, my feelings are real. The hot tears falling from both sides are also real. Am I still human? Can I still communicate with people? But am I really me? Keela pondered, but the goddess of twilight descended slowly, smoothing her forehead. Sleep now, my child. When Fong Yin opened the door with dilated pupils, he saw a pair of long boots stop at the entrance. The room was dark without the lights on. He gently set down the oiled paper bag he was holding, which contained a few fist-sized tomatoes, a small piece of butter, a bottle of olive oil, and a long baguette. The freshly baked bread tip was immediately dipped in a bit of butter and eaten by Fong Yin, warm and crispy. Following the corridor, the door to the former master bedroom was ajar. Fong Yin quietly pushed it open. A soft down comforter formed a small hill in the shape of a person. Fong Yin felt relieved, picked up the pile of black combat clothes from the floor, and tossed them into the automatic laundry machine. He gently placed his handgun and a few small bombs on the bar counter, then took 1800's square storage device to the island counter. First pouring himself a glass of wine. After taking a sip, the hot liquid warmed his insides. He turned around and began to clean the tomatoes and round-headed cabbage. Fong Yin. Suddenly, he heard his father's name behind him, causing Fong Yin to startle and turn around, shielding his chest with the spatula. Who? If someone is really here, that spatula doesn't seem like it can protect you. The golden light from the square device spun around itself twice, casually scanning the interior of the room. Who are you? 18, Keela's friend. Are you an artificial intelligence? Fong Yin thought for a moment that the box seemed to have no hostility towards him. So he turned back and poured the chopped vegetables into the pot, drizzling a few circles of olive oil and covering the pot lid, waiting for it to cook itself. Sort of. 1800 felt a bit annoyed by the question for the first time. That's not cheap. What's your main function? Household? Military? Political? The glass pasta tube was shaken, spilling out a portion for 2 people. Your intelligence is quite good. Of course, I'm quite a good scout. Scout? You know, a term for spies who gathered military reports in ancient Eastern times. Fong Yin nestled one hand under his armpit and raised his wine glass with the other. Seems like you know quite a bit about Eastern things. Too bad that place has already sunk into the sea. Of course, Keela knows a lot. But she knows a lot. We often exchange ideas at the dining table. Steam rose from the round, white porcelain pot, and Fong Yin methodically sprinkled the pasta in, using silver tongs to mix the sauce and halved wrinkled tomatoes on top of the pasta. The dimly lit room stirred slightly, but only 1800 felt it. Do you have a good impression of Keela? Friend, if she is an artificial person, would you still feel the same? Fong Yin was seriously cutting the baguette, crumbs falling onto the oiled paper. Artificial person? Are you talking about those half-finished robots? Footsteps in the house stopped in the corridor. Huh, people can be much more vicious than artificial people. Fong Yin cut a piece of cheese and stuffed it into his mouth. I heard about an experiment that transferred the brain of a vegetative person to an artificial body, even adding many programs to it. Although that person died later, during the 20 days he was alive, he could accurately state his previous name, home address, professional skills, and favorite bakery. However, every time he fluently spoke another language, his expression always seemed strange. So, let's just consider a rebirth. If it's too confusing, just go with the flow. The square box flashed a red light next to a lush, fake potted plant, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by someone who arrived. You two are having a good chat. Kula was wearing loose pajamas, a size larger than her own, which Fong Yin had bought for his ex-girlfriend. It was directly placed in Ku-La's room on the first day, but unfortunately, things had changed. This little thing is quite tricky. Fong Yin separated the pasta in the pot into 2 plates through a handkerchief and added a few slices of bread. Kala chuckled lightly, and the lights of the square device flashed twice. She reached for a glass cup from the shelf, rolled up her slender wrist, and filled a glass of cold water from the faucet. For now, it's not annoying. The red light of the square box dimmed softly in response. I hope you've made up your mind. As long as this information can bring down Ching Shan, it doesn't matter how. The basement was unlit, and in the empty compartment, only Ku-La's face glowed with a translucent blue light. Very useful, but are you sure you want to end it this way? What else can be done? Kula pondered. Her senior sister seemed to imply something. Do you know why Qing Shan is so eager to restart the previous experiment? Tang Lin took a long drag of his cigarette, the smoke flowing out of his nostrils. Kala recalled the raw fish surrounding the dry ice. Is it because the people working on biomechanics are afraid of being exposed? Tang Lin shook his head and took another puff. Kala turned her head to look at the other side of the glass wall in the basement, where Tao Chi was resurrecting the body of 1800. I don't understand. If you're not afraid of being exposed, why gather all the previous participants? Let me remind you. Think about what I'm doing. It was then that Kala remembered that she had been helping her senior sister look for original resources. Due to the repeated natural disasters, the number of movable plants, animals, and resources on Earth was dwindling. The preservationists and radicals had significant disagreements over whether to abandon Earth. In fact, the dream of the universe had already become a reality. The first batches of people on alien planets had existed for more than half a year. To migrate all of humanity to other planets required more factories and resources, but who could guarantee the stability of those planets? Hence, artificial humans were the advanced troops. Why? Aren't artificial humans people? Tang Lin's action of shaking off the ash hesitated slightly. It seems you've guessed your own situation. Kuele's mind was racing. Since her teacher, as Dr. Qing Shan Sr., must have participated in the migration plan, but am I also part of the plan? You're overthinking it. The teacher just wants you to grow up peacefully. The old lady was tired due to her age. The smell of tar engulfed Tang Lin's face, and in the video, Kala vaguely heard someone shouting something from behind, something about a peaceful life. Indeed, without these events, she would have probably started working as a diligent, cheerful intern doctor in a hospital or military by now. Her nose felt a bit sour. It seems you're quickly accepting your new identity. Oh, I thought you were going to get stuck on something again, rushing to kill a bunch of robots to settle accounts with those madmen. Artificial humans. I saw the original data from the teacher. Unless they're intact, the source of life for artificial humans is either voluntary or belongs to those who are already dying. That's no different from rebirth. The most unfair thing is merely having memories reconstructed. Speaking of fairness, Tang Lin smiled. The radicals have been fighting fiercely lately, which suggests that the expansion to other planets is going smoothly. Our control over resources has been much more successful, thanks to our earlier efforts. This was one of the few times Kula had seen Tang Lin smile. In the wild areas, their encounters were merely exchanges about where the bugs were abundant and ugly, or perhaps there were divine radiative natural resources to be explored. Beauty was the least noteworthy thing in the wild. The fine sand and storms would sculpt her into the most beautiful scenery. Inside the glass wall, a trembling mechanical body stretched out its leg from the bed, seemingly still adjusting, walking somewhat unsteadily. Kala felt a heavy burden. Her face was reflected on the glass wall as the mechanical body, surrounded by red and silver muscles, stepped closer to her. Long time no see. Kala. Yeah, long time no see. Professor Qing Shan quietly leaned against a pillar, his originally exquisite glasses already half cracked and stained with blood. Struggling to open his right eye to look at the blood slowly flowing from his body. Before the accident, Professor Qing Shan had been excitedly making grand claims to Tatara, who was bound to the operating table, that as long as they figured out the time maintenance code on her body and analyzed the uniqueness of her blood, they could further improve the biomechanical experiment, and at that time, humanity would achieve immortality. Tatara, struck by a tranquilizer, felt drowsy, her mouth twitching as she wanted to give the madman beside her a good scolding. The titanium alloy scalpel gently sliced open Tatara's abdomen, and a long, thin needle tube was inserted into her relaxed arm, red liquid flowing into sample tubes, her eyeballs rolling under the bright glare of the incandescent lights. The information brought by 1800 could easily lead to Qing Shan's base. It should be here. According to Qing Shan's travel path, the research institute and the place where he disappeared formed an obtuse triangle, and Kula was fully armed while Tang Ermei was checking the surroundings. We should inform her family. There's no time. She's been missing for 2 days. We were one step ahead. We can't afford any mistakes. Keep an eye on your surroundings. You'll be on standby soon. Kula stood up from the small lion, her golden brown curls tightly stuffed into a black bodysuit hood. She tapped her right index finger against the pure black titanium helmet. Stay put and watch the door for me. Tang Ermei was once again left at the door to keep watch, while Kala and 1800 infiltrated through the front door and side window, their silhouettes slicing through the night like sharp blades as they entered the enemy camp. Let me stay outside again. On the other side of the city, Kong Xinyan wiped his damp hair, staring at the shut-down light brain in a daze. Kula followed 1800, encountering him at a corner of a corridor, then descending into a winding, twisted tunnel. Huge pipes hung in the air, with no visible ceiling or bottom. Occasionally, there were creaking sounds as they walked, but more noticeable was the familiar sound of wind through the pipes. The two of them simply ignored it, surrounded by a clutter of abandoned industrial waste. Occasionally, dust would swirl in the air from the wind created by their footsteps, spinning twice before settling on a new layer of dust. You two were quite lovey-dovey just now. You envied it. Wanted to. How shameless to want to become a person. I don't have a face right now. Killa closed her mouth. Indeed, the person transformed from 1800 this time did not have any specific facial features. To others, he just looked like someone wearing a clown mask, with black eyes bulging out, round red blush on both sides, and a rectangular smile that showed teeth down to the corners of his mouth. Qingshan had not left. 1800 slowed his pace, approaching the black iron door of the basement, a beam of light shining through. In the deep night, Keela could clearly feel her breathing starting to quicken. 1800 crouched down and pulled a small gadget from his pants pocket, tossing it into the air where it floated like a ladybug, landing by the door with mechanical limbs spread out, dark wings opening to reveal a mini camera, a little gadget from Tang Ermei. You have to wonder if Tang Ermei spends all day tinkering with such peeping gadgets just to use them on Kong Xian. Under the green screen, the familiar figure of Dr. Qingshan appeared in the two's view, currently showing his latest dog-human experiment to the half-conscious Tada La, which was truly ugly and cruel. With long ears down to the waist and a tail with only a few scattered hairs, sweeping back and forth on the ground. Tada La closed her eyes, hating that she couldn't cover her ears. Pervert. What to do? Just go for it. Goo. A round little ball rolled in from outside the door, rolling through the cracks of the floor to the empty-eyed dog-human's feet. He lifted a paw to scratch at it, whimpering in his throat, the hot feeling making him bare his teeth and drool twice, barking loudly at the little ball. What are you making noise about? The syringe in Qingshan's hand squirted a thin stream of liquid, and he walked around the bed to see the round ball on the floor. The iron door, still quietly ajar, black leather shoes stepping closer to the oddity, round eyes flashing with golden light. Who? The iron door was pushed open by a black gun barrel, revealing a shadow with a stiff smile. Doctor, you forget things easily. Dadala, who had just opened her eyes to see who was coming to save her, closed them again when she recognized the ugly figure. Who are you? What are you? Even Qingshan, who was used to bizarre creatures, couldn't help but feel a bit of an unnatural physiological reaction to that failed cosmetic surgery face. You forget things easily. The black shoes retreated step by step under the control of the gun barrel. Huh, your taste is really poor. You wouldn't let someone from the black market give you that face, would you? Only people from the black market could find such ugly faces. The usually serious and elegant handsome face now showed arrogance and malice, as fierce and decisive as a thorny whip striking at one's own foot. 1800 raised his gun and casually said, I like the ugly ones. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, a flash of fire struck Qingshan's right knee like a red dragon, and a wail burst out from the iron door. Keela rushed forward from behind the door, rolling in to see Qingshan shedding his disguise, sweating profusely and shouting that he was going to kill 1800. Stepping over Qingshan, who was struggling to hold his knee, 1800 ignored the mismatched dog-human on the ground and looked at the little person on the operating table, squinting his eyes, the gun barrel instinctively pressed against Tada LA's stomach. Can you still talk? Wake up. I hear you. It's so noisy. Tada LA's face was pale, with obvious stitching marks from being opened up. Forcing out a smile from her lips, it's a bit late now. Not late. You should thank Qingshan for transferring you to the basement. Otherwise, that bunch of lunatics would have killed you. Then help me kill them too. From my experience, it's more satisfying to take revenge yourself. 1800 raised his gun to unlock the foot restraints on the operating table, wanting to push Tada La towards the door. But suddenly a dog thing bit his head and slammed him into a cabinet several meters away, causing TA-LA's operating table to spin 3 times before stopping in the center. Qingshan still had a green dog whistle in his mouth, just about to mock, when Keela turned around and knocked him away with the gun stock, a white tooth mixed with blood flying through the air in an arc. With her other hand, she grabbed TA-LA's operating table and secured the chains at the door, while raising the video recording connected to Tang Ermei, capturing the samples in Qingshan's basement. As long as these things are exposed to the public, the experiment would be half ruined. Spit. I misjudged you, 18. Even a little mouse can resist. 18 remained unmoved, just pulling out a short knife from the cabinet. This thing cuts the doll as if it accidentally nicked it, but as long as the speed is fast, crouching down to the dog human and directly chopping off one of its arms, but still not making his target budge an inch. 18. TA-LA's pupils dilated, her whole body flipping sideways on the operating table. The dog human clung tightly to 1800, not letting go, unaware that beneath him was a machine. 1800 pressed the opening against the dog human's belly and fired wildly, holy light bursting from the dog human's belly like fireworks, accompanied by rare red blood. Another half-finished product. The internal organs left inside the dog human flowed out as its belly was turned into a sieve. Strangely, even with the organs out, the dog human could still tremble and stand up. Keela's throat moved, touching her own belly. Wow, that's intense. No wonder it's society, S18's sister. TA-La twisted her head hard to glance at the sieve dog human, panting while speaking, still tensing her belly to flatter 18. We need to get you out first. Keela lifted TA-LA's arm, injected a painkiller, and was about to carry her. Wait, what about 18? She has a way. That bastard Qingshan. Leave it to 18 to handle. No, if we're leaving, we leave together. TA-La stubbornly pressed her weight down on the operating table, straining to keep Keela from lifting her. The whistle made a slight sound, and Qingshan was slowly straightening up, blood spilling from his mouth, like a demon rising from hell. The dog human heard the command and charged at 18, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, biting her arm fiercely, dragging a mass of rotten flesh across the storage table, her entire body filled with tiny shards of glass, but refusing to let go. Keela took a deep breath, raised her pistol, and walked quickly to Qingshan, delivering a heavy punch directly to his eye socket. Imagining the brain that carried out high-precision work, making intimate contact with the iron cabinet door. Qingshan's forehead instantly swelled into a large purple bump, red bloodlines slowly appearing. But the densely packed experimental materials and records on the wall made Keela horrified, giving her goosebumps. This pervert had been conducting various biological experiments all along, and the photos of the original humans and the post-experiment photos looked like 2 different people. As she looked, Keela discovered that the dog human used to be a simple-looking homeless man. Continuing to move a few steps to the left, she saw similar mechanical mermaid references. And Keela's anger surged, her boot heel aimed at Qingshan's lower back, twisting and stomping. You should act like a human. They're all humans. Humans? Just ants wandering the streets. Qingshan's face twisted, no longer the clear and bright demeanor of the past. After a few punches from Keela, he began to cry, grabbing Keela's pant leg, pleading for him to let him live. Their existence is suffering. Look at that dog. It lives even worse than being my dog human. Do you think I'll let him be a dog and he would accept it? Bang. Look at that little girl. Her parents don't care about her since birth. What kind of place is the 9 Dragons Cave to live in? It's nothing but rape, robbery, and theft. It's better to become a specimen hanging behind glass. Bang. Qingshan bent down, half of his head stretching into the side of the cabinet. The annoying 18, a troublesome dog, directly pulled back the upper jaw with his arm as the force point. In front of the operating table, a hand injured by shrapnel exhausted all its strength to pull out a button from under the cabinet, then collapsed into a heap on the ground as it ran out of energy. Qingshan felt a bit teary-eyed, biting the soft flesh on the side of his mouth to wake himself up, pressing the button down on the ground, his arm just managing to activate it. Bang, bang, bang. The smoke and debris from the explosion made the whole small building sway precariously in the air. Then it suddenly collapsed by half a floor's height. Tang Ermei's hand, gripping the gun, trembled violently, pressing her cheek against the gun stock, ready to aim at anyone who came out. Can't go in, right? No matter what happens. So, should I just stand here? If he escapes, you're the last line of defense. At this moment, the basement could only hear the faint crackling of the fire consuming the specimen that had been broken at some point, aside from the dead silence. That streak of blood was also in the east, like a red snake slowly winding forward, merging with other scattered droplets of blood, dripping in an orderly manner drop by drop onto a small pool of blood below, following the collapsed pillar. The bun of 1800 was still loose, leaning against the wall. Sparks of electricity crackling from her body, not knowing which circuit had malfunctioned. The door was wide open, and the Roman columns in front of her occasionally morphed into three shadowy figures, swaying back and forth. Before passing out, Keela saw two teams of soldiers in platinum uniforms walking toward them against the light, powerful and dangerous, yet inexplicably reassuring. Sure enough, 18's backup plan was to capture everyone into the factory. A thin figure pushed past her with a dining table. "Hey, big brother, can I have something to eat?" Keela's weak voice rang out. The man strode past, ignoring her. "Hey, the dining cart. Oh, what should I eat?" The man was dressed in a black uniform, but wore a white apron. When their eyes met, the awkwardness finally surfaced. "Military? Tatarala is here, and he has every right to be here." The dining cart was filled with a variety of Eastern and Western dishes. Keela chose a taco today, which was prepared for Tatarala. Military suddenly spoke up, and Keela glanced at those brown eyes, calm and indifferent, then picked up a dish of oil cakes and imitation soy milk. "Shut up. Be careful I give you a hard time." Military pouted and pushed the cart into the adjacent room. "Wait, do you know where 18 is?" Keela twisted her neck and realized she had strained her neck, and her lower back was also a bit sore. "I'm here." The voice of 18 came from the horn in the corner, sounding a bit jubilant. "Keela, finally, we can start." Keela suddenly looked up, realizing it was the voice from the broadcast. "What? Start? The universe, X-18 planet. I didn't agree to that. Tang Lin said you would be willing." 18 conjured a large screen out of thin air. The birth of the artificial person was meant to explore new planets. If we can find footholds on other planets, we can still continue to send humans to rebuild the Earth. What the senior sister said was indeed true. This is what she meant by having to grasp both hands. Keela envisioned the vast land floating and sinking beneath the clouds, the night sky suddenly revealing various planets of different sizes and shapes. What ultimately convinced Keela was a sentence from 1800. "We can establish our own rules and let them choose their own memories." Okay, the end.